Chapter 1. Surrounded by wolves, feasting on carrion. Crunch, crunch. After what seemed like an eternity, a sound of gnawing reached Ming Kanki's ears. A chilling breeze swept through, jolting Ming Kanki awake from his reverie, filled with confusion. The sound of gnawing ceased. The perplexity on Ming Kanki's face was instantaneously replaced by a cold indifference, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Well, would you look at that? Surrounded by a pack of wolves. Truly absurd. If they were merely conducting an experiment, they could have simply dragged me over without all this fuss. Yet, here I am, facing a hellish beginning. Let's leave it to my alter ego to handle this. I'm out of here. Ming Kanki, also known as Ming Sanchi, Ming Sanchi, Ming SNQ, Ming 37, is a sufferer of dissociative identity disorder. In simpler terms, he is a dual personality individual. Of course, being the protagonist, he possesses certain peculiarities. His mental affliction is rather distinctive. He and his alter ego share memories, albeit manifesting differently. At present, it is the dominant personality that has transformed his inner world into a library, engrossed in comics. The detached and taciturn figure in the external world is his alter ego. Distinguishing between Ming Kanki's personalities is straightforward. The dominant personality is exuberant and loquacious, preferring to resolve matters with words rather than resorting to violence. In stark contrast, the alter ego is cold and reticent, opting for action without a word. Generally speaking, the alter ego's indifference and focus during combat afford it significantly greater combat prowess than the dominant personality. Thus, in perilous situations, he predominantly allows his alter ego to take control. This, perhaps, marks a unique aspect of Ming Kanki. He can actively govern the manifestation of his personalities. With all that said, for Ming Kanki, less than a second had elapsed. The sound of the wolves gnawing faded, and a pack of scruffy gray wolves, their eyes gleaming with a yellowish hue, turned their gaze toward the only living entity amidst the bloodied corpses. The allure of a living being far surpasses that of a lifeless body. The wolves, with their keen sense of smell, detected the scent of an outsider amidst the grotesque scene. Ming Kanki remained motionless, scanning his surroundings with wary eyes. One by one, the gray wolves stepped forward, their yellow eyes glinting ominously. They lowered their heads, sniffing the air, pawing at the ground, and continuing to sniff. Being found is merely a matter of time. Oh dear, what should I do? Thankfully, the stench of corpses and the metallic scent of blood are temporarily masking my presence. But it's only a matter of time before they discover me. Should we flee? Unlike the alter ego's calm demeanor, the dominant personality tossed aside the comic book in his mental sanctuary and began to run. It was only after a few steps that he abruptly remembered, oh wait, I'm safe here. Why am I running? I might as well continue reading my comics. Let's conjure up a computer instead and watch some anime. In stark contrast to the dominant personality's panic, the alter ego remained composed, actively searching for advantageous resources. He controlled his numbed hands, exploring with subtle yet steady movements, making not a single sound. What is this? Suddenly, Ming Kanki, regaining some sensation, felt his right hand brush against a cold metallic object. He paused momentarily, then steadily continued his exploration. As he probed further, a mental image of a circular ring, a grip, and a pointed tip began to form in his mind. A dart? Goodness, it's a kunai. I suspect we may have stumbled into the realm of ninjas. I must address this matter. Alter ego, considering we share memories, how could you fail to recognize a mere kunai? I perused countless tomes. You're making me lose face. What do you have to say for yourself? Internally, the dominant personality chattered incessantly. Yet, the alter ego remained unfazed. The alter ego recalled pertinent information regarding the kunai and firmly grasped it within his palm. Now that I have a weapon, it's time to give it a try. Oh, come now. We are in the ninja world, after all. The wild beasts here are far more formidable than those in the ordinary realm. You, an ordinary person, discarded like refuse, hold no capacity to challenge a pack of wolves. Whoosh thud. Suddenly, Ming Kanki sprang into action. He swiftly swung the kunai, tearing into the neck of the nearest wolf from below. Vivid, Warm blood gushed forth, splattering across Ming Kenki's hands and arms. The warmth sent a shiver coursing through him. One down. Nevertheless, as the alter ego manifested, Ming Kenki's expression remained impassive, his tone steady, his grip on the kunai unwavering. Grr. The wolf pack recoiled in shock, retreating a few steps and lowering their bodies. The gap left by the fallen wolf was quickly filled. The clash between hunter and prey was poised to commence. In this frigid atmosphere, within this secluded forest, Ming Kenki was evidently the prey, while the wolves were the hunters. Despite the stillness, he felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. A wolf howl pierced the air. Like soldiers receiving a command, the pack surged forth in unison. Ming Kenki remained silent. The more dire the situation, the calmer he became. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he leaped forward. Whoosh, whoosh. In a fleeting moment, he deftly slashed the throats of two wolves as he brushed past them. The movements appeared as though they had been honed through relentless training. Yet, Ming Kenki understood that the situation had not improved, it had worsened. Sensing the blood of their fallen comrade, the gray wolves quickened their pace, their speed surging by half. The finesse with which I wield this kunai feels as though it has been tempered through countless trials. This body must harbor secrets, being a test subject of Orochimaru. However, I must survive to uncover those secrets. Alter ego, you must persist. Our lives hinge upon your capabilities. Fortunately, due to Ming Kenki's diminutive stature, the efficiency of the pack's assault was diminished, with only 5 or 6 wolves attacking him simultaneously. Several wolves leaped and lunged, jaws agape, targeting any part of Ming Kenki's body they could reach. Despite possessing miraculous kunai skills, he was evidently no ninja. Against the onslaught of 5 or 6 gray wolves, he could only narrowly evade 2 or 3 lethal strikes while managing to slay one. And that was the extent of his success. After evading and striking, Ming Kenki found his left arm firmly gripped by 3 gray wolves. One wolf that he had dodged lunged forward and clamped down on his left leg. It was evident that the next wave of attacks from the wolves would herald Ming Kenki's demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 crossbow bolts appeared, precisely piercing the bodies of 3 gray wolves, pinning them to the ground. A woo. The remaining wolves, hearing the anguished howls, instinctively turned and charged toward the source of the bolts. Thus, the number of wolves besieging Ming Kenki diminished significantly. However, at that moment he was far from well. His left arm was drenched in blood, crimson liquid streaming down in torrents. He was already small for his age, appearing no older than 10, and the onset of dizziness from blood loss began to set in. Grr. The remaining wolves closed in once more. One wolf suddenly charged at Ming Kenki. Whoosh! Ming Kenki fell to the ground. In that instant, he rolled over and swung the kunai. Another gray wolf had its throat slit. However, immediately afterward, the remaining wolves surged forward, attacking Ming Kenki's legs, arms, hands, and even his neck with ravenous intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 crossbow bolts were launched. One wolf was shot in the foreleg and collapsed. Another struck in the neck, fatally severing its artery, while the last wolf, poised to sink its teeth into Ming Kenki's neck, was abruptly shot through the head, collapsing lifelessly. Chapter 2. Fragrant Phosphorus. Am I saved? Ming Kenki felt bewildered for a moment, his gaze suddenly alight with clarity. The separation of his personalities occurred, with the dominant personality once again suppressing the alter ego. A natural smile graced his face. Mama, mama. The big brother has awakened. The big brother is awake. Come quickly. A little girl with red hair bounced into the scene, her voice sweet and childlike as she called out while skipping along. After a while, a woman with similarly red hair entered the room. She wore a gentle smile and had a serene countenance. If she donned a nurse's uniform, she would undoubtedly embody the perfect image of a healing beauty. Did you save me? I'm truly grateful. Ouch, it hurts so much. Ming Kenki struggled to rise in order to express his thanks. Unfortunately, the wound reopened, sending a sharp pang of pain coursing through him. He nearly succumbed to the urge to summon his alternate persona. Seeing this, the woman hurried over, gently supporting Ming Kanki and laying him back down. Do not move, dear child. Your injury is severe. Rest easy while I fetch you a bowl of warm soup. The woman exited. A little girl leaned over the edge of the bed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as if she had discovered a new world. When Ming Kanki turned to look at her, the girl chirped, "Big brother, are you ninja? My dad said you are amazing. You killed several big bad wolves all by yourself." As she spoke, the little girl animatedly gestured, her expression utterly delightful. Ming Kanki chuckled softly, his earlier tension and sense of disconnection dissipated in an instant. In that moment, he realized that he was no longer merely participating in a holographic game. He had truly begun to immerse himself in this world. Outside the window, the freshly risen sun cast its light upon the frost-kissed, desolate earth. A sense of desolation enveloped the winter landscape, yet in Ming Kanki's eyes, it suddenly came alive. Turning back, Ming Kanki maintained his smile, though his expression grew slightly more earnest. He spoke in a light-hearted tone tinged with a hint of innocence. "No, little sister. In truth, I have no idea how I accomplished it. At that moment, I felt as if I had transformed into another person. So, the big bad wolves are indeed quite dangerous. Oh dear. Wow. I'm not scared at all." The little girl jumped back in surprise, and upon realizing she had bumped into her mother's leg, she quickly feigned indifference. The woman chuckled softly, gently stroking the girl's head. She then leaned down, supporting Ming Kanki as she brought the soup to his lips. "It's not hot. Drink up. It will warm you and help you recover quickly." "Thank you, sister." Ming Kanki held the bowl with his right hand and drank deeply. In just a few gulps, he finished the entire bowl of soup. "Ha, you're awake, young man. You seem to be in good spirits." At that moment, a hardy middle-aged man entered the room. He had a light stubble, which, despite its sparse nature, added a rugged charm to his demeanor. "Thank you for saving me, Uncle Hunter." Ming Kanki lifted his head in a nod rather than a bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Uncle Hunter?" The middle-aged hunter stroked his sparse facial hair, his expression one of amusement. The two women, one young and one older, could not help but chuckle. The winter chill seemed to dissipate instantly. The woman helped Ming Kanki lie back down. Given his severe injuries and considerable blood loss, he soon drifted back into a hazy slumber. After a while, the little girl finished her breakfast and scampered back to the bedside, fixating her gaze on Ming Kanki. She occasionally reached out to touch his forehead, though it was unclear where she had learned such behavior. At the dining table, the woman and the hunter conversed as they ate. Suddenly, the woman whispered, "Is he not a ninja?" The hunter shook his head, swallowing his mouthful of food as he replied. While his kunai techniques were indeed swift and decisive, there is no trace of chakra within him. Their voices gradually faded into inaudibility. Shortly thereafter, the hunter set down his bowl and utensils, donned his outer garments, and picked up his bow before heading out. Ming Kanki, in his stupor, caught snippets of the hunter's words. "There's no need to wait for me at noon. I will head directly to the village to sell my catch after hunting and return in the evening." At noon and in the evening, the woman woke Ming Kanki to ensure he ate something. In return, he entertained the little girl with 2 stories, learning her name was Xianglin. 2 days later, Ming Kanki had grown quite familiar with this family. Under their attentive care, he even began to entertain the thought that living simply in this world might not be so bad after all. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his Bodhis recovery capabilities were astonishing. Aside from the large area of flesh missing from his left arm that had yet to heal and his left hand's continued lack of mobility, he was already able to move about freely. At the dining table, the woman introduced her family to Ming Kanki for the first time. "This is my daughter, Xianglin. My name is Yukiko. This is my husband, Deju." Ming Kanki rose, bowing as deeply as he could, and then earnestly said, "Sister Yukiko, brother Deju, and little Xianglin, thank you. Thank you for saving me. There's no need to be so formal." Yukiko pulled Ming Kanki down to sit, serving him a bowl of soup placed before him. "Now, eat up." Ming Kanki took a few bites before suddenly recalling that he had not yet introduced himself. He quickly added, "By the way, my name is Ming Kanki. You can call me Xiao Ming, Ming 37, or Sanjiao are fine. Ah, very well. From now on, I shall refer to you as Xiaoming. Xianglin, dear, the young gentleman has introduced himself. You two should share a little about yourself. Daju began to tease Xianglin. Hello, big brother. I am 3 years old. Xianglin was indeed caught off guard. Why aren't you introducing your name? She retorted. Facing Daju's continued teasing, Xianglin tilted her little head, casting a playful sidelong glance at him, and declared, Daddy, you silly. Big brother already knows. Upon saying this, Xianglin turned her gaze towards Ming Kanki, clearly awaiting a reciprocal greeting. Ming Kanki immediately replied with a smile. Hello, little sister. As he spoke, Luohua suddenly realized that aside from a few words from Orochimaru and the others, he knew nothing at all, nor did he have any means to ascertain the age of this body. I suppose I am around 10 or so, he said hesitantly, forcing a bitter smile, reflecting on his situation. He further explained, I apologize. That incident a few days ago should be considered the first time I truly regained consciousness. At other times, I was merely in a daze, able to hear voices, but never sensing the passage of time. He spoke candidly, neither hiding nor feigning anything, yet his expression of bitter reflection seemed to resonate deeply with the other two adults, who fell into a contemplative silence as they ate. Little Xianglin, however, ran to Ming Kanki's side, tugging at his hand gently, and in her sweet, childish voice, comforted him. Big brother, don't be sad. Once we find your mother, she will surely know how old you are. Ming Kanki was momentarily taken aback, then nodded earnestly, saying, Yuki and Daju laughed upon hearing this. Laughter filled the dining table once more, creating a warm atmosphere. Chapter 3. The Whirlpool of Crisis. A few more days passed in tranquility and serenity. Aside from a slight discomfort in his left arm, Ming Kanki's other injuries had completely healed. Today, Daju ventured into the village once again. This time, he did not go hunting, but instead took with him the furs gathered over the past few days. He left in the morning and returned by noon, indicating that the village was not far from their location. As Ming Kanki pondered this, he saw Daju enter the house, his expression grave and burdened with thought. However, as soon as Daju stepped inside, the seriousness on his face vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. Daddy, Daddy, Xianglin joyfully dashed out of the house, nearly tripping over a small chair in the corner. Ming Kanki hurried to steady her and stepped out alongside her. My glasses, Daddy. Though she nearly stumbled, Xianglin was unafraid, her rosy cheeks radiating excitement as she looked up at Daju, eagerly extending her little hand. Haha, look, Daju chuckled as he pulled out a bundle wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and unveiled it. It was a pair of narrow-framed brown oval glasses. Daju carefully placed them on Xianglin's face. Wow, everything is so clear. This is wonderful. Now I can go out and play, exclaimed Xianglin, transforming into an intelligent little beauty. However, her words took on a tone that bordered on whimsical madness. Yuki smiled at the scene from the side. What a heartwarming picture this is. This is what home feels like, Ming Kanki thought. Yet a bittersweet smile crept onto his face. A time traveler. What home did he have? Countless others had stirred up trouble because they had lost their homes. Without a home, one is left unanchored and devoid of a place to belong. Most time travelers, once isolated, began to seek chaos. Suddenly, a large hand rested atop Ming Kanki's head. You have some too, Daju said, pulling out several pieces of clothing from his pocket and presenting them to Ming Kanki. Upon receiving them, Ming Kanki's eyes welled up with tears. It was that simple to feel moved in moments of human vulnerability, a simple greeting. In times of weakness, a helping hand. In periods of confusion, a warm word is enough. Thank you. Ming Kanki's voice was slightly hoarse as a tear trickled down the corner of his eye. He did not switch to his alternate persona. The right action at the right moment struck Ming Kanki's heart in its softest spot, leaving even his alternate self powerless. Big brother is crying. I saw it, Xianglin teased, wiping her own face and making a playful expression. With a smile, Ming Kanki wrapped the clothing around his left arm, freeing his right hand to gently ruffle Xianglin's hair, and with a serious expression declared, I acknowledge you as my sister. Wonderful. Daju laughed heartily. Yuki nodded with a smile. That moment, Ming Kanki officially became a member of this family. After lunch, Xianglin, thrilled with her new glasses, immediately pulled Ming Kanki outside. Yuki softly called after them, don't run too far, before continuing her meal. Watching the two disappear at the doorway, Daju set down his bowl and chopsticks. his expression shifting back to one of deep contemplation. After a while, under Yuki's watchful gaze, Daju spoke solemnly. I think we may need to move soon. What's wrong? Yuki immediately set down her utensils. Her expression tense. That don't worry that it isn't yet critical. Daju reassured her with a few calming words, and then continued. I heard from the villagers that Konoha's ninjas have recently been spotted in this area. Apparently searching for something. There are a pile of corpses. They will surely discover it. From what Xiaoming has told me, it is highly likely that there is a secret laboratory nearby. Xiaoming is undoubtedly one of the fortunate survivors of a failed experiment from that lab. While we cannot be certain, what if they are indeed looking for that laboratory? What shall we do? Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether we can trust these Konoha ninjas. What if they are pretending to search for the laboratory when, in fact, they are affiliated with it? What then? We cannot risk the danger of being captured by remaining here. Neither Xiaoming nor you and Xianglin must have any contact with ninjas. Otherwise, your identities will be swiftly uncovered. The Uzumaki clan cannot be severed here, nor can they become tools for the ninjas. Not even Konoha. Daju was evidently no ordinary person at that moment. His eyes flickered with a mix of intelligence and murderous intent. As if he had already prepared for the worst, Yuki spoke, moved. Daju, I am merely an ordinary remnant of the Uzumaki clan. You need not risk everything for us. No. Daju interrupted Yuki. The Uzumaki clan once saved my family. Without them, I would not have survived to this day, nor would I possess the skills I have now. From the moment I met you, I vowed to protect you at all costs. A few tears glistened in Yuki's eyes as she lowered her gaze, silently making a decision. That evening, the family continued to share moments of joy and warmth. It seems that the conversation at noon was entirely fabricated. That, of course, Minkanki was oblivious to this reality. It was not until after Xianglin had fallen asleep and he was pulled aside by Xingzi that Minkanki sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Sister Xingzi, what's the matter? Is there something you need me to do? Minkanki asked, puzzled. Xingzi rolled up her sleeves and, with a gentle motion, presented her pristine left arm near Minkanki's mouth, softly saying, Come, bite my arm. Taken aback, Minkanki stepped back and cast a bewildered glance at Xingzi. Suddenly realizing her intentions, as he looked down at her arm, Xingzi firmly pressed it against his lips. Listen to your sister, bite down hard. You will feel better soon. Minkanki, with a serious expression, grasped Xingzi's arm and gazed into her eyes. Inquiring, Sister Xingzi, are you truly certain you wish to do this? With a tender smile, Xingzi replied, Yes, bite down, and the pain will vanish swiftly. Holding back his emotions, Minkanki gradually sank his teeth into her arm. Bite harder, Xingzi urged, furrowing her brow slightly and adopting a commanding tone. He complied, biting down with determination. She let out a soft sound, and with that, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from the wound on Minkanki's left arm. The missing flesh and blood rapidly regenerated, and soon the scar had vanished without a trace. Astonishingly, a warm current coursed through Minkanki's body, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. The red-haired girl, with her ability to heal wounds with a mere bite, was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Xianglin had originally resided in the forests northeast of Konoha, only to find herself in the village hidden in grass. Fate is truly wondrous. After a while, feeling utterly relaxed, Minkanki finally released his grip. Go on. Get some sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. Although Minkanki sensed a change in the atmosphere, he could never have imagined the situation had spiraled out of control. Obediently, he entered the house and lay down, succumbing to a comfortable slumber. Chapter 4. The escape. The following day, at the break of dawn, before the sun had risen. Wake up, Xiao Minged, a Daju's voice. Minkanki groggily opened his eyes and glanced out the window. Outside, a morning star was twinkling brightly. What's the matter, Dajuji? Spotting the large bundle behind Daju, Minkanki's thoughts turned to moving. I am carrying this. You and Xingzi will take turns with Xianglin. Daju's words were few but urgent. Minkanki could discern the gravity of the situation. They were likely in grave danger. Resolutely, he ceased his inquiries and quickly dressed. Soon, the four of them set out, hurrying into the early morning darkness. On the journey, Minkanki and Xingzi held Xianglin between them, while the unburdened Daju walked ahead. He carried a pack roughly the size of Xianglin, and an arrow pouch was strapped to his leg. Maintaining a steady pace, he brought up the rear. Minkanki lacked knowledge of ninjas, or he would have recognized that Daju was erasing their traces. In truth, the primary concern was Minkanki's own tracks. Xingzi's were barely perceptible, The morning star gradually dimmed. The snow-laden mountain path was treacherous. Fortunately, neither Deju nor Xingzi were ordinary individuals, and with Ming Kanki being an experiment of Orochimaru, he was far from ordinary himself. The trio, with the still slumbering Xianglin, managed to traverse a mountain peak just as dawn broke that a dense, dark forest loomed in the distance, silhouetted against the faint morning light. Be mindful of controlling your chakra output. Xiaoming.its not about releasing more force, but rather maintaining a steady and measured flow. Follow your instincts to adjust the chakra output. Ming Kanki took the lead once more. Xingzi suddenly began to instruct him from behind. What? Chakra? I can't refine it. Only then did Ming Kanki notice the faint blue glow emanating from beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently been releasing chakra through his soles. The ability to generate substantial chakra without refinement indicated his exceptional talent. Of course, it was also evident that he had wasted a considerable amount of chakra. I understand. Ming Kanki nodded solemnly, his expression suddenly turning stoic. In an instant, the glow of chakra beneath his feet intensified before disappearing entirely. Is this the state from that night? Nodding with an air of indifference, Ming Kanki acknowledged Xingzi's inquiry. At that moment, he instinctively grasped the art of chakra refinement. In the realm of his inner world, Ming Kanki's primary persona laughed heartily. Haha, I am indeed a genius. The energy extracted from 130 trillion cells, combined with the spiritual energy accumulated through training, has led me to create a chakra refinement technique merely by grasping such a vague principle. I am truly a genius. Fortunately, the mental space was not visible to the outside world, and no one could witness his triumph. The winters in the world of Naruto are bitterly cold. The barren trees bore a thin layer of snow, yet there were no signs of melting. Amidst the wide expanse, the fleeting footprints of a few animals appeared, only to vanish around the corner of a distant tree. Do not enter the forest. This phrase, not solely a tenet of martial arts lore, also held weight in the Naruto universe. Xingzi grasped Ming Kanki's arm as Deju moved ahead to inspect the area closely. The animal tracks were fresh from the previous night, with no other signs indicating human passage. Let us move forward. The dawn grew brighter. Deju tugged at Ming Kanki, seemingly anxious. Ming Kanki promptly advanced, chakra gathering steadily beneath his feet as the faint imprints left in the snow began to fade. With Xingzi in the center and Deju bringing up the rear, the four of them pressed on, their pace noticeably quickening. As they passed, a voice rang out from a nearby tree. Big brother, I never expected to stumble upon such a big catch. If we bring them back, our mission failure will be wiped clean. Another voice echoed from another tree. That red-haired one resembles the Uzumaki clan member in the intel perfectly. What do you think, big brother? Shall we take action? Hee, let us make it quick. The sun is about to rise, and the ninjas from Konoha will soon be on our tail. They're the real elite. The ninja referred to as Big Brother shifted within the shadows of another tree. His dark skin blended well into the shadow, yet against the backdrop of the snow, it became strikingly apparent. They wore forehead protectors emblazoned with the symbol of the Cloud Village, crossed with a horizontal line. Defectors from the Cloud Village. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of air being cut through echoed as the three figures transformed into shadows, pursuing Ming Kanki and his companions. Upon landing, they made not a sound. Even the snow on the branches they leaped over remained undisturbed. If one were not to look back, it would be nearly impossible to detect the three figures trailing behind. Mommy, someone is flying. Coincidentally, the jostled Xianglin, who had been asleep, awoke. She adjusted her glasses, catching sight of the dark figures in pursuit. What? Xingzi paused, immediately handing Xianglin to Ming Kanki. Her voice lowered as she urged, run, take Xianglin and flee. The farther, the better. Afterwards, she decisively turned around and threw a shuriken if sharing a silent understanding. Daisuke immediately unfastened the bundle on his back, tossing everything inside out. They had been discovered, 3 cloud shinobi. 1 landing in the snow, while 2 perched on branches, forming a shape that half-encircled Daisuke and Sakiko. With a whoosh and a clang, the crossbow bolt was fired, only to be instantly deflected, rebounding and embedding itself just before Daisuke's toes. Brother, why didn't T-Mom and Dad run away with us? Xianglin, still bewildered by the unfolding events, felt tears welling in her eyes. Though her heart was clouded with confusion, an instinctive understanding had already taken root. The girl's keen intuition clearly foresaw the dreadful fate that loomed ahead. Tears dripped onto the back of Ming Kanki's hand, prompting him to run even harder. Minkanki comprehended that he lacked the power to erase their traces. Thus, he could only run desperately, striving to escape the woods, racing toward the main road, hoping that fate would lead him to a merchant caravan, perhaps with strong and benevolent ninjas who could aid them. However, such hope seemed exceedingly dim. Minkanki was unsure which direction would lead to the main road. He pressed forward based solely on instinct, fervently channeling chakra to accelerate. Remember, Xianglin, no matter what, I will ensure your survival. Keep in mind, a brother is always a brother, and no matter how I change, little Xianglin, do not be afraid. Minkanki managed a strained, gentle smile before his expression shifted to one of utter coldness. The primary persona receded, and the secondary persona emerged. Wordlessly, he felt the shuriken in his jacket pocket, tightening his already sore left arm, further increasing his speed. Chapter 5. Parents having deflected Daisuke's crossbow bolt. The leader of the rogue ninjas seemed uninterested in immediate combat. With an intrigued gaze, he scrutinized Daisuke for several moments. Although no murderous intent was unleashed, Daisuke felt paralyzed with fear. This situation was advantageous for them. Sakiko thought to herself, equally immobilized. The morning sun had risen high, illuminating the world in the winter woods. The pristine white snow and the shadows of the trees intertwined magnificently. Seemed the trunks appeared darker. While the snow grew even whiter, the gentle breeze rustled the branches, causing snowflakes to flutter down, a picturesque scene. Yet, at that moment, none of those in the woods cared to appreciate the beauty of the snowy landscape. Half a minute later, the rogue ninja leader suddenly chuckled. "Ah, the Jonin of Grass Ninja Village, Daisuke Yamasa. Am I not correct?" Daisuke was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. His reaction and expression unequivocally confirmed the rogue ninja leader's words. Had Daisuke been masquerading all along? Sakiko let out a choked sob, quickly stifling it, yet tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving dark spots on the snow. As a pregnant woman who had escaped the downfall of the land of whirlpools, she had witnessed the coalition of ninjas that obliterated her homeland. Sakiko harbored a profound hatred for the ninjas of the villages and resolutely refused to enter any ninja village. Daisuke understood her sentiments. He did not look back, nor did he offer explanations. "I'm sorry, Sakiko. If you have the means, escape on your own." With that, Daisuke drew 2 crossbow bolts, affixing one to the crossbow while gripping the other tightly. Without needing to elaborate, he aimed to demonstrate through action that he would protect her with his life. Daisuke prepared for battle. However, the rogue ninja leader suddenly relaxed, saying, "There's no need for you to be tense. As long as this Miss Sakiko accompanies us to the Cloud Ninja Village, we won't harm you. In fact, we can even let that red-haired girl go. What do you say?" You see, I waited until they had run far away before speaking. How sincere of me. Sakiko wiped her tears and stepped forward decisively, saying, "All right, spare them, and I will go with you." Daisuke swiftly blocked Sakiko, exclaiming, "Sakiko, don't listen to them. They are treacherous rogue ninjas." The sun shone brightly now, even in the woods. The scars on the Cloud Ninja headbands were clearly visible. Sakiko noticed this and immediately halted her steps. "Oh dear," the rogue ninja leader sighed, shaking his head. "Then, there's nothing more to discuss. What a pity. The time has come. Attack." With that, the rogue ninja leader's expression shifted, and he brandished the shuriken. With a swift motion, Daisuke reacted faster, instantly firing 3 crossbow bolts in a formation. Lightning flashed as the rogue ninja leader unleashed the Cloud Ninja Village's ultimate technique, the lightning release body technique. With 3 sharp clangs, the rogue ninja leader accurately struck the heads of the 3 bolts, deflecting them once more in the state of the lightning release body technique. The rogue ninja leader exhibited control far exceeding that of an ordinary jonin. You cannot be a rogue ninja. Who exactly are you? In Daisuke's recollection, the lightning release body technique was a secret art reserved solely for the direct descendants of the Hokage. Coupled with that extraordinary control, Daisuke felt he was facing an elite jonin. The defection of an elite jonin was nothing short of a farce, akin to the initial reaction when news broke of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, defecting from Konoha, dismissed as a joke by most ninjas. Only when Konoha issued an S-rank bounty for the rogue ninja did the matter gain credibility. It is essential to note that within the ninja world, ranks were not determined solely by strength, but by position. Beneath the Hokage, elite jonin represented the pinnacle of rank, whether he believed it or not. Daisuke was momentarily stunned in that instant of surprise. He was struck by 6 shurikens. He let out a muffled groan as Sakiko's arm reached toward his mouth. "Bite me." Daisuke bit down, and immediately, clouds of white smoke erupted. The 6 shurikens embedded in him were swiftly expelled. Oh, to possess such capability. Impressive, truly. The Uzumaki clan, the rogue ninja leader exclaimed excitedly, his voice rising uncontrollably. He could even envision a future where he stood at the pinnacle in the Cloud Ninja Village. As the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, this thought, the rogue ninja leader's face twisted in exhilaration. Pa, even in death, I will never follow you. Sakiko produced a rusty shuriken from her pocket, one she had salvaged from the land of whirlpools. Though its blade had dulled, the tip still had the potential to pierce flesh. You won't have the luxury of that choice. In a flash of lightning, the rogue ninja leader dashed forward, directly confronting Daisuke. Pooh! Blood splattered. The rogue ninja leader's shuriken pierced Daisuke's heart with precision and force. Hee, did you think you managed to stab me? Daisuke wrapped his left arm around the rogue ninja leader, pulling him into an embrace. What? The rogue ninja leader gasped in shock, his body crackling with lightning as he attempted to break free. However, it seemed his mastery of the lightning release body technique was lacking, insufficient to provide him with protective capabilities. The lightning merely caused Daisuke slight numbness. Now, you cannot escape, Daisuke declared. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt was launched towards the heart of the rebellious ninja leader. Crackling like thunder, a burst of lightning erupted. In the face of imminent peril, the leader summoned extraordinary strength and speed, successfully breaking free from the weakened grasp of Daju. The bolt merely pierced his left shoulder. Damn it! Enraged, the rebellious leader kicked Daju away. Humph! Yukiko stifled a groan, swiftly catching Daju. Both of them were hurled backward. Simultaneously, she forced her arm back into Daju's mouth. There's poison. How despicable. What are you two waiting for? He must not be allowed to recover. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, the rebellious leader found himself momentarily immobilized. He could only bellow orders to his subordinates. Yes, Captain. The 2 ninjas, whose ranks were uncertain, responded in unison, exchanging glances laden with unspoken thoughts. However, their actions betrayed no hesitation as they unleashed their chakra and charged towards Daju. Yukiko, stay alive. Daju pushed Yukiko away, and a blood-red chain erupted from his chest, impaling the 2 approaching rebels like gourds. The chain then swiftly aimed for the rebellious leader's head. Daju! Yukiko cried in despair. It was the forbidden technique known as the Diamond Lock, a powerful jutsu that Daju had learned from her father, which had transformed into a forbidden art due to bloodline changes. It was a technique born of sacrifice, meant for mutual destruction. Yukiko was engulfed in overwhelming sorrow, her spirit shattered, her pupils losing focus. It seems I have no choice but to make use of you. This is the last chance. Come with me, or I won't hesitate to capture that red-haired little girl. With a little training, she could become quite the useful tool. The rebellious leader was still alive, despite a deep gash running from his brow to behind his ear, exposing bone at the center of his forehead. His face was smeared with blood, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. No. Upon hearing his words and witnessing his ghastly appearance, Yukiko screamed in anguish. Silence. The rebellious leader lunged forward, covering Yukiko's mouth. I will come with you. Yukiko, with a muffled sound, stood up. The leader seemed to understand, chuckling. Then let us restore you first. As he spoke, he seized Yukiko's left arm, preparing to bite down. PFF. A kunai shot forth. Yukiko surprisingly grasped the kunai with her right hand, thrusting it towards the rebellious leader's abdomen. Although he was alert and dodged just in time, he still sustained a cut to his belly. Enraged, he flung the kunai, pinning Yukiko's foot to the ground. Wretched girl, you were pretending all along. Yukiko grimaced, enduring the pain, bent down to retrieve Daju's crossbow and bolts, clumsily assembling them in silence. Die. The rebellious leader was truly furious. He activated his lightning release body technique once more. In a flash of lightning, the kunai pierced Yukiko's heart. Blood trickled from her lips, yet her arms tightly embraced the rebellious leader. Kohinata, this is as far as I can take you. Chapter 6. Escape. With the shadows of black and white trees rushing past, Minkanki breathed heavily, his pace unwavering as he sprinted past trees of various sizes, weaving under protruding roots and leaping over the horizontal trunks. He pressed on relentlessly, leaving a trail of deep and shallow footprints in the pristine snow that he could no longer hear any sounds behind him. All that filled the air was his labored breathing and Kohinata's muffled cries. Cry if you must. In the recesses of his mind, Minkanki's dominant persona furiously struck the keyboard, desperately attempting to communicate with his alter ego. Yet, In the end, he could only sigh in resignation within this inner realm. The alter ego remained indifferent, uttering not a word. In the forest, there were no paths, only an assortment of bizarre routes that forced Ming Kenki to navigate in convoluted directions, even with his alter ego's calm demeanor. He could not guarantee a perfectly straight route. Without any reference, Ming Kenki found himself inadvertently veering off course. Absorbed in his forward momentum, he didn't even realize he was moving like a headless serpent. Cough. While running, Ming Kenki suddenly coughed lightly. A drop of blood splattered onto Kohinata's clothing, starkly visible against the white floral pattern. Brother. The cough was soft, and Kohinata did not notice the bloodstain, but fear compelled her to suppress her voice and scream. A mere 3-year-old girl, when faced with worry and fear, managed to stifle her cries. It was unfathomable what kind of world could elicit such maturity from a child so young. Damn it. Ming Kenki pounded the table in his mind once more. However, the elements of his mental space seemed impervious to damage. He could only strike until his hand ached, unable to break even a single keycap. It's nothing. Outside, his alter ego replied in a hoarse, emotionless tone. Within his inner world, Ming Kenki abruptly halted and sank into a chair. Although he was unaware of Daju and Yukiko's true strength, he sensed that, numerically speaking, 3 against 2 did not bode well for Daju and Yukiko. Moreover, Yukiko's words and expression when handing Kohinata to him exuded a sense of entrustment, as if she were preparing to face death. Escape. We must flee with Kohinata. Ming Kenki's resolve solidified. The escape continued. Fortunately, the winter weather had yet to warm, and many animals were in hibernation. Ming Kenki, resembling a headless fly in his frantic flight, encountered no large creatures. Time passed, and Kohinata's tear-streaked face had dried completely. She no longer sobbed, merely glaring with red eyes, gritting her teeth, attentively watching for any signs of danger around Ming Kenki. His breaths grew heavier. Suddenly, Kohinata exclaimed, "A path! Brother, a path!" Overjoyed, she momentarily forgot to suppress her voice. After her shout, she quickly covered her mouth, casting a worried glance at Ming Xianqi. It's all right. As Ming Kenki paused, he reassured her once more. Following her gaze, he indeed spotted a road about 500 meters away. Nestled between a cluster of trees. In the dense woods, particularly in a world like this, a path less than 2 meters wide fortuitously caught Kohinata's eye. They were incredibly lucky. Seeing the road, Ming Kenki wasted no time and raced forward once again. Channeling his chakra more steadily, he ran faster and leaped higher, leaving fewer traces behind. After a brief rest, Ming Kenki's skills seemed to have improved yet again. The dominant persona in his mental space was puzzled by this development. Yet he understood that he could not leave, for his body was already exhibiting severe symptoms. Muscle aches, while minor, were still bearable for Ming Kenki's dominant self. However, each breath felt like a knife slicing through his throat. And with every rise and fall of his lungs, blood seemed to escape his body. It was as if his insides had transformed into a battlefield, with sharp pains stabbing at him incessantly. These sensations culminated in a rhythm that suggested his dominant persona was on the verge of fainting, leaving him reluctant to switch personalities. Upon reaching a narrow path, Ming Kenki discerned his direction and immediately veered southwest. Hastening his pace along the way, though the ground was merely dirt, the smoothness of the path allowed Ming Kenki to accelerate by a third. This speed was already comparable to that of an elite lower ninja. Do you see it, Sister Xingzi, Brother Daju? We will definitely escape. We will survive. In the realm of his mind, the dominant persona, Ming Kenki, wept bitterly. Be careful, Xiang Lin suddenly shrieked. Ming Kenki immediately lunged forward. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds echoed as 6 shurikens embedded themselves in the trees flanking the path. Ming Kenki deftly set Xiang Lin down and turned to face the rear. Heh, you cannot escape. The voice belonged to the leader of the rogue ninjas, whose body was wrapped in white bandages, soaked in blood, as if any slight touch would cause blood to flow freely. His left arm dangled limply at his side, appearing utterly immobile. Ming Kenki frowned. The sight of the rogue ninja leader's injuries did not ease his tension. On the contrary, a wounded lone wolf was the most perilous adversary. He gently pushed Xiang Lin back and coldly commanded, "Run." Brother Xiang Lin's small hand brushed against Ming Kenki's, and she instantly recoiled as if shocked. Tears streamed down her face, yet she remained rooted in place. Despite her tender age and a nascent understanding of the concept of escape, familial bonds outweighed all else, even as fear caused her to weep. Xiang Lin was unwilling to abandon him. Ming Kenki frowned once more, unable to suppress a sidelong glance at Xiang Lin. In that fleeting moment, the rogue ninja leader had already closed the distance. Appearing before Ming Kenki like a gust of wind, an icy kunai pressed against his throat. The rogue ninja leader grinned maliciously, saying, "Don't worry that I want to harm her. She is my future." His bloodied visage only accentuated the malevolence of his smile. Ming Kenki remained silent, drawing his kunai to strike. Bang! The rogue ninja leader was, after all, an upper ninja. Whether he could be considered an elite upper ninja was debatable, but he undoubtedly possessed upper ninja strength, a fact acknowledged by Deju. Ming Kenki was unaware of this. The moment he drew his kunai, it was effortlessly kicked aside. He performed a backflip and landed, blue chakra erupting beneath his feet as he swiftly charged at the rogue ninja leader once more. Ah! The rogue ninja leader grunted in surprise as he attempted to seize Xiang Lin, only to receive a bite from her. With a cold snort, he flung her away. With a thud, Xiang Lin landed a meter away, rolling several times without getting up. Bastard! Ming Kenki roared, his speed increasing dramatically. Upon closer inspection, two blood-red tomos spun rapidly within his eyes. It was as if he possessed a third eye, enabling him to perceive the vibrant green chakra coursing through his body. Unlike the usual blue chakra, this was chakra imbued with life. Chapter 7. Striving with all one's might. I just thought of a splendid idea, that I will slice you into pieces right before her eyes. That way, she will obey me. The rogue ninja leader failed to notice Ming Kenki's eyes. Seeing Ming Kenki charge with his head bowed, he continued to speak nonchalantly, believing the boy was rushing to his own demise. Within the realm of his mind, the dominant persona of Ming Kenki became enraged, shouting fiercely, "Die, cut him down, pierce his body until it resembles a sieve," under the influence of his secondary persona. Ming Kenki remained silent, wielding his kunai with the ferocity of a raging storm, his movements swift and relentless. Impressive speed, but devoid of technique. The rogue ninja leader nimbly sidestepped, and when truly threatened, he simply blocked the attacks. Ming Kenki's strikes bore no fruit. Suddenly, the rogue ninja leader caught sight of Ming Kenki's eyes, exclaiming, "The Sharingan! You belong to the Uchiha clan." Uchiha? So it was true. The whispers he had heard were not mere dreams. A flicker of understanding coursed through Ming Kenki as he channeled chakra into his eyes, his single Tomo Sharingan beginning to spin slowly. In the mental realm, the dominant persona of Ming Kenki rejoiced, exclaiming, "I'm a clone of some Uchiha. Ha ha, what a windfall. Go forth, secondary persona, and eliminate this scoundrel." With the assistance of the single Tomo Sharingan, Ming Kenki's attacks became exponentially smoother. The abilities of the Sharingan include perceptive insight, hypnotic prowess, and the capability to replicate techniques. Typically, a single Tomo Sharingan would only possess the power of insight, lacking the other two abilities. However, Ming Kenki felt as though he could replicate the rogue ninja leader's movements. The secondary persona remained calm and rational, quietly attempting to mimic the rogue ninja's actions. To his astonishment, he succeeded. "Oh, you've discerned my movements. You think you can replicate my taijutsu? Truly worthy of the Sharingan." "Ha, a 2-for-1 deal. What a profit today." The rogue ninja leader, delighted to see Ming Kenki's offensive and defensive maneuvers aligning with his own, began to fantasize about the potential of capturing a highly promising Uchiha to return to the Cloud Village in exchange for techniques related to lightning release. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly touched the scroll tucked in his chest pocket, an advance reward for the mission he undertook to test Konoha. Indeed, the rogue ninja leader was not a true traitor, but an elite upper ninja sent by the Cloud Village to probe Konoha. To prevent any repercussions for the Cloud Village should the mission fail, he had merely scarred his forehead protector to masquerade as a rogue ninja. Ming Kenki did not blindly attack. The secondary persona, with a mind nearly at the peak of rationality, achieved an exceptional synergy with the Sharingan. "You wretched scoundrel, your strength and speed are vastly superior. Even with just one arm functional, it is exceedingly difficult to defeat you. If only I had ninjutsu. I am the dominant persona." Careful contemplation ensued. There must be a way. Think carefully. After prolonged engagement with no clear resolution, the dominant persona of Ming Kenki grew increasingly anxious. Yet the secondary persona continued to press on with flawless attacks, evading and striking with a newfound grace, exuding a sense of ease. "Your value has ensured your survival, but I will not grant you the power to resist." The rogue ninja leader recognized Ming Kenki's swift improvement and decided against prolonging the encounter. He tossed his kunai aside, preparing to deliver a few heavy punches. This punch, thrown from right to left, was executed with the experience to predict Ming Kanki's movements, targeting his left arm in an attempt to disable it. Ming Kanki, however, was ready to exploit this opportunity. Just as the rogue ninja leader's fist was about to make contact with his left arm, he unleashed a surge of chakra and lunged into the leader's embrace, plunging the kunai into his chest. With a sudden pivot of his Sharingan, Ming Kanki precisely discerned the trajectory of the rogue ninja leader's right fist. The alter ego resembled a cold and calculating machine, devising rational and feasible plans through the insights of the Sharingan, supplemented by scanned experiences stored within the mind. Subsequently, Ming Kanki calmly executed this strategy, akin to his previous agile evasions and aggressive assaults. Now, both Ming Kanki and the rogue ninja leader simultaneously unleashed their premeditated offensive. The single Tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, causing the rogue ninja leader's movements to appear sluggish once more. A surge of chakra erupted from beneath Ming Kanki's feet, so potent that it even tore away some flesh from his soles in a desperate gambit, sacrificing himself to inflict damage upon the enemy. Ming Kanki successfully breached the rogue ninja leader's defenses. The kunai pierced through the leader's clothing, and Ming Kanki could even feel the softness of flesh as the weapon penetrated the skin. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The rogue ninja leader recoiled several meters back. A scroll fell, which Ming Kanki deftly caught without a glance and thrust it into his cloak. The path remained eerily silent. Devoid of even the faintest breeze, the sun shone resplendently, casting shadows from the trees that nearly marked the shortest period of the day. Yet, Ming Kanki felt no warmth. Instead, the chill intensified within him. Despite having a slight upper hand, and even wounding the rogue ninja leader, he realized that the leader was only now revealing his true strength. The rogue ninja leader glared at Ming Kanki with a frigid expression, and a flicker of lightning danced around him. In an instant, Ming Kanki raised his arms in defense, only to hear a sickening crack as both arms shattered. Ha ha! Just like that, the rogue ninja leader cackled wickedly, swiftly kicking out with both legs. With two more sickening snaps, Ming Kanki collapsed to the ground. His legs, though extended straight, twisted grotesquely inward from the calves and feet, as he lay there in silence. His right hand remained tightly gripping the kunai. Truly, the name Uchiha holds weight. Even with broken limbs, he managed to remain silent. I like you even more now, the rogue ninja leader sneered, approaching the roadside to retrieve a flash bomb and tossing it beside Ming Kanki. Continuing, when you reach the Cloud Village, you shall find happiness. You will have many wives, and she will become my concubine. Rest assured, I shall treat her well, and she will bear me a child from the Senju clan. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder-like sounds erupted, and Ming Kanki spotted a bolt of lightning surging towards the rogue ninja leader from behind. It was Hatake Kakashi. Ming Kanki's alter ego made a swift judgment. He then extended his left hand towards the flash bomb. Even though the alter ego controlled his body, pain surged through him, causing tears to stream down his face and cold sweat to pour forth, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, Ming Kanki's expression remained unchanged. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to grasp the hand holding the flash bomb. Soon after, he let go, succumbing to unconsciousness. That moment, Kakashi pulled his arm back from the rogue ninja leader's chest and turned to face Ming Kanki and the flash bomb. Are these two children theirs? I apologize for my tardiness. If it weren't for our mission forcing these rogue ninjas into this corner, they wouldn't have ended up with their limbs shattered. Damn those cloud ninjas. They've made him suffer too easily. The other one is fortunate. He merely fainted, but he must be treated immediately. Chapter 8. Konoha Hospital. Oh, that poor child. What kind of monster would go so far as to shatter a child's limbs? In Konoha Hospital, an elderly man methodically tended to Ming Kanki's injuries. Hatake Kakashi stood to the side, showing utmost respect towards the elder. Upon hearing the elder's question, he promptly replied, "He is an orphan caught in the mission's crossfire. Injured while protecting that little girl. He is a kind-hearted child. The Hokage wishes for them to be treated first, and then asked if they would like to stay in Konoha." The elder nodded. With a chakra scalpel, he deftly sliced open Ming Kanki's skin, extracting the shattered bone fragments. His technique was exquisite, completing each step in mere seconds. He swiftly finished the process for one arm, removing the shattered bone, realigning it, healing, and stabilizing it. The use of medical ninjutsu rendered the entire procedure almost miraculous, leaving no visible scars on the arm that had been repaired. Minutes later, Ming Kanki's limbs were fully addressed. Thank you for your trouble, esteemed healer. Kakashi expressed his gratitude once more. The elder, known as the benevolent healer, shook his head and sighed. No need for such formalities. Just call me healer. Compared to Lady Tsunade, I hardly deserve this title. If it were Lady Tsunade, such injuries would likely heal completely within a day. However, the healer paused, contemplating, and continued. During the treatment, I noticed something peculiar within him, that a portion of his cellular tissue exhibits remarkable corrosive properties. It is nothing short of a miracle that this child has survived to this point. The healer sighed, turning to leave. Suddenly, Minkanki opened his eyes and grasped the healer's hand, inquiring, "Where is my sister?" Though his expression was devoid of emotion and his gaze lifeless, a profound sense of worry emanated from him, resonating deeply within both the healer and Kakashi. The healer offered a reassuring smile, gently placing Minkanki's hand back on the bed, saying, "Let go, child. While medical ninjutsu and medicine have alleviated much of your pain, your arm's bones remain quite fragile." Kakashi's figure flickered and soon appeared at the door. Carrying a small red-haired girl, he placed her at Minkanki's bedside, smiling as he said, "She is your sister. She hasn't said a word since waking up." "Brother," Xianglin cried out, gripping Minkanki's arm tightly. Her eyes filled with concern, yet she did not weep. Such resilience for a 3-year-old girl in this world of ninjas. Minkanki smiled gently, ruffling Xianglin's hair, softly assuring, "It's all right, Xianglin. We are safe now. But, Mom and Dad." Xianglin recalled their parents, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she fought to hold them back. Minkanki tenderly stroked Xianglin's head, still speaking with warmth. "It's okay, if you feel like crying. Let it all out. It will lighten your heart. Leave the rest to your brother. All right, cry." As he gently caressed Xianglin's red hair, Minkanki's voice was soft and soothing, almost ethereal. Wah." Xianglin collapsed beside Minkanki's bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Sighing, the benevolent healer shook his head in sorrow as he exited. Minkanki only sighed lightly once he heard the door close, lamenting, "This world." After a while, the sobs gradually subsided. After all, Xianglin was merely a 3-year-old child, even in a world of ninjas, where children mature quickly. And even with the superior lineage of the Uzumaki clan, the weight of so many events was beyond what a 3-year-old could bear. She fell into a deep slumber. The ward finally fell silent. Hatake Kakashi. As Kakashi turned to leave, Minkanki immediately called out to him. Kakashi, hearing his voice, turned back to look at Minkanki without uttering a word. Upon being called by Minkanki, he exhibited no surprise whatsoever. For someone capable of slaying 2 Chunin-level rogue ninjas and injuring an elite Jonin-level traitor, it is hardly an exaggeration to say that even a mere Leaf Genin would not regard them as ordinary individuals. Let alone Kakashi. In fact, upon reporting the situation to the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, as a Jonin, witnessed the 3rd ponder for merely a few seconds before issuing the command. First, save the people, then monitor the situation. Kakashi, however, did not intend to leave just yet. He merely wished to retreat into the shadows to observe Minkanki and Xianglin. Thus, when Minkanki called out to him, Kakashi was not taken aback. He complied and halted, turning back to hear what Minkanki had to say. Minkanki furrowed his brow slightly and stated, "First and foremost, I need to ascertain whether you can guarantee that our conversation will be known solely to you." "Me and the 3rd Hokage, excluding, of course, Xianglin." Kakashi, with an impassive expression, approached Minkanki's bedside, meeting his gaze for a brief moment before waving his hand that a shadow flitted from behind the window and leapt into the distance. "Now you may speak," Kakashi prompted. Minkanki appeared to be in considerable discomfort, closing his eyes momentarily, and after a few moments, reopened them to say, "My time is limited. The information I am about to share is uncertain. Once I split into my primary and secondary personalities again, I cannot guarantee they will continue divulging more. This pertains to my life, as well as the safety of both myself and Xianglin. Therefore, you must ensure that only you and the 3rd Hokage are privy to this." Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings before he responded, "Speak. There will not be a second ninja appearing here." Minkanki's gaze became somewhat vacant, yet he calmly replied, "Xianglin's surname is Uzumaki. For me. I am a clone created from Uchiha cells by someone named Orochimaru." Before he could finish, Minkanki's expression abruptly shifted, and with a bitter smile, he exclaimed, "Goodness, what have I just revealed? Don't look at me. Listen, I won't say anything more until the old man arrives and ensures our safety." The duality of Ming Kanki's personality manifested once again. After the primary personality spoke, it promptly allowed the secondary personality to emerge, casting a cold stare at Kakashi. "That I understand," Kakashi replied, then jumped out of the window. Mere moments later, a shadow descended outside, once again under Ming Kanki's watchful eye. The setting sun outside still cast its warm glow, reminiscent of the fiery red of Uzumaki Karen's flowing hair. Nearby, it appeared Daiju was engaged in battle, facing away from Karen while wielding a crossbow. That a solitary tear slid down Ming Kanki's indifferent cheek as, in the recesses of his mind, his primary personality wept profusely over the keyboard. Time passed, and eventually, Ming Kanki gently closed his eyes, succumbing to a profound slumber. At long last, he was truly asleep. Shortly thereafter, a kind doctor entered quietly, tenderly placing Xianglin beside Ming Kanki's bed, administering further treatment to his arm, and softly covering them both with a blanket before departing. But a sigh echoed in the corridor. Ah, this world. Chapter 9. The third Hokage. The following day, Ming Kanki opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a white-bearded old man with a pipe, who entered while carrying a food box. Though he presented himself as just another neighborly elder, Ming Kanki instantly recognized him as the third Hokage, now looking quite similar to his appearance at the start of the narrative. "Ah, you're awake. Haha. Eat well." The third Hokage not only acted like a friendly old man, but also busied himself, opening the food box and laying out its contents, the exquisite Japanese-style dishes. Especially the two large bowls of ramen, soon filled the room with a mouth-watering aroma. "Xianglin, you must have woken up early. You should have called me sooner if your arm was uncomfortable." Ming Kanki noted the tremors in Xianglin's arm. Clearly, having shared a single bed with Ming Kanki all night had left her arm numb. As he spoke, he steadied Xianglin with his upper arm. Xianglin settled herself, shaking her sore arm, and chirped, "Brother is more tired. Ha. Xianglin is so understanding." Ming Kanki laughed heartily, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. The third Hokage was momentarily disregarded but bore no offense. Instead, he waited until Xianglin's arm had recovered before presenting her with a bowl of ramen. "Thank you, Grandpa," she said gratefully. Haha. Little Xianglin is truly considerate. The third Hokage's laughter resonated warmly, bringing smiles to both Ming Kanki and Xianglin. "Go on. Eat." Ming Kanki encouraged Xianglin. She eagerly embraced the bowl and began to eat, while Ming Kanki picked up his chopsticks and joined the third Hokage in savoring the rice balls and side dishes. Throughout the meal, the trio shared not a single word, soon consuming everything in silence. Incidentally, all two bowls of ramen found their way into Xianglin's belly. Truly, the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their appetite, rivaling that of the Akimichi clan. After the meal, the atmosphere between the three had significantly warmed. Ming Kanki, emboldened, directly addressed the third Hokage. "Is it really appropriate for you to visit without your Hokage attire?" The third Hokage rose and approached the window, taking a puff from his pipe before exhaling slowly. "As of now, I am merely an old man." "Understood," Ming Kanki nodded, his smile fading as he replied earnestly. "Then allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Ming Kanki, unaware of my birthday, and thus my age, possessing no particular hobbies, but I harbor a dislike for the Cloud Village and wish for my sister, Xianglin, to live a life of peace." The third Hokage chuckled heartily. "Haha. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, 59 years old. My passion lies in protecting the Leaf Village. I detest any acts that threaten its safety, and my wish is for the Leaf Village to thrive eternally." And me, Xianglin exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand. "I am Uzumaki Xianglin, now 3 years old. My hobby is, As she trailed off, she felt a hidden bottle of perfume in her pocket, her expression dimming as she continued. "Perfume. And I like brother's storytelling that I dislike women made of water. That is indeed true." Once filled with excitement, Xianglin now found herself shedding tears. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her introduction, continuing despite her tears. "I dislike those who harm my mom, dad, and brother. My wish is to live together with my mom, dad, and brother." At this tender age, the concept of death had yet to form in Xianglin's mind. Upon hearing her words, both Ming Kanki and the third Hokage exchanged somber glances. Ming Kanki smiled gently, silently ruffling Xianglin's red hair. The third Hokage paused for a few seconds before smiling once more. "Little Xianglin, would you like to visit the village? There are many beautiful clothes." delicious treats, and numerous children to play with. It was clear that the third Hokage had a plan in mind, and no sooner had he finished speaking than Kakashi entered, announcing, "Third Hokage, allow me to take Xianglin on a tour of the Leaf Village." A young girl, living a secluded life with her family, would ordinarily be an easy target for persuasion. At least, that was the third Hokage's thought after acquiring intelligence on Ming Kanki and Xianglin. However, Xianglin resolutely refused to know. "I want to be with brother." With unwavering determination, she clung to Ming Kanki's arm, gazing timidly at the third Hokage and Kakashi, fearful of being separated from him. "Ha ha ha. Xianglin, have you seen the white-haired brother from yesterday? Go out with him to explore the Leaf Village. If you see something you like, just buy it, and let him pay." Ming Kanki chuckled heartily before whispering into Xianglin's ear. "We are currently destitute, my dear. Our well-being after my release from the hospital hinges upon your efforts today. Let us give it our all." Xianglin's eyes sparkled as she nodded fervently. After Ming Kanki finished speaking, she leapt off the bed, grasping Kakashi's hand, exclaiming, "White-haired brother, let us go out and have some fun." The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Kakashi, somewhat speechless, led Xianglin outside. Ming Kanki had seemingly whispered to Xianglin, but in truth, he had no intention of concealing his thoughts from the third Hokage and Kakashi. After all, for someone of Kakashi's caliber, a distance of less than 2 meters was virtually inconsequential. Moreover, it was inevitable that the third Hokage possessed some knowledge of lip reading. "Now, there's no one else around, right, old man?" As Kakashi deliberately amplified his footsteps, Ming Kanki's demeanor shifted abruptly. Such disrespect towards the elderly, the third Hokage remarked, puffing a long drag from his pipe. Exhaling slowly, his expression a tranquil abyss devoid of any visible emotion. Were it not for his physical limitations, Ming Kanki might have stood up to point an accusatory finger at the old man. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, "This is Konoha Hospital, and I am a patient. It is you who shows utter disrespect for the sick by smoking in a patient's room, you foul old man." "What? Ha ha ha." The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly a few times, silently stowing away his pipe and nodding slightly. Ming Kanki could hardly be considered a cunning fox, yet his prescience allowed him to display an intellect that surpassed the norm by at least 3 percentage points. In truth, from the moment the third Hokage entered, Ming Kanki had been testing the waters. The third Hokage was certainly aware of Ming Kanki's probing. However, he chose not to take any further action, even overlooking the many improprieties in Ming Kanki's words, consistently attempting to bridge the gap between them. Ultimately, after a hearty laugh in response to being called an old man, the third Hokage earned Ming Kanki's trust. Once it was established that only the third Hokage remained, Ming Kanki revealed part of what he had heard from Orochimaru, the fourth prelude, the first line, without any embellishments. "There, I never opened my eyes. It wasn't until a few days ago that I first opened them amidst a pile of corpses, seeing hands and feet, blood, and feeling like a pack of wolves. I feel fortunate that my mind is somewhat troubled. I am equally fortunate that a hunter happened to pass by. I am grateful to have encountered a loving family." His voice fluctuated in pitch, yet Ming Kanki maintained a smile throughout. This was a stark contrast to the expressionless demeanor of his secondary persona. Regardless of the circumstances, he could always muster a smile when needed. The third Hokage remained silent throughout. How much he believed, Ming Kanki did not know, nor did he wish to ascertain. Ming Kanki spoke freely, and once he finished, he fell into silence. Silence enveloped the room. The third Hokage could not resist taking a few puffs from his pipe. A few minutes later, after a considerable mental journey, he finally spoke. "Ming Kanki, rest assured, from this moment forth, you are a member of Konoha. Thank you." Ming Kanki continued to smile, this time without a hint of dissonance. It was a genuinely heartfelt grin. "Haha. Here," the third Hokage beamed, retrieving a small piece of paper, no wider than 3 fingers, from his pocket and handing it to Ming Kanki. "This is a chakra testing paper. You can use it to ascertain your chakra attributes. If suitable, you may return this scroll to me. If not, you may exchange it for an equivalent ninjutsu. Additionally, should you wish to systematically study the abilities of a ninja, I can recommend you to the Ninja Academy." Ming Kanki accepted the chakra testing paper and inquired, "Is auditing permitted? I have yet to decide whether I wish to become a ninja." Of course, the third Hokage nodded, adding in a hushed tone, "However, since you are reluctant to bear the Uchiha name, you must never activate the Sharingan." "Heh, do you take me for a fool?" Ming Kanki replied nonchalantly, a glimmer of blue chakra manifesting at his fingertips. Chapter 10. The Prodigy. The third Hokage's inner thoughts remained unknown to Ming Kanki. However, Ming Kanki was well aware of the cheerful, magnanimous, and amiable persona that he recognized. As for the future, he would leave it to the passage of time to reveal. The chakra testing paper would change in accordance with the chakra attributes. Fire, the paper ignites. Wind, the paper splits in two. Lightning, the paper crinkles. Water, the paper dampens. Earth, the paper crumbles. If multiple chakra types were present. For instance, the third Hokage observed as Ming Kanki began to channel chakra, explaining the corresponding changes of the testing paper. However, when the paper exhibited a transformation, the third Hokage was taken aback. Remarkably, you possess all 5 attributes. A surge of impulse to immediately take Ming Kanki as his apprentice surged within the third Hokage. The completeness of the 5 attributes was akin to a divine gift tailored for him. For others, there might be instances of mixed and unrefined chakra. But who was he, the renowned doctor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage? His expertise lay in the comprehensive application of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, it was inevitable that his chakra would be abundant, not to mention the Sharingan's ability to replicate jutsu. To the third Hokage, Ming Kanki was the epitome of a prodigious talent. Ahem. Suddenly, Ming Kanki coughed a few times, a hint of crimson appearing in his palm. Upon glancing at it, Ming Kanki remarked, "It seems my constitution may not be suited for becoming a ninja." Noticing this, the third Hokage recalled the examination report provided by the skilled medic, which mentioned Ming Kanki's dire physical condition. That it was precisely due to this that he felt at ease engaging with Ming Kanki. With this in mind, the third Hokage sighed. "Alas, if Tsunade were here, perhaps she could heal you." Ming Kanki wiped his mouth, a light expression on his face as he replied, "Do not forget, I still possess the opportunity to audit. I am not ready to concede just yet." "Haha. Splendid." The third Hokage laughed, waving toward the window. A few seconds later, a rather ordinary individual wearing a dog mask, an elite umbu, appeared in the room. "This is an elite umbu. Codename Yamato. Whenever you wish to attend the Ninja Academy for auditing or to gather information, simply call for him. He will bring my message and arrange everything for you at all other times. He will remain in the shadows to protect you." Protection coupled with surveillance. The third Hokage's meaning was clear. He still could not fully trust Ming Kanki, thanks to the preliminary trust established earlier. He chose not to conceal any information from Ming Kanki, laying everything bare. This represented the third Hokage's stance, as well as that of Konoha. "Understood." Ming Kanki nodded, smiling. Merely surveillance was inconsequential to him. He had no intention of wreaking havoc in Konoha. The scrutiny mattered little. In contrast, protection was precisely what Ming Kanki desired. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. "Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, the third Hokage tossed the scroll to Ming Kanki, performing a hand seal. A puff of white smoke erupted, and the third Hokage vanished without a trace. Watching the third Hokage dispel his shadow clone, Ming Kanki blinked, pondering for a moment before realizing that as the leader of the village, it was a privilege for him to deliver meals. That it was unreasonable to expect him to squander an hour or two dining, conversing, and sharing intimate moments. Shadow clone. You certainly know how to have fun. Shaking his head and muttering to himself, Ming Kanki unfurled the scroll and began his arduous quest to comprehend the intricacies of the lightning release body technique. However, the B-rank difficulty of this technique proved to be a formidable challenge. Ming Kanki had only managed to muddle through the most rudimentary E-rank chakra refinement technique. When it came to the lightning release body technique, he found himself utterly befuddled. It is important to note that the chakra refinement technique is classified as E-rank, with D and C ranks preceding the B rank. Moreover, as he was working with only half of the scroll, the learning difficulty was somewhat mitigated to B. In truth, the complete lightning release body technique would rank at least A in difficulty. Thus, even as the sun blazed outside and his stomach began to rumble, Ming Kanki remained shrouded in confusion. He recognized each character in the scroll, yet when they were combined, their meaning eluded him entirely. Ming Kanki felt as though he was gazing upon an endless path of learning. No, I refuse to engage in such diligent study in the dream world, he declared, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the image of relentless study from his mind. Just as he was grappling with how to navigate the impending ocean of knowledge, Xianglin returned with Kakashi in tow. Kakashi was laden with an array of packages, both large and small, as well as 2 hefty bags filled with various provisions and clothing. After depositing his burdens, Kakashi vanished in an instant. The sheer volume of his haul suggested a significant expenditure, and Ming Kanki couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Kakashi, knowing the shadow of Xianglin would loom large in his mind. Excitedly, Ming Kanki began to divide the spoils with Xianglin, seizing the rare opportunity to share the spoils of fortune. With his spirits lifted, An epiphany struck him. Why not have his alter ego engage in the study? What a splendid idea. Lunchtime arrived, and it was a lavish affair. Ming Kanki felt no remorse as he feasted on Kakashi's generosity, even indulging in 3 additional gourmet rice balls. He pondered why Xianglin had not procured any grilled meat. Perhaps it was a matter of personal preference, as many girls tend to shy away from greasy fare. He chose not to inquire further. Following a brief afternoon nap, Ming Kanki sought clarification on the chakra refinement technique from an Umbu member named Shan. True to the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin managed to refine her chakra in under an hour. Meanwhile, Ming Kanki transitioned into the manifest state of his alter ego, calmly absorbing the explanation of the chakra refinement technique while simultaneously perusing the upper half of the scroll pertaining to the lightning release body technique. After a thorough reading, his alter ego quickly discerned that mastering the technique required an understanding of the properties of lightning chakra. Reason and concentration are 2 essential components of human learning. In a world where the majority of individuals possess similar intelligence levels, those endowed with heightened reason and focus find learning significantly easier. Conversely, those burdened with attention deficits often struggle. Ming Kanki's alter ego was an embodiment of pure reason and concentration, verging on the extraordinary. In other words, with an average IQ and a body imbued with remarkable talent, Ming Kanki's alter ego was nothing short of a true genius. The first day of Ming Kanki's hospital experience swiftly passed amidst his explorations. That evening, he regaled Xianglin with a story before drifting into a deep sleep. That on the following day, Xianglin set out for more adventures, leaving Ming Kanki to his own devices. However, when Xianglin dashed out, Ming Kanki noticed Kakashi nodding at him from the doorway. With Xianglin absent, Ming Kanki once again activated his alter ego and resumed his study of the upper half of the lightning release body technique scroll. By the 3rd day, Ming Kanki astonishingly found himself able to rise from his bed. The initial cell implantation experiment by Orochimaru had inflicted significant side effects upon him. Nevertheless, the first Hokage's cells bestowed upon him remarkable vitality. He was able to stand unaided, and although his leg bones had not fully healed, they no longer hindered his ability to walk slowly. On the 4th day, Ming Kanki was discharged from the hospital. The 3rd Hokage allocated a room for him in Xianglin adjacent to Naruto Uzumaki's home. That night, a brilliant blue lightning flickered between Ming Kanki's hands as his alter ego successfully completed the transformation of lightning chakra properties, meticulously unraveling the technique as outlined in the scroll. Chapter 11. Daily Life and Ninja School Observations. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Ming Kanki's arrival in Konoha. The adage that it takes 100 days for bones to heal held no sway over his exceptional constitution. By the 10th day, he had fully recovered. This extraordinary self-healing ability left even the 3rd Hokage in awe. Likening Ming Kanki's recovery speed to that of the 1st Hokage himself, it was on that day, under the 3rd Hokage's guidance, that Ming Kanki and Xianglin first encountered Naruto Uzumaki. In fact, it was also the day Naruto discovered that his neighbors, whom he had thought to be absent, were indeed living just 3 doors away. Of course, once the 2 young Uzumaki children became acquainted, they mischievously knocked on the doors of their other neighbors, only to realize that the entire building housed but 2 families. That moment, they were filled with a sense of childish excitement. Upon returning home, they immediately approached Ming Kanki with a flurry of questions. As Ming Kanki beheld the duo, his expression shifted from the cold, serious demeanor of his alter ego to a warm, gentle smile. "Brother, why is it that our entire building is so empty?" inquired Naruto. "Indeed, little Ming, why is it that the other buildings are fully occupied?" echoed the young girl. Ming Kanki playfully ruffled Naruto's hair, exclaiming, "Do not call me little Ming. That name is not for you, you little rascal. Brother little Ming, just tell us." The 3-year-old girl was undeniably adorable, and her cuteness was utterly disarming. Ming Kanki feigned sadness, saying, "Xianglin, you've learned to misbehave. I am truly hurt. Hee, brother, don't be sad." The 3-year-old girl was perceptive. She immediately saw through Ming Kanki's act, turning it against him, and dealing him a severe blow of cuteness. Ming Kanki found himself utterly defenseless. Yet, such matters could not be openly discussed, for Naruto was often subjected to scorn and likened to a demon fox. Ming Kanki's smile faltered as he awkwardly stated, "I do know the reason, but now is not the time to share it with you." Naruto's mood instantly soured as he muttered, "Is it because of me?" With Xianglin cradled in his right arm, Ming Kanki affectionately tousled Naruto's golden locks with his left hand, encouraging him in a light-hearted manner. "Well, don't dwell on it too much. Remember, as long as you keep striving, everyone will eventually recognize you. Yes, I've made up my mind. I will become Hokage. With his fist raised high, Naruto declared his aspiration to become Hokage for the first time in Minkanki's home. Haha, then you must give it your all. Minkanki laughed heartily. Xianglin also raised her fist and cried out, and I will become the strongest kunoichi. Xianglin had once been a naive little girl from a happy family. Though she had endured the loss of her parents, she had not witnessed it firsthand. The presence of Minkanki, her brother, had mitigated much of her sorrow. Thus, her emotional transformation was not as profound, especially in comparison to Naruto, who had faced perpetual disdain. Perhaps, in this moment of exuberance, the playful nature of the little girl outweighed any seriousness. Minkanki's thoughts flitted through his mind as he raised his right hand, shouting, "Then let us all strive together." Okay. Laughter suddenly filled the room. After the merriment subsided, Minkanki asserted that he was speaking the truth. He called out to Yam, saying, "Yam, could you kindly assist me with the necessary procedures? I need to visit the library at the Ninja Academy to study some foundational knowledge. Additionally, allow those two little ones to audit a basic class." Yam did not leave immediately. Instead, he glanced at Naruto and spoke in a barely audible tone. "Mr. Minkanki, I must remind you that Uzumaki Naruto is not included in your agreement with Lord Third. Thus, regarding Naruto, Minkanki thought, I understand better than you." He promptly interrupted Yam, retorting, "You only need to report to the third Hokage. As for whether those two youngsters can audit the basics of chakra extraction, that is a matter for the third Hokage to decide. Understood. In a flash, Yam disappeared from sight. Really, brother? Upon hearing they could learn chakra extraction, Naruto and Shien's eyes widened with excitement as they looked at Minkanki. Minkanki was nearly overwhelmed by their cuteness and quickly nodded in affirmation. "Wonderful. Amazing. Brother. Hurry. I must tell Ino that I am going to learn chakra extraction." Just after Naruto cheered, Shien tugged him along as they dashed out. "We'll go this afternoon, so be sure to return early. And remember to take it seriously. Chakra is the foundation for realizing your wishes." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Minkanki chuckled wryly. Inwardly mocking himself for seemingly becoming a house husband, it appeared that after spending so long indoors, it was time to venture out and see the world of ninjas. Coughing violently, he suddenly tasted a metallic tang in his mouth, and his palms turned a shade of crimson. The emergence of his alter ego immediately suppressed the coughing. This level of pain was insufficient to provoke a response from it. After lunch, Minkanki led the two children, holding the third Hokage's authorization, into the Konoha Ninja Academy. "You are Minkanki, correct? I am Usuji Mei. The Hokage has entrusted these two children to my care." After reviewing the document in Minkanki's hand, the kindly nin named Usuji Mei escorted him to the library. "Usuji-sensei, until school is out this afternoon, they are your responsibility." Minkanki confidently entrusted the two little ones to Usuji Mei, then extended his fist for a light bump with them, encouraging, "Do your best." "Yes, brother, do your best." After receiving their enthusiastic responses, Minkanki turned and entered the library of the Konoha Ninja Academy, renowned for its comprehensive foundational resources. Indeed, the library was replete with materials, but it featured nothing beyond an array of E and D rank techniques, lacking even a single C rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Minkanki immersed himself in study. He was acutely aware that both his alter ego and his primary personality in the mental space recognized that his foundational knowledge was his most significant shortcoming. In stark contrast to Minkanki's focused and earnest demeanor, the path for the two little ones was fraught with challenges. The trouble originated with Naruto. As the embodiment of the Nine Tails and the subject of the third Hokage's seal, Naruto was known to the vast majority of Konoha's inhabitants. To mitigate any adverse effects, the third Hokage had even considered the potential emotional volatility of younger ninja apprentices and selected an upcoming graduating class for the two to audit. The class's homeroom teacher was none other than the exemplary Usuji Mei. However, as soon as Naruto stepped into the classroom, whispers erupted from the students below, perhaps emboldened by the idea of collective anonymity. The students did not bother to lower their voices. Remarks such as "Why is that little brat here? And isn't he supposed to be dead?" echoed throughout the classroom, revealing their hostility. Strangely, Usuji Mei did not immediately intervene to quell the remarks. Naruto's mood plummeted, nearly compelling him to flee the scene. Bang! Shien stood atop her chair and slammed her palm onto the teacher's desk, shouting in anger, "Listen up. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, my brother. My brother, and I will absolutely not allow you to harm him." Tears of gratitude welled in Naruto's eyes. Breaking free from Usuji Mei's grasp, he climbed onto a chair to stand beside Shien, shouting, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become the Hokage of Konoha." He declared resolutely, "That is my ninja way, Debeo. Haha, him. If he becomes Hokage, I'll eat my desk." Although he shouted just like Cheyenne, Naruto was met with a chorus of mockery. Uchiha frowned, having kept a watchful eye on a quiet student in the corner. Pondering, that gaze hasn't changed. Maikawa, please do not act rashly. All right, let's begin our review of chakra extraction techniques. After seating the two little ones in the specially reserved spots at the front, Uchiha commenced his lecture on chakra and the art of chakra extraction. Stay focused. Chakra is an indispensable foundation for any ninja. It is well known that whether it be the first Hokage, the second Hokage, or the third Hokage, they all possessed vast reserves of chakra. Thus, failing to master the chakra extraction technique means one should not expect to become a powerful ninja. Chapter 12. Rapid growth. The afternoon session at the Ninja Academy consisted of a single class lasting 1 hour and 40 minutes. This class rarely delved into dry theoretical knowledge. Rather, it was typically interspersed with explanations of ninjutsu and practical exercises. Naturally, should theoretical discussions arise, it often served as an opportunity for the ninja instructors to test their students' patience. During the hour and 40 minutes, Ming Kanki's utilization of his alter ego reached nearly 100. Aside from spending about 10 minutes searching for necessary materials, he was entirely absorbed in his studies. Nonetheless, he still did not manage to finish reviewing the relevant materials in time. 3 minutes after school concluded, Ming Kanki emerged from the library. At that moment, he noticed a large crowd of students gathered in the courtyard, tightly encircled. Due to physical limitations, Ming Kanki was not particularly tall, standing at around the height of a 10-year-old. Compared to many of the 12-year-olds who had matured early and were on the verge of graduation, Ming Kanki found himself at a disadvantage and could not see what was happening within the circle. After a brief glance, he intended to head to Cheyenne and Naruto's classroom to find them. However, the gossip that reached his ears caused him to halt. It's these two brats who made us listen to that long, tedious chakra extraction technique again. It's so annoying. Is that blonde brat him? Let us just ignore them. Yeah. Upon hearing the mention of the blonde brat, Ming Kanki's heart tightened, and he rushed to the outskirts of the crowd. However, the cacophony of voices from these freshly dismissed Ninja Academy students was too loud, rendering Ming Kanki incapable of discerning the happenings within the circle. He could only push his way through the throng. What are you doing, you idiot? Want to get punched? Back off. Amidst a chorus of indignant voices, Ming Kanki gradually squeezed his way in. 4 minutes prior, just before dismissal, Nagaki, who shared a class with Uchiha, had called him outside, and they had been engaged in a conversation about education and ninjutsu at the entrance. 3 minutes ago, as the bell rang, students, unrestrained by the absence of their teacher, rushed out of the classroom. 2 minutes ago, only Naruto, Xianglin, and another student remained inside, the latter casting a sullen glare at Naruto. Xianglin, having paired up with Naruto, also rushed out but lingered at the entrance of the ninja school. Meanwhile, the brooding student followed closely behind them. 1 minute ago, the majority of classes had concluded, and most of the ninja instructors had returned to their offices, apart from Uchiha and Nagaki, who were still animatedly discussing matters at the classroom door. There was no one else loitering outside. At that moment, the brooding student launched an attack on Naruto, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Naruto, bewildered by the assault, had grown accustomed to such treatment and refrained from questioning it. Instead, he picked himself up and shouted defiantly, "I won't lose to you. I am the future Hokage of Konoha, Debeo." His proclamation drew a gathering of students who had not yet strayed far. The brooding student remained silent, delivering another punch that knocked Naruto down again. With a blow to the left cheek and another to the right, Naruto's face became swollen and symmetrical, rendering him unable to open his mouth fully. Yet, he rose once more, unable to shout but resolutely declaring, "I will not be defeated by you. Stop hitting me, you bully." Xianglin screamed, glaring angrily at the brooding student, her tiny fist raised, eager to confront him on Naruto's behalf. "Hee, you little red-haired brat, you're not innocent either. You shouldn't be with this monster. I know, but being with this guy is surely a calamity." At that moment, the circle of onlookers began to grow denser, filled with a cacophony of murmurs. It was then that Ming Kanki emerged from the library. That coward. May, someone remarked as Ming Kanki pushed his way into the throng. Suddenly, the previously silent brooding student exuded an aura of menace. He charged at Naruto, delivering a vicious knee strike aimed at his chest. Naruto, only 3 years old, stood no chance against the assault of a soon-to-graduate reserve ninja, even with his special lineage. Blood spurted from Naruto's mouth as he lost consciousness. A horrifying scene unfolded before Xianglin's eyes, prompting her to scream frantically. Xianglin. Upon hearing her cry, Ming Kanki activated his rudimentary lightning release body technique, a flash of lightning illuminating him as he barreled through the crowd of students. finally reaching the inner circle. You scoundrel, stop. Upon witnessing the brooding student preparing to strike Naruto again, Minkanki shouted and rushed forward. With a resounding smack, the student's punch collided with Minkanki's arm. But he deflected in retaliation. Minkanki delivered a punch that connected squarely with the student's right cheek. With his left hand, he parried the student's blow and unleashed another strike, landing a symmetrical blow of his own. After kicking the brooding student away, Minkanki turned and gently embraced Xianglin, whispering soothingly, "It's all right. Xianglin. I'm here. We'll hurry to Konoha Hospital to get Naruto treated." Okay. Xianglin's gaze regained focus. But she suddenly shouted, "Brother, watch out." Minkanki turned to see the student launching another attack. Stubborn fool. Minkanki's expression hardened as he summoned his decisive alter ego. He turned and rose, surrounded by swirling lightning, resembling Sasuke's Chidori from the Shippuden series. However, Minkanki was unfamiliar with Chidori. This was indeed lightning release body technique. Having only practiced it half-heartedly, he had inadvertently developed a pseudo-Chidori, with a fist imbued with lightning. He struck toward the brooding student. The power of this punch rivaled that of a C-rank ninjutsu. The onlooking students fell silent in awe. Earth release, earth flow wall. A small, thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, perfectly intercepting Minkanki's punch. At that moment, the crowd recognized the newcomer, Nagaki, who had been conversing with Uchiha earlier. The earthen wall quickly crumbled into fragments. Nagaki swiftly pulled the brooding student behind him, confronting Minkanki with an imposing demeanor. "You dare attack a student of my ninja school?" Just then, Uchiha arrived, and upon assessing the situation, he grasped the general course of events. He immediately positioned himself in front of Minkanki. Addressing Nagaki, "Let it end here, Nagaki." At that moment, the brooding student burst forth from behind Nagaki. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "That kind of monster should die. Those two brats with the monster are certainly no good either. Brother, I will kill them all." Upon hearing this, Minkanki's body crackled with lightning once more. With each use, he had grown increasingly adept. By the third attempt, the lightning had become significantly more concentrated. The energy radiating from his fist now bore a semblance to a B-rank ninjutsu. Even Uchiha, positioned before Minkanki, felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily raised his hand to restrain Minkanki, attempting to mediate. "Mr. Minkanki, continuing down this path will not bode well for you or the two children. Nagaki and the brooding student have merely been driven to extremes due to the loss of their loved ones. Moreover, that child requires immediate medical attention." Just then, a crackle of lightning flashed. Minkanki's speed momentarily surpassed the visual limits of the Chunin instructor. Uchiha could only catch a glimpse of the lightning flickering before two loud thuds echoed as Nagaki and the brooding student were sent sprawling to the ground, severely injured. Having completed this, Minkanki lifted Xianglin in his right arm and Naruto in his left, his primary persona emerging with a smile as he cheerfully declared, "Let's go. We must hurry to Konoha Hospital before the kind old doctor finishes his shift, so he can treat you both." Chapter 13. Danzo's scheme. "Brother, why do they call me a monster?" On the way to Konoha Hospital, Xianglin had fallen asleep, while Naruto, feeling dejected, spoke in a subdued tone. "You are not a monster. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Remember this. You and my sister are siblings. Even if you are not full-blooded siblings, you are still cousins of the same clan. Do you understand? You, Uzumaki Naruto, are absolutely not a monster." Minkanki's voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering conviction. Xianglin, resting her head on Minkanki's shoulder, had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The Uzumaki clan's vitality was robust, and Naruto, despite his current melancholy, was not in any immediate danger. However, throughout the treatment, Naruto remained silent, his head bowed, devoid of words. Sensing that this state of affairs could not persist, Minkanki understood the urgency of the situation. If Naruto's spirit were to become twisted, transforming him into someone entirely different, the future of this world would be irrevocably marred. Minkanki had no desire to become a parent while simultaneously saving the world. As they made their way back, Minkanki held Naruto's hand, walking slowly, with Xianglin still peacefully asleep in his arms. Suddenly, Minkanki halted and said, "By the way, Naruto. Didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage? Well, now I shall share a method with you on how to achieve that. Is that true? Tell me. Hurry and tell me." Naruto immediately lifted his head. The earlier gloom and heartache were completely cast aside. He grasped Mitsai with both hands, his eyes shimmering with genuine excitement. "Well, that statement was not my own, but rather the words of a blonde-haired ninja akin to you." He proclaimed that there are no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage. Mitsai initially intended to relay Itachi's assertion that it is not merely by becoming Hokage that one earns everyone's acknowledgement. but rather that one must first earn the acknowledgement of others in order to ascend to the role of Hokage. However, considering Naruto's current age, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and instead expressed it in terms of Naruto's future aspirations. Yet, even when paraphrasing Naruto's classic quote, Mitsai seemed to misremember it, condensing it into a simplistic notion that one must seek the recognition of others to attain the esteemed title of Hokage, which entirely stripped it of its depth. Huh, what's this? Observing Mitsai's earnest expression, Naruto scratched his head. Mitsai awkwardly explained, it means to strive, to labor diligently to grow stronger, to earn the recognition of each individual, and then, before you realize it, you will reach the heights of Hokage. Still unclear. Nevertheless, I will never give up. I am determined to become Hokage. The fire of determination reignited in Naruto's eyes. Mitsai felt reassured and shouted, go for it. Shh, don't make noise. I want to sleep. Xianglin was awakened by the commotion, randomly rubbing Mitsai's face and ears before collapsing back into slumber. Mitsai and Naruto exchanged amused glances. The trio soon returned home, not overly concerned about the events of the day. However, beneath the shadows of Konoha, buried deep in the darkness of the roots, a report had appeared on Danzo's desk, with remarkable self-healing abilities. Having mastered lightning release ninjutsu within a month, and possessing a naturally occurring chakra of 5 attributes, he is indeed a prodigy. Yet, his physical ailments led to the conclusion that he could not become a ninja. What a pity. Danzo gazed at the information adorned with a colorful photograph, his expression fluctuating in the flickering candlelight. An outsider, deemed a genius by the third Hokage, yet previously diagnosed by the esteemed medical ninja of Konoha Hospital, Shani, as unfit to become a ninja. The information was flawless. Still, Danzo harbored suspicions that this could be a false report fabricated to prevent him from intervening. After some contemplation, he entered the classified information sealing chamber, retrieving a scroll of long-sealed data, performing hand seals to break the seal. It contained 3 incomplete experimental records. The outline of a baby with closed eyes was not very clear, yet it bore a striking resemblance to Mitsai. For Danzo, this was sufficient to conclude that the baby and Mitsai were one and the same. Dated January 13, 38th year of Konoha, it stated that only one clone had successfully survived, confirmed. However, the source of the clone cells had been burned, leaving only a vague half-image of a king. Following that, several consecutive defects appeared, indistinct and indecipherable. Below, there was another record affixed with the same photograph. This record was even more fragmented. Aside from the photograph, only 2 barely legible notes remained. One noted a March 13th cell transfer experiment. The other mentioned a bloodline conflict. At the bottom, there was a photo of numerous shattered cultivation jars, one of which bore Mitsai's likeness. Danzo recalled that this photograph had been taken while Tenzo was still within the roots. The mere thought of Tenzo soured Danzo's mood further. An experiment that has not grown for over a decade, appearing to be dead yet still alive. The time since abandonment should coincide with Tenzu's design of Kakashi's clone experiment under Orochimaru. Could there be a connection to Orochimaru? Even with incomplete information, Danzo managed to discern some issues. The flickering flames cast a chaotic shadow of Danzo. After a moment of reflection, he decisively commanded, Number 3. You are to personally monitor him. Should any anomalies arise, you are free to act accordingly. That if necessary, you may eliminate him. Remember, the girl from the Uzumaki clan accompanying him must not come to harm. We require her. While Mitsai is an experiment of Orochimaru, it is evident that the vessel for the Nine Tails is of far greater significance to Danzo. Yes, the root ninja designated as Number 3 acknowledged and prepared to depart. Wait, Danzo called him back. Returning to his silent contemplation. Danzo-sama, a root ninja appeared in an instant, presenting a scroll of intelligence to Danzo. Upon opening it, Danzo's eyes lit up. This scroll served as a timely reminder, illuminating the core of his recent thoughts. The Cloud Ninja negotiation team is set to arrive in Konoha. I am not as naive as Hizashi. The Cloud Ninja, while exhibiting aggressive posturing, have initiated a peace overture. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. Yet, Hizashi remains optimistic. Therefore, I shall sever his hopes by utilizing them to eliminate this genius Mitsai, whom Hizashi holds dear, or by leveraging Mitsai to eliminate one or more Cloud Ninja. It aligns perfectly, as Mitsai bears a grudge against the Cloud. The motive is in place. Uzumaki Xianglin has garnered the Third's attention, and thus Mitsai has too. Now, they are further entangled with the host of the Nine Tails. Hizashi will never abandon them. Hence, the only possible outcome is the collapse of the negotiations. Danzo lifted his gaze once more, a gust of wind sweeping through. Number 3. Your mission has changed to utilizing Mitsai to sabotage this negotiation. The flickering candlelight suddenly extinguished, Chapter 14. Dream.at night. Mitsai slept deeply. Yet, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and even his ears. Mitsai, however, remained undisturbed. He was dreaming. This was the first dream he had experienced since entering the dream realm over a month ago. In the dream, Mitsai had only recently traversed into this world, and his primary persona was diligently writing in a diary. Suddenly, a ripple appeared out of nowhere, sweeping over him. Following that, he plummeted from the sky in sheer panic. The heavens appeared distant, and the clouds loomed high. No matter how he fell, he could not reach the ground. After enduring the initial fright, a period passed, and his primary persona grew weary of the unchanging external environment. Opting to switch to the secondary persona, just as the calm and rational secondary persona manifested, the sky was suddenly engulfed by a golden energy. Little Universe, a name abruptly surfaced in Mitsai's mind. Subsequently, the golden energy coalesced into a mass and descended from above. Mitsai immediately grasped it. Instantly, he felt himself enveloped in a warm energy, causing all his ailments to swiftly dissipate. Even his primary and secondary personas began to draw closer together, nearly merging into one. The secondary persona remained calm and rational. It recognized that the energy of this little universe was beneficial, yet it hesitated to merge with the primary persona. After a rapid contemplation, the secondary persona boldly reached out towards the massive little universe. A miraculous event unfolded. The formless energy of the little universe was indeed grasped by Mitsai, roughly half of it. This portion of the little universe transformed into a warm energy that enveloped Mitsai, allowing his primary and secondary personas to temporarily merge. At that moment, the zodiac signs were faintly visible beneath him. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and a burning notebook appeared before Mitsai's eyes. He remembered that it was the notebook he had carelessly discarded into the fire pit after briefly merging his primary and secondary personas upon exiting that peculiar world of Little Universe. Following that, intriguing events unfolded. Indeed, just as Kanki had pondered, the ashes from the burnt notebook suddenly leapt up, forming an extensive passage of text. Kanki's attention was instantly captivated by those words. It was as if he had come to comprehend the essence of the dream world. In truth, the text he encountered within the dream was entirely different from what he had seen before. Yet, he remained oblivious to this distinction, failing to remember the appearance of those characters, and simply opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber. Alas, he had not awakened in pain today. Instead, he had experienced a dream. How peculiar, to dream within the dream world. How utterly fascinating. Silently rising, he made his way to the bathroom, muttering to himself as he wiped away the bloodstains from his mouth, ears, and the lower part of his face. After rinsing his mouth gently to ensure not a trace of blood remained, and that no scent lingered, Kanki quietly exited the bathroom. He stealthily glanced at Xianglin's door, which remained shut, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kanki had already discerned his physical condition when he comprehended Orochimaru's voice. During his time in the mountains, he had been treated by Xingzi's physical prowess, and for a long while, he had not faced any issues. However, upon awakening the Sharingan, the conflict of bloodlines had escalated significantly. Consequently, during the past month in Konoha, Kanki had endured nearly daily bouts of excruciating pain throughout his body. Today, even the less resilient primary personality managed to withstand the agony, quietly rising to freshen up and enduring through the night. This night, however, was somewhat exceptional. Although Kanki noticed the flare-up of the bloodline conflict, it did not persist. Upon awakening, he felt a comforting warmth within his body and, after tidying up, promptly returned to sleep. In the following 7 or 8 days, Kanki enjoyed restful slumber. The bloodline conflict seemed to have miraculously healed itself. By day, he diligently practiced his lightning release body technique, and by night, he slept soundly, invigorated and full of spirit. Even his physique had rapidly strengthened to that of a typical Konoha genin through his continuous training. At this point, Kanki was capable of taking on a genin single-handedly. When employing the lightning release body technique, he could remain undefeated even against Chunin opponents. Should he activate the Sharingan, his chances of victory against Chunin would soar above 80%. This was merely the primary personality, whose inclination leaned more towards dialogue than combat. If the calm and rational secondary personality were to take over, with both the Sharingan and lightning release body technique in full swing, even a standard Jonin would find themselves evenly matched. Today, Naruto and Xianglin were once again out and about, indulging in their usual antics. Their activities could hardly be labeled as play. It was more akin to a frenzy. Due to Naruto, Xianglin found herself somewhat entangled in the madness. Playing was out of the question. They could only run amok. Xianglin was quite resilient. To protect her younger brother, Naruto, who was merely a few months her junior, she had engaged in brawls more than once. Luckily, with the presence of the Umbu, each incident was swiftly quelled before it escalated. By the way, following the incident at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the third Hokage had specifically assigned an Umbu for Xianglin's protection. Essentially, this Umbu also doubled as a caretaker. Xianglin was such an adorable little girl, unlike a certain blonde-haired faux demon fox. The Umbu had been utterly smitten. Each time Xianglin was about to be struck, she would leap in to intervene. Thankfully, as an Umbu, her identity remained a secret, sparing her from any complaints of favoritism. Ming Kanki observed as Xianglin and Naruto dashed away, his warm smile fading into a cold, indifferent expression as the secondary personality emerged. Now is the time for the secondary personalities training. Point 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 Umbu. Ming Kanki's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a flicker of confusion at the increase in the number of Umbu. The secondary personality, being calm and rational, did not allow emotions to cloud its judgment. After some contemplation, he deemed the rise in Umbu numbers a positive development, and thus, he dismissed the thought, effortlessly leaping from the balcony and scaling the wall to reach the ground below. Then, as if nothing had happened, he resumed his training, concerned about the potential resurgence of his physical issues. Even under the control of the secondary personality, Ming Kanki refrained from overexerting himself. His daily routine consisted of training in the morning, resting in the afternoon, reading, and studying, essentially the rhythm of a normal day. After all, there was little of interest to be found in the current era of the Naruto world, despite the presence of electric lights, refrigerators, and even large computers. Televisions were a rarity, let alone the possibility of watching any particular program. Konoha possessed only a solitary cinema, screening films reminiscent of outdated Japanese-style stage plays. Ming Kanki remarked that apart from a certain paradise, everything else was drivel. Thus, the day passed in such a manner. In the dead of night, however, Ming Kanki awoke. It was not due to a resurgence of the bloodline conflict, but rather a hazy desire to dream that abruptly jolted him awake. What on earth? It felt as if something terrifying would occur if I truly fell asleep just now. His heart raced, rendering him temporarily insomniac. After a while, Ming Kanki cast aside his device, feeling a surge of irritation. His body was 12 years old, yet his mind was that of a 20-something. The contradicting feelings could no longer be suppressed. Ming Kanki felt the urge to smash something. However, recalling the little sprite next door, he restrained his primal instincts and leapt out of the window instead. Chapter 15. Accidentally killed a cloud ninja. Accidentally awakened would release awakening to a certain paradise, unleashing primal forces. This was clearly not the domain of the secondary personality. Under the manifestation of the primary personality, Ming Kanki rarely engaged in training and had no desire to seek out someone to spar with. The only method left for releasing his pent-up energy was to run until exhaustion overtook him. Ming Kanki began to sprint through the desolate streets of Konoha. This was quite a task for Yam. For over a month, Ming Kanki had only gotten up in the middle of the night to wash off bloodstains, and Yam would merely rise to glance at him. This duty could be considered the easiest for an Umbu. However, today, he realized that sleep would evade him. Why did Ming Kanki rise in the dead of night? Why was he running around chaotically? What was he seeking in his frantic dash? Yam could already foresee that he would have to fill out at least a meter-long report scroll the next day. Yam was, after all, just an ordinary Umbu. He remained unaware that a root ninja was stealthily trailing both him and Ming Kanki. The interference technique was successful. Next, he would guide the target to the Cloud Ninja's envoy station. The root ninja, dispatched by Danzo, was San. Having monitored Ming Kanki from the shadows for over a week, he finally found an opportunity. However, before guiding Ming Kanki, San needed to cleverly delay Yam. He had to ensure that Yam would arrive precisely at the moment Ming Kanki was about to be killed by the Cloud Ninja. Yet too late to intervene. At that moment, Yam would serve as the perfect witness. As for Ming Kanki, San held no belief that a ninja lacking comprehensive knowledge and possessing only a single technique could evade his pursuit. As a root elite, San had every reason to be confident. Yet, he did not anticipate that Ming Kanki was running rather swiftly. Before he could deal with Umbu Yam, Ming Kanki had already zigzagged into an unknown alley. San immediately split off a shadow clone, leading Yam on a detour towards the Cloud Ninja's envoy station. His main body swiftly pursued Ming Kanki based on the trail he left behind. At this point, Ming Kanki had come to a halt. He had expended much of his primal energy, yet he was uncertain from which direction to return. Standing in the open space, Ming Kanki waved his hand. However, nothing happened. The Umbu trailing him, Yam, had not caught up. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a bright light. At this moment, Yam had arrived outside the Cloud Ninja's envoy station. The root ninja San's clone had already accelerated, evading Yam's line of sight. and dispelled itself. Upon seeing the station, Yim immediately realized that he had been intentionally led there. Even so, he immediately reined in his breath, cautiously concealing his figure as he stealthily infiltrated the encampment of the Cloud Ninja envoy. At that very moment, quite coincidentally, on the opposite side of the encampment, an individual clad in a short-sleeved nightsuit, with only their eyes visible beneath a tightly wrapped face, was hastily departing the premises. What do you believe are the odds of Rue's success? It is impossible for him to succeed. That is not our objective. However, should he succeed, our Cloud Ninja clan would acquire a family with a bloodline limit. This is Konoha. Our aim is merely to undermine its prestige, not to incite war. Of course, Rue has already resolved to make sacrifices. If he succeeds, we can brazenly return with the corpse for research purposes. Perhaps, we could even explore ways to enhance the value of that corpse. Let us sow discord between the Hokage and the prominent clans of Konoha. That is a commendable idea. Sean had not anticipated that a mere casual inquiry would lead him to such explosive revelations. Which bloodline clans are involved, the Uchiha or the Hyuga? This cannot be. I must inform Lord Hokage of the Cloud Ninja's conspiracy. Sean immediately sprang into action, sprinting into the distance, exposed. Thankfully, the moonlight was bright. As Sean departed, two voices resonated within the room. Subsequently, four figures transformed into shadows and surged forth. A shadow suddenly emerged, blocking Shan's path. Instantly, Sean pivoted 90 degrees and accelerated in the opposite direction. However, another shadow flickered into view from that side. Following closely, two more shadows emerged, effectively enclosing Sean. The stealth capabilities of Konoha's Umbu are commendable. Unfortunately, they are too hasty. Dispose of him. Regardless, the information must not reach the third Hokage. Otherwise, we would be at a severe disadvantage. For the sake of the Cloud Ninja, our plan must not be compromised. The four exchanged words in rapid succession, weaving through Sean's astonished gaze. Four seemingly elderly men all possessed the strength of Jonin. This thought flashed through Shan's mind, and then he was plunged into darkness. Throughout this ordeal, Sean remained silent. As for how the Cloud Ninja emissaries dealt with the corpse, let us set that aside for now. Meanwhile, Ming Kanki had spent the past month either cooped up indoors or training in a small grove. To put it simply, aside from being familiar with the routes to the Konoha Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital, the Grove, and the Marketplace, he was essentially directionally challenged. No one could expect someone incapable of distinguishing north from south to navigate using a map. Thus, Ming Kanki attempted to retrace his steps but ended up thoroughly lost. Helpless, he sought out a seemingly large courtyard-style residence, circling its outer walls, hoping to find a gate. Surely, such a large residence would have a guard or some ninja, right? He hoped there would be someone to guide him. In the dead of night, as he walked, Ming Kanki found himself missing Sean. At last, when he managed to emerge from behind the side wall and caught sight of the eaves from a distance. He also happened to see a figure tightly wrapped up, an elbow clutching a sleeping girl with blue hair, hastily making their way towards him. This person was none other than Rue, the ostensible leader of the envoy, who had just stealthily slipped away from the encampment. He was a one-eyed dragon, reminiscent of Kakashi with his headband worn at an angle. He had clandestinely infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory and successfully abducted the heir of the Hyuga clan. And not a Hyuga. Release her. Recalling the rare moments from the early days of the Hokage, Ming Kanki immediately recognized the Cloud Ninja who had been struck down by Hinata's father with a gentle tap. Since he was a Cloud Ninja, harboring both new grievances and old grudges, Ming Kanki was resolute in not allowing him to escape. With a loud shout, he surged forward, lightning crackling around him as he charged towards Rue. Execute Plan B. Having had his cover blown, Rue promptly resolved to exchange his life for the corpse of a Hyuga from Konoha, but before that, he had to eliminate the boy before him. If two individuals bore witness to each other, their plan would fail outright. Rue furrowed his brow, his left fist clenched, remaining still. Each Jonin had grown through countless killings and missions, their experience unparalleled. He even anticipated Ming Kanki's attack trajectory, preparing to unleash a powerful current of electricity at Ming Kanki's temple the moment he struck. The strong current would surge into his brain, even if it did not kill Ming Kanki. It would leave him a fool. Confident in this effortless and flawless execution, Rue believed he could incapacitate Ming Kanki in an instant without resorting to ninjutsu, even after accepting the mission of a death warrior. Even transformed into a one-eyed dragon, even upon seeing the brilliant lightning surrounding Ming Kanki, Rue stubbornly clung to his belief in his Jonin prowess, mistakenly perceiving the boy, who lacked even a headband, as merely employing a transformation technique, and considered Ming Kanki to be nothing more than a decent practitioner of taijutsu. Underestimating his opponent, Rue was inexorably led to his own downfall. As Ming Kanki drew near, His expression turned cold, his alternate persona manifesting. Suddenly, his speed surged by over 30%. This unexpected acceleration caught Rue off guard. The distance was too short. He had already reacted instinctively with his left hand. Ming Kanki raised his right hand to block, delivering a powerful punch directly to Rue's solar plexus. The electric shock from his fist sent a jolt through Rue's heart, causing his left hand's strength to diminish significantly. Thud. Ming Kanki's heart suddenly raced violently. A warm current surged from his left fist. Simultaneously, his eyes activated the Sharingan. After a brief pause, Ming Kanki felt a tingling in his right arm. Having trained extensively in lightning techniques, he was well aware of what was happening. He immediately leaped, using his right arm to push off and maneuver past Rue's right side. In that fleeting moment, guided by the inside of the Sharingan, Ming Kanki deftly extracted Hinata from beneath Rue's arm. As he landed, Ming Kanki stumbled and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. That moment, Rue's chest suddenly emitted several muffled thuds as roots erupted from within. Chapter 16. Dreams, Dreamscape, Dream World. Good physician, I command you in the name of the Hokage, this child must be saved. You may utilize a forbidden scroll. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the late hours of the night, Konoha Hospital was ablaze with lights, rivaling a wartime scenario. All of this was for one person, Ming Kanki. Moments ago, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, discovered that Hinata had been abducted. He pursued the assailant and witnessed Ming Kanki confronting the kidnapper. Realizing that his daughter was not in mortal danger, he chose not to reveal himself but instead continued to observe from the shadows. To his astonishment, Ming Kanki unleashed a powerful punch that sent a flurry of wooden debris crashing down upon the kidnapper, eliminating him in an instant. Perhaps an ordinary person might not recognize what had transpired, but as a member of a prestigious clan with a long lineage, Hayashi was well aware of the detailed records of the wood release techniques. Upon seeing this, he thought, this is beyond what my small stature can manage. I must report this to the third Hokage. Clad in white attire, without even donning an overcoat, Hayashi swiftly scooped up both Ming Kanki and Hinata, one hand grasping the Cloud Ninja kidnapper, and hurried towards the third Hokage's residence. After all, the third was a disciple of the second Hokage and had witnessed the wood release firsthand. His umbu even included a user of wood release. Originally, while listening to the report from Hinata Hizashi, he thought little of it, dismissing it as merely another instance of wood release. However, upon meticulously examining the wooden material on the Cloud Ninja, the third Hokage was taken aback. A wood release capable of absorbing chakra, it possessed at least 80% of the first Hokage's power. Remarkable, it must be preserved. Thus, the location shifted to the Konoha Hospital. The elderly medical ninja, cough cough. The esteemed healer of Konoha was abruptly roused from his slumber. The third even granted him permission to utilize the forbidden medical scrolls. These scrolls were created by the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, in a desperate bid to save him during his near-death experience. The method of crafting these scrolls involved powerful sealing techniques to extract and seal the life force from condemned prisoners within the scrolls. Due to its inherent cruelty, this practice was deemed forbidden. Moreover, as only Uzumaki Mito possessed knowledge of this method, it had long been lost to time. The forbidden medical scrolls were exceedingly rare. Thus, the third's regard for the wood release user, Ming Kanki, was evident. Meanwhile, the corpses of the Cloud Ninja bandits were sealed away by the third's direct Umbu agents, discreetly whisked away. The third shadow clone personally ventured to the Umbu to issue commands for the encirclement and search of the Cloud Ninja delegation's encampment. The severity of these orders was unprecedented since the third had taken the reins of Konoha. Some ninjas even speculated that war was about to erupt once more. The Uchiha clan, too, felt a sense of foreboding. Although they quickly received briefings clarifying that the situation did not target them, the Uchihas nonetheless convened an urgent high-level family meeting. Of course, some covertly applauded the turn of events. Danzo was elated, believing his schemes were coming to fruition. He perceived this as the beginning of the third shift towards a hawkish stance. He hastily made his way to the Konoha Hospital. The Konoha Hospital. A white-haired Umbu suddenly appeared behind the third. Before he could utter a word, the third inquired, "What is the current situation?" The Umbu responded, "The Umbu have surrounded the Cloud Ninja delegation. During our search, we discovered the body of Yama. By the time we found it, part of the body had already been processed. Yama was not a ninja specialized in combat. He was merely a special jonin, skilled in intelligence gathering and analysis. It was precisely due to this expertise that the third had assigned him to Ming Kanki, hoping he would detect anomalies in Ming Kanki's daily life or glean insights beneficial to Konoha. To the third's dismay, Yama had perished. A special jonin, adept in intelligence gathering and analysis, had abandoned his current mission to venture to the Cloud Ninja delegation's camp. This in itself was a significant piece of intelligence. The third suppressed his sorrow and asked, "What of the intelligence?" The question seemed abrupt, yet the white-haired Umbu replied directly, "The Cloud Ninja conspired regarding the Uchiha or Hyuga bloodlines." Kakashi maintained a tough demeanor but advised against escalating tensions, stating, "You must gauge the appropriate level of response. Go." The white-haired Umbu was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, the captain of the esteemed Umbu division, trusted deeply by the third. The third even entrusted him with decisions that could potentially ignite a new war. Underscoring the level of faith he had in Kakashi, after Kakashi departed, the third pondered for a moment, spreading paper across the table to write. The office of the vice director of the Konoha hospital had become a temporary office for the Hokage. At this time, the morning star had risen, and the office quickly became shrouded in a haze of smoke. "Summon Danzo," he commanded after jotting down a few lines. In a room devoid of disturbance, a ripple occurred as a cloaked Umbu materialized. Before the Umbu could speak, an elderly man, wielding a cane and bearing an X-shaped scar on his chin, entered and stated, "No need. I have arrived. Shouldn't the user of this wood release be entrusted to me?" Saratobi, the third, exhaled a long plume of smoke, retorting, "You have already witnessed his condition. Danzo, what do you believe he could achieve by entering Root? I understand. You intend to keep him alive." Subtly disseminating news of the resurgence of wood release users from Konoha to intimidate the other ninja villages. Correct. His words, though phrased as a question, were spoken with certainty. As an old comrade, Danzo was well aware of the third's intentions. However, as the third's expression shifted, Danzo realized that the third was not as he had presumed, leaning towards the hawkish faction, but rather acting solely to preserve Minkanki. This did not align with Danzo's ideology. If he cannot be of use to me, it would be better to eliminate him. This thought resurfaced in Danzo's mind. Danzo inquired in a low voice, "Is it worth expending considerable resources to cultivate him, risking a conflict with the Cloud Ninja, all for a single strike, as long as he can secure Konoha a decade of peace?" "It will be worth it," the third replied resolutely. Danzo felt a pang of regret for not informing the other two advisors. Had Nara Shikaku and Uzumaki Mito been present, they would undoubtedly have supported his stance. "Understood. My Root will cooperate fully with you." Yet, in the end, Danzo refrained from voicing any further objections. He contemplated that the third's willingness to risk conflict with the Cloud Ninja underscored his high regard for Minkanki. At that moment, standing before him was none other than the legendary ninja, Saratobi Hiruzen, whose reputation was hard-earned through countless battles. Even though the third appeared ordinary now, Danzo sensed that he should refrain from exhibiting any further reactions. Outside, the discussions and shadowy conflicts were unbeknownst to Minkanki. He had once again slipped into a dream. The dream mirrored that of his previous encounter, where he pilfered Athena's small universe, witnessing the words of the Tao notebook coalesce into ash. As he dreamt of the warm golden small universe, in the external world, a forbidden medical scroll unfurled. A vast, vibrant green chakra, brimming with life force, surged into Minkanki's body, enveloping him in warmth. The green glow eclipsed the faint golden luminescence. Minkanki, however, believed this to be merely a dream. After all, who had ever experienced a dream where the words differed each time? Thus, no one noticed the divine small universe surrounding Minkanki. Nor did anyone realize that it was this very small universe that was healing him. The realms of dreams and the dream world were not synonymous. The dream world was an infinite two-dimensional realm connected to the obelisk. The dream realm was not, just as he was about to comprehend the explanation about the dream realm. Minkanki suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of being drawn away. It felt akin to an ordinary person dreaming and plummeting off a cliff, causing him to jolt awake. In the instant he opened his eyes, Minkanki caught a glimpse of a message flashing before him. "Possession is perilous. Proceed with caution in dreams." Chapter 17. The Cloud Ninja Crisis. Bang. A fist imprint suddenly appeared on the solid stone table. Konoha was truly overstepping their bounds. This matter had been tightly sealed within Konoha, yet the intelligence ultimately reached the Cloud Ninja. It was not leaked by spies but rather delivered by Konoha's Umbu, accompanied by a solemn warning letter penned by the third Hokage himself, detailing the events that transpired. After reading the intelligence, the fourth Hokage erupted in fury, unable to restrain himself from slamming his fist onto the table. "Hokage-sama, the repair cost for the table is 10,000 ryo," the beautiful strategist and secret arts specialist, Mabu-e, reminded him impassively, jotting the expense down in her notebook. Let us put that on Konoha's tab. The Hokage's anger swiftly dissipated, and he retracted his hand while defiantly stating, "Those bastards not only detained our envoy but now demand an explanation from us." As he spoke, the fourth Raikage could no longer contain his rage and slammed his fist onto the table again. Fortunately, the Cloud Ninja had grown accustomed to their Raikage's explosive temper and had specially prepared a stone table for him. Just 2 fist imprints. Repairing one would cost 10,000 Ryo, and the same for the other. As long as he didn't smash it to pieces and had to buy a new one, the repair costs were manageable. The Cloud Ninja also had an Elder Council, who served as the think tank for the village. After all, when confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful and incredibly volatile Raikage, they did not possess the same confidence as the elders of Konoha. They even had to ponder their words, worrying about the consequences should the Raikage lose his temper. A single swipe from those arms, thicker than a thigh, could inflict serious injury. One elder cautiously ventured, "It is highly likely that our plans will fail, and if they do," another interjected, "should they wish for war, then we shall meet them in battle." The Raikage's mustache bristled with intensity. The village hidden in the clouds frequently faced thunderstorms, thus most structures were erected atop mountains or even above the clouds, equipped with lightning protection. However, lightning did not exclusively strike downwards from the clouds. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck the rear of the office just as the Raikage finished speaking. The powerful thunder sent shivers through several individuals present, yet the Raikage remained unshaken. After a moment, another elder spoke up, "But the Third Great Ninja War has only recently concluded, and our forces are still insufficient. If IWA takes advantage of our conflict with Konoha to launch a surprise attack from behind, we would be unable to mount an effective defense. Moreover, the third Hokage has made it clear that Rue died under wood release. This indicates that the enemy possesses wood release ninjas. Damn it." Bang. A fist imprint appeared once more on the stone table. The mere mention of wood release carried an inherent intimidation. The fourth Raikage could not help but pound the table again. After 3 strikes, the sturdy stone table began to teeter, a crack appearing down the middle. At that moment, Mabui, who had only previously offered a single reminder to the Raikage, glanced at the warning letter in his hand and calmly suggested, "Perhaps Konoha is merely putting on a show of strength. If we adopt a similarly assertive stance, given the third Hokage's character, he may very well compromise. Furthermore, when a standoff arises, we could feign ignorance regarding the information about Rue's death by wood release and instead pretend to believe that Rue perished due to an attack from the Hyuga clan. It may seem like a counterattack, but it would actually provide Konoha with a way out. Compared to wood release, a pair of Byakugan is hardly significant. If the third Hokage compromises as a result, we can still consider our plans a success. As soon as Mabui finished speaking, the Raikage slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming loudly, "Yes, let us proceed as Mabui suggests." With a thunderous crash, the stone table shattered into 2, rendered completely useless. The faces of those present twitched. This custom-made stone table alone would cost 10 times its worth to transport to the village hidden in the clouds. Equivalent to the reward for a mid-tier B-rank mission, the Cloud Village was not affluent, and even 10 A-rank missions would not suffice for their ninja task revenue. The fourth Raikage, momentarily stiffened, chose to act as though nothing had happened as he walked past the remnants of the stone table, likely intending to shield the wreckage with his broad frame. Perhaps still feeling a bit awkward, the Raikage added, "Send by to the border with IWA. He should cease his concert and bolster our presence there. Let us apply even greater pressure on Konoha by dispatching 2 wood-release users to their border." The Cloud Village was indeed massing troops, even deploying Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Konoha was not at rest. It was already the 3rd day since Ming Kanki had awakened. However, he had not been granted permission to return home. Instead, he was surrounded by a throng of Umbu, compelled to study the sealing scroll of the first Hokage and learn wood-release ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to him, the outside situation was dire, as he had been isolated. In fact, over the past 3 days, he had only seen Xianglin and Naruto once, and that was under the escort of the third Hokage. Outside, hordes of ninjas were dispatched to the borders between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Each day, ninja hawks, summoning beasts, and Umbu raced back and forth between the borders and Konoha. The village had fully entered a wartime state. It was unclear what promises the third Hokage had made, but both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had also dispatched numerous personnel to the borders. In summary, to the outside world, Konoha appeared absolutely intent on a confrontation with the Cloud Village. Deep within Konoha, in the root base, Danzo's face flickered in the candlelight, obscured and indistinct. Nonetheless, anyone could discern his displeasure. Damn it, Sarutobi has actually promised the Uchiha clan a subordinate Umbu squad. Has he lost his mind? Or is he attempting to establish another route to counterbalance me? He shouldn't know about the intelligence I secretly sent out. In the Sand Village, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, upon reviewing the intelligence, decisively commanded, "So it is would release. Immediately deploy spies and eliminate him." In the rock village, the third Hokage, Onoki, nearly buckled under the weight of the information. After reading, he too issued a firm command. We cannot allow Konoha to produce another god of shinobi. That brat must die. However, our spies must not take action. Instead, let's place a bounty on the black market, 30 million ryo. In the Mist Village, the fourth Mizukage received the intelligence, but it ended up in the hands of Uchiha Obito. He glanced at it and turned to the shadows, asking, "So it is would release. Do we have any further intelligence?" A half-black, half-white plant, the pitcher plant, emerged from underground. The pitcher plant nonchalantly replied, "Just a little brat who cannot even become a ninja. He barely awakened would release and nearly died. Konoha even had to use a precious forbidden medical scroll to save him. He is hardly a threat." The black half of the pitcher plant spoke in a husky tone. "We must not approach Konoha again until we are fully prepared. Our spore clones nearly got discovered. Is that so? I shall continue to monitor the implementation of the Mist Village's blood mist policy then. The Kagaya clan seems a bit restless. Heh." Uchiha Obito's Sharingan spun, slipping back into the shadows. The pitcher plant slowly sank back underground, yet the conversation did not cease. Is this truly wise? White Zetsu inquired. "Let him play for now," Black Zetsu replied. "After all, the Mist Village is of little use to us now." Returning to Konoha Hospital, Ming Kanki remained unaware that he had ascended to the assassination list of the majority of ninja villages. In fact, his bounty in the black market had soared to 30 million ryo, placing him just beneath the 5 Kage. However, with his normal intellect, he had also formed some conjectures. Chapter 18. I shall unleash my ultimate move. A few more days passed, and Konoha and the Cloud Village were on the brink of conflict. On the borders, several skirmishes had already erupted, with both sides sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, the leaders of both villages were in constant communication, exchanging strong words. The fourth Hokage insisted on the return of the envoy and Rue's body, demanding the handover of the murderer. The third Hokage, equally resolute, demanded an apology from the Cloud Village and compensation for the damages incurred. In this matter, the third Hokage had shed his previous image as the amiable elder, displaying an unyielding stance, even more so than the Hokage, even when the Cloud Village hinted that if they returned a body from the Hyuga clan, both sides could take a step back. The third Hokage refused to yield. Tensions escalated, and the threat of war loomed ever closer. During these days, unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, he had already survived 7 assassination attempts. Fortunately, within Konoha Hospital, the protection detail for Ming Kanki had surpassed even that of the Hokage. At the cost of several Umbu lives, all assassination attempts had been thwarted. Well guarded. Ming Kanki remained oblivious to these sacrifices. He was carefree, learning with one persona while resting with another, making remarkable progress. Of course, it was not due to would release, but rather his physical condition. He had yet to successfully utilize would release even once. In contrast, his physique had rapidly developed over the past few days, nearly rivaling that of the Akimichi clan. Vitality was not easily replenished. Unfortunately, the side effects had arrived. He gained weight even from minimal food intake. Merely drinking cold water caused him to put on pounds. This was not mere exaggeration often cited by the plump, but rather a tangible reality for Ming Kanki. Naturally, there were positive aspects to these side effects, such as increased vitality. The learning time for his alternate persona had significantly extended. Consequently, over the course of this week, his hand-sealing speed had reached a terrifying pace of 5 seals per second. Only under the future of the Weasel God, the main personality has become somewhat obsolete. After all, during battles, there will be no tranquil environment akin to a hospital room for hand signs, naturally. It appears that combat is primarily the task of the secondary personality, while the main personality mainly engages in idle chatter. This morning, the dawn sunlight felt rather indifferent. Outside the window, the green trees were dusted with flecks of white, suggesting that a light snowfall had occurred the previous night. Speaking of the vegetation in Konoha, it is indeed remarkable. During winter, apart from the extremely cold days, the majority of Konoha's flora remains lush and green, refusing to shed its leaves. The wonder lies in the fact that this phenomenon gradually fades as one distances from the heart of Konoha, returning to a more natural state. After breakfast, the third Hokage entered the hospital room, bringing with him grim tidings. War, it seemed, was on the verge of breaking out. The heavy scent of smoke clung to him, and with each exhalation, a thick cloud of burnt essence lingered in the air. Age spots had begun to appear on his face, which was already showing signs of aging, making him resemble the man he would be 9 years hence. Alas, no one was willing to retreat. Everyone had their own demands. Sighing, Ming Kanki understood that now was not the time for such disheartening talk. He composed himself and solemnly inquired, "What if I could unleash a large-scale would release?" "What did you say?" The third Hokage exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising an octave. Ming Kanki maintained his serious demeanor and reiterated, I said, what if I could perform a large-scale wood release? For instance, the birth of the tree realm. The third Hokage was aware that Ming Kanki had been studying wood release for the past few days, yet he also recognized that no progress had been made. However, Ming Kanki's sudden claim of being able to execute a large-scale wood release took him aback, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Peace. Indeed, peace was the very question the third Hokage had been contemplating for days. How to resolve the impending conflict peacefully. In the original narrative, the three legendary ninjas had either fled or defected. The fourth Hokage had perished, and the high-ranking officials of Konoha had suffered a significant decline in combat power. The elite ninjas were reduced to the third Hokage and a few elderly figures like Danzo. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, while appearing to be Konoha shinobi, effectively operated as nations within a nation. When war truly ignited, they could not be relied upon. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was secretly plotting mischief, and the roots were equally restless. The third Hokage, feeling overwhelmed, was compelled to heed the demands of the Cloud Shinobi, even at the risk of straining relations with the Hyuga clan. Yet now, Konoha had acquired a new wood release, one that was genuine and capable of absorbing chakra and suppressing tailed beasts, boasting over 80% of the first Hokage's power. This provided the third Hokage with a compelling reason and newfound confidence to take a firm stance, although he had questioned his own decisions multiple times over the past few days. This was wood release. Just the mention of it was enough to instill fear in many. Furthermore, the exterior appeared indistinguishable from that of the first Hokage. As long as Ming Kanki performed wood release, it would be sufficient to intimidate all nations, great and small. The reputation of the god of shinobi was indeed formidable. The third Hokage could even envision that with the activation of wood release, the shinobi world would fall into silence. Even the scheming Uchiha clan would likely cease their covert actions. Simultaneously, the third Hokage imagined that if Ming Kanki unleashed the birth of the tree realm and captured the two tails of the Cloud Shinobi, he could potentially stabilize the battlefield along the borders. Konoha could once again attain the prestige of commanding the entire shinobi world, reminiscent of the era of the first Hokage, even if this prestige was somewhat illusory. A mere 5 to 10 years of deterrence would suffice for the next generation of Konoha to mature. By then, even if the four great nations besieged Konoha once more, it would undoubtedly stand its ground. The third Hokage held this conviction. Such noble aspirations, coupled with an intensified desire, rendered even the typically calm, gentle, and steadfast third Hokage profoundly stirred. Yet, after articulating his thoughts, he could not help but solemnly ask, can you truly execute a large-scale wood release technique? Hee. Ming Kanki replied, wiping the tip of his nose with confidence. I haven't been idle these past few days. The third Hokage, seasoned as he was, quickly regained his composure despite the shock of the wood release. He clasped his hands, resting them upon Ming Kanki's, and perceived his chakra. While your chakra is indeed greater than that of an average chunin, it is but a drop in the ocean for a technique as expansive as the birth of the tree realm. Then allow me to sense it again. Ming Kanki joined his hands in prayer and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened them wide. A powerful aura, surpassing that of a jounin, surged forth, and soon, a visible blue-green chakra enveloped his body. How is it? Ming Kanki inquired, maintaining his state. The third Hokage need not concentrate on sensing the technique. Merely observing the intensity and duration of the chakra was enough to confirm that Ming Kanki spoke the truth. After several seconds, the third Hokage exclaimed, excellent. Ming Kanki echoed, excellent. Take me to the front lines. I wish to unleash my trump card. Chapter 19. The origin and preparation of the trump card. Ming Kanki boldly proclaimed his ability to unleash the wood release technique, the birth of the tree realm. This was not mere bravado, it was indeed a truth. The specific reasons trace back to the previous night. Last night, Ming Kanki entered that dream for the third time. The dream remained unchanged. He had once more divided the small universe that descended from the heavens, absorbing half of it into himself. He was still enveloped by that warm cosmos, continuing his descent. However, at this juncture, the dreamscape underwent a peculiar transformation. Instead of returning to the house where he had first resided upon his arrival, he continued to fall. Piercing through a barrier, Ming Kanki glimpsed the Star Observation Tower, the Papal Palace, and the 12 Golden Palaces, indeed, the sanctuary from Saint Seiya. Then, Ming Kanki landed smoothly within the Star Observation Tower. In a golden cradle, an infant smiled at him. On the bookshelf of the tower, the spine of a thin tome emitted pulsating golden light. Ming Kanki took the book down and flipped through its pages. To his astonishment, it was inscribed in Chinese characters, detailing the cultivation and development methods of the small universe. he quickly glanced back at the golden cradle, only to find the infant had fallen into a deep slumber. Ming Kanki was not foolish. Such an opportunity was not merely presented to him, but placed directly in his hands, and he would not let it slip away. He was not greedy either. After memorizing the foundational methods for developing the five senses, he returned the book to its place. At that moment, someone burst into the star observation tower, before Ming Kanki could discern the intruder's appearance. The scenery abruptly shifted back to the room where he had first arrived. Subsequently, he once again beheld the words formed from the ashes of his notebook. This time, the content was still new and different. Each instance a marvel. Upon awakening, Ming Kanki mentally recounted the elements of his dream. The development of the five senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch corresponded to the five sensory perceptions. By harnessing willpower, or rather, mental strength, one could enhance and condense these senses, igniting the most fundamental powers of the small universe. This was the most basic knowledge of the small universe. Note 1. Entering a dream equated to entering the dream world. This was a skill or ability that could be honed. To access the dream world, one must possess a vessel. However, such vessels are limited to unborn infants or the recently deceased. Note 2. Thus, the probability of possessing a deceased individual stands at 50%. Which is perilous. No wonder each time I sought to have a different dream, I felt an ominous danger and woke up. Understanding the inherent risks, Ming Kanki found himself less inclined to dream. In the stillness of the night, with slumber eluding him, Ming Kanki resolved to harness his energies for the cultivation of his microcosm. Remarkably, his primary persona appeared to be innately attuned to this endeavor. In a mere span of the night, he had already ignited his microcosm, sustaining it for a full minute. While a minute of heightened sensory awareness may seem trivial, for Ming Kanki, the crux of the matter lay not in the microcosm itself, but in the chakra. During the time his microcosm burned brightly, he astonishingly felt as if his chakra was boundless. Such a revelation was indeed significant. A minute of infinite chakra would surely suffice for unleashing a formidable technique. Thus, when the third Hokage arrived the following day, Ming Kanki unabashedly proclaimed his intent to unveil a grand technique. Follow me. Though the third Hokage believed in Ming Kanki's potential, he retained the cautious demeanor of a seasoned shinobi. Grasping Ming Kanki's shoulder, he executed a body flicker technique, whisking them away from the infirmary to conduct a personal evaluation. In a matter of moments, they found themselves in a tranquil, deserted arena. A sign hung upon the chain-link fence, inscribed with the words, Konoha's 8th training ground. Upon entering the arena, the third Hokage declared, I shall teach you a ninjutsu. This technique is a derivative born from the failed modification of the shadow clone technique. It retains most characteristics of shadow clones but lacks the ability to return memories or fatigue upon dispersal, making it ideal for testing your chakra. The hand seal is in. The flow of chakra is. True to his title as a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage provided an exceptionally detailed explanation. In a mere 10 minutes, Ming Kanki's secondary persona swiftly grasped the fundamentals. Once the instruction concluded, the third Hokage emphasized, this ninjutsu is solely for assessing your chakra capacity and is not suitable for combat. Due to its failed modification, the clones produced are even more fragile than normal shadow clones. A single fall may dispel them. He continued, however, should your chakra truly be vast, I would not hesitate to teach you the true shadow clone technique. With newfound confidence, Ming Kanki's primary persona re-emerged. He gave a thumbs up with a self-assured smile, exclaiming, well then, you better not go back on your word, old man. Watch closely. Instead of forming the Yin seal, Ming Kanki instead made the Yin seal and closed his eyes. Burn brightly, my microcosm, he silently urged. In an instant, a visible azure chakra surged forth from him. Yin. Upon witnessing Ming Kanki's change in hand seals, the third Hokage waved his hand, commanding with authority, with all your might, let your clones fill this 30,000 square meter arena. The blue chakra blazed brilliantly as Ming Kanki shouted, modified shadow clone technique. A cacophony of explosive sounds accompanied by billowing white smoke erupted. Within mere seconds, the entire 8th training ground was engulfed in thick fog. The spectacle was so immense that it resembled Konoha under siege. Yet, no one intervened to disrupt Ming Kanki and the third Hokage. As a fierce wind swept through, the white smoke dissipated, revealing a scene teeming with clones. Ming Kanki and the third Hokage were nearly lost in the sea of figures. Suddenly, a plume of smoke rose as a circle of shadow clones were obliterated. The sheer quantity was staggering. Even the first Hokage would scarcely possess such an abundance of chakra. Feeling as though he had struck gold, the third Hokage scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Ming Kanki, where are you? I'm pinned down. Fortunately, given their proximity, The third Hokage discerned Ming Kanki's location by sound and quickly rescued him. That nearly suffocated me at my chakra is depleted. Did you see those clones? That is another flaw of this modified technique. These shadow clones are only suitable for simple tasks and cannot be utilized for serious missions. Now, allow me to teach you the true shadow clone technique. Excellent. I can hardly wait. Thus, the arrangement was settled. The following day, news spread that the third Hokage would personally head to the front lines. The village of Konoha erupted in excitement, while the ninja world found itself in a peculiar state of affairs. Conspiracy theorists emerged, threats were voiced, some remained inactive, while others sharpened their blades in anticipation. In essence, the ninja world, which had only recently settled from the Third Great Ninja War, was once again stirred into a frenzy. The Cloud Ninja forcefully declared that the Fourth Hokage would also personally advance to the front lines. The Stone Ninja insisted, "You fight your battles, we shall not ambush you. You Cloud Ninja may deploy the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to the Konoha battlefield. But we will remain mere spectators." The Sand Ninja proclaimed, "We support neither side. However, do not dare to invade us. Our land is too barren that if you come, I shall bury you under mountains of sand and gold." Raising the prices in the black market exponentially, the Mist Ninja offered no comments, having just eradicated their own clan of battle maniacs, the Kagaya clan. On the third day, accompanied by 8 Umbu teams, 3 squads of Jainin, and under the direct escort of the third Hokage, Ming Kanki set forth to the front lines. As for the risk of ambush along the way, apologies, but with such a formidable lineup and the Hokage leading the charge, the prospect of facing 3 adversaries of equal caliber deterred him from even attempting to hurl a kunai from afar. Note 1. The microcosm system in this narrative diverges from that in Kurumada's works. Please refer to the text for specifics and avoid drawing direct parallels. Note 2. There exists a third scenario, though Ming Kanki remained oblivious to it. Chapter 20. The Advent of the Wood Release. Tree World descending Ming Kanki trailed the third Hokage. Or more accurately, rode on the back of a ninja dog, swiftly reaching the front lines without encountering any obstructions. However, before they could catch their breath, the Fourth Hokage had already assembled his troops. A dense throng of ninjas, many of whom crackled with lightning, signified that the Cloud Ninja were poised for imminent assault. Standing at the border, the Fourth Hokage summoned his chakra and bellowed, "Third Hokage, a mere child who has just learned would release dares to disregard our pleas for peace." Within the command tent, the third Hokage's expression shifted to one of danger, but he realized that intelligence had surely been leaked. His report to the Cloud Ninja contained no information regarding Ming Kanki's age, indicating that someone had divulged his details. Under such circumstances, Ming Kanki's appearance would place him in an exceedingly perilous position. Targeted for concentrated assault, or worse, faced with lethal attacks devoid of regard for life. Yet, with the arrow on the string, it must be released. The third Hokage pondered for a few moments before solemnly inquiring, "Ming Kanki, how long do you need to prepare?" 30 seconds to a minute. Let's go with the maximum time, Ming Kanki promptly replied. Additionally, once activated, my tree world descending can only be sustained for 1 minute. After that, it will depend on you. Ming Kanki's answer reflected the limits of his primary persona, knowing that it would likely be of little use on the battlefield. Thus, he provided the time frame of his secondary persona, 1 minute. The latter ignited the microcosm at a slower pace. During the primary persona's initial attempt, the secondary persona was unable to ignite the microcosm at all. This disparity stemmed from the inherent traits of their respective personas. However, as familiarity grew, the secondary persona's ignition time decreased significantly. In contrast to the uncertainty of the primary persona, the secondary persona proved consistently stable, and it was foreseeable that it might reach the realm of igniting the microcosm more swiftly than the primary. Stay close to Kakashi and the others. They will do their utmost to protect you. I will buy you some time to rest. End this conflict once and for all, if possible. Sighing, the third Hokage rose and stepped outside. Thank you. Ming Kanki bowed and shouted. The sensation of being trusted is truly delightful. Ming Kanki even felt the chakra within him surging with a fervor far beyond the norm. He was filled with an impulse to rush out immediately and unleash a wave of the wood release, birth of the trees. However, he possessed the self-awareness to avoid being swept away by emotion. He understood that even if his chakra multiplied several times over, it would still fall short of what was required for a large-scale wood release, birth of the trees. Fourth Hokage, your envoy has conspired during negotiations, attempting to abduct the future of Konoha. This is absolutely unforgivable. However, in light of Konoha's principle of valuing peace, we offer you a chance to admit your wrongdoing. Do not continue to distort the truth. The third Hokage emerged from the main tent, immediately activating the body flicker technique to become a mere afterimage. Within mere seconds, he appeared before the front-line troops. He then directed his voice towards the fourth Hokage, responding with even greater volume. The third's confidence was bolstered, and his chakra manipulation was far more adept. His voice resonated, amplified and reverberating several miles away, reaching the ears of many observing ninjas from other villages. Absolutely impossible. We Cloud Ninja are always forthright. Compared to the third Hokage's assertiveness, the fourth Hokage's voice sounded considerably diminished. His confidence waned, and his words came out somewhat dry. As soon as the Hokage finished speaking, the third immediately retorted, "Hokage, you Cloud Ninja covet our Konoha's bloodline, and when your theft fails, you wish to bite back. Such a thing will not be tolerated. Do not frame us with accusations, third Hokage. Let me tell you, the entire ninja world is aware of your unprovoked murder of our negotiation envoy's leader. We will never compromise." The fourth Hokage, realizing he could not outmatch the third Hokage in argument, abruptly shifted the topic. Yet the third clung to his point, continuing, "Oh, is that so? It seems you have forgotten that your Cloud Ninja have not been strangers to abducting our precious talents. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was once taken by you. Of course, the third was not being overly aggressive. He was still striving for peace. In the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, ask you one final time. Are you truly unwilling to apologize and instead prepared for war? Think carefully. You have failed every time. It is not too late to regret and halt this conflict now." Lightning crackled around the Hokage. He raised his fist, no longer needing to amplify his voice with chakra, and shouted, "Cloud Ninja, let the mere 1,000 Konoha ninjas know our stance of 10,000. We will not compromise." A chorus of 10,000 Cloud Ninja echoed his sentiment, their voices soaring to the heavens. The tranquil white clouds above seemed startled, hastily retreating. The wind began to stir, sighing. The third raised his left hand and commanded, "All Konoha ninjas, heed my orders." The lightning surrounding the Hokage rapidly transformed into a blue, spiked armor. This was the pinnacle of his lightning release body technique, known to the uninformed as the Raijin armor. Simultaneously, a cloud of white smoke erupted behind the Cloud Ninja, revealing a colossal flaming cat. That was the form of the two-tailed beast transformed from a wooden entity. "Leave the rest to me." Ming Kanki spoke earnestly, closing his eyes. His expression turned completely indifferent. To ignite his inner cosmos promptly, Ming Kanki had already switched to his alternate persona the moment he shut his eyes. Protect Ming Kanki. Avoid prolonged combat with the Cloud Ninja, just as the third issued his command. The Cloud Ninja surged across the border. The greatest conflict following the Third Great Ninja War had commenced. Beams of lightning shot forth from the direction of the Cloud Ninja. Walls of earth rose before the Konoha formation. It appeared that neither side had organized tightly or employed joint ninjutsu as seen in the earlier Great Ninja Wars, but rather relied on familiar comrades joining forces. It seemed that this conflict was still in a probing phase. Even the fourth Hokage and the Two Tails Jinchuriki remained stationary. Summoning technique. King Kong Monkey. The third Hokage summoned the King Kong Monkey, standing boldly on the battlefield with a staff as thick as a human. He too did not move an inch. Boom, the sound, reminiscent of a bell tolling, resonated within a 10-meter radius of Ming Xianqi. It was not merely a sound but a deep echo in everyone's hearts. "Burn, my little cosmos." With both hands forming the Yin sign, Ming Kanki shouted within his heart, opening his eyes. The hand seal shifted, transforming into the C sign. "Konoha ninjas, stand back. Witness my grand technique." Would release. Birth of the trees. Chapter 21. The True Would Release. Birth of the trees. A colossal tree erupted horizontally from beneath Ming Kanki's feet, swiftly growing and thickening as it snaked its way onto the battlefield. Branches and leaves sprouted and expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the forest transformed into a verdant ocean. It would release. The genuine would release. Flee. Ah, my chakra. No. Flee. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with screams and cries of despair. Boom. The third Hokage smashed through several roots and branches, rescuing a few trapped Konoha ninjas and flinging them towards Ming Kanki's rear. As for whether they would land safely, if they broke a leg or were severely injured, what of it? Surviving was the ultimate priority. The third had long anticipated such a scenario. Without hesitation, he saved nearly 10 Konoha ninjas in just 3 to 5 seconds. At that moment, some Konoha ninjas banded together, breaking free from the Wood Release's assault and quickly reaching Ming Kanki's rear. Fortunately, Ming Kanki had managed to exert some control and did not target Konoha ninjas. Those Konoha ninjas caught in the Wood Release attack were merely exhausted and injured, but not dead. However, the Cloud Ninja fared far worse. 10 seconds into the birth of the trees, the cries of alarm and despair were replaced by wails of sorrow. The lamentations echoing across the battlefield predominantly emanated from the Cloud Ninja. Of course, some ninjas from other villages who had secretly entered the battlefield to observe were completely ignored by Ming Kanki. They suffered attacks similar to those of the majority of the Cloud Ninja. On the Cloud Ninja side, the fourth Raikage at the forefront was the first to be targeted by the wood release. Yet, utilizing his formidable lightning release body technique, he carved out a bloody path through the entanglement of countless roots, branches, trunks, and leaves. Though slow, the Raikage gritted his teeth, continually breaking through tree trunks, steadfastly advancing toward Ming Kanki. Tailed Beast Bomb. 18 seconds into the birth of the trees, the tailed beast in its form finally gathered the Tailed Beast Bomb. A black-tailed beast bomb hurtled toward Ming Kanki. The trees are my limbs. Speed and power. Intercept. Ming Kanki's alternate persona, undaunted by the near-supersonic onslaught of the tailed beast bomb, calmly assessed its speed and force. He then commanded the tree trunks of the birth of the trees to retaliate. Suddenly, several vertical branches sprouted from the horizontally extending trunks, thickening rapidly, resembling long spears that rose to block the path of the tailed beast bomb. At the same time, several branches, seemingly animated with a consciousness of their own, pierced the tailed beast jade at an angle. The formidable power of the tailed beast jade caused these branches to bend backward incessantly. Then, the tailed beast jade collided violently against a barrier that stood rigidly, akin to a row of tightly packed spears. The other branches swiftly encircled the tailed beast jade, subsequently flinging it back. With a resounding explosion, the red light erupted as the tailed beast jade detonated. However, it was the two tails that was released from the tailed beast jade that suffered the blast. Meow. The two tails cried out in agony. Retreating to its original form, the two tails, now rendered unconscious, lay on the ground, teetering between life and death. As the tree realm descended into its 30th second. The two tails and its Jinchuriki were incapacitated. At that moment, the sea of trees had spread to the forefront of the two tails' wooden form. Entwined in siphoning chakra, a towering tree sprouted rapidly. Immediately after, the forest expanded with even greater ferocity. Damn it. Upon hearing the two tails wail, the Raikage could only glance back, witnessing the white smoke dissipating as the two tails vanished. Enraged, his protective lightning armor crackled with intensity, his speed increased, and his power surged anew. He barreled through branch after branch, charging recklessly toward Ming Kanki. The Raikage remained oblivious to the fact that the lightning chakra cloaking his body was rapidly fading to a paler hue. The unique property of wood release to absorb chakra required direct contact to activate. The Raikage's swift pace resulted in minimal contact duration, and thus, the amount of chakra absorbed was scant. Yet, as this continued gradually, his chakra would inevitably be depleted. You think you can rush in and handle me? Impossible. As the tree realm reached its 36th second, Ming Kanki began to target the Raikage. The battlefield was enveloped by 80% of the Cloud Shinobi, with many sustaining injuries. The ninjas of the Cloud had a diminished capacity for retaliation. They intensified the strength of the wood release in the frontal direction while weakening the spread and force in other directions. Should they capture the Raikage, the war would come to an end. An ordinary person, no, even the third Hokage would feel a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the Raikage's desperate charge. The sheer ferocity of the Raikage's determination was quite unnerving. If it were the third Hokage, he could oppose it with his formidable willpower. Yet, even elite shinobi like Kakashi would find themselves pressured into a corner by such an overwhelming aura. However, Ming Kanki's secondary persona remained remarkably composed, prioritizing rationality over emotion. With a comprehensive view of the situation, he began to devise a strategy against the Raikage. Cursed be it, the tree's birth from the tree realm grew increasingly resilient. The Raikage suddenly found his advance becoming more arduous. Raikage-sama, you absolutely must not become ensnared here. Laser-like bolts of lightning cleaved through the wood release as a young ninja, appearing to be around 12 years old with pale skin and white hair, engaged with the fourth Raikage. Tattoos of the characters for lightning and water adorned his shoulders, marking him as Darui, the prodigal genius of the Cloud. Get lost, brat. This is not a place for you. The fourth Raikage cleaved through a massive branch that had grown back to charge him, fortuitously saving Darui. Apologies, Raikage-sama. Though seemingly apologetic, Darui unleashed a technique reminiscent of a lightning laser from an anime. Several beams of lightning spiraled and twisted as if they possessed life, swiftly severing a vast expanse of branches and trunks. Several Cloud Shinobi seized the opportunity to charge forth, valiantly obstructing the relentless barrage of branches and trunks, sacrificing their lives to forge a path for the Raikage toward Ming Kanki. Stop, halt immediately, you bastard. Witnessing the Cloud Shinobi around him perish one after another was far more disheartening than merely hearing their distant cries of despair. The wreckage shattered branches and trunks, soaring upwards, his voice piercing the air. In this war, we, the Cloud Shinobi, concede. As the tree realm reached its 48th second, the wreckage gritted his teeth in resignation. The third Hokage nodded toward Minkanki. Stop. Minkanki ceased the output of chakra, causing the tree realm to halt its tumultuous flow. The Cloud Shinobi, who had been ensnared and nearly drained of chakra, were subsequently released. At the border between Konoha and the Cloud. A vast expanse of over 10 square kilometers materialized in the direction of the Cloud. This area was nearly the size of a small town within the ninja world. Wreckage, it is time for us to earnestly discuss the terms of peace. The third Hokage leaped closer to the wreckage, followed closely by the Umbu. The fourth wreckage was immediately flanked by 3 Cloud Shinobi. It appeared that the Cloud had not suffered total annihilation, as a few powerful ninjas had emerged unscathed amidst the 48 seconds of the tree realm's descent. Of course, I am aware. The wreckage's expression was displeased, yet he refrained from any rash actions. The third Hokage unfurled a scroll, presenting a straightforward peace agreement to the wreckage. The contents were simple, devoid of any semblance of exploitation towards the Cloud. It contained merely 3 clauses. First, this war shall be regarded as if it had never transpired. Second, the Cloud shall apologize to Konoha for its intention to abduct the descendants of the Bloodline families and assure that such actions shall not recur. Third, in missions encountering adversarial tasks against Konoha, the Cloud must abandon such missions. The fourth wreckage signed without hesitation, his mind solely focused on rushing to rescue the other Cloud Shinobi. As for the humiliation of the agreement with Konoha, the fourth wreckage etched that into his heart. The third Hokage nodded toward Minkanki, signaling for the Umbu to protect him as they withdrew into the 57th second of the ignition of the small universe. The Cloud and Konoha successfully brokered peace. The war had come to an end. Entering the grand tent coincided with the 60th second of Minkanki's small universe ignition. Minkanki was left bloodied and unconscious. So hot. In a daze, Minkanki felt as though he had fallen into a furnace. Chapter 22. Back to reality. The sensations of hot and cold are inherently subjective and vary from person to person and moment to moment. For instance, transitioning from an environment of 30 degrees to one of 25 degrees, most individuals would feel a chill. Conversely, moving from 20 degrees to 25 degrees might evoke a sense of warmth. In a room illuminated by countless LED lights flashing rhythmically, a mechanized voice announced, "Ding. Heating complete. Life signs of subject 331 are normal. Revival complete." Of course, Minkanki could not hear this distant announcement. He awoke, instinctively looking toward the distance in the direction his eyes were drawn. His vision was initially blurred but quickly sharpened. This place was a dimly lit corridor, exuding a distinct steampunk aesthetic. On either side were numerous semi-transparent large tanks, and rows of pipes were meticulously arranged above. Behind the translucent glass, a person was frozen in stasis, a cryogenic sleep chamber. A term sprang to mind for Minkanki. He finally understood why he had felt warmth earlier. It was the integrated heating process used to thaw the cryogenic chamber. Struggling to climb out of the cryogenic stasis, he felt utterly drained after an indeterminate duration of frozen slumber. He exerted great effort to engage his muscles, barely managing to avoid collapsing onto the grid floor before him. Humanity had hastily constructed this underground shelter, lacking the advanced technology he had encountered upon his recent transition. It instead bore the unmistakable aura of a 21st century construction site. For instance, beneath his feet lay 3 rows of grid stainless steel directly laid upon the surface. Below the surface was an incredibly hard rock formation. Above, the ceiling was also rock. In fact, the shelter was excavated from within a colossal rock formation. The advantage of this approach lies in the assurance that, even in the event of a cataclysmic earthquake, the refuge will remain intact. Naturally, there are some reinforcement measures in place. However, the technologies that surpass the knowledge of the 21st century are entirely incomprehensible to Minkanki. He is utterly unable to discern these advancements in this steampunk environment. The shelter is not connected to the outside world, with no airflow present. Yet, Minkanki does not feel warmth. Instead, he experiences an unsettling chill. What has occurred? Why have I awakened? Standing stark naked in the vast emptiness. Minkanki can even hear the sound of water flowing through the pipes and the friction of air currents. The lighting is dim, and the cold sensation renders the atmosphere akin to a scene from a horror film. After a few shivers, his body begins to warm. Minkanki takes a couple of steps forward, approaching the cryogenic chamber across from him. Wow, pink hair is indeed a rarity. Minkanki feels an embarrassing stirring within him. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. It is at this moment that he shamefully recalls his need to find clothing, as he cannot remain unclad indefinitely. Ming Kanki truly sees nothing of consequence. The lower part of the cryogenic chamber is semi-transparent, and he merely glances downward from above. Ahem, he genuinely sees nothing at all. In any case, feeling a surge of embarrassment, Ming Kanki stumbles along the green arrows on the floor towards the exit. The bathing area, the clothing room. As he follows the directional signs, he eventually enters the cafeteria. His movements have become fluid, indicating that his muscles are regaining vitality. The revival of his stomach muscles inevitably results in a terrifying wave of hunger. It appears hastily constructed, a collective living space devoid of individualistic comforts. He had imagined a stratified arrangement akin to that of space travelers. While summarizing his observations along the way, Ming Kanki discovers the electrical switch behind the cafeteria's entrance. With a crackle, the switch powers the cafeteria. Simultaneously, the television wall flickers to life. Attention! Do not return to the surface. The solar storm has arrived earlier than anticipated. Only 60% of humanity has reached the underground. We do not know what will transpire next. Ming Kanki is oblivious to what a solar storm entails. Or rather, his understanding of such storms does not equate to a disaster for Earth. Nor could it evoke the fear and helplessness exhibited by the elder on the broadcast. Screams echo in the background. It is only then that Ming Kanki notices the vast expanse of red light or flames cascading from the heavens behind the figure on the screen. The entire scene of the press conference is suffused with a crimson hue. Outside the windows and doors, the streets are engulfed in flames. Our calculations were flawed. Therefore, we do not know how long this catastrophe will last. Nor can we ascertain when the surface will once again be habitable for humanity. You must explore on your own. There is no time. Remember, the underground is entrusted to you. You must ensure the future of humanity. The future of Earth. Oh, in the dream world. A wave of orange-red flames ignites the entire venue. The television broadcast abruptly ceases. The image automatically shifts, the fiery glow igniting everything on the surface. Even the sturdy steel and concrete are reduced to magma. Humanity's grand cities are obliterated in mere seconds. 1 second later, this scene, accompanied by a surge of molten rock, rises and falls, abruptly extinguishing. The surface has become a sea of fire. Ming Kanki shakes his head. He is utterly powerless to assist with the events on the surface. Although he comprehends this internally, the sight of humanity and everything on the surface being consumed by the solar storm constricts his heart with unease. In the face of nature's might, humanity remains woefully fragile. The protagonist decides to retreat into the realm of his mind, switching to his secondary personality. At that moment, the television flickers, and the word rebroadcast appears in the upper right corner. Gradually fading away, this is a message from the past. The elder, who previously conducted the final broadcast, states, "Our scientists have discovered that it is not the sun transforming into a red giant, but rather an impending solar storm. The duration of the solar storm will be shorter than anticipated, allowing us to return to the Earth's surface sooner." The elder speaks at length, frequently glancing at the report in his hand. Essentially, the damage caused by the solar storm is significantly less than that of a red giant, and its impact will be brief. Although the oceans will evaporate to some extent, they will not vanish entirely. Unlike the projected brief red giant phase, the solar storm will not extinguish all life on Earth. However, Ming Kanki's secondary personality does not focus on these details. His keen mind notes the final phrase from the broadcast. The underground is entrusted to you. This implies that there may be others still working underground. This is undoubtedly good news for Ming Kanki. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he immediately begins his search for an escape route. Chapter 23. The Drama and Perils of the Shelter. After a wave of events, Ming Kanki awakens back in reality, unaware of the severe consequences he has endured in the world of Naruto. He is also oblivious to the chaos the third Hokage has caused on his behalf within the ninja realm. Of course, with the deterrent of would release, although numerous speculations circulate in the ninja world. No one dares to provoke the might of Konoha. He has also forgotten about the discrepancies in the flow of time between reality and the dream world. At present, he is sleeping soundly on a double bed. In the underground shelter, it is said that everyone is equal, all encased in freezing capsules. However, as Ming Kanki wanders about, he finds no exit. Instead, he stumbles upon a lavishly furnished room complete with a double bed and a separate kitchen. Compared to the cramped quarters housing 2, 4, 8, or even 16 individuals in bunk beds, this room is indeed luxurious, given that he is the sole living occupant of Shelter 001. Ming Kanki wisely appropriates this room for himself. Besides the absence of sunlight, The environment here is remarkably comfortable. He cannot even hear the sounds of machinery. Ming Kanki sleeps deeply, devoid of dreams. What a splendid day. This marks the 8th day of Ming Kanki's awakening. Having yet to discover a way out, and unable to access the passage leading to the surface, he has grown accustomed to this enclosed shelter, treating it as his own kingdom. However, in contrast to his carefree and optimistic primary personality, his secondary personality is acutely aware of the underlying issues. Thus, while the primary personality rests, the secondary personality takes control of the body to meticulously search every corner of the shelter. In the water management control room, Ming Kanki discovers the corpse of an unfortunate individual who was crushed by a broken water pipe. It appears the pipe had failed before his arrival. Fortunately, the water supply had been shut off in advance. Otherwise, Ming Kanki would likely have had to swim his way out. Behind the water management control room, he finds an artificial greenhouse. The greenhouse is illuminated by dozens of high-intensity incandescent lights simulating sunlight. However, it has fallen into disrepair. Amid the overgrowth, Ming Kanki discovers a well-preserved corpse and a snake that had been crushed. Above the water management control room, Ming Kanki locates the central control room, where he finds a personnel roster, a complete map of the shelter, and the only clock within the entire facility. Of course, he also discovers the remaining individuals. The year is 2236.13 years have passed since Ming Kanki was forcibly placed into the prototype cryogenic shelter. The only conclusion Ming Kanki can draw is the significant disparity in the flow of time between the dream world and reality. Additionally, he sees terms such as depth 14 kilometers, underground sea, and pressure on the computer screen. This indicates that the shelter is not, as initially claimed, situated a kilometer beneath the surface, but rather resembles a colossal rocky submarine submerged within an underground sea. As for the others, I regret to say, they are merely a heap of desiccated corpses. The most recent news from the surface is not from this year. Through his computer, Ming Kanki observed that the timestamp on the documents indicated the year 2230. Concurrently, within the surveillance footage, Ming Kanki witnessed a dramatic power struggle unfolding. The sequence of events was rather straightforward. The security personnel, believing the surface world to be doomed, aspired to become the king of the shelter. The control room vehemently opposed this notion. The chef insisted that they must heed his orders. The fusion reactor expert declared, "Without me, you are nothing." Everyone congregated in the control room for discussion. The farmer did not attend but secretly loosened several screws in the water dispatch room. When the dispatch room malfunctioned and the repairman went to fix it, he ultimately met his demise within. Thus, the battle commenced. The security personnel triumphed over the deranged chef but unleashed a torrent of violence. The fusion expert resolved to take everyone down with him. The ice coffin specialist believed that by eliminating the others, he could still awaken some, which was of no concern to him. The control room was overthrown. Upon witnessing the chaos, the security officer swiftly dispatched the fusion expert and the ice coffin specialist. He thought he was the last one standing, victorious. However, the ice coffin expert turned out to be merely a knowledgeable repairman, lacking the ruthlessness required. The control room operator rose once more, sealing the control room and rendering it accessible only from the outside. In a fit of rage, the security officer struck down the control room operator. Yet, he found himself unable to escape. The farmer, moonlighting as a forest ranger, unwittingly allowed a snake to enter the shelter. One careless moment led to him being bitten. He collapsed, the snake crushed beneath him. Henceforth, the entire shelter, save for the vegetation and the frozen humans within the ice coffins, became devoid of life. A grand spectacle indeed, showcasing the unbridled greed, selfishness, conspiracy, and cruelty of humanity. Had it not been for the unexpected circumstances, the farmer, seemingly devoted to agriculture and forestry, would have emerged as the final victor. However, such is the inexorable cycle of karma. Ming Kanki found the unfolding drama captivating. Indeed, the sight of those decaying corpses still lingered in the control room. His throat constricted, and upon emerging to witness the cinematic events, Ming Kanki's primary persona retreated, giving way to the emergence of his secondary persona once again. Subsequently, the secondary persona coldly interred all the bodies within the forest. That night, the primary persona spent an entire hour cleansing himself, nearly scrubbing away 3 layers of skin. While the adage "when clams and sandpipers quarrel, the fisherman benefits" holds some truth, Ming Kanki's responsibilities were far from insignificant. He undertook various pipeline inspections, addressed anomalies in the ice coffin's cryogenic sleep chambers, and attended to the nuclear fusion reactor, which allegedly could operate stably for a millennium, though certainty necessitated maintenance. In summary, the secondary persona dedicated nearly an entire day to meticulously inspecting each room with a specialized manual computer. This endeavor extended over 10 days. Remarkably, the technology of the future world proved exceptionally robust, revealing no areas in dire need of repair. Otherwise, Ming Kanki might have found himself in a predicament. Unbeknownst to him, during this nearly month-long period, profound changes were transpiring within him. The power of soul evolution began to manifest rapidly. The cells of Uchiha and Senju from the dream world, intertwined with chakra and bloodline limits, swiftly integrated into Ming Kanki's own cells. This integration was not a replacement, but rather an insertion. Should someone examine Ming Kanki's DNA, they would discover that his chromosomes were slightly longer than those of an ordinary human. Perfect. If a device capable of assessing the genetic makeup of his entire cellular composition were available, it would reveal that the integrated genes were not entirely identical but rather divided into two distinct types, Uchiha and Senju, or more specifically, Sharingan and would release. The ratio of these genes mirrored precisely the ratio of the two cell types within Ming Kanki and the Naruto world. Simultaneously, such an examination would unveil another phenomenon. These two gene types exhibited no direct conflict, but rather influenced each other continuously, hinting at the potential for assimilation into a singular gene. Today, Ming Kanki approached the final area requiring inspection, the liquid nitrogen condensation room's machinery space. Even in a future world capable of exploring Mars, the production of liquid nitrogen had seen little evolution, remaining similar to the 21st century, pressurized and condensed. The only difference lay in the unparalleled efficiency of the future world compared to that of the 21st century. A single high-speed crankshaft-driven compressor sufficed to meet the entire shelter's liquid nitrogen demands. Naturally, for safety reasons, redundancy was built into the design. 8 high-speed crankshaft compressors were linked to the supply pipeline. Should one encounter a malfunction, the system would automatically adjust the valves and activate another. With a sudden screech, danger loomed. Chapter 24. Coughing blood. Entering the dream. A crankshaft from a condensation engine flew off at high speed, hurtling toward Ming Kanki's head. Danger. Fortunately, Ming Kanki was currently in a state of his secondary persona. The acute sense of peril triggered a response. Even before the crankshaft was fully airborne, the Sharingan activated in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, as the crankshaft soared, chakra surged within him, and he instinctively moved half a meter to the rear right. That mere half meter constituted the thin line between life and death. Ming Kanki watched as the crankshaft wobbled and spun erratically, narrowly missing the left side of his face. He had evaded it. Were it not for the persistent, throbbing pain near his ear, accompanied by fresh blood, Ming Kanki might have believed it all to be a mere dream. With a shared memory, the primary persona was jolted back into consciousness. The secondary persona was forcibly pulled back into the mental realm. Cough, cough. Just as he remembered the necessity to breathe, an uncontrollable fit of coughing seized him. Amidst the violent convulsions, it seemed a phlegm-laden expulsion erupted from his mouth. Ming Kanki instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. To his dismay, his palm was stained crimson. Blood? How could this sensation be real? Chakra surged, imbued with life force, coalescing into green energy that concentrated in his eyes. The three Tomo appeared. Ming Kanki gazed at the blood on his palm, suddenly recalling that this was precisely the scenario during the bloodline conflict in the Naruto world. His body felt as though it were being pricked by myriad needles. Engulfed in a persistent yet not overwhelmingly intense flame, waves of pain escalated to an unbearable degree. Just as the expression of agony surfaced on his face, Ming Kanki once again activated his secondary persona. Chakra ignited the Uchiha and Senju cells, triggering a bloodline conflict. Although Ming Kanki did not fully comprehend the underlying principle, he could vaguely surmise that it was the result of chakra and the Sharingan. Halt the chakra extraction. Deactivate the Sharingan. The pain subsided. The secondary persona promptly acted upon this deduction. Indeed, his bodily condition improved somewhat instantly. Though the pain lingered, it had not intensified. Rather, it seemed to lessen, lacking inspiration and further information. The secondary persona refrained from further speculation. He located the manual computer and shut down the power to the already non-operational condensation engine, commencing the replacement of parts. At that moment, the backup condensation engine roared to life, operating continuously. Even without replacing the components, it would suffice. However, Ming Kanki's secondary persona was rational. When it came to maintenance, he adhered to his principles. After successfully installing the high-speed crankshaft, Ming Kanki manually initiated a test run. According to the manual's testing chart, upon completing all tests, Ming Kanki finally accomplished the comprehensive maintenance of the entire shelter. Upon returning to his room, the primary persona reasserted control, suppressing the secondary persona, and proposed an insightful inference. Possession carries risks. Entering the dream realm requires caution. Then, the primary persona faded once more, allowing the secondary persona to manifest again. Ming Kenki began to ponder calmly and rationally. This statement resonated particularly with me. I can synchronize the powers obtained from the dream world to myself, yet I cannot control how to discern what to grasp. I can only seize everything indiscriminately, at least for now. That is the case. Soul evolution embodies this capability that I must return to the dream world, back to the Naruto realm. There, once I resolve the bloodline conflict, I can synchronize back to reality and restore my state. The question remains, how shall I return? I certainly cannot go back to the cryogenic sleep chamber. That ice coffin is out of the question. I find myself perplexed by the underlying principles. Should I inadvertently succumb to the cold? It would spell disaster. The information at hand is woefully inadequate, rendering any effective analysis impossible. It appears that the only course of action is to experiment based on the literal interpretation, entering the dream state. This must pertain to dreaming while asleep. Following a logical sequence, I have eliminated an unsafe option, leaving only the secure one. Ming Kenki immediately prepares to attempt it. However, Ming Kenki's alter ego is excessively composed and rational, despite closing his eyes and attempting to clear his mind for an extended period. Sleep eludes him. Sleep, rest, and dreaming are matters best left to the dominant personality. After all, that is the essence of being a dominant persona. Yet, are they not the same individual? Can there truly be such a disparity in wisdom? This entire plethora of thoughts, why had it not occurred to me sooner? The dominant personality of Ming Kenki emerged, initially expressing a few sardonic remarks, feeling a twinge of self-contempt. Ultimately, in a bid not to be outdone by the alter ego, the dominant personality forcibly augmented the inferential information provided by the alter ego. Nevertheless, my intellect is not inferior to that of the alter ego. If it is possible to extract bloodline power from the dream realm, then I shall simply seek a bloodline that can accommodate this conflict. However, there exists a prerequisite. I must be able to effortlessly control my entry into the dream state, ensuring that I can possess the body I desire. Contemplating this, Ming Kenki nodded in agreement, convinced that it is indeed feasible and resolved. I must give it a T or Y.I in the serene solitude of an undisturbed room, lying upon the soft expanse of a double bed. Ming Kenki contorted himself into a C shape, then shifted to a Z shape, subsequently reclining on his side, and ultimately sprawled out in a starfish position, surrendering to slumber. However, one cannot simply close their eyes and expect to fall asleep instantaneously. There exists a requisite period of transition, ranging from mere seconds to several minutes. This is an experience that Ming Kenki has just undergone. Similarly, one cannot merely wish to dream. One might find themselves instead indulging in a night of uninterrupted, high-quality sleep. Many a youthful lad yearning for dreams of beauty must have encountered such occurrences. Now, let us discuss entering the dream state. This concept is even more peculiar. Setting aside the fact that Ming Kenki himself has yet to comprehend the conditions necessary for entering the dream state, let us employ the powers of higher dimensional beings to unveil what the situation truly entails. Entering the dream state is a skill that requires a heightened state of consciousness to activate. Only by communicating with the Black Obelisk can one trigger the ability to enter dreams. Thus, Ming Kenki's attempt to enter the dream state through mere slumber is, under normal circumstances, an impossibility. Yet, as the protagonist, he is not bound by the ordinary. Where there are typical scenarios, there exist atypical ones, and indeed, Ming Kenki has stumbled upon an extraordinary circumstance. Once more, Ming Kenki found himself dreaming that he dreamt of the mini-universe that had plundered Athena, of descending into the sacred realm to peruse the sacred text of the mini-universe, and of someone breaching the observatory tower. At that moment, Ming Kenki swiftly returned the sacred text to the shelf and closed his eyes. Simultaneously, he fervently shouted within his mind, "I wish to enter the dream world." Enter the dream. A profound sense of crisis surged within Ming Kenki's heart. The fabric of his dream began to fluctuate, becoming exceedingly unstable. It seemed as if he was on the verge of awakening, propelled by the internal sense of urgency, forcefully suppressing the rising tide of anxiety. Ming Kenki continued to shout, "I wish to enter the dream world." Enter the dream. The sense of crisis abruptly vanished. At the edge of a colossal interstellar fortress spaceship, amidst a battleground teeming with countless fighter jets and bizarre cosmic creatures, Ming Kenki opened his eyes. Amidst the blurriness, flashes of light danced before him. It's so cold, yet so hot. Is this the vastness of outer space? Possessing another body is fraught with danger. Entering the dream state requires caution, with a hint of lamentation. Ming Kenki succumbed to a profound stupor. Chapter 25. MF enters the dream. Mikhail, Mikhail, Mikhail. Ming Kanki awoke to the sound of repeated calls, his vision obscured as though shrouded in a watery mist. Rendering everything unclear. He closed his eyes, squeezed them tightly, then reopened them. Suddenly, everything snapped into focus, revealing a few familiar faces. However, his mind was a blank slate. He could recall nothing, as if his brain had just undergone a factory reset. Ming Kanki gazed around in confusion. That moment, before anyone had arrived, a loud and somewhat brash voice pierced through. I heard Mikhail has awakened. Upon hearing this voice, Ming Kanki felt a flicker of recognition. Miss Cheryl had also arrived. Mikhail's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. It seemed that perhaps prolonged exposure to the vastness of space had adversely affected his mind. He appeared to be suffering from memory issues. As he listened to the remarks of the diminutive individual to his left, resembling a young schoolboy, and then beheld the elegant, pink-haired beauty entering the room, Ming Kanki's mind finally began to function. Cheryl? Cheryl Noah? Ming Kanki uttered his first words, his voice gravelly, reminiscent of a long-abandoned tape recorder, struggling to articulate clearly. Cheryl Noah, clad in a patient gown, stood tall and resolute. Do you not remember me? Indeed, it is I, the Queen, the Galactic Fairy, Cheryl Noah. Ming Kanki's eyes sparkled. Observing Cheryl Noah's current attire, he deduced the progression of the storyline. Arriving late, after the outbreak of the V-type infection, Cheryl had devoted herself entirely to early girl Althea. At this juncture, Ming Kanki, who had never even experienced a romantic relationship, stood no chance of winning Cheryl's affections. Even before the battle commenced, he had already been defeated. Ming Kanki could only bury his feelings deep within. Reminiscent of his initial encounter with his first love, after silently observing Cheryl for a while, burying his emotions deep within, Ming Kanki turned his gaze to the individuals surrounding the bed. Gran. Luca, Princess Althea. Hey, Mikhail. Upon hearing the title of princess, Althea immediately exploded in frustration. Chuckling softly, as the conversation unfolded, Ming Kanki's speech became increasingly fluid. Since pursuing Cheryl was no longer an option, he abandoned any thoughts of concealing his identity. He became serious and stated earnestly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ming Kanki, not Mikhail Braun. Mikhail's memories have been completely erased. I apologize. He is utterly gone." Hey, Mikhail. Gran grasped Ming Kanki's left arm tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. The formidable strength derived from her Zenithian heritage, even in her untransformed state, rendered Ming Kanki's arm acutely painful. Althea, at a loss for words, sighed and turned to leave. Cheryl Noah had been unwell of late. The V-type infection was rapidly advancing towards her head. Their relationship with Mikhail Braun had merely been one of friendship, and now she too departed to return to her hospital room. Luca Angelo. Upon hearing Ming Kanki's words, suddenly recalled Matsura Nanes, who lay in a coma in another room. A wave of despondency washed over him, prompting him to exit as well. The hospital room was left with only Ming Kanki and Gran. I am truly sorry, Gran. This is the reality. I currently possess no experience in piloting fighter jets. As for my physical condition, perhaps I retain some muscle memory, but that is all. Ming Kanki was unaware of why he felt compelled to apologize to Gran. He had initially intended to lie down and see if he could enter the dream state once more. Mikhail. Gran wept. Tears cascaded down her seemingly youthful cheeks. Ming Kanki furrowed his brow, wishing to continue speaking seriously, yet suddenly changed his tone. How about I give piloting a fighter jet a try, Gran? You could teach me. Glan instantly ceased his tears and exclaimed, "Excellent. Possessing another's body entails risks, and one must tread carefully when entering dreams. This caution does not solely pertain to the dangers encountered during possession, but also to those that arise afterward. This time, we faced a complete erasure of memory, but what of the next encounter? Will Ming Kanki retain his memories, or perhaps experience a collision of souls? In truth, even in this instance, devoid of soul retention and memory preservation, Ming Kanki remains inescapably influenced by certain remnants of Mikhail Braun's body. To this day, he has yet to differentiate between his primary and secondary personalities. Moreover, he remains blissfully unaware of this fact. Possessing another's body carries inherent risks. One must proceed with caution when entering dreams. Ming Kanki departed the hospital en route to the fighter jet airport. He gazed at the artificial sky, observing the trails of fighter jets soaring above, and suddenly found himself appreciating Mikhail Braun's body. In this world, it appeared that only a fraction of his lineage was of the Tenkoku Seijin. His vision had indeed improved significantly. which might offset some of the after effects of the kaleidoscope that AS for other ninja techniques in this interstellar realm. It seemed that powers below the shadow level would be utterly ineffective. It was evident he needed to master the fighter jet. His thoughts began to wander, contemplating how to survive in this new environment. The fighter jet airport. Within a solitary VF fighter jet hangar, he skillfully maneuvered the control stick to elevate the nose of the aircraft, while simultaneously rotating to control the humanoid body's limbs, accelerating and decelerating, and executing the missile launch sequence in a methodical order. Glan assisted Ming Kanki in donning his flight suit, meticulously guiding him through each control action and the function of every button. The notion of youthful innocence and legal lowly completely evaded Ming Kanki's attention at that moment. His primary and secondary personalities had begun to manifest distinctly. Ming Kanki's expression remained impassive, yet it was his secondary personality that was intently listening, engaged in rational thought and fully immersed in learning. Ming Kanki's rate of absorption was astonishing. Typically, after a single explanation from Glan, Ming Kanki could retain the information flawlessly. In fact, with the residual muscle memory from Mikhail Braun's body, it could be said that Ming Kanki had essentially mastered the control of the VF variable body. However, when it came to actual combat, he harbored little confidence. As the secondary personality emerged, Ming Kanki's primary persona appeared within the confines of his mental space. Why is this happening? It is truly a peculiar situation. I have not inherited even a fragment of Mikhail Braun's memories, so why do I still feel unsettled in Glan's presence? Within this mental space, his primary persona observed the animated display of Macross Frontier playing on the computer. A multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Feeling a surge of irritation, he waved his hand, causing a new monitor to materialize on the desk. The screen automatically opened a web page showcasing a novel that Ming Kanki had previously read. This was yet another advantage of the separation between his primary and secondary personalities. Regardless of Ming Kanki's recollection, anything he had ever encountered could manifest as a web page, images, or even silent videos within his mental space. Any audio he had heard could similarly be recalled. However, the computer in his mental space lacked a search engine, making it difficult to locate specific information if he had no memory or impression of it. As for the novel page, it happened to be a fantasy tale from a certain online author. The primary persona, feeling agitated, randomly opened a book and selected a chapter. Coincidentally, this chapter pertained to a story within the realm of ancient mythos, specifically detailing the act of severing 3 corpses, ultimately culminating in a discussion about the obsession of self-enslavement. Chapter 26. The MF War. Today, Ming Kanki awaited Glan's arrival in vain. He decided to explore the hospital instead. After meandering through the corridors, Ming Kanki arrived on the hospital's top floor, where he overheard a conversation between Glan and Alut. I received notification as well. What do you intend to do about the orchid matter? It felt as though he had traversed a great distance, and the time spent joining SMS had not been long at all. Lieutenant Glan, why did you join SMS? Ming Kanki found the dialogue to be disjointed, akin to listening to the original anime script. Glan asked earnestly, while Alut responded with depth. He had evaded the core question. Becoming a soldier is a tradition among my kin, thus I have no doubts about it. I have always regarded it as a matter of course. I share that belief. My aspiration is to become an actor. However, yearning for the skies led me to leave home and become a prospective pilot. Later, I encountered her. To protect her, I chose to join SMS, embracing combat and the duty of safeguarding. Are we reminiscing suddenly? Indeed. I had been evading the truth, pretending not to notice various matters. But that is over now. At that moment, Shirilu opened the door and approached the edge of the corridor leading to the rooftop. Locking eyes with Ming Kanki, he gestured for silence, shaking his head and pointing towards the rooftop. Suddenly, Alut's layered rhetoric grew fervent and resolute, akin to a climactic speech, emotions surging forth. This fragile world, which can be shattered at any moment, is where we all reside, hoping to live on for eternity. Therefore, if Lanhua becomes a tool for the Vajra, if her song could lead to our destruction, I shall kill Lanhua. Alut's conviction was impeccable. Even Glan, who had been fixated on Alut, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Shirilu, too, was moved to tears, murmuring, if only I had known, but even now is fine. A little longer is acceptable. Ming Kanki could not comprehend Shirilu's emotions at this moment, nor could he fathom her thoughts. Yet, the poignant sight of her, a woman so resilient yet reduced to tears, resonated deeply within him, stirring feelings he had once experienced. There was no need for reason, no justification to be found. He was simply moved and compelled to draw closer to her. Ming Kanki raised his hand and turned to leave. Though his primary persona had inherited the vast majority of Ming Kanki's will, it still bore certain flaws. For instance, Ming Kanki's reticence and timidity regarding love led his primary persona to choose avoidance over boldness. The inner monologue of his primary persona was, "I see no need to approach. I am merely an outsider. It is better for me to remain uninvolved." However, Shirley Nam's song is truly enchanting. Just as Ming Kanki grasped the handle of the rooftop door, several armed soldiers aimed their weapons at him. The ominous click of the guns caused Ming Kanki's heart to constrict, drawing the attention of Glan and Alud on the rooftop. A figure clad in secretive attire emerged from behind the soldiers, proclaiming in an authoritative tone, "Mikhail Braun, now known as Ming Kanki, the esteemed president commands that you must participate in the upcoming battle. You cannot use your discontent as an excuse to evade. Failure to comply will result in penalties under the Macross Frontiers smuggling and anti-cyborg laws. Given the state of war, you should understand the potential severity of the consequences. You intend to kill Mikhail? I will not allow it." Glan interjected, stepping protectively in front of Ming Kanki. "Lieutenant Glan, you must understand that this man's soul is no longer that of Lieutenant Mikhail. He is entirely another person. I care not. No matter what that person claims, I will not yield an inch." Glan stood firm. Ming Kanki could faintly perceive the immense form of the Tenkokuseijin concealed within Glan's childlike physique. "You may leave. I will engage in battle." "Mikhail," Ming Kanki gently ruffled Glan's hair, offering a faint smile. His smile concealed a frenzied thought that had begun to rise within his heart. The war was about to commence. Grace's conspiracy was nearing its conclusion. The immense projection of the Orchid loomed over the Vajra planet, her voice clashing against that of Shirley. The trails of various ships, beams of light, missiles, and even the glow of reactionary rounds painted a splendid tapestry against the dim backdrop of the cosmos. "Wow, a perfect hit. This device is remarkably user-friendly." "Careful, Gran." Ming Kanki piloted the original Michael's VF-25G, relentlessly picking off one Vajra after another. With his Sharingan activated, he deftly provided cover for Gran, Alud, and others. "Watch out, Michael." However, the Orchid's melody overpowered Shirley's song. The background music temporarily no longer belonged to the MF side. The Vajra commenced in organized offense and defense. Ming Kanki found himself in peril for a moment. Fortunately, Gran timely collided with the Vajra that had attempted to ambush Ming Kanki. The formation of the Vajra gradually tightened. Ming Kanki, Gran, Alud, and the others began to find themselves encircled. Ming Kanki's expression grew detached, seemingly indicating the emergence of a secondary persona, yet it bore subtle differences. There was no escape. Maximum mobility. The Sharingan spun rapidly, hinting at the three black tomo beginning to intertwine. Ming Kanki's hands moved almost mechanically. His muscle memory perfectly utilized. He advanced in a zigzag pattern, serpentining through the air, gracefully leaping and decelerating to evade. Within moments, Ming Kanki piloted the blue sniper VF-25G, breaking free from the main force and charging towards the rear of the Vajra formation. There, precisely positioned, was the colossal projection of the Orchid. Since the body of the dream world was not my own, then death should not equate to my demise. Would it be akin to a virtual reality game where revival is possible? Or would there be some other transformation? It required testing. In the most heroic manner. This was Ming Kanki's mad notion. This was the opportune moment to realize that thought. The blue VF-25G, codenamed Skull 2, surged forward like a self-destructive assault. "Michael!" The radio echoed with Gran's reluctant, anguished cries. Ming Kanki silently activated the broadcast, calmly stating, "I truly hope that next time, it won't be this body burdened with emotions that I earnestly wish to intersect with an earlier timeline. I long to meet Shirley sooner. Alud, I shall clear the path for you. Press on." The green life force chakra blazed fiercely around Ming Kanki. "I shall expend my vitality." Would release. True thousand-handed Buddha. The immense thousand-handed Buddha materialized, crashing through everything yet sparing any enemy from death. The assault power of the wood release could not breach the Vajra's protective shield. However, the human-made warship, shielded by the Orchid's projection. The battle galaxy, proved less resilient. It was directly shattered by the wooden Buddha's strike, plummeting to the ground. Subsequently, Alud successfully infiltrated the battle galaxy and rescued the Orchid. Amidst the resonance of the Orchid and Shirley's melodies, Alud and the Orchid's brother successfully eliminated Grace. Humanity shattered the conspiracy and achieved victory. As for Ming Kanki, he vanished entirely. Later, SMS recovered the wooden Buddha that had transformed from Ming Kanki, but found no trace of Michael's cells. It was as if Michael had never existed at all. Chapter 27, Awakening in Konoha. At the end of the 50th year of Konoha, the Cloud Shinobi attempted to abduct the young daughter of the Hyuga clan. And upon discovery, sought to retaliate. Konoha was enraged, and in the early 51st year, war erupted at the border between the two nations. This battle witnessed the re-emergence of the first Hokage, who unleashed a vast would-release attack, annihilating nearly 20,000 Cloud Shinobi in an instant. The two tails fell into ambush. The Raikage conceded defeat. The ninja world believed Konoha to be immensely powerful, once again flourishing. Yet, Konoha maintained its usual low profile. No one knew that the wielder of the wood release had succumbed to unconsciousness. That a month later, Fukusaku, the sage of the toads, returned to Konoha alongside Princess Tsunade Senju. Konoha flourished. 3 years later, that scoundrel Orochimaru. For nearly 3 years, every time Tsunade treated Ming Kanki, she would be filled with rage. When Tsunade first took on the task of treating Ming Kanki, her fear of blood had not yet dissipated. With the assistance of the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, she successfully completed her initial treatment of Ming Kanki. Since then, no blood had ever spilled from Ming Kanki again. Tsunade had healed him in one go, something that the medical ninjas of Konoha had failed to achieve in over a month. Following that, Tsunade spent several days formulating medication, coupled with her profound medical ninjutsu, which she continually applied. Ming Kanki's bloodline conflict was temporarily subdued. Yet, for nearly 3 years, regardless of the treatment, Tsunade could not awaken Ming Kanki. Fortunately, Konoha required the wood release to maintain its standing, hence they could not simply abandon Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki was also the brother of Uzumaki Karen, who had a close relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. In summary, Ming Kanki was relocated to a concealed location, heavily protected. Only the Hokage and Tsunade were permitted entry, externally. This was the secluded residence of the Konoha princess, Tsunade Senju, and disturbances were strictly forbidden. Even the elders of Konoha could not enter without prior communication. This was a mandate enforced by the third Hokage. Of course, for most Jonin and above, this matter was semi-public. While some may harbor ulterior motives, the vast majority of ninjas kept their lips sealed about it. Boom! As Ming Kanki regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sound of an explosion. What on earth? Had the final ruse failed? Am I still on the battlefield of the Macross? No, I seem to be lying down. Ming Kanki opened his eyes, going through the familiar process of transitioning from blurred vision to clarity. A wooden, Japanese-style room came into view. Ming Kanki lay on a modern hospital bed, adorned with white sheets, a white pillow, and the white coat of a medical professional. Several 4 bags hung from a rack. Slowly administering fluids into his right arm. The technological advancements in the ninja world are rather skewed. Despite being in an era of cold weapons, the 4 bags and needles were indistinguishable from modern times. Aside from the Japanese-style room, Ming Kanki turned about, finding no markers of the world around him. Although he could only distinguish between other worlds and the Naruto universe, he could not ascertain his current situation. Thus, he sat up. Thanks to Tsunade's care, Ming Kanki's body had not suffered from muscle atrophy. On the contrary, he appeared to have aged a year. Anyone there? Grasping the clothing rack with his left hand, Ming Kanki approached the door and cautiously pushed it open. However, outside was a grand hall. To be precise, the wooden structure he occupied was situated within an underground hall. The hall was illuminated by several high-intensity incandescent lights mimicking sunlight. The entire area was enveloped in a Genjutsu barrier, appearing just like the world outside. The moment Ming Kanki laid eyes on this hall, his gaze shifted, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated instantaneously, only to close again immediately. In that fleeting moment, the 3 black tomo faintly formed a unique pattern. However, its emergence and disappearance were too rapid. In fact, even Ming Kanki himself had not perceived the change in his eyes. He remained blissfully unaware that he had just activated his Sharingan. However, this transformation did not escape the keen eyes of a hidden Umbu ninja stationed nearby. Coincidentally, this Umbu was the squad leader himself. Upon witnessing the change in Ming Kanki's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a swift gesture, he summoned another Umbu, commanding, as long as he does not emerge, do not engage with him. If he becomes aware, find a way to stall him. I shall seek Lady Tsunade. Understood. The other Umbu promptly concealed himself once more. The squad leader, meanwhile, darted away in an instant. He navigated unobstructed to the surface, and immediately reported to the still fuming Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, he has awakened. Good. Tsunade's anger dissipated in an instant, and her figure flickered as she appeared within the room. The Umbu squad leader's eyes narrowed, and he too activated his body flicker technique to vanish. Hiding once again, returning to Ming Kenki's side. Although he did not perceive the rapid change in his vision, he effortlessly saw through the illusionary barrier. He even caught a glimpse of the exchange between the two Umbu outside the barrier. Had he been versed in lip reading, it would have been feasible. Alas, the Umbu wore masks, rendering such skills futile. Nevertheless, he distinctly observed one of the Umbu, the squad leader, gesturing towards him. In summary, Ming Kenki discerned the facade of the hall and noted the symbol of a leaf on the foreheads of the two Umbu. Konoha, it seems I have returned. But what is the nature of this situation? Not only are the Umbu monitoring me, but there is also a barrier that should serve as protection. Yet, I cannot ascertain whether I am being safeguarded or imprisoned. Fortunately, he need not ponder long. For Tsunade soon materialized just outside the barrier. Upon seeing Senju Tsunade, Ming Kenki felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Tsunade had consistently been portrayed as a benevolent figure in the original narrative. Ah, you are awake. How do you feel? Tsunade inquired. Entering the barrier with a hand seal. As she spoke, green chakra emanated from her hands, probing and pressing against Ming Kenki. He could feel the warm currents of chakra circulating within him before dissipating. With the remainder returning to Tsunade's grasp, the moniker of medical sage was not an exaggeration. This meticulous method of chakra examination was something most medical ninjas could not master in a lifetime. Ming Kenki chose to remain silent. After all, Tsunade meant him no harm. When a doctor conducts an examination, one must obediently endure. Nonetheless, Tsunade's probing was indeed rather tumultuous. After completing her examination, Tsunade remarked, "Excellent. There have been no further manifestations of bloodline conflict. However, you must refrain from utilizing wood release from now on. The cells inherited from my grandfather are far too invasive for you to withstand. Although I am uncertain as to why you did not immediately transform into wood 3 years ago. You certainly will not be so fortunate a second time. 3 years. Are you implying that I have been unconscious for 3 years? What has become of my sister?" The explanation of the events over the past 3 years was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, the hidden Umbu squad leader did not return to the underground chamber, but instead proceeded to a different subterranean location. Chapter 28. Identity Revelation in Konoha. Within a shadowy underground facility, the quietly departing Umbu squad leader knelt at a table illuminated by flickering candlelight. "Lord Danzo, Ming Kenki has awakened. Moreover, I have witnessed that he possesses a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. I assure you, it was not a mere illusion. It is genuine." Danzo acknowledged Ming Kenki's Uchiha lineage but was slightly taken aback at the revelation of his 3-tomo Sharingan. Having been in a coma for 3 years, the depth of his concealment was remarkable. An Uchiha indeed. The possibility that a prodigy of his clan was specifically subjected to the first Hokage's cells and masqueraded as an experimental subject of Orochimaru was highly plausible. In an instant, numerous schemes raced through Danzo's mind. Yet, his expression remained impassive, his gaze cold and devoid of any surprise. After a brief silence, Danzo expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. Ryo, you have performed admirably. In the future, I will ensure the safety of that Uchiha boy. For now, there is a task that requires your attention. Spread the word to the Uchiha clan. Remember, do not allow them to sense any abnormalities. This must be executed flawlessly. Go." Yes, the Umbu squad leader, referred to as Ryo, immediately vanished after receiving Danzo's orders. "Kurigane, you will assist him from the shadows. Ensure that no one discovers your presence. Should there be any risk of sensitive root information leaking, you know what to do." As Ryo departed, Danzo swiftly set his contingency plans into motion. Kurigane, the assigned operative, vanished in an instant. The chamber of root was left in the dim light of flickering candles, with only Danzo remaining. Supporting his chin with his hand, he murmured softly, "The Sharingan of Konoha truly needs to be entrusted to me. That is the only correct course of action." In the flickering candlelight, the palm of his descending right hand revealed a blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan. Mechanically rotating half a turn before snapping back into place, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The third Hokage returned home after a long day of work. "There's something you wish to discuss." Ryo, upon stepping through the door, the third Hokage directed his inquiry towards the corner of the room. Emerging from the shadows was Ryo, clad in dark attire, who immediately knelt and responded, "Yes. Lord Third. I have been waiting here all afternoon." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage understood the matter at hand. an order he had issued to safeguard Ming Kanki, which included a gag order that permitted the Umbu to report on Ming Kanki's condition only when he inquired directly. He has awakened. Let us go. Without waiting for Ryo's response, the third Hokage opened the door and stepped outside. Hey, Tsunade-sensei, when are you going to let me out? Ming Kanki had been pestering Tsunade all afternoon. However, aside from being subjected to various examinations, including chakra extraction tests and stamina assessments, he received no answers. Haha, are you getting anxious? A hearty, aged laugh echoed in the air. Even before the figure arrived, Ming Kanki recognized the voice. He promptly shouted towards the source. Third Hokage, hurry up and tell your apprentice to release me. I've been out for 3 years. I don't even know what the world has become. And what about my sister? Heh, don't play the pity card. Kid Tsunade's fists cracked ominously. If there were anime effects, her forehead would undoubtedly be adorned with a constantly throbbing symbol of frustration. Ming Kanki immediately fell silent, subtly inching backward. It's a relief that you are awake. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to explain this to Shikamaru and Naruto. Naruto, what does that brat have to do with anything? The third Hokage's seemingly disjointed remarks left Ming Kanki utterly perplexed. Oh, you have no idea. While you were gone, those two became inseparable. They are now closer than siblings. Oh, as long as they aren't romantically involved. That's fine, Ming Kanki muttered, then inquired. So, can you let me out now? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Tsunade-sensei has checked me over all afternoon, and there's nothing wrong. As he spoke, Ming Kanki began to run and jump around, even demonstrating his lightning release body technique. After a lap, he returned, appearing neither flushed nor out of breath, seemingly in perfect health. The third Hokage turned to Tsunade, who replied, No, we must observe him for another 2 days. I have no desire for this little rascal to tarnish my medical expertise right from the outset. Alas, third Hokage, please lend your assistance. Subsequently, Ming Kanki argued his case with fervor. Eventually, the third was persuaded. As with Tsunade, in the end, Ming Kanki was allowed to stay. The third then went off to drink with Tsunade, pondering how an inexperienced youth could sway 2 individuals with a combined age of over 100. It was utterly implausible. The following day, the number of Umbu assigned to protect Ming Kanki was halved. Captain Liang, along with a number of other ninjas, concluded their mission. That evening, the Konoha izakaya was teeming with patrons. Even the most expensive private room had been reserved. Liang and another Umbu were partaking in drinks. For confidentiality, the mission to safeguard Ming Kanki was entirely executed by the same group of Umbu, who had tirelessly carried out this task for 3 consecutive years without a single day of respite. Exhausted, Liang's face flushed after several cups of sake, and he became quite tipsy. Chun, he said, do you think we should be discussing that? The Umbu named Chun swiftly covered Liang's mouth and whispered, Liang, tread carefully. Liang brushed Chen's hand aside, gesturing towards their room, and replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. Do you truly believe I'm intoxicated? This room was specially warded during the last gathering of the daimyo. It's not only soundproof, but even the Byakugan cannot penetrate it. No one can ascertain what we discuss here. Chen still felt it was inappropriate to broach the subject. He downed a cup and said quietly, That still cannot be mentioned carelessly. We signed a confidentiality agreement. That person is the future of Konoha. That we must eliminate any potential dangers that could befall him. Yes, yes, Liang nodded vigorously, downing another cup of sake. Leaning on the table, he pointed at Chun, but missed. He appeared genuinely inebriated. Tilting his head, he filled his cup once more and took another drink. As he attempted to pour again, Chen intervened. Liang pushed Chen's hand away, insisting, But I cannot contain myself any longer. Just look at the arrogant demeanor of the Uchiha clan. Konoha has changed so drastically that we hardly recognize it. They're our comrades. Just because the Uchiha. Liang attempted to pour more sake. Chen hurriedly snatched the bottle away, interrupting him. That cannot be said either. You're drunk. Stop drinking. No, I want more. Liang protested, reaching for the bottle while continuing to speak, his voice rising. I just have one question. What if that esteemed individual becomes like the Uchiha? Do you know what I saw? That esteemed individual? I saw him possessing the Sharingan. What? How do you know that? Chun, startled, seemed to piece together a troubling realization that he nervously glanced around and sternly whispered, Liang, you're intoxicated. I haven't heard anything. You haven't said anything. You're merely inebriated. Chen quickly tidied up and supported Liang as they exited. Chapter 29. The conspiracy unfolds. The exchange between the two Umbu within the Izakaya's private room seemed to have gone unnoticed. When Liang and Qin departed, the other Umbu and ninjas displayed no signs of suspicion. However, no one noticed a rather coincidental occurrence. Behind the private room of the izakaya lay a small grove, and just beyond it was a modest tavern belonging to the Uchiha clan. There, an Uchiha, utilizing his Sharingan, observed the situation within the private room. Coincidentally, the barrier meant to prevent eavesdropping had momentarily faltered. Fortuitously, Liang was seated in such a manner that he spoke directly into the line of sight of the observing Uchiha. Without any obstruction, many ninjas possess the ability to read lips, and it was sheer happenstance that this Uchiha was adept at lip reading. After Liang and Chun left the izakaya, the Uchiha hastily departed as well. A few minutes later, beneath the window facing the izakaya, a small insect fell into the fallen leaves, quickly vanishing without a trace. After some time, the barrier against eavesdropping in the izakaya's private room was restored. Eventually, the izakaya closed for the night. Subsequently, Oil Woman Torian emerged from a nearby location, just as he had in the past. Without being noticed by anyone, that night, within the clandestine chamber beneath the Nanha shrine of the Uchiha clan, the elite members were in a fervor. Clan leader, we can no longer remain passive. Konoha has already acquired would release, and they have even slain Shui. Indeed, clan leader, if they could kill Shui in an instant, will they not proceed to eliminate us one by one? We cannot afford to wait any longer. Amidst the chaotic voices, one sentiment was unmistakable. The Uchiha clan should swiftly initiate a coup. Uchiha Fugaku stood before the ancestral stone tablet, the flickering torchlight casting an elongated shadow that enveloped the Uchiha flanking him. In that shadow, Fugaku's expression remained obscured. He absorbed the expressions of his clan members. His heart once again conflicted. He was indecisive yet emotionally rich. An Uchiha capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan certainly understood love, only to have lost it. Under such emotional turmoil, Fugaku found it difficult to reach a conclusion that he could only procrastinate further. Instead of responding directly, he inquired, "I've heard that Ming Kenki has awakened the Sharingan." "Yes, indeed," replied the very Uchiha who had witnessed the Umbu inadvertently leak information. It was this individual who had reported the news to Fugaku, prompting the secret assembly at the shrine that he wished to elaborate or express further opinions. Yet Fugaku stated bluntly, "Then he is one of us, a member of the Uchiha clan. Or at the very least, that pair of eyes must be reclaimed." Why shifting attention to a half-blood Uchiha, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere? Fugaku deftly redirected the clan's focus. Yes, with a temporary target established, the agitated elite Uchiha immediately accepted their leader's directive. They did not inquire further about details, nor did they formulate any plans. The secret meeting thus concluded abruptly, with no one among the gathered elites contemplating such matters. Once the shrine's attendees had dispersed, Fugaku let out a deep sigh. The future of the Uchiha clan, with such so-called elites, appeared dire. The following day, Ming Kenki received confirmation from Tsunade that upon completing today's training and examination, he would be permitted to venture out within the underground barrier. Ming Kenki wore a stoic expression, the currents of electricity coiling around him, as if they were one. The secondary persona unleashed the full potential of the half-completed lightning release body technique. However, this technique had yet to be perfected. To be precise, the lightning release body technique theoretically had no limits. Through relentless practice, gradually refining his body with lightning, one could enhance strength, speed, endurance, and even defensive capabilities. At this moment, Ming Kenki was experiencing the period of his fastest physical enhancement. Tsunade had just been summoned by an Umbu. The manifestation of Ming Kenki's secondary persona paid no heed to it. He continued to execute various training exercises, accelerating, turning, stopping suddenly, and maneuvering through obstacles, pushing the limits of the human condition at high speed within the barrier. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the entrance of Tsunade's south-secluded estate. "Get lost. He possesses would release. He is of the Senju clan, an Uchiha, appearing to be of similar age to Fugaku." With his crimson three-tomo Sharingan unwaveringly met Tsunade's gaze, solemnly retorting, "But, Lady Tsunade, he also possesses the Sharingan, a hallmark of our Uchiha clan. I have never witnessed such a Sharingan. Get out of my sight." Tsunade bellowed once more, her body radiating a fierce aura of killing intent. Through the energy-infused vision of the Sharingan, they discerned that Tsunade's tightly clenched right fist had amassed a substantial amount of chakra. She was not inclined to speak for a third time, but was prepared to take action instead. "We understood, we had been reckless. Please forgive our concern for a potential clansman. Thus, we shall take our leave." The renowned Sannin, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan, was a figure of such prestige and power that they dared not provoke her to confront her was a thought they could scarcely entertain. Moreover, several Uchiha members gritted their teeth and bowed in apology to Tsunade before departing. The Uchiha had exited. Tsunade returned to the underground barrier space. However, Ming Kenki had suffered greatly for an entire day. His training difficulty had escalated from the Chunin level to that of a Kage-level sparring match. Indeed, that was the case. Tsunade personally fed Ming Kenki techniques, claiming that solitary training yielded little progress, and that battling against formidable opponents was the quickest path to strength. Thus, from dawn until midnight, Ming Kenki endured a relentless cycle of combat, punishment, and healing. By the end, he lacked even the strength to voice a protest. Having just reverted to his original persona, Ming Kenki had yet to express his presence before succumbing to slumber. Lord Clan Leader, we have failed. The Uchiha clan, specifically the Fugaku family, upon hearing the report from an elite Uchiha member, a captain of the Konoha Guard, Fugaku felt a profound sense of disappointment. The Uchiha had been suppressed to the brink of rebellion, yet these elites dared to confront Tsunade directly at her residence. Surely, their minds had rusted. Fortunately, they had not reached the point of no return. They still recalled certain boundaries and refrained from directly clashing with Tsunade. With a sigh, Fugaku waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is of no consequence. This was merely a test. The informant may not have had our best interests at heart. Coincidentally, the barrier preventing surveillance had lost its effectiveness that very day. Was it truly a coincidence? At first, Fugaku endeavored to maintain his composure, but as he spoke, he could not help but voice his concerns. The captain's thoughts clearly did not align with Fugaku's. Though he nodded in agreement, he was contemplating. Konoha is truly insidious. After a brief silence, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, leading him to pose another question. Lord Clan Leader, could it be that Shirsue's demise is indeed Konoha's prelude to action against us? His life served as a warning. Chapter 30. Before the storm, Itachi was the last person to see Shirsue alive. The letter of intent was indeed penned in Shirsue's handwriting. Until we locate the body, we can only conclude that Shirsue committed suicide. As Itachi's father, I must leave the investigation to you. Your primary task now is to find Shirsue's body. Go. Aware that this was a grave accusation against Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku refrained from making a hasty decision, instead allowing the guard to conduct a covert investigation. From the condition of Shirsue's body, it was evident that he had engaged in a fierce battle before taking his own life. However, his eyes were missing. The eyes of the Uchiha must never be allowed to fall into external hands. Even if we must retrieve that eye eventually, our current focus lies on Uchiha Itachi. Utilize every means at your disposal to investigate, including but not limited to spreading rumors to provoke him to go forth. Almost simultaneously, at the residence of a certain elder of the Uchiha clan, it was evident that this elder had already discovered Shirsue's body. However, he refrained from informing Fugaku, instead preparing to frame Uchiha Itachi for murder. A series of conspiracies, a succession of deceptions. Beneath the surface, Konoha was turbulent, and Danzo's blade was poised to strike at the Uchiha's throat. Yet within the Uchiha clan, power struggles continued to unfold. Truly, when heaven seeks to bring about destruction, it first drives one to madness. In the following days, the Uchiha elites grew increasingly frenzied. They brazenly apprehended suspected enemy ninjas in the streets and violently assaulted several Konoha villagers. It was said that these villagers had previously voiced dissent regarding their methods of enforcement. Naturally, the Uchiha contended that the villagers had attempted to aid the enemy in their escape, but had failed, leading to their apprehension. Rumors also circulated that the Konoha Guard had repeatedly intercepted the rising star, Uchiha Itachi, attempting to bring him in for interrogation, employing vehement language that indicated a desire to label Itachi as a murderer. Some elders remarked, those lunatics no longer spare even their own, becoming increasingly reminiscent of that individual. In fact, Uchiha Itachi had been cornered at his own doorstep, confronted with inquiries regarding Shirsue's death. Itachi, overwhelmed by the incessant questioning, nearly lost control and attacked the captain who was interrogating him. Had it not been for Uchiha Sasuke's timely intervention, even Fugaku would have been unable to restrain Itachi from taking action. What a narrow-minded clan, clinging to their identity while placing the village's interests at odds with their own. This not only posed a threat to the village, but also placed the entire clan in jeopardy. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky. Through Itachi's Sharingan, the moon appeared incomplete. Clad in his umbu attire, he stood atop a telephone pole, surveying Konoha and the Uchiha territory, speaking to himself. I am sorry, Shirsue, I have failed. The rift between clan and village has become irreparable. I can only choose the village. Murmuring these words, Itachi's face was streaked with tears, though he did not sob uncontrollably. His mask, once devoid of expression, now seemed even colder and more detached. Drying his tears, Uchiha Itachi leapt away, vanishing beneath the moonlight. In a secluded grove within Konoha, a masked man stood with his back to Itachi, coldly stating, "It seems you are prepared." Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, fixating on the masked man's back, responding with equal detachment, "Yes, but Uchiha Sasuke must remain. I need those eyes. Then, I shall return in 3 days." The masked man assured, before dissolving into a whirlpool and disappearing. Subsequently, the third Hokage received a confidential letter from Uchiha Itachi, which emphasized the masked man suspected to be Uchiha Madara. However, Itachi did not disclose the impending joint operation to eliminate the Uchiha to the third Hokage. He understood that the Hokage would never agree to the annihilation of a prestigious clan within the village. In fact, due to the Uchiha situation, the third Hokage had already quarreled with the 3 advisors on multiple occasions. On the 3rd day after Itachi's encounter with the masked man, during the day, the Konoha advisors, Kohara Udatane and Hamuramido Kato, cornered the third Hokage in his residence. Sighing, the third Hokage had anticipated this confrontation. He had not intended to go to the office today. Removing his pipe, he exhaled a long plume of gray smoke and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, "This time, you are siding with Danzo, are you not?" Though it was a question, the third Hokage was already quite certain of their stance that we cannot allow the Uchiha to act with such impunity any longer. Just look at what they have turned the Konoha Guard into, a private enforcement group for the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, you can no longer afford to be indecisive. We have evidence that the Uchiha clan has plotted multiple schemes. In just this month alone, they convened 3 meetings. The 2 advisors exchanged words, still endeavoring to persuade the third Hokage. After a considerable period of contemplation, the third Hokage finally remarked, "Tell Danzo not to lay a hand on the children. That is my bottom line." After gazing deeply at the third for several seconds, Tintin pulled the still protesting Mito minion aside, stating, "We understand that it's impossible." Danzo vehemently dismissed the third's perspective. He countered the 2 advisors. "Can you truly believe that the Uchiha will not rebel again once they grow up?" The advisors chose not to elaborate further, silently departing from the roots, acquiescing to Danzo's viewpoint. As night fell, the streets of Konoha were unusually quiet. "I suppose it's time to let me go, isn't it? Or do you wish for an old bull to graze on tinder grass?" At Tsunade's residence, it was no longer a matter of the underground space. Minkanki teased Tsunade, who seemed to have lost her mind, as she had spent the entire afternoon inspecting him, refusing to let him leave. "Damn it. Old bull grazing on tinder grass. Who are you calling old?" Tsunade slammed her foot down, creating a large crater in the floor, her expression growing perilously dangerous. The term old should not be used lightly towards a woman, especially one like Tsunade, who, despite her age, bore a youthful visage. The aura of menace was palpable. Minkanki's heart raced, and he quickly attempted to remedy the situation, forcing a pained smile as he pleaded, Hey, Tsunade. Isn't it time to send me back? It's been 5 hours of inspections. No way." Tsunade, having lost her killing intent, still refused to acquiesce. "If you won't let me leave, and also won't allow me to expend chakra, what can you possibly glean from this endless examination? Are you the doctor, or am I?" You are." Regardless of Minkanki's attempts to wriggle free with charm and reason, Tsunade remained resolute. In her mind, she mused that the old man had likely discovered something and specifically instructed her to protect him. "You won't be returning tonight." Chapter 31. The Uchiha Massacre Incident. In truth, it was not only Minkanki who was detained by Tsunade. Even the Konoha Ninja Academy did not dismiss its students at the usual hour. The entire academy was encircled by the Hokage's direct umbu. Under the guise of examinations and supplementary lessons, all students were held back. The fluttering of butterfly wings, after 3 years of incubation, finally unleashed a storm. The Uchiha Massacre Incident had diverged significantly from the original narrative. The third Hokage did not fully trust that the 2 advisors could sway Danzo. He understood Danzo just as well as Danzo understood him. Therefore, the third had arranged contingencies. Barring unforeseen circumstances, all 9 Uchiha students at the Ninja Academy would survive, protected in the shadows by the Umbu squad leader. Liang rushed into the courtyard, his arms soaked in blood. Before he even reached the others, he shouted, "Lady Tsunade, hurry to the academy. The Uchiha are under attack. They've gone mad. Miss Karui is gravely injured. Only you can save her quick, due to the similarity of the Umbu uniforms." Tsunade could not discern which Umbu was present. In fact, she only recognized it as a captain-level attire. What? Minkanki exclaimed, dashing outside. Hurry. Tsunade followed closely behind. Moments earlier, Liang and the other Umbu had hidden around the ninja academy. Unlike the others, Liang's sole focus was on Class A of the second grade. As chaos erupted, he sprinted forward and caught a glimpse of the Sharingan beneath a mask. Collaborating seamlessly, they managed to repel the assailant. Tearing through his outer garment and revealing the Uchiha clan emblem that moment, he noticed that Karui was gravely injured and required immediate medical attention, prompting him to race to Lady Tsunade's residence. Liang replayed the details of his mission in his mind. This was the trial task Danzo had assigned him upon officially entering the roots. The ultimate goal of this mission was to instigate Minkanki's madness, driving him recklessly into the Uchiha clan's territory, where he would be slain by Itachi Uchiha. The third Hokage understood Danzo, and Danzo, likewise, understood him. To ensure the acquisition of the Sharingan, Danzo not only engaged in a strategic contest with the third but also arranged multiple contingencies. As the saying goes, the higher the path, the greater the demon. If all went as planned, Danzo would not only amass a plethora of Sharingan, but also shift the blame entirely onto the Uchiha clan, even managing to partially cleanse the roots of their reputation. However, plans are ever susceptible to change. Danzo was unaware that, beyond his dealings with Itachi Uchiha, he had also encountered the masked man who called himself Obito Uchiha. The original Obito Uchiha from the story. His plans had yet to be executed when Obito unleashed a massacre upon Konoha. Obito did not indiscriminately slay others. He specifically targeted the Uchiha members of the security team and the ninja academy. Originally, with Obito's space-time dojutsu, he could have operated undetected. Yet, Danzo had devised a scheme to frame the Uchiha for the incident at the ninja academy. When a senior Uchiha was murdered, the Umbu quickly intervened. Liang assessed the situation and declared, "The operation has begun." Having flawlessly executed Danzo's mission twice, his confidence swelled. Rather than pursue other objectives, he made a beeline for the second-grade Class A, where Naruto and Karui were situated, a glaring beacon amidst the chaos. While others rushed toward the scene of the incident, he headed toward a class utterly unrelated to the unfolding events. Obito had initially intended to check on Sasuke Uchiha, but, intrigued by the bright light, decided to follow. Then, with a mischievous grin, he thought, the Ninetales once more. His luck was fortuitous. With only one Umbu guarding the Ninetales, Naruto, Obito promptly altered his plans, preparing to wreak further havoc in Konoha. He immediately set his sights on capturing Naruto. Liang attacked a few times, but was swiftly injured in the arm by Obito. Without hesitation, he decided to flee. This seal. Obito attempted to unravel the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. However, the 8-trigram seal, formed by the combination of two 4-symbol seals, proved far more complex and required a key. After a brief attempt, he found it impossible to unlock. Subsequently, he utilized the power of his Sharingan to penetrate the seal's interior, attempting to directly control the Ninetales to break free. Yet, the sealing space within Naruto's abdomen resembled a labyrinthine sewer. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the dim classroom. The sound of 1,000 chirping birds echoed throughout. Raikiri. Kakashi charged toward Obito, his left eye fixed in a determined glare, shouting, "I may be late, but if you wish to harm Naruto, you'll have to step over my corpse." Hatake Kakashi. Obito flickered, a surge of killing intent emanating from his eyes. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Obito. As Obito pulled on a chain, ready to strike Kakashi down, he abruptly paused, glancing out the window. Consider yourself fortunate. With a cold snort, Obito vanished into the Kamui dimension. Minkanki? The voice of Tsunade echoed from outside. Liang, go find Minkanki immediately. That rascal is running amok at such a critical time. Minkanki had taken a wrong turn that a simple sleight of hand had led him directly onto the path towards the Uchiha clan. In a narrow alley belonging to the Uchiha, after running for quite some time, Minkanki finally sensed something amiss and came to a halt. He believed he had fallen victim to an illusion, which was why he found himself here today. As he gazed upon the rows of Uchiha clan members, a conjecture began to form in his mind. He feigned certainty as he spoke. "Show yourself. What is your purpose in bringing me here? My time is limited. My sister is gravely injured, and I must hurry to check on her. So, if you have something to say, do so swiftly." Uchiha Itachi, to his astonishment. Uchiha Itachi truly emerged. Tsukuyami. Without delay, Itachi cast Tsukuyami upon Minkanki. Beneath the blood moon, Xianglin was repeatedly pierced by kunai, slashed by a long blade, struck by ninjutsu, and ensnared by iron chains over and over. In an unending cycle, Ming Kanki desperately tried to intervene, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the masked man that he employed his Sharingan, lightning-release ninjutsu, and wood-release techniques, yet he could only watch helplessly as the masked man murdered Xianglin time and again. The space-time ninjutsu was simply too unfair to counter. Damn it. Knowing full well this is merely an illusion, that everything is a fabrication, Ming Kanki could not help but scream inwardly. Space-time ninjutsu, the technique of the dimensional realm. How infuriating. If only I could seal the space-time. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. The three-tomo Sharingan, which had reached its zenith in the MF world, finally evolved under the provocation of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Humph. All illusions, shatter. Ming Kanki's expression turned icy as he activated his kaleidoscope, directly breaking the Tsukuyomi. Cough, cough. Such powerful ocular prowess. I hope you can truly be as you were in the realm of Tsukuyomi. Itachi, coughing lightly, Itachi murmured softly, and his figure transformed into a sky full of crows, disappearing from sight, vanished, just as Ming Kanki returned to his original persona and regained his composure. He was about to attempt some verbal trickery when he noticed Itachi's absence. At that moment, a vortex appeared behind him, and Obito's voice echoed, "Itachi didn't kill you. How remarkable, you." Wood release. The 10,000 trees descend. Ming Kanki turned to see Obito, his anger flaring instantly, though everything in the Tsukuyomi world was an illusion. Ming Kanki dared not doubt the words of that Umbu member. Thus, disregarding everything, he unleashed all his chakra, releasing his most potent wood-release technique. Countless giant trees began to rise, entangling everything in their vast reach. He absolutely could not allow himself to be ensnared. Obito immediately phased out, allowing branch after branch to glide past him. He did not hurry to evade. Instead, he watched Ming Kanki with keen interest, casually remarking, "Such vast chakra, it seems I should retreat for now. However, I am rather curious to see how you will endure the bloodline conflict." As Obito's words faded, the wood release continued for a full minute. Ming Kanki, blood pouring from his mouth, let out a few groans before collapsing to the ground. "Damn it, you shall not harm him." At that moment, Tsunade's and the third Hokage's voices rang out. A space-time vortex appeared, and Obito vanished. What if he activated the Rinnegan? Back in that small grove, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, inquiring. Obito replied nonchalantly, "I'll deal with him next time. After all, next time will be the culmination of everything." As for the Rinnegan and the bloodline conflict, it is not an easy problem to resolve. The Rinnegan is not so easily awakened. Chapter 32, The Snake and the Failed Dream Invasion? How vexing. Who could it possibly be? Tsunade punched a large tree, breaking through the wooden barriers, and soon found Ming Kanki, immediately beginning treatment. The blood covering Ming Kanki did not deter her in the slightest. The vast expanse of wood release engulfing the Uchiha clan posed a significant problem. The third Hokage, observing Tsunade's treatment, was preoccupied with thoughts of the Uchiha massacre, the emergence of wood release, and the issues surrounding Danzo. Although he could not unravel all the problems at once, the third Hokage displayed the decisiveness of a leader. He immediately issued a series of commands. Order the Yamanaka clan to mobilize entirely. Ensure that the visible traces of wood release are cleared away before dawn. Instruct the Umbu to follow the Yamanaka clan's movements and eliminate any evidence of wood release. Additionally, command the Umbu to collect the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Several Umbu members swiftly emerged from the shadows, racing to relay the third Hokage's orders. It's on fire. Suddenly, an Umbu member shouted as he rushed towards the third Hokage. Kneeling before him, he reported with urgency, "It's bad, Hokage-sama. The black flames are spreading uncontrollably. They cannot be extinguished." Upon seeing the familiar cat mask and the fleeting glimpse of crimson behind it, the third Hokage felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He sighed, "Itachi, even now, are you still thinking of helping Konoha?" Just then, another Umbu member arrived, reporting, "Hokage-sama." He collapsed at the entrance of Uchiha Fugaku's home. It appears to be a mental-type genjutsu. The third Hokage nodded at the Umbu and commanded, "Uchiha Sasuke, send him to the Konoha hospital. Deploy a team of Umbu for round-the-clock protection." At this moment, the presence of the cat-masked Umbu was nowhere to be seen. What of Ming Kanki? After addressing the urgent situation, the third Hokage turned his attention back to Tsunade. Ming Kanki was a precious asset to Konoha. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his fate was intertwined with the village's survival. Now that the Uchiha clan was gone, Konoha needed Minkanki as a nuclear weapon more than ever. The bloodline conflict had intensified, and all organs were failing. Tsunade, without lifting her head, replied tersely. The sage art chakra remains faintly emanating from Minkanki. Is there truly no hope? Sighing at Minkanki's almost imperceptibly rising chest and his face, pale to the point of nearly no color, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh. Shortly thereafter, numerous corpses of root ninjas were discovered among them, some still clutching a Sharingan in their palms. Danzo, the third Hokage, gritted his teeth, but ultimately could only sigh. Now, without the Uchiha, Root could not afford to face any more issues. The third Hokage had no choice but to compromise for the time being, not to mention the darkness lurking behind Konoha, nor the petty squabbles within the ninja world. Returning his gaze to Minkanki, who appeared on the brink of death, Tsunade's examination had already declared him beyond salvation. Yet, he remained remarkably resilient, his barely perceptible breath still holding on to life. If a golden saint were present, they would surely proclaim, "I sense a grand and warm small universe enveloping him." In the present world, a triangular-headed black viper slithered its way onto Minkanki's bed, its forked tongue flicking as it moved precisely towards him. Suddenly, a wooden spike erupted from Minkanki's neck, piercing through the snake's mouth and into its brain. The wooden spike then snapped off automatically, leaving the black viper lifeless atop Minkanki. At that moment, a pure white little mouse cautiously peeked out from behind Minkanki's neck, scurrying away in haste. Ugh! Minkanki felt a dampness on his neck, constricting his ability to breathe. After a few movements, he groggily reached out, swatting at the things on his body, trying to dislodge them. They felt slippery, cylindrical, and still radiated a faint warmth. My goodness, a snake! Minkanki was startled, frantically throwing the snake against the wall. At that moment, he was fully awake. Having faced life and death situations multiple times, the initial shock quickly subsided, allowing him to think clearly. Why was there a snake on me? Wasn't it said that the creature had perished along with that farmer and ranger? Could it be that animals possess an instinct to evade danger? Perhaps they can sense earthquakes in advance. Who knows, they might even be able to detect solar storms beforehand. If that were the case, sneaking into the shelter wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Indeed, Minkanki had not seen any other animals beyond the snake in the surveillance footage, but he had heard some noises in the plantation. At the time, he had dismissed them as mere vibrations from the shelter's machinery. In retrospect, they were likely the sounds of animals moving about. It seems I need to conduct a more thorough inspection. As for snake soup, Minkanki would never indulge in such a dish, especially not with venomous snakes. That he certainly wouldn't admit that the real reason he didn't make snake soup was that he hadn't found a machine that could cook automatically. In any case, after dealing with the venomous snake, taking a shower, and having a meal, he set out to patrol the entire shelter once more. This time, he brought along a powerful flashlight, meticulously examining the corners of the walls, the edges, and behind the pipes. Wow, I'm not surprised that house mice can get in, but how did you little white mice manage to enter? With diligence, Minkanki indeed found a nest of little white mice and an orange cat in a corner. How harmonious! What nonsense! The orange cat was pressing a little white mouse with its paw, preparing to bite down, while the other little mice trembled in fear. And you? Don't move, meow, don't try to act cute. Only then did Minkanki realize that the orange cat was merely reacting to stress. Following the cat's gaze, he spotted a black viper peering from the corner, its triangular head and flicking tongue surveying the area. Without hesitation, Minkanki stepped forward and crushed it underfoot. Venomous snakes shouldn't be allowed to roam freely. He certainly didn't want to be taken out by one in his sleep. The threat of a python invasion must be averted. This was a miniature food chain. There were little white mice, cats, and snakes. Nature truly is formidable. Within a nearly 100 artificial structure, such a situation had developed in just over a decade. Who knows what other food chains might exist that he hadn't yet discovered? It was a marvel of nature. After some contemplation, Minkanki ultimately decided not to deal with the little white mice, nor did he eliminate the orange cat. Instead, he tossed them all into the plantation. Well then, since you were previously free-range, you shall reside in this artificial plantation. After a thorough inspection, Minkanki found 3 more non-venomous snakes, a grayish-white cat, and 3 nests of house mice. He disposed of them all into the plantation. Lock the door, seal it tight. They must not escape. After all, I have no need for the plantation. Sterile food can last for 300 years. At least until the expiration date. I needn't worry about food issues. However, it's surprising that technology capable of Martian exploration lacks a food printer. Not even an automatic cooking machine. What a letdown. Muttering to himself, Minkanki conducted 2 more checks, even summoning his alter ego for another inspection. Thus, 3 days passed. Phew, this time I can finally sleep soundly. On the fourth night lying in bed, Ming Kanki drifted into a deep slumber. He prepared to enter the dream world once more. What is happening? Am I experiencing sleep paralysis? Why can't I move? Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Chapter 33. Awakening in the DB alien world, the primary persona attempted various means but found himself unable to break free from the confines of sleep paralysis. The alternate persona tried as well, ultimately concluding that this was not sleep paralysis. Ming Kanki was certain he had returned to the world of Naruto. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not wake up. As if his body had succumbed to a state of death. This won't do. Neither the primary nor the alternate persona could manage it. I seemed to be trapped. There was no light, nor any sounds. Not even the faintest sound of blood flowing within him. Absolute silence, absolute darkness. It was akin to being locked in a small dark room, only even quieter and darker than that. The primary persona quickly retreated, leaving the alternate persona outside. How long had it been? I have already watched 26 episodes of an anime. I even finished Macross Frontier. This one do. I must think of a solution. In the realm of the mind. The primary persona felt utterly bored. These were remnants of his memories. While he didn't recall many details, revisiting them felt quite intriguing. However, influenced by the alternate persona's memories, the primary persona began to lose track of the passage of time. Although 26 episodes of anime only equated to about 11 hours, Ming Kanki felt as though a century had slipped by. Perhaps I should simply enter the dream world again. After an indeterminate period of contemplation in the tranquil darkness, the primary persona finally made a decision. Enter the dream. The alternate persona suddenly emerged, instantly activating its skills. The primary persona exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, I just called you out for a discussion," in the darkness. Ming Kanki began to feel somewhat distorted. An obvious issue eluded his notice. The primary and alternate personas could not materialize simultaneously, unless in a dream. Yet now, both personas were indeed present. Thus, the only possibility was that he was asleep, caught in the liminal space between entering and exiting the dream world. Therefore, when he activated the dream entry skill, he instantly succeeded. The universe is incredibly vast. There are hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way alone. The number of planets is at least double that. With so many planets, they come in all varieties: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and even mixed colors. Anything conceivable exists in the cosmos. Upon entering the dream, Ming Kanki found himself awakening on a red planet within a binary star system. Wow, wow, wow. As soon as he awoke, Ming Kanki was met with a cacophony of cries. The sounds were so close that one might think they were recordings of a single child's wail played on repeat. However, Ming Kanki's keen senses detected the differences. Even before he opened his eyes, he could discern several distinct cries among the multitude. Soon after, he became fully aware. Ugh, it's so noisy. Where am I? Ming Kanki furrowed his brow. Opening his eyes and straining to turn his neck to survey his surroundings, in the dim yet gentle light, countless transparent orbs were supported by white machines. The machines flashed red and green lights incessantly, yet emitted not a single sound. Upon closer inspection, Ming Kanki suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, so many Sun Wukongs. No, wait, so many cockroaches." However, as he spoke, it transformed into a wailing cry. Even as Scions, their vocal cords were not fully developed in infancy. It was entirely normal for them to be unable to speak. Wait a moment. Who am I? Where am I? At that moment, Ming Kanki realized the crux of the issue. Possession comes with risks. Crossing over requires caution. The aphorism has not yet faded from Ming Kanki's memory. With a heart filled with trepidation, he immediately exerted himself to engage his cherubic frame, striving earnestly to decipher any words or images. Soon, he discovered inscriptions on a nearby infant incubator. Following that, he beheld larger text upon a distant door. Alas, how marvelous it is that I can comprehend the characters before me. Mori appears distinct from the others. Seemingly a girl, the distant name, something like Dada, is too far to discern clearly. This place is designated as the Scion Mass Production Laboratory Omega. Gradually, Ming Kanki's gaze traversed from near to far. Upon encountering the term laboratory, an unsettling premonition surged within him. According to the records from Dragon Ball Z, the Earth's ultimate battle, the Scions possess a type of disposable lower-tier warrior, produced in vast quantities. Now, Ming Kanki finally grasps the meaning of this phrase. It is rare for lower-tier Scions to be born of parents, with instances like Bardock being few and far between. Consequently, lower-tier warriors like Son Goku and Raditz, who have parents, are even more scarce. The overwhelming majority of lower-tier warriors are cultivated en masse through methods akin to cloning or in vitro fertilization, serving as cannon fodder. Ming Kanki even speculated maliciously whether King Vegeta had observed Bardock's ever-increasing battle prowess, prompting him to attempt to artificially replicate Bardock. However, regrettably, no one could elucidate this mystery for Ming Kanki. Suddenly, the laboratory doors swung open with a mechanical hiss. The bright light from outside flooded in as the interior lights began to illuminate in rapid succession from the entrance inward. A scion with an elongated face and a hooked nose, sporting flame-like hair, strode in. He was accompanied by a chicken-headed individual clad in a white coat, a fish-headed being, and a young scion with a receding hairline. The chicken-headed figure approached a machine beside the door, manipulating it for a moment before reporting, "My lord, this batch of mass-produced scions has completed their growth and is ready for dispatch." The scion, silent, activated the battle power detector on his right ear. The young scion followed suit, activating his own detector. After a series of beeping sounds, the device refreshed with several rows of data. Only 13 for the highest battle power? What a bunch of rubbish. I truly do not understand why King Vegeta insists on mass-producing these inferior scions, the young scion exclaimed, his tone brimming with discontent. Mind your words, the elongated-faced scion retorted sharply, delivering a swift kick that sent the young scion crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal clashing. Yet, the young scion did not retaliate. Instead, he rose and humbly apologized. "I am sorry, my lord. Sort them by battle power and send them all to the remote planets with low combat capabilities," commanded the elongated-faced scion with a wave of his hand. The fish-headed individual, who had hesitated at the entrance, promptly stepped inside. It was then that Ming Kanki realized he was not alone, but rather surrounded by a row of 4 fish-headed beings. Not only do Asians exhibit a form of face blindness towards Caucasians, but even amidst the distinctly featured extraterrestrials, Ming Kanki found himself equally unable to distinguish between the 4 fish-headed individuals. One of them approached the second incubator on Ming Kanki's left. Suddenly, the elongated-faced scion strode over, pressing the spherical device. "Dallas, your potential is the most exceptional among this batch. I hope you can grow to be a warrior like Bardock. Otherwise, do not return." Observing the skin tone, Ming Kanki noted that the scion's complexion was similarly dark, matching that of Dallas. The mischievous thought crossed his mind. Could this fellow be another father of Dallas? Ming Kanki silently entertained this hypothesis. Just then, the scion turned his gaze toward Ming Kanki, pressing the detector several times. Startled, Ming Kanki held his breath, only to realize he was still a child. Surely, scions could not possess telepathic abilities, with a battle power reading of merely 1. It appeared that the detector was quite outdated and malfunctioning, taking an inordinate amount of time to register even a power level of 1. The elongated-faced scion scoffed disdainfully, then casually pointed at Ming Kanki, stating, "This one will be sent to Piccolo Star." "Yes," the fish-headed being replied. Upon noticing the incubator in front of the commanding scion, he widened his eyes in astonishment. "What? This one is still alive? The vitality of scions is truly remarkable. Just an hour prior, it had been on the brink of death, ready for reclamation. Thankfully, it had not been retrieved." The thought of a half-reclaimed scion infant crying out and attracting the attention of other scions sent a cold sweat cascading down the fish-headed being's brow. This was indeed the scion home planet. While they were harsh toward their kin and relished in combat, they treated extraterrestrials with utter disdain, viewing them as less than human. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the fish-headed being quickly cradled the transparent sphere enclosing Ming Xianqi. In a twist of fate, the one nearly reclaimed became the first among this batch of juvenile scions to embark on their journey. Chapter 34. The splendid and perilous cosmos chi is a form of energy. Yet its precise nature remained unclear in the beginning. It was not until a civilization known as Tycho detected the existence of dark matter in the cosmos and designated it as chi that clarity emerged. At that time, there was only one Supreme Kai in the universe. The Supreme Kai accepted this nomenclature and disseminated it throughout the cosmos. Thus, in many ancient civilizations with continuous legacies, the cultivation of chi became a tradition, giving rise to a resplendent martial arts civilization. With a powerful launch, Ming Kanki felt no weight upon him. Soon, he beheld the vast expanse of starry skies, the crimson planet Vegeta, and the distant sun of the Vegeta system. In less than a minute of rapid acceleration, Ming Kanki had left the entire Vegeta star system behind, reduced to a mere speck in the distance. Inside the single-pod spaceship, Ming Kanki did not activate the sleep mechanism. This was his first close encounter with the cosmos, and filled with excitement, sleep was the last thing on his mind. In truth, Ming Kanki was unaware that the single-pod spaceship for mass-produced lower-tier warriors also lacked a sleep function. As mass-produced scions, they could not expect the same treatment as regular scions. Furthermore, considering the scion's notoriously volatile temperament, even a scion infant confined within the cramped spaceship would become immensely ferocious. Upon reaching their target planet, these enraged scion infants would naturally exhibit significantly heightened battle power. On nights of the full moon, they could transform into the harbingers of death for entire planets. Therefore, notions of a sleep mechanism were merely products of Ming Kanki's overly imaginative mind. How beautiful! Ming Kanki marveled at the scion spaceship, which he found to be truly wondrous. At least, that was his sentiment at the moment. Superluminal travel was a peculiar phenomenon. Generally, there were three forms: hyperspace jumps, warp movement, and wormhole travel. Yet, the spaceships of the Dragon Ball universe did not conform to any of these sci-fi travel methods. The surface of the single-pod spaceship was enveloped in a layer of white light, trailing a comet-like tail, and within minutes of leaving the planet, it accelerated to superluminal speeds. This layer of white light was not a spatial bubble for warp travel. It did not distort light. Ming Kanki could clearly observe the cosmic scenery through the porthole. Despite traveling at superluminal speeds, he could still behold the stunning vistas of the universe outside. How astonishing! It was truly remarkable, defying the laws of science. Yet, this was the reality. Ming Kanki truly beheld the wonders before him. Suddenly, he realized that his ability to articulate was woefully inadequate, entirely insufficient to encapsulate the breathtaking peculiarity of the cosmos. The universe is indeed vast. He pondered when he might have the opportunity to traverse the cosmos himself. Excitedly observing, yearning, and dreaming, the day slipped away. Then came the second day, the third day, the fourth day, and so forth, ad infinitum. After a prolonged, serene voyage, the initial astonishment and intrigue of Ming Kanki had been submerged beneath the monotony of unchanging vistas. In truth, only the marvels witnessed while gliding past galaxies could still evoke a flicker of interest within him. For instance, the diverse forms, structures, and compositions of the myriad asteroids manifested kaleidoscopic displays of light and shadow as the spacecraft swept by. Moreover, traversing through gaseous nebulae felt akin to reaching out to touch the stars themselves. Countless breathtaking sights lay before him. However, during the other times, in the nearly static expanse of the starry sky, Ming Kanki wished he could sleep indefinitely. Yet, in a universe devoid of the cycles of day and night, his sense of time was substantially altered, making it increasingly difficult for him to find slumber. When would it all come to an end? Never mind. Perhaps it was better to indulge in anime or novels. Indeed, such an extended journey had brought forth the latent persona within. He growled in frustration a few times, knowing full well that no one was around to witness it. Ming Kanki was not one to simply resign himself to fate. His primary persona receded into the depths of his mind, while the secondary persona emerged. This secondary persona was devoid of the complexities that characterized the primary one, approaching absolute rationality and possessing only a scant semblance of emotion. It swiftly regained composure despite sharing memories with the primary persona. The appearance of a scion indicated that he had entered the realm of Dragon Ball. What is the essence of the Dragon Ball universe? Naturally, it is the energy known as Ki. Throughout the original Dragon Ball narrative, every formidable warrior was adept in its application. Moreover, their Ki was immensely powerful. In this era, where merely a few hundred units of power could bring about global annihilation. The known combat power in the cosmos had reached staggering heights, often exceeding hundreds of thousands. Ming Kanki was acutely aware that Frieza's complete form boasted a terrifying combat power of 1.2 billion. What kind of energy is Ki? According to the anime's exposition, a scion's body should contain a considerable reservoir of Ki. At the very least, he ought to be able to unleash a modicum of it at will. However, Ming Kanki contemplated calmly. A brilliant light flashed before him. Through the spacecraft's computer processing, he witnessed the horrifying spectacle of an asteroid colliding with Earth. A once verdant planet transformed into a fiery sphere. Within the recesses of the secondary persona, there was not a shred of tumult. He glanced at the scene, quietly lowering his head to channel the energy within him. Soon, a blue light emanated from his palm. Indeed, it was chakra that he had summoned. Prior to this experiment, Ming Kanki had sensed the presence of chakra within his being but had not discerned any energy distinct from it. At this moment, he could only silently acknowledge the truth. The actual reason lay in the small universe. However, with Ming Kanki's rudimentary knowledge, he was unable to deduce the sophisticated notion that the small universe could lock onto specific types of usable energy. Nevertheless, the secondary persona remained largely unperturbed. Although his conjecture aligned with his thoughts, it was prudent to conduct several more experiments before drawing any conclusions. The secondary persona, nearly devoid of emotion, approached reality with an almost reverent attitude. Thus, for the next half-month, Ming Kenki engaged in several experiments each day, striving to exercise within the confined space. During this time, he witnessed the birth of supernovae, observed the ignition of new stars, and beheld the moment life first broke through the azure sky on a barren planet. Boom! Today, Ming Kenki collided with an asteroid for the first time. Under the immense kinetic force, the asteroid shattered into 80 fragments. Inside the spacecraft, Ming Kenki heard the sound of the impact but felt no tremor. The secondary persona was devoid of thoughts, while the long-absent primary persona surged forth. As the two personas exchanged places, Ming Kenki's expression instantly became animated. He examined the computer projection displaying asteroid fragments flung half a light-year away and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, a scion utilizing chakra. Truly a remarkable scion indeed. What a playful conundrum. Can a scion who cannot wield ki still be considered a scion? My dreams of returning to the world of Naruto, to dominate the heavens and the earth, have been dashed before they even began." Alas, whether he accepts his fate or not, a scion who can only use chakra and not ki has been born. As for the impact, it seemed the spacecraft merely decelerated slightly. No harm done. Chapter 35. Within the DB black hole interstellar flight. In the realm of the mind, Ming Kenki's primary persona switched off the interstellar flight music and emerged once more. At this juncture, 6 months had elapsed since Ming Kenki departed from planet Vegeta. Given the spacecraft's velocity, he had traversed more than half of the galactic region, now progressing toward the fringes. Strictly speaking, the further one ventured toward the edges, the greater the safety. However, the secondary persona discovered that the spacecraft's trajectory deviated slightly from the intended course. Remarkable! Ming Kenki had failed to notice the presence of a memory implantation device in that laboratory. Perhaps he had seen it, but overlooked its designation. The reality was that scion infants and toddlers were not lacking in knowledge. Ming Kenki himself could comprehend the scion script and interpret star maps. Furthermore, he recalled some rudimentary maintenance knowledge regarding the spacecraft. Recently, he had also begun to remember certain principles of energy manipulation, clearly related to the use of ki. Yet, this seemed to bear little relevance to him. However, one could not help but wonder just how much knowledge had the scions crazily infused into the minds of their infants. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarms suddenly blared. The entire interior of the spacecraft was bathed in red. What on earth? Before he could utter those 3 words, Ming Kenki felt his body jolt violently. A tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped him, pinning him against the viewport of the spacecraft. The cushioning system has malfunctioned. It is a sudden deceleration. Have we approached a star? His rudimentary maintenance and interstellar navigation knowledge allowed Ming Kenki to make an initial assessment. Yet, with his face pressed against the viewport, he saw no flames. In truth, the view ahead was shrouded in darkness, not the kind of darkness that emanated light, but a void that seemed to consume everything, a black hole. Ming Kenki's heart raced as this term emerged in his mind. From an external perspective, the single-person spacecraft, enveloped in a feather-like white energy, suddenly vanished. Moments later, it flickered back to life. However, the energy capable of propelling the spacecraft at faster-than-light speeds failed to reverse its acceleration. The spacecraft continued to forge ahead. Before it lay a black hole, quietly stationed in its path. Within a radius of several light-years, there was not a single interstellar object. Apart from light, not even a speck of interstellar dust was present. Inside the spacecraft, Ming Kenki moved with swift precision, executing his tasks in an orderly fashion. Eureka! The star map. The course. After a brief examination, Ming Kenki felt aggrieved. According to the star map, there were no obstacles along the indicated route, depicting an unobstructed expanse. If one were to suggest a detection issue, that too would be implausible. The star map indicated a black hole located 3 light seconds away from the main route. The region surrounding that black hole, akin to this place, is a vast expanse devoid of matter, a void of emptiness. It may not appear to stray from its intended course, yet it has veered by a distance of 3 light seconds. Ming Kenki seems to sense the malevolence of the entire universe. A rare event, a nearly miraculous occurrence, has led him to this moment. The cosmic vessel collided with a fragment of an icy meteorite, resulting in an internal tremor that disrupted the instruments. The detectors failed to register any deviation from the intended path, and thus, they plunged into the black hole. With his mouth agape, Ming Kenki stood in stunned silence for some time before suddenly bursting into laughter. Here we go again, facing death. The This was his second encounter with demise, first in a cosmic fighter, now in a ship colliding with a black hole. How absurd this manner of dying is, Ming Kanki found solace in humor. Having barely glimpsed the vast Dragon Ball universe and yet being unable to engage with it before this abrupt end, he was acutely aware that escape was futile. It was not that superluminal forces could not break free from a black hole. Rather, he himself had collided with it at such speeds. Once ensnared by the gravitational pull of the black hole, any attempt to reverse acceleration was futile. In fact, by the time the spacecraft decelerated to zero, it had already crossed the event horizon. As Luhia wallowed in his grim humor, he was, in truth, already within the singularity. In other words, he was no longer in the Dragon Ball universe. Whether he still possessed a physical form was uncertain. The state of his existence as a soul was equally ambiguous. Indeed, as he regained his senses, all that lay before him was an abyss of darkness. There was no trace of the solitary spacecraft. No sign of his scion body, nor any sensation of his tail. He felt nothing. Time and matter seemed to lose all significance in this place. As Ming Kanki stood and took a few steps forward, he realized he had reverted to his original form, no longer resembling the infant son Wukong Akati. That moment, an ancient, hoarse voice resonated in the stillness of the darkness, akin to a thunderclap echoing in Ming Kanki's ears. Startled, he reflexively shouted, "Who is it?" Finally, another compatriot had arrived. How splendid! The voice re-emerged, much smoother yet still resonating with age. Ming Kanki could discern the excitement and elation within it, though he could not fathom the source of such joy. Humanity often harbors fear of the unknown. Though Ming Kanki was merely a dominant persona, he was not dissimilar from an ordinary individual, and thus, he too felt compelled to speculate about the voice with the utmost suspicion. He remained silent, motionless for several seconds, steadying his mind before feigning calm confidence to inquire, "Who are you? Show yourself. Otherwise, I shall depart from this place at once and never return." Yet, the facade was transparent. Ming Kanki had clearly inverted the order of his words, rendering them devoid of any intimidation. The voice erupted into laughter, soon escalating into a boisterous guffaw. "Khalif, you may attempt it," the aged voice spoke casually, as if it did not care whether Ming Kanki chose to depart. Ming Kanki closed his eyes and attempted to escape. Uncertain of how to vacate this realm, he recalled how to enter dreams. Thus, he endeavored to fall asleep and dream, which would equate to leaving this place. However, upon closing his eyes, he was suddenly seized by terror. He could no longer sense his secondary persona as the dominant personality. He could usually instantaneously shift between states of consciousness, yet now he found himself unable to access his mental space, rendering him incapable of manifesting his secondary persona, and when he attempted to perceive his mental realm, he could not ascertain whether the secondary persona was present within it. This was horrifying. Ming Kanki panicked, urgently inquiring, "What is happening? Is it impossible to leave once one is entered?" Initially, his voice trembled, but upon realizing he must not show weakness, he paused to regain his composure, rendering his speech more fluid. "Indeed, it is improbable that there is a way out. Otherwise, do you think I would have been trapped here for so long? My soul is on the brink of perishing." The ancient voice resounded once more, initially calm, even retaining a hint of mirth, but soon escalated into agitation, culminating in a roar. To Ming Kanki's ears, it seemed he detected a primal beast growl at the end of that voice. The unknown is humanity's greatest fear, and the black hole is perhaps the most terrifying of all unknowns. While humanity is aware of the existence of black holes, they remain utterly ignorant of what lies within. Ming Kanki was no exception. Fortunately, this was the dream world. Here, he could muster some courage, akin to possessing an immortal essence. Gritting his teeth, Ming Kanki sternly declared, "You. What exactly are you?" "Soul, former human, Han ethnicity, citizen of the Interstellar Federation." "Let me think. Yes. You may call me Lu Fuyan," the ancient voice articulated in a remarkably coherent manner, as if the previous uproar had not originated from him at all. He appeared exceedingly composed. Yet Ming Kanki found it impossible to remain calm, especially upon hearing the name Lu Fuyan. "Lu Fuyan? It cannot be. You cannot be Lu Fuyan." The magnitude of this just was overwhelming. Lu Fuyan, a name uniquely distinctive within the Interstellar Federation. Among billions of citizens, there exists but one. This was not merely a conclusion Ming Kanki had drawn from an identity check. Rather, it was the reason he was selected among the first batch of test subjects. As he had been informed that his name's uniqueness was the determining factor, this memory was etched in his mind, for he recalled nearly slamming the table in protest before ultimately resigning to being placed in a cryogenic stasis chamber. Ming Kanki's scalp prickled with dread as he excitedly denied the truth. Yet Lu Fuyin discerned the implications behind his words. He too became animated, seizing Ming Kanki's arms with fervor, demanding, "Do you know me?" "It's impossible. That name is simply on my ID." Ming Kanki resisted acknowledgement, vehemently denying the claim, for to concede would mean that Lu Fuyin truly existed in this world, implying that his traversal was not merely a shift of body but a transference of soul. He would no longer possess his own body, his corporeal form, transformed by the capabilities of soul evolution, for the bloodline limits of the Naruto universe. Yet even so, Ming Kanki had always regarded that body as his own. But now, the revelation that another soul had once inhabited this very form shattered him. The sky seemed to collapse, and his heart fractured. With reddened eyes, Ming Kanki forcefully wrenched his arms away from Lu Fuyin. Clenching his jaw, rage surged within him, driving him to the brink of violence against this feeble, aged figure. Ha. This is splendid. Ha 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 ha. Truly splendid. My body still lives. You live in my stead. Lu Fuyin exclaimed in a tumult of exhilaration. Alternating between exuberant shouts and self-reflection, he exhibited no semblance of logic or reasoning, hastily arriving at conclusions. As if foreseeing the truth or perhaps succumbing to madness. "No wonder you resemble me so closely from my youth. This explains it. The traveler, I am the first, and you are the second. I traversed into this world." Suddenly, his ramblings halted, his expression frozen for a moment, and then he clutched Ming Kanki's shoulders, shouting frantically, "No, no, no, this cannot be this world. You must return. You cannot remain here." With a determined effort, Ming Kanki struggled a few times but failed to break free. In a fit of frustration, he delivered a powerful kick to Lu Fuyin's chest. Lu Fuyin's reaction was nothing short of madness. Instinctively, Ming Kanki summoned all his strength out of sheer terror. With a resounding thud, Lu Fuyin was sent flying into the shadows. Yet, his frenzied cries did not cease. He continued to shout, "You must go back, return, and inform the Federation. The black obelisk must not be touched. Hurry, go back, tell the Federation, the obelisk is too dangerous. It must not be approached. It must not be activated. Quickly, go back, hurry." As Lu Fuyin's figure vanished, Ming Kanki felt a significant reduction in his fear and anger. Listening to that aged voice, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "Didn't you say we couldn't go back?" "Oh, right, I did mention that we couldn't get out." Lu Fuyin paused, and his shouting abruptly ceased. After muttering to himself a couple of times, he once again erupted into a frenzied outburst. "Damn it. Bastard. Hey, calm down. Tell me what is happening." Ming Kanki shouted 3 times before finally quelling Lu Fuyin's frantic cries. Lu Fuyin ceased his yelling. After a few minutes of silence, he seemed to regain his composure and stated calmly, "The Dream Realm. The obelisk is the key to opening the Dream Realm. I was the first to encounter the obelisk. I don't know how the body returned to Earth's Dream Realm." "Wait, the Dream Realm. Are you sure you didn't miss a word?" "Isn't it's supposed to be the Dream World," Lu Fuyin replied firmly. "No, I am certain it is the Dream Realm. The Dream World can only be accessed through the Dream Realm. It is the world we are currently in. The Dream Realm is where our souls enter." Wait, how did you get here? "You shouldn't be here. You cannot possibly appear in this dream world." Lu Fuyin's logical reasoning seemed to have revived, that he finally realized that he was facing a real person, not a mere figment of a dream. However, regaining clarity was not necessarily a good thing. It might have been better if he had remained in his delirious state. Ming Kanki was oblivious to this shift in Lu Fuyin's demeanor, realizing that Lu Fuyin posed no threat. He relaxed considerably and casually remarked, "Well, you see, the obelisk has been activated. I entered this dream world through the obelisk." Lu Fuyin emerged once more from the shadows, wildly pointing at Ming Kanki. His eyes shone brightly. Almost dazzling, Ming Xianqi, "At the very least, I must ensure you leave this place." At the very least, upon seeing Lu Fuyin's appearance again, Ming Kanki felt a shiver run down his spine, but he quickly raised his hands defensively and implored, Hey, calm down. I am fine. I am very calm." Lu Fuyin continued his frantic gestures, his hands incessantly pointing at Ming Kanki. His eyes seemed to radiate even more light, but his tone was remarkably composed. "Since you did not enter here from the Dream Realm, you must remember to never venture into the Dream Realm again. At least not until you possess the powers of a deity. Do you understand?" Like a dying elder, Lu Fuyin repeatedly urged him. "Yes, I will not go to the Dream Realm." Ming Kanki nodded firmly. "Good, then I know of another way to send you out. You can leave immediately. Remember, before you acquire sufficient power, do not enter the Dream Realm." Upon hearing Lu Fuyin mention a method, Ming Kanki eagerly nodded and happily reiterated, "I remember, before I possess the powers of a deity. I will not go to the Dream Realm. So, tell me how you plan to send me out." Lu Fuyin flashed a grin, his pearly white teeth gleaming like radiant stars, rivaling even the mightiest of emperors. He took 2 steps back and smiled. No need. You will know shortly, Dada. No sooner had he spoken, Lu Fuyin appeared to be struck by some unseen force, letting out a pain scream. Light tore through Lu Fuyin. An endless burst of light erupted from his soul. Boom. Lu Fuyin's soul exploded. The black hole shattered, or perhaps it did not. Whatever the case, Ming Kanki vanished from this Dragon Ball world amidst the blinding white light of Lu Fuyin's soul's explosion. Ming Kanki abruptly opened his eyes in the present world. Lu Fuyin, thank you. I will live on for both of us. Chapter 37. A dream from many years. Ming Kanki did not linger long in the present world. After merely satisfying his hunger, he quickly fell back into slumber. The term dream realm was not unfamiliar to Ming Kanki. Upon waking, he recalled the incident when he was suddenly roused in the Naruto world. It was during that time he first learned of the term dream realm and, upon attempting to enter a dream, was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming sense of danger, coupled with Lu Fuyin's warnings. Ming Kanki's heart was filled with an acute vigilance. The dream realm was undoubtedly not a place of safety. Upon awakening again, Ming Kanki found himself staring at the same familiar ceiling, the same hospital bed, the same rack, the same 4 drip, in the same Japanese-style room. However, it seemed as though everything had shrunk. You've finally woken up. This time, less than a minute after Ming Kanki got out of bed. Tsunade walked in, visibly relieved. Finally? What do you mean? As he spoke, Ming Kanki suddenly realized that it wasn't the objects that had shrunk, but rather he had grown taller. He had miraculously matured. This struck Ming Kanki as peculiar. After all, he had previously been 12 years old, resembling a 10-year-old child, and had been diagnosed with growth retardation. Now, awakening from slumber, he found himself as tall as he was in the current world. It was indeed astonishing. Awakening to adulthood. Don't be surprised. Tsunade seemed to perceive Ming Kanki's astonishment and explained, generally, the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan represents the limit. However, you have broken through that level and awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Advancing from Manjiki is no longer merely a matter of one Sharingan. Hence, the consumption of your life force has diminished significantly. That is why you have resumed your normal growth rate. Having said that, Tsunade did not allow Ming Kanki much time to digest this information. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, she continued, you should seal away the Manjiki and would release. Your survival is a miracle. But I cannot resolve your bloodline conflict. It is no ordinary bloodline conflict. It is something else entirely. I do not know what experiments that bastard Orochimaru has conducted on you, or if it is something else. In any case, I cannot resolve your bloodline conflict, nor can I heal you. I can only do my utmost to save your life when your bloodline conflict flares up. However, if it happens again, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to save you. Listening to Tsunade's lengthy discourse, Ming Kanki moved his limbs and closed his eyes to feel his body. However, he immediately frowned, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. At present, he was certain that his body felt extraordinarily light, as if the bloodline conflict had completely vanished. Yet, he had no choice but to accept Tsunade's assertions. After all, the body can sometimes deceive. But a skilled doctor, barring misdiagnosis, would not lie. The legendary healer, Tsunade Senju, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, would certainly have no reason to deceive him about his condition. I understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not use the Manjiki or would release. Nodding, Ming Kanki temporarily set aside his doubts. Tsunade noticed Ming Kanki's uncertainty, but, after all, she could not read minds. Ming Kanki merely closed her eyes and furrowed her brow. She could instinctively discern that Ming Kanki's confusion was related to the bloodline conflict, though she could not be entirely certain. Moreover, since Ming Kanki chose not to speak, she refrained from pressing further. In this world of ninjas, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? As someone who has experienced much, Tsunade wisely decided against prying into Ming Kanki's mysteries. Following a brief examination, Tsunade did not conduct the extensive checks she had previously. Quickly releasing Ming Kanki, upon reaching the surface, as soon as Ming Kanki opened the sliding door, a girl with red hair rushed towards him and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Brother!" Xianglin, with her crimson locks and brown-rimmed glasses. Ming Kanki instantly recognized her. With a firm grip, he lifted her up, scrutinizing her closely. It was then that he noticed the forehead protector atop her head. Haha, little Xianglin has grown so much. Oh my. You are already a Konoha ninja. Xianglin clearly felt displeased by Ming Kanki's treatment of her, as if she were a mere child. She wriggled free from his grasp, leaped back to the ground, and deliberately swept her red hair aside to showcase her forehead protector. Then, pointing with her left thumb at it, she declared, "What do you mean? I'm 12 years old now, having graduated from the Ninja Academy. I am a registered Genin of Konoha and can stand on my own. Having slept for 5 years struck Ming Kanki as absurd. In the current world, the combined timeline of the Dragon Ball universe barely spans 6 to 7 months. Yet in the Naruto world, 5 years had passed. Truly, it was a realm of dreams, where the passage of time defied reason. What troubled Ming Kanki more was the realization that during his last awakening, he had scarcely interacted with Xianglin. Reflecting back, during the Uchiha massacre incident, Xianglin had already been 7 years old. Yet now, Ming Kanki's memories of her remained fixed on the image of that 3-year-old girl who had cried upon him. 2 slumbers later, 9 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the plot of Naruto had already commenced. With Konoha once again in turmoil. It seemed that Ming Kanki had never truly experienced a peaceful era, remaining perpetually embroiled in crises. Following one such crisis, he had fallen into slumber due to the bloodline conflict. What a situation this was! It was only in Xianglin's presence that Ming Kanki's emotions would truly emerge. In that moment, he first felt the world's kindness and accepted the responsibilities it entailed. Now, taking a deep breath to rein in his thoughts that had spread throughout the ninja realm, he smiled and, crouching slightly while placing his hands on Xianglin's shoulders, said, "Remember, brother will always be your strongest support. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me that I will take care of them. In this ninja world, no one can bully my sister." Giggling, Xianglin planted a kiss on Ming Kanki's cheek. Humph. At that moment, Tsunade, displeased, let out a cold huff from behind Ming Kanki and asserted in a domineering tone, "She is my only student. Do you think my name, Senju Tsunade, lacks prestige? Oh, that is certainly commendable. Being Tsunade's student is undoubtedly a good thing. At the very least, no one in Konoha would dare to bully the future Hokage's disciple. Moreover, given Tsunade's fiery temper, even Danzo would think twice before making a move. Ming Kanki thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Subsequently, Tsunade granted Xianglin a day off. The sibling duo spent the afternoon strolling through the streets and tidying up the house. In truth, there was little to tidy up. Ming Kanki treated it as a means to compensate for the years of care he had neglected towards Xianglin. As for the neighboring Naruto Uzumaki, Ming Kanki learned from Xianglin that their team had ventured out on a mission and had not been seen for over a week. With the conversation opened, Xianglin eagerly shared numerous stories about Naruto, then swiftly transitioned to discussing Uchiha Sasuke, which piqued Ming Kanki's interest. Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke, how many Uchihas are left in Konoha? I recall that at the time of the Uchiha's mass expulsion, a large-scale wood release was unleashed. What transpired afterward, as he stir-fried shredded potatoes that evening, Ming Kanki conversed with Xianglin. By the way, brother, you must know the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, right? I have a classmate named Uchiha Sasuke. His chakra feels very similar to yours, warm and inviting. However, Sasuke is so pitiful. He is the last surviving member of his family. He has become so cold and distant. Nothing like you. Wasn't he always like this? Xianglin seemed oblivious to Ming Kanki's words, lost in her own thoughts. Is that so? Ming Kanki did not want to lie, nor did he wish to divulge the truth about the Uchihas to Xianglin. Instead, he simply switched to his alternate persona. The alternate persona bore an expressionless face, cold and devoid of any discernible change, akin to a machine. Indeed, it is just like that. Yes, brother can be like this too. Xianglin dashed into the kitchen, anxiously gazing at Ming Kanki while clinging to his arm. Well, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Brother is strong and healthy now. In the entire ninja world, after sleeping 2 times, I've already reached the rank of Jonin. A remarkable first, indeed. Ming Kanki then returned to his original persona, exaggerating his expressions with dramatic gestures, his arched eyebrows reflecting a perpetual smile. Xianglin's eyes mirrored his joy, curving into crescent shapes. At that moment, a burnt aroma wafted through the air. Oh no, it's burnt, Ming Kanki exclaimed, hurriedly stirring the contents, finally salvaging the dish of shredded potatoes, with a hint of burnt flavor. The shredded potatoes seemed to taste even better. Please, share with me the significant events that have transpired over the years or any amusing anecdotes from your life, Ming Kanki requested during dinner, eager to learn more about Xianglin's experiences. Well, Naruto likes Sakura, but Sakura is fond of Sasuke. They were assigned to Team 7. Humph. How could that wide forehead possibly be a match for Sasuke? At 12 years old, Xianglin was at the peak of youth. Even though ninjas mature quickly, they still think and behave differently from adults. Xianglin was no exception. Ming Kanki simply smiled silently, serving Xianglin a fried egg while taking a modest portion of shredded potatoes for himself. Suddenly, Xianglin realized what she had just said. her face turning crimson in an instant. She immediately pouted and threatened, "No laughing. Otherwise, I won't tell you anything." All right. I won't laugh. I promise. Please, continue. Little sister Xianglin. Ming Kanki swallowed his rice, suppressing his laughter and conceding. Well, since you put it that way, I suppose I can reluctantly share a few more stories with you, you big lazy bum. After a playful exchange, Xianglin began recounting the events of the past few years. There had been no news in Konoha regarding Brother's use of wood release. Later, when Brother disappeared, the third Hokage shared a few details with us that Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, had slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is now an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Brother, you must be cautious in the future. It was likely he who lured you there that day. Ming Kanki nodded, acknowledging that Itachi was indeed present that day. He held a certain respect and admiration for Itachi. Yet should they meet again, Ming Kanki would certainly confront him. The countless images replayed in his mind during Tsukuyami were still vividly etched in his memory. Just thinking about it made Ming Kanki almost unable to resist activating the Manjiki Sharingan once more. Simultaneously, Ming Kanki realized that Xianglin had inadvertently revealed a wealth of information through her words. Before he could sort through it all, Xianglin swallowed her fried egg, placing the remaining half into Ming Kanki's bowl. And continued, "Oh, also, a place called Root has been disbanded, and Konoha suddenly has many more ninjas. Furthermore, the third Hokage has attempted to persuade Tsunade-sensei to become Hokage twice, but she has yet to agree." The siblings engaged in a prolonged conversation, with Xianglin chattering incessantly until the stroke of midnight. Ming Kanki finally gained a considerable understanding of Xianglin's experiences over the years, as well as the developments within Konoha. The greatest storm stirred by this little butterfly's fluttering wings was not the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, but rather the dissolution of the Roots. The support from the third Hokage was so formidable that it bordered on the terrifying. He was even willing to dissolve the Roots altogether. Such immense trust and backing stirred within Ming Kanki a profound sense of camaraderie, akin to a warrior's devotion to a cherished companion. The following day, Xianglin eagerly made her way to Tsunade's side. When Ming Kanki rose, he found a bowl of cold millet porridge and a boiled egg on the table, and with that, the feeling of alienation from this world dissipated entirely. He possessed the unwavering support of a dear friend, the trust of the third Hokage, the relentless determination to overcome his fear of blood through years of treatment, all while safeguarding Tsunade. Most importantly, he had a beloved sister, the charming Mikai Xianglin, whose bond surpassed even that of blood relations. The estrangement induced by the warped passage of time could not hinder the ties that drew Ming Kanki back into this world. A knock echoed through the air. Having just finished his breakfast, contentment enveloped him. The door was knocked upon, yet it was unlatched. Stretching comfortably in his chair, Ming Kanki called out leisurely. Without the Roots, Danzo had lost his influence. Ming Kanki did not believe that anyone in Konoha could pose a threat to him, thus he felt secure within his home. In truth, at the moment the knock resounded, shadows stirred in several corners of the room and outside. They retreated upon catching sight of the figure cloaked in the Hokage's conical hat at the entrance. Yet, Ming Kanki remained blissfully unaware of it all. His alertness was lamentably lacking, although his physical prowess, chakra, and offensive capability had reached the level of AJ Nin, and he could easily dispatch AJ Nin with wood release or the Sharingan. His lack of vigilance meant that a mere CH Nin could suffice for an assassination attempt on him. Thus, according to the principle of a barrel, Ming Kanki was at best a special J Nin. You seem quite at ease. The third Hokage remarked. Of course. My sister is nearly self-sufficient, and you've eliminated the internal threats within Konoha. In such a safe and comfortable environment, how could I not be at ease? Ming Kanki replied, his arms crossed behind his head, reclining against the chair's back, sharing a smile with the third Hokage. Then, come with me. The third Hokage did not take a seat, but instead beckoned Ming Kanki to follow. As they walked, he lamented, "We old folks have but a few years left. The future belongs to the children. As Konoha's future pinnacle of strength, you must not grow complacent of me." Ming Kanki was taken aback by the third Hokage's assessment. Knowing that the future of the ninja world would revolve around figures like Madara, he was suddenly overwhelmed with pressure. Indeed, as long as Konoha possesses wood release, peace can be assured for another day. Therefore, until the next generation rises, you are their pillar of support, and we, in turn, are your foundation. Now, let me test just how much strength you still possess. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the third training ground. With a crackle, chakra surged forth, enveloping Ming Kanki in arcs of lightning. Lightning release, body flicker technique, activate, Sharingan, activate, his eyes widened, and the crimson, black-spiraled Sharingan materialized, rendering the surroundings vividly clear. It seemed he could predict the trajectory of every falling leaf. Ming Kanki prepared to conclude his assault but refrained from launching an immediate attack. Observing this, the third Hokage encouraged, "Come at me without hesitation. Unleash your full power. Tsunade instructed me not to utilize would release or the Manjiki Sharingan. Even so, I am no weakling. Be cautious." As his alter ego manifested, Ming Kanki transformed into a streak of lightning, closing the distance of over 10 meters in an instant, charging toward the third Hokage. This was no exaggeration. According to the records of the monk's law, a moment equates to a thought. 20 thoughts to an instant, 20 instants to a flick of a finger, 20 flicks to a breath, 20 breaths to a brief moment, and a day and night comprise 30 brief moments. A day and night equate to 24 hours, which is 86,400 seconds. Thus, a brief moment is approximately 2,880 seconds. A flick of a finger is 72 seconds. An instant is 0.36 seconds, and a moment, or thought, is 0.018 seconds, when speed does not reach a certain threshold and temporal abilities are absent. This instant refers to around 0.36 seconds. The reason it is stated as around and not strictly accurate is that both a flick of a finger and an instant are subjective concepts and cannot be pinned down to precise measurements. A thought could also be said to be a 10,000th of a second or even less, without strict definitions. Nevertheless, it was evident that Ming Kanki, possessing lightning release that invigorated his muscle cells, exhibited remarkable speed, traversing over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In such a brief span, an ordinary person might not even register the movement. However, the third Hokage merely pivoted on his left foot, effortlessly evading Ming Kanki's strike. Your approach is far too straightforward. Your intentions are all too clear to your opponent. As Ming Kanki dashed 2 or 3 meters away, preparing for another assault, he heard the third Hokage's critique. Influenced deeply by martial arts, Ming Kanki firmly believed in the adage that all martial skills are invulnerable. With swiftness as the ultimate triumph and the formless overcoming the form. He was convinced that this principle still held true even within the world of the Hokage. Thus, ignoring the third Hokage's comments, Ming Kanki charged once more, this time significantly closing the distance. Though his speed did not increase, the time taken was drastically reduced. Now, the 2 or 3 meters separating them had become a distance that exceeded the reaction limit of an average human at his current velocity. Within 0.01 seconds, his fist reached the hem of the third Hokage's robes. With a resounding clap, an aged hand emerged before Ming Kanki's fist, firmly absorbing the impact. Why not channel lightning into your palm to amplify your attack? I recall Kakashi employing a technique called Raikiri. You could easily emulate it. The third Hokage critiqued once more, his tone growing more severe. Ming Kanki keenly observed that the third Hokage's palm was enveloped in a layer of chakra, with traces of earth and stone evident on its surface. Clearly, the third Hokage had utilized earth-style transformation to mitigate the blow. Ming Kanki quickly assessed the situation, channeling lightning into his palm, shattering the third Hokage's defense, and retreating 2 or 3 meters away. Subsequently, Ming Kanki launched a relentless series of attacks, while the third Hokage consistently defended and evaded. Each of Ming Kanki's attempts resulted in further critique from the third Hokage, whose admonitions grew increasingly stringent. Where is the inside of the Sharingan? Is your Sharingan merely for show? A small Jinjutsu could create ample opportunity. Can it be that your Sharingan is nothing more than a decoration? After half an hour of continuous assault from Ming Kanki, the third Hokage had yet to be genuinely struck. Each of Ming Kanki's attacks only earned him further pointed remarks about his flaws and shortcomings. Fortunately, it was his alter ego fighting. Had it been his primary persona, he would have likely been driven to exasperation by now. The third Hokage's strictness was no trivial matter. In truth, Ming Kanki's primary persona was seething with frustration in his mental space, wishing fervently to emerge and unleash the Manjiki Sharingan to obliterate the third Hokage. Fortunately, he still retained a semblance of rationality, refraining from dashing out impulsively. Ming Kanki was unaware that the more severe Sandai was, the more it signified his implicit affirmation of Ming Kanki in his heart. In truth, Sandai was genuinely astonished by Ming Kanki's progress, within a mere half hour, from initially being unable to touch the hem of his garment, to later requiring Sandai to adeptly employ the technique of the 3 bodies to avoid being struck. It is important to note that despite his weakened state, Sandai was still a formidable shadow-level warrior. And this was not his shadow clone, but his true self. In stark contrast, Ming Kanki's advancement was indeed terrifying. In fact, at this moment, The thought of taking on a disciple had already begun to blossom in Sandai's mind. All right, let us take a brief respite. After a continuous half-hour, Sandai finally took the initiative to create some distance. Upon hearing this, Minkanki halted as well, with his primary persona emerging as soon as his main personality surfaced. Minkanki irritably quipped at Sandai, "I say, old man Sandai, do you harbor a grudge against me? Ha 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 ha." Sandai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Once he calmed down, he continued to offer guidance. "Youngster, are you unable to endure this level of provocation? In actual combat, your adversaries will employ far more insidious and venomous taunts and actions to provoke you. Remember, losing your composure is the cardinal sin of a ninja." Minkanki mused to himself that if he could provoke his secondary persona, he would concede defeat. With an exasperated wave of his hand, he replied, "Relax, relax. In that state earlier, even if you perished before me, I wouldn't have shown the slightest change in expression. Haha, I can rest easy now. Now, share your reflections with me." Sandai chuckled once more, promptly guiding Minkanki to summarize his gains, with just a few sentences. He alleviated Minkanki's ire, and as he regained his composure, seamlessly transitioned into new instruction. It was evident that a teacher capable of instructing the legendary three ninjas was truly exceptional. After a moment of contemplation, Minkanki stated, "Firstly, my speed and strength require further enhancement. In this regard, Konoha possesses a master of taijutsu I can introduce you." Before Sandai could respond, two green-clad kappa flashed through Minkanki's mind. Shuddering, he swiftly changed the subject, continuing, "Secondly, the hand seals for ninjutsu need to be simplified. The ninjutsu that suits me are likely those requiring only one seal or none at all. I can assist you in simplifying several suitable ninjutsu. Konoha has techniques without hand seals as well, but the difficulty of mastering them is not to be underestimated. First, learn the shadow clone technique, then utilize its properties to expedite your learning of ninjutsu. It is not overly difficult. No way. Learning through shadow clones is far too perilous. Relax. I am a genius possessing both Wood Release and Sharingan. A few shadow clones should be able to withstand it." The two engaged in a back and forth. Ultimately, Minkanki managed to persuade Sandai. Thus, the cultivation of ninjutsu finally found a foothold. As for whether he could withstand the training with shadow clones, Minkanki thought to himself, "Do not underestimate us time travelers with pseudo-split personalities. Though merely a pseudo-split, perhaps I truly possess some mental disorder. Individuals with mental disorders often exhibit broad thinking. This is no jest. At the very least." Minkanki was confident that two clones would pose no issue. Lastly, after nearly 10 minutes of idle chatter, Minkanki articulated his final thought. Is there any way to obtain the rock weight technique? Flight is an ability I have always yearned for. Is there any way to acquire the complete version of lightning release body technique? I have been studying this half volume for many years. Also, can I learn the Flying Thunder God technique? It is an essential skill for escape. Moreover, I need to master the 7 nature transformations of chakra. I have only managed to grasp lightning release, and there is still much to be learned. Before Minkanki could complete his last thought, he was interrupted by Sandai. "Stop. One matter at a time. Be cautious not to overreach, young man. You can begin learning chakra nature transformations, and I can provide you with the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the others, you must pursue them on your own. However, there is one prerequisite. You must officially become a Konoha ninja." Regarding Sandai's probing, Minkanki recognized it as a test. Thus, he merely hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since Minkanki was to become a formal Konoha ninja, it was only natural that he should not neglect the knowledge of being a ninja. Subsequently, the arduous time of trial began for Minkanki. Do you remember the overwhelming stack of books that Uzumaki Naruto faced before becoming Hokage? Yes. Minkanki was now confronted with that very scenario. Moreover, he needed to acquire a vast amount of foundational knowledge within a terrifyingly short span of over a month. Furthermore, he not only had to learn the theory, but also needed to train daily under Sandai and the taijutsu master Kai, whom Sandai had found for him, absorbing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu from these two. He was to learn the 36 mental calculation methods for shuriken throwing, the 11 correlations between hand seals and chakra flow, the basic chakra meridians and acupoints, the 72 techniques for concealment, and so forth. Even during missions, he had to learn various methods for erasing footprints, masking scents, laying false tracks, and much more. Even when Minkanki allowed his secondary persona to take over the learning, his primary persona could not escape the overwhelming theoretical knowledge flooding his mind. While studying, the shadow clones were also required to learn chakra nature transformations and various ninjutsu under Sandai's guidance. Upon completing their studies, his true self was still subjected to the embarrassment of training with the future K.A.I. In summary, Ming Kanki genuinely experienced the challenges faced by ninjas. Consequently, he significantly reduced his heartfelt conversations with Ino. And on several occasions, he had completely succumbed to sleep by the time she returned home, after more than a week of relentless toil, during which he was oblivious to even the return of Team 7. Ming Kanki finally welcomed a day of respite. Today, he received a personally pinned entrance ticket for the Chunin exam from Sandai. Yes, it was the kind exempt from a written test. It was clearly inscribed. Participate in the Chunin exam in 3 days. Written test optional. Hey, Kai-sensei, what is this nonsense? Wasn't it said that one must submit an application for the Chunin exam? This ticket, which bore the name of an application yet functioned as an entry pass. Ming Kanki waved in exasperation as he confronted Kai. While others had the autonomy to choose, he felt utterly coerced into this situation. This was not something that could simply be resolved with a would-release technique. There was also the written test. The written test. That was a written test. I cannot emphasize enough how crucial this is. To send a novice who had only studied for a little over a week, primarily through correspondence courses, to participate in a written exam. What genius could possibly succeed? Cough, cough. In summary, Ming Kanki was incensed on the spot. Who could blame him when it was Kai who delivered the entry ticket? Thus, Ming Kanki boldly confronted him. The primary persona was indeed formidable. Even Kai acknowledged that confrontation was the way to go. Lord Sandai believes you already possess the strength of a Nin. Therefore, he wishes for you to showcase Konoha's prowess in the Chunin exam. This Chunin exam is no ordinary affair. I have high hopes for you. So run towards youth, young man. Kai's tone grew increasingly earnest as he spoke, and by the end, he raised his thumb, his teeth gleaming with a distinctive flash. This was a unique skill of Kai and his disciples. Caught off guard by Kai's dazzling teeth, Ming Kanki blinked, unable to respond in time. At that moment, Hyuga Niji extended his left hand while carrying his right arm behind his back. Addressing Lu Ha, the strength of a Nin is not easily attained. Even if what Kai-sensei says is true, one cannot take it at face value. Fight me. Niji's Byakugan, seemingly devoid of emotion, exuded an air of arrogance. Though his expression appeared blank, his gaze was remarkably sharp. He stood tall, his left arm half-raised. It appeared to be an invitation, yet his words carried an unmistakable arrogance. In that moment, Ming Kanki sensed a hint of hostility emanating from Niji. Why did this fellow harbor animosity towards him? Hadn't he saved his father? Odd, indeed. Ming Kanki felt no particular difficulty in facing Hyuga Niji, even though he is a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. And despite the considerable guidance he received from Hinata Hisashi during his lifetime, Mikari still felt no necessity for his secondary persona to emerge. It is uncertain whether this persistent appearance of the secondary persona, influenced by prolonged learning, has led to his acute awareness that he ought to be more informed about the recent developments in Konoha, rather than merely relying on hearsay from K-Rin. Even I can contemplate such matters. It seems my intellect has indeed elevated. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow the secondary persona to engage and further study in the future. The primary persona reached this conclusion. While Mikari pondered, the other members of Team 9 exhibited varying reactions. Hey, Niji, this isn't good, is it? Ten expressed her concern. She held unwavering faith in Guy, and thus, she equally believed that Mikari possessed the strength of a Jonin. Whether a ninja who has not yet attained Jonin status can accurately control their own power was precisely what troubled her. To experience the prowess of a Jonin is a rare opportunity. Niji maintained a haughty demeanor, striking a pose in front of Mikari, not even sparing a glance at Ten. Please make sure to battle me after you finish with Niji, Rockley exclaimed, placing his hands together in a gesture of respect as he bowed to Mikari. Lee, Ten interjected, her irritation mounting. She had no desire to carry either of them back. Did you say something just now? Mikari, having just returned to reality, noticed Lee rising from his bow, completely oblivious to what had been said. This is youth. Lee. Guy-sensei, be careful that I might not be able to hold back. The intense bond between Guy and Lee was almost painfully evident, prompting Mikari to swiftly redirect his gaze to Niji. Humph. Niji responded with a scoff. At that moment, Guy raised his thumb and shouted, this is youth. Mikari, do not squander the hopes of youth. Engage them in battle. Consider this a test for you, and likewise for them. You are a unified whole. I command Team 9 to go all out together. Yes, Guy-sensei, be cautious. Humph, no need for you two to intervene. Lee assumed a fighting stance. his legs poised like a coiled cheetah, ready to spring towards Mikari at any moment. 1010 swiftly retrieved her kunai and shuriken, positioning herself alongside Lee for support. Despite his dismissive words, Niji did not permit Lee and 1010 to withdraw. Instead, he moved closer to Lee, adopting the stance of the 8 trigrams. With a crackling sound, visible lightning coiled around Mikari's form. He remained silent, merely adopting a starting position and nodding. Begin. Chapter 41. The Chunin exam of the 5 great nations unites with Guy's command. The contest officially commenced. The competitors were Mikari and Team 9 of Konoha. They possessed formidable strength but lacked any practical experience in missions, accustomed as they were to overwhelming their opponents with grand techniques. At this moment, they relied solely on the capability of lightning release ninjutsu. In contrast, their adversaries boasted a year of mission experience and included 2 members who had already reached Chunin level, their coordination suggesting they were prepared to unleash their full potential. Each side had its strengths, yet Mikari held the advantage in power. As Guy called out, Mikari instantly dashed forward, closing the distance to Lee in mere moments. Lee, 1010 shouted in warning. However, Mikari's fist was already in motion. Realizing he could not evade, Lee decisively crossed his arms to block. You have entered my 8 trigrams field. Gentle fist, 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. Niji, positioned near Lee, immediately activated his 8 trigrams field and launched an attack towards Mikari. Bang, thud, the sound of Mikari striking Lee's arm coincided almost perfectly with Niji's blow to Mikari. Yet, it was merely this single exchange of blows. The 2 parties seemed to have an unspoken understanding and halted their combat. That was close. Mikari's figure flickered as he stepped away from the space between Lee and Niji, simultaneously distancing himself from 1010. Upon halting and turning, he exaggeratedly commented to himself while dramatically pressing on the spot where Niji had struck. In truth, Niji had indeed made contact, but the chakra had not affected him. In that instant, the lightning from Mikari's protective layer had caused Niji to recoil, preventing him from channeling the chakra needed for his gentle fist technique. Ugh, I'm numb. Lee released his arms, trembling all over. Niji also experienced a similar sensation, though his left hand trembled even more violently, the very hand that had struck Mikari. He exclaimed in astonishment that lightning was not merely an illusion. Mikari cast a speechless glance at Guy, inwardly lamenting. Is this truly the result of over a year of training for a genin? I have repeatedly asserted my jonin-level strength. These 2 fools not only rely on taijutsu, but one even believes it to be a mere trick. I hope they are not contagious. I've heard that low intelligence can be infectious. Guy, seemingly oblivious to Mikari's disdainful gaze, raised both thumbs in approval. Sighing inwardly, Mikari declared, "Let us end this. You are not my opponents. Furthermore, until now, every strike I have made has been aimed at defeating my enemies. Therefore, if this continues, I cannot guarantee I will be able to control my strength." Guy-sensei. 1010 looked towards Guy, as she was always the most obedient among them, except when she was engaging in silliness with Guy. Settle down, Lee. Go, Niji. 1010. Youth is about not fearing formidable foes. Guy's boisterous declaration caused Mikari's heart to skip a beat. This man not only instructed Lee to remove his weights, but also urged Niji and 1010 to keep attacking. It was as though he held their lives in utter disregard. What kind of track record does Mikari have? Up until now, every time he has struck, at least 1 jonin has perished. Indeed, he once eliminated nearly 20,000 Cloud Ninja, raised the Uchiha clan's territory, and fought to a standstill against Uchiha Obito, who is renowned as Uchiha Madara. Well, considering Guy's intellect, I doubt the 3rd Hokage would have informed him of these events. All right, I hope you can intervene in time to stop me later. Thunder Armor, Stage 2. Though Mikari outwardly appeared to be an optimist, he was, in truth, more akin to a capricious and obsessive individual. Otherwise, he would not have developed a primary and secondary persona over trivial disagreements. The secondary persona inherited his fixation and rationality, while the primary persona was somewhat more stable. It still exhibited tendencies of mood swings and obsession. Since Guy displayed no concern for his subordinates, Mikari resolved to dismiss his worries as well. Not only would he disregard them, but he also decided to unleash the Thunder Armor, Stage 2, which had only recently been activated by his secondary persona. The Thunder Armor is Mikari's term for the overall state of his lightning release ninjutsu. Due to it being merely half of the complete technique and manifesting differently, it is distinguished from the lightning god armor utilized by the Raikage. The first stage of Thunder Armor, achieved after completing the initial half-step of the lightning release ninjutsu, envelopes Makari in an aura of lightning, characterized by visible gaps and discontinuous currents, revealing significant flaws. Thus, Makari improved it, resulting in the emergence of thunder armor. Stage 2. The electric brilliance intensified, and the lightning coiled around him, generating searing heat. Under the subtle protection of faint lightning chakra on the surface of his body. This intense heat does not inflict harm. However, there is no enhancement in terms of speed and strength. After all, this is a ninjutsu technique, encompassing both ninjutsu and taijutsu aspects. The taijutsu aspect is precisely the reason why Ming Kanki came to learn from Akai. As Ming Kanki activated the second stage of thunder armor, his body became enveloped in a dense shroud of lightning. The grass on the ground quickly turned scorched and yellow. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Just as Ming Kanki initiated his move, he was immediately intercepted by Akai. Subsequently, Akai began to chide him, suggesting that since it was merely a friendly spar with his beloved subordinates, there was no need to employ such formidable techniques. Ming Kanki thought to himself, clearly capable of vanquishing the enemy in one blow, yet he insists on prolonging the fight, that I do not have time for such frivolities, reluctant to engage in further combat. Ming Kanki finally experienced the true clinginess of Akai's nature. It was at this moment that he comprehended why Kakashi Hatake always resorted to phrases like, "Did you say something?" to divert Akai's attention. Indeed, the best strategy to avoid being ensnared by Akai was simply to disregard him. Thus, in the end, Ming Kanki succumbed. Defeated by Akai's clingy nature, he fled in disarray. Upon returning home and retrieving his entry ticket, Ming Kanki suddenly remembered that he had intended to have a word with Akai. Now, it seemed, this could be considered tacit approval. A ruse, all of it a ruse, the so-called genius Niji, the challenges from Lee. The collective trials of Team 9, and Akai's clinginess. These were all meticulously orchestrated traps set by Akai. Do not underestimate the intellect of the great Akai. Even if he originally possesses a simple mind, when it comes to strategy and calculation, he is undoubtedly tenfold more adept than Ming Kanki, who hails from a peaceful world. Ming Kanki even sinisterly speculated that this was a strategy devised by the third Hokage to prevent him from causing a ruckus in the office. Yan, the third Hokage, immersed in the approval of documents, suddenly sneezed. He picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly while gazing out the window, lost in thought. Alas, I hope Ming Kanki can secure first place. This Chunin exam is no trivial matter. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. Oh, I wonder if it was wise to thrust him into the spotlight at this time. How old I am becoming. After this Chunin exam, let Jiraiya return to take the position of Hokage. It is time for this old bone to step aside and make way for the younger generation. Chapter 42. The beginning of the joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. Part 2. The third Hokage was deeply conflicted. Although he had granted Ming Kanki an entry ticket, he still felt uncertain. After all, once Ming Kanki was thrust into the limelight during this exam, his information would inevitably be exposed. A secret, once revealed, ceases to be a secret. Once a secret weapon is disclosed, it may very well face a catastrophic blow. This was precisely what the third Hokage feared. He had already come to view Ming Kanki as an integral part of Konoha's future, a crucial element in the pursuit of peace for the village. To this end, he had even gone so far as to wage war against the Cloud Shinobi and disband Root entirely. Yet now, he was about to place Ming Kanki in a perilous situation. How could he not feel torn? The third Hokage's inner turmoil yielded no resolution. Ultimately, Ming Kanki remained under the vigilant protection of the Umbu. He had yet to lay eyes on any ninja from other villages even until the day before the exam. Such high-level protection was not lost on Ming Kanki. However, he devoted the majority of his day to training, during which his secondary persona manifested. The secondary persona showed no concern for such matters. As for the primary persona, during times of rest and sleep, it too remained indifferent to these issues. 3 days later, ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages and various smaller villages had gathered in Konoha. Among them, those from Sunagakure had arrived as early as half a month prior, while the Cloud Shinobi, still at odds with Konoha, had only arrived a day before. The number of participants in this Chunin exam was vast, far exceeding what could be accommodated in a single room as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, the examination venue was directly set within the arena designated for the final test, enclosed by 2 semicircular high walls. The arena was approximately the size of a football field. The open space was furnished with 2,000 to 3,000 tables and chairs, creating a seemingly spacious environment. Ming Kanki approached the towering entrance, which stood 3 to 4 meters high, clutching his entry ticket. Immediately, 2 individuals greeted him. "Hey, I'm your teammate. Surprised, aren't you? Hee. Lord Ming Kanki, I am Sai. Your teammate and escort for this Chunin exam. If danger arises, please evacuate immediately, and I will cover your retreat." The red-haired girl with glasses was naturally Kinomoto, while Sai appeared rather contrived, despite discussing something of great importance. His smile created an impression of awkwardness and insincerity. It was no wonder that without Naruto Uzumaki's guidance, Sai struggled to master genuine expressions of joy. No wonder the third Hokage had packed my training schedule so tightly these past few days. He must have feared that I would discover he had enlisted you for the competition, and then I would pluck all his hairs out. Gently ruffling Kinomoto's red hair, Ming Kanki smiled, but his words were laced with tension. He even contemplated whether, after the Chunin exam, he should have Naruto visit the Hokage's office more frequently to employ some seductive techniques. Upon entering and submitting the application, it is essential to note that Ming Kanki and his companions did not encounter Kamizuki Izumi and Kanji Tetsu. This was because the gate they guarded, which was imbued with Genjutsu, actually served as the entrance to the audience section on the opposite side. Ever since Ming Kanki had been misled by a Genjutsu to the Uchiha clan 5 years ago, he had become sensitive to such suggestive allusions that he did not even approach that gate, heading straight for the correct entrance instead. Passing through the gate, he surveyed the densely packed crowd before him. The ninjas from the 5 great nations occupied the forefront. Most conspicuously, the smaller villages were relegated to the corners. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages formed clusters, with the mist shinobi on the left, the stone shinobi on the right, and Konoha, the sand shinobi, and the cloud shinobi arranged from left to right in the center. Upon catching sight of the familiar headband of the cloud shinobi, Ming Kanki's mind was suddenly flooded with the resolute images of Uzumaki, Yukiko, and Yamakusa Daisuke. A surge of intense killing intent erupted within him, his expression transforming into one of fury. Cloud shinobi, his rage erupted abruptly from the depths of his heart, and chakra surged into his eyes, causing his Sharingan to activate instinctively. Ming Kanki had never believed that the Cloud Shinobi team responsible for the attack on Kinomoto's family were all rogue ninjas. The Kinomoto family had extended the greatest kindness to him, allowing him to integrate into this world. Yet, it was precisely those rogue Cloud Shinobi who had caused him to lose everything, casting him adrift once more. The more precious the gain, the more profound the pain of loss. Even when he summoned his secondary persona, Ming Kanki could not suppress this fury. His primary persona emerged once more, and he chose not to restrain his wrath any longer. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Ming Kanki glared with his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, wishing nothing more than to annihilate every cloud shinobi in sight. The 3 tomos of his Sharingan spun rapidly, seemingly on the verge of converging into a singularity. "Brother!" Kinomoto suddenly threw herself at Ming Kanki, exclaiming in alarmed "At!" That moment, Ming Kanki had become so alien to her. Even the warm chakra he once exuded now felt cold and foreboding. Kinomoto sensed that the Ming Kanki she knew was drifting away, prompting her to cry out. Her soft call successfully brought Ming Kanki back to his senses. He blinked, and the 3 tomos instantly vanished. Reverting to ordinary pupils, embracing Kinomoto in return, Ming Kanki whispered, "I am fine. This time, no one shall harm you. I will ensure that those who have hurt you, along with all those associated with them, will face retribution." By the time he uttered the second sentence, Ming Kanki's voice had grown barely audible. The influence of the Sharingan on the mind is indeed terrifying. Understanding love, losing love, and then venturing down an increasingly narrow and obsessive path. No wonder the Uchiha clan members are often accompanied by siblings. It is apparent that they either exhibit an affinity for their elder brothers or a protective instinct towards their younger siblings. This necessity arises from a need for someone to pull them back from the precipice of their narrow-minded and obsessive tendencies. Thus, when they lose that grounding presence, they inevitably plunge into the abyss, awakening the kaleidoscope of their inner turmoil. Fortunately, Ming Kanki's kaleidoscope was activated within Itachi's Tsukuyami. Thankfully, K-Rin remained by his side, able to anchor him and prevent his descent into darkness. After reassuring K-Rin, Ming Kanki became acutely aware that the numerous lower ninjas participating in the Chunin exam had turned their gaze upon him. But K-Rin glanced back and blushed profusely. Ming Kanki grasped K-Rin's hand, with Sai trailing closely behind them as the trio made their way to the rear of the Konoha team. Is that the Sharingan? He must be Uchiha Sasuke. He seems rather mature, doesn't he? Could it be that there are other Uchiha in Konoha, Was the Uchiha clan annihilated? I heard that only Uchiha Sasuke survived. My brother's cousin's great-uncle's brother is an elite jonin. His intel must be reliable. As they journeyed, Minkanki, along with his companions, overheard a variety of discussions, some amusing and others quite intriguing. It appears he harbors a grudge against the Cloud Ninjas. Could it be that the Cloud Village was involved in the Uchiha massacre? Be quiet. Don't spread rumors. Hey, when have we rock ninjas ever feared the Cloud Ninjas? If you want to fight, then fight. And stop putting on an act. Cloud Ninjas, TSK, bastards. Shut up. Hi. Don't engage, Eagle. It's not the right time yet. The teams from the Rock and Cloud villages were openly discussing their grievances, nearly coming to blows. Luckily, their captain maintained a semblance of composure. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. At such a young age, equipped with a 3-tomo Sharingan, he likely served as a bodyguard accompanying the exam. The two individuals beside him, with their crimson hair, might be members of the Uzumaki clan, who are vital as Jinchuriki candidates. Thus, that bodyguard must at least be a jonin. The formidable elder sister from Sunagakure, Temari, swiftly demonstrated her prowess and intellect within mere exchanges. Her words piqued Gaara's interest, and he directed a murderous gaze at Minkanki. Sand began to trickle from the gourd on his back. K-Rin's brother is actually an Uchiha. What a predicament. Uchiha from Konoha muttered a few words, his mind racing with various speculations that it spun rapidly, making it hard to gauge the level of his Sharingan. He appeared to harbor immense hatred towards his Cloud Ninjas. The silver-haired, agile Omoichi from the Clouds speculated briefly. Their captain, a fierce blonde woman named Samui, took up the conversation. Rather than offering conjectures, she decisively stated, if what that Sand Ninja said holds true, he will be a formidable adversary. However, we Cloud Ninjas must secure victory this time. So Omoichi Karui, keep a close watch on him and analyze his every move. If the opportunity arises, eliminate him. Yao Shirdo adjusted his glasses, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. In any case, the gaze of nearly all the various candidates was fixated upon the trio of Minkanki. After all, Minkanki had just exuded a terrifying aura of killing intent, an intensity that could only belong to someone who had experienced the battlefield of a great ninja war. Amidst the scrutiny, a flurry of information, signals, and intricate plots swiftly unfurled. The first round of the CH-9 exam commenced under such circumstances. Chapter 43, the joint CH-9 exam of the 5 great nations 3. The Forest of Death, even with a change of venue and an increase in numbers. Uzumaki Naruto still opted to take the exam without preparation, boldly proclaiming that iconic line, I want to take the 10th question. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will strive to become Hokage. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Consequently, to the surprise of the majority of the candidates, the first round of the CH-9 exam concluded in such a dramatic fashion. Of course, Naruto was not the only one to submit a blank sheet. Minkanki had dozed off throughout the entire ordeal. Upon seeing that the proctor was Marino Ibiki, Minkanki had already anticipated the outcome. In truth, it mattered little whether he was aware or not. His application effectively served as a ticket to the final assessment. Despite the vastness of the venue, Akamichi Karui devised a method to shield Marino Ibiki with a black cloth, subsequently announcing her identity as the examiner for the second round. Without any respite, they proceeded directly to the second round of the exam. The 5 great ninja villages, alongside numerous smaller ones, had seen nearly 100 teams remain after the first round. Despite the initial influx of nearly 1,000 at the entrance of door number 1 in the Forest of Death, Akamichi Karui outlined the rules, engaging in close contact with the enthusiastic Naruto, who was suspected of being a disciple of Orochimaru. Observing the map of the 44th practice arena displayed by Karui, Nara Shikamura murmured, there are a total of 44 entrances to the arena. And with dozens of teams, nearly every entrance will require 2 teams. If we're not careful, we'll end up fighting right from the start. What a hassle. In truth, not just Shikamaru, but all teams understood this reality. Some older, more experienced genin managed to deduce the actual number of teams to be 87 based on their experience as a former root elite. So I could also easily ascertain the total number of participants at a glance. After signing the consent forms, Minkanki and his companions were escorted to the entrance of door number 11. Until the exam's commencement, they awaited the arrival of the second team, which never came. Sai, possessing ample outdoor survival experience, suggested, from now on, we'll follow Sai's lead. However, due to Danzo's lingering presence, even though Root had been disbanded for 5 years, Minkanki found it challenging to place complete trust in him. You must understand this, Sai. he stated. K-Rin, since I have not yet witnessed your capabilities, your role will be medical support. The responsibility for combat falls to Sai and me. As they entered through the gate, weaving among the oddly shaped trees, Sai and K-Rin occasionally recalled Ming Kenki's directives. Since when did my brother become the team leader? I've been training rigorously with Tsunade-sensei. While running, K-Rin pouted. Still somewhat displeased with Ming Kenki's self-assumed leadership, but being her brother, she refrained from voicing her feelings, wishing instead to prove herself through action. On the other hand, Sai maintained a stoic expression. Yet in his mind, he was recalling every subtle nuance of Ming Kenki's expressions and movements, attempting to gather sufficient information to ascertain whether Ming Kenki had discovered something amiss. However, it wasn't until the trio had ventured 2 kilometers deep into the forest of death and paused that Sai could not decipher any issues. What shall we do now, Lord Ming Kenki? Landing on a massive branch, Sai effortlessly severed a green flower snake that blended seamlessly with the branch's color. Before he acted, neither Ming Kenki nor K-Rin had even noticed the snake's presence. Throughout their journey, Sai exhibited his outdoor survival skills impeccably. Whether it was poisonous insects camouflaged to match the dead branches or venomous snakes that blended with the tree trunks, or even poisonous spiders that could change color and vanish, none eluded his keen eyes. Thank goodness for Sai. If it were just Ming Kenki and K-Rin, the 2 novices, while they would not be killed, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a sticky situation with the poisonous creatures, making it exceedingly difficult to traverse the distance of 15. Here lies a small stream. The water flows swiftly. How fortuitous, I just learned about this. According to the current, we are downstream. Let me calculate based on the flow rate. Ming Kenki leaped down from the branch, extending his hand to test the stream's velocity while using a kunai to measure and calculate. Brother, we've already been moving in a straight line. The straight line distance to the central tower is approximately 8 kilometers. No need to calculate. At this point, K-Rin could no longer hold back. She leapt to Ming Kenki's side, cautiously surveying the surroundings of the stream, guarding him with utmost vigilance. In contrast to Ming Kenki's carefree demeanor, Xianglin's meticulous behavior embodied the true essence of a ninja. Ming Kenki was also aware that his flamboyant display was ill-timed. With a few awkward chuckles, he feigned seriousness and declared, "There are fish in the stream. Sui, gather materials to start a fire. I shall catch the fish. We will feast on fish tonight. Now, let us take action. The beginning is always the hardest." Initially, Xianglin refrained from contradicting her brother, but soon, she could no longer hold back and began to voice her objections. After the first instance, the second came more easily. As soon as Ming Kenki finished speaking, Xianglin retorted, "Brother, this is the Chunin exam. If we create smoke, we will be ambushed." Crack, crack. Before Xianglin could finish her sentence, a flash of lightning erupted from Ming Kenki's palm. The sound of chirping, akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison, resonated from his hand. On the surface of the stream, arcs of lightning danced about, sending small fish flying to the bank with explosive force. As she observed the lightning in Ming Kenki's palm, Xianglin vaguely recalled something. Hee. Ming Kenki grinned, the lightning dissipating, and the cacophony of chirping faded away. How's that? I specifically had the 3rd Hokage assist me in advancing my lightning nature transformation, and I even consulted Kakashi about the Chidori technique. Now, it can be unleashed in an instant. Moreover, I have also learned a no-hand seal ninjutsu from the 3rd Hokage, though that one is a bit challenging. Once I master it, I shall teach you. As Ming Kenki collected the fish, he boasted about his accomplishments as if showcasing a prized toy. Piling several palm-sized fish on the bank, he expertly gutted them. When he rinsed the fish in the stream, he shivered slightly, as remnants of electrical energy lingered in the water. However, Xianglin still harbored concerns. That moment was what he had returned, having gathered dry twigs and leaves into a pile, which he had ignited. Despite her worries, Xianglin could only acquiesce. All is well. All is well. Ming Kenki skewered the fish and placed them over the fire. He nonchalantly remarked, "You can rest assured, Xianglin. Trust me, cooking over a fire is the wisest strategy. This is my domain. Even the rakeage would bow down here." Ming Kenki's expression lacked any convincing power. Xianglin remained unconvinced, her anxiety lingering. Even while consuming the fish, she remained vigilant, wary of any sudden ambush from foes. Zui, on the other hand, had more faith in Ming Kenki. Yet, as an elite of the root, he maintained a careful watch over their surroundings, even during meals. Among the trio, only Ming Kenki devoured the fish with reckless abandon. Seemingly oblivious to the world around him, a gray snake flicked its tongue amidst the pile of dry leaves by the tree roots, just as Ming Kanki stood to fetch more fish. He glanced at it, whether intentionally or not. Chapter 44. The slaughter has begun. Speaking of mission experience, Ming Kanki had none to boast of. As for wilderness survival skills, his knowledge was limited to catching cicadas and monkeys in the old woods of his hometown. Yet, this was no ordinary world. This was the ninja realm, imbued with the extraordinary energy known as chakra, and Ming Kanki was no longer an ordinary person. He was a quasi-powerful individual possessing both wood release and Sharingan. Two formidable bloodline limits. Were it not for the conflict of bloodlines, he might have already ranked among the strong of the ninja world. In truth, since his awakening, certain things had changed to some extent. But that was a matter for another time. Returning to the narrative, as Ming Kanki rose to snatch 3 fish from Zuoyi's front, he inadvertently caught sight of the gray snake among the pile of dry leaves by the large tree. His action seemed merely to be about grabbing fish, a casual glance as he stood up. After securing the fish, he sat down and resumed his hearty meal. Yet, after that fleeting glance, the gray snake vanished into the pile of leaves. 100 meters away, atop a lush tree, 3 grass ninjas squatted. A gray snake slithered up the arm of the central figure, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Oh, this is intriguing. However, I have matters to attend to. The central figure stroked the snake's head, licking his lips, and commanded the 2 grass ninjas beside him, follow the direction of the smoke and probe their defenses. Understood. Without a hint of dissent. The 2 immediately dashed towards Ming Kanki and his companions. Meanwhile, among the 87 teams of participants, several had already spotted the rising smoke. Among those closest to it, 2 teams had decisively headed toward the smoke. In an exam as crowded as this Chunin test. To dare to start a fire and cook? Clearly, they were novices. Both teams believed it would be an easy catch, a gift from the heavens. They had not contemplated that it might be a trap. Other observing teams were not without their own movements. They merely proceeded with greater caution, choosing to wait and watch or prepare to seize any opportunities. Further away, in an area roughly opposite Ming Kanki's team, a massacre was unfolding. Tell me, why do they wish to kill you? Layers of fine sand gripped the 3 cloud ninjas as if a giant hand held them tightly. The one controlling the sandstorm was Gaara. His eyes bloodshot beneath dark circles. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent loomed over the 3 cloud ninjas. I don't know. We truly have no idea. We will give you the scroll. Just spare us. Every village has its share of cowards, and it was clear that Gaara had encountered such individuals among the cloud ninjas this time. Sand-binding coffin. The 3rd cloud ninja's words were cut short as Gaara unleashed his jutsu. The earthy yellow sand enveloped the 3 completely, compressing and tightening its grip. In an instant, the sand transformed into a deep crimson hue. The screams of the 3 cloud ninjas were abruptly silenced. A scroll stained with blood was delivered to Gaara's hand by the fine sand. Don't worry, Mama. We will find him soon. Once we kill him, Mama will surely be pleased. Gaara's expression grew increasingly bloodthirsty. He glanced back at his companions, Shikaku and Kankuro, and without uttering a word, he sprinted ahead. Both Shikaku and Kankuro felt a shiver run down their spines, not daring to utter a word as they hurried to keep up. I am so full. Luhil was blissfully unaware that the most brutal elimination round of the Chunin exam had already commenced. He had just snagged the last fish and swallowed it whole. Brother, you are still laughing. Half of those fish are in your belly. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to fight later? Xianglin's expression of mild anger was less like a lecture and more like a playful pout. Luha, unfazed, chuckled, Relax, Xianglin. With this, I'm barely at 80% fullness. Of course, Ming Kanki also recognized that this was yet another effect of his soul evolution, likely a sign of the Scion's stomach beginning to manifest. After resting for about another minute, Ming Kanki stood up and began to stretch his limbs. This moment is when he had already extinguished the fire and ensured no smoke was rising. Meanwhile, Xianglin had set several traps around, utilizing the terrain. Having only remembered to set traps after finishing their meal and extinguishing the fire, oh Xianglin, you truly are a novice. As the event unfolded near Xianglin, Ming Senki burst into laughter. Humph! With a light grunt, Xianglin hurled a handful of shurikens. The shurikens embedded themselves just shy of a hand's breadth from Ming Senki's toes. There, a gray snake writhed in agony, its head pierced. Doomed to perish, Ming Senki gave a thumbs up. Since entering the forest of death, Xianglin's progress was undeniably evident. Oh dear, you've slain my beloved gray snake. What do you suppose I should do with you? A raspy voice echoed, seemingly devoid of malice yet brimming with lethal intent. For an ordinary genin, Merely hearing such words would likely induce panic. However, the trio of Ming Senki's team were no ordinary genin. Who goes there? Xianglin exclaimed, darting to Ming Senki's right, kunai in hand, directing her shout towards the trees on that side. As one of the legendary Sannin Tsunade's students, and having partially awakened her chakra sensing abilities. Xianglin was not easily intimidated. Had she ever discussed her sensing capabilities with Tsunade, she might have already mastered the Kagura Shingon. Yet, without such a foundation, she would need considerable time to discern it on her own. The enemy should be over here. Please exercise caution. Zai appeared to Ming Senki's left, unsheathing his long blade, vigilantly scanning the trees on that side. As a former elite of the Root organization, Zai possessed at least the strength of an elite chunin. He had faced perilous missions before and would not be easily daunted by mere words. However, the enemy's prowess was evidently superior to his own. Drawing upon his experience, Zai opted for cautious, passive defense. But I hear them right in front of me. As for Ming Senki, he was certain the adversary lurked atop a grand tree directly ahead. His gaze was firmly fixed upon it. Applause rang out, echoing through the air. This time, the enemy employed no tricks. The sound emanated from the very tree Ming Senki had been observing, accompanying the clapping. A mass of brown sludge tumbled from the tree, splattering upon the ground. A sticky figure emerged from the goo, transforming into a person clad in a conical hat, before the figure lifted their head. They remarked, still clapping, "Heh, your sensing abilities are truly remarkable. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." As the figure raised their head, a pair of serpent-like, cold vertical pupils met Ming Senki's gaze, sending a chill surging from his core, as if he were on the verge of freezing. Xianglin clung to Ming Senki, devoid of fighting spirit, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, she was merely a genin who had yet to step out of her ivory tower. Despite her master being Tsunade, she had never encountered genuine killing intent. Zai appeared unaffected outwardly, yet he sensed the shadow of death lurking in the atmosphere. Drawing upon his experience, he discerned the enemy's formidable nature. Thus, he stepped in front of Ming Senki, decisively stating, "Flee. I will cover your retreat." The enemy had yet to strike, yet even a mere glance bore such terror. However, at that moment, Ming Senki chuckled and spoke up. Chapter 45, The Intentions of Orochimaru. Oh dear, such a familiar voice. "You must be Orochimaru," Ming Senki declared with a smile, tilting his head as if in contemplation, upon glancing back at Orochimaru. His Sharingan had already activated. Upon seeing the crimson eyes with three black tomo, Orochimaru's gaze narrowed. Ever since being bested by Uchiha Itachi and losing an arm, the Uchiha bloodline had become an obsession for him. Now, a pair of three tomo Sharingan, coupled with the wood release of Shinja Hashirama, stood before him, a perfect vessel for his forbidden reincarnation. Orochimaru was exhilarated. "What a miracle," he said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Greedily eyeing Ming Senki, "The subject I deem deceased is alive and thriving, that I find you exceedingly fascinating. Come with me. Only I can resolve your bloodline conflicts." One of the most reviled traffickers in the world of Naruto. Orochimaru's persuasive abilities were nothing short of exceptional. Even under his avaricious gaze, Ming Senki found himself believing his words. It felt akin to an illusion. Who said Orochimaru lacked the art of verbal persuasion? Such a level of manipulation was rare, even in the ninja world. Fortunately, Orochimaru's persuasion paled in comparison to the future Naruto's. Thankfully, Ming Senki, as a traveler from another world, maintained a tenfold vigilance against Orochimaru. After listening to Orochimaru's proposition, Ming Senki nodded, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Indeed, you speak truly. In fact, I should probably thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Ming Senki's smile was genuine. The initial purpose of separating his main and secondary personalities was to handle interpersonal relations while the secondary personality focused on action. However, in this world of scheming ninjas, warmth often served as a guise for deception. Thus, deception became the forte of his primary personality. Even Zai and Xianglin were beguiled by Ming Senki's sincere smile. Zai subtly distanced himself from Ming Senki, while Xianglin nestled closer, whispering, "Brother." She seemed like a fledgling bird ensnared by a predator, shaking in fear beside Ming Senki. He gently placed his hand on her head. A comforting warmth reminiscent of their escape, 12 years old. Ming Senki had once cradled 3-year-old Xianglin, soothing her with a hand on her head. Back then, his expression had been cold. Now, his genuinely warm smile remained unchanged. Without words, Xianglin gradually ceased her trembling. Sensing her calm, Ming Senki stepped forward, saying, "You have bestowed life upon this body. Though your intentions may not be noble, for that alone, I extend my gratitude." His sincerity was palpable. Though had he not activated the second stage of his lightning armor, it would have been even more heartfelt that a surge of lightning coiled around Ming Senki, forming a dense electric net. The powerful energy, contained yet soothing, emitted no crackling sound. However, the electric net generated considerable heat, causing the nearby campfire to flicker as if on the brink of reignition. The display of chakra control was so profound that even Orochimaru could not help but inwardly commend. Most medical ninjas likely lack such mastery over chakra. While he marveled internally, Orochimaru maintained an impassive facade, seemingly unfazed as he retorted, "Oh, do you wish to engage your creator in a struggle?" "Engage in a struggle? Not necessarily," Ming Senki replied, suddenly pointing to the right. "Hey, look what I've discovered." Another pair of Sharingan nearby. Orochimaru, taken aback, was aware that Uchiha Sasuke and his companions were not far from Ming Senki's group. This was one of the reasons he had come, as it was on his way. But how had Ming Senki discerned this? There hadn't been any intense fighting in that direction. Even if there had been, it would be improbable for him to accurately identify it as Uchiha Sasuke. Was there a connection between Sharingan that was utterly implausible? Not to mention, his research had never uncovered such a phenomenon. If such a connection existed, Uchiha Itachi would not have had such an easy time exterminating their clan. Scientists are invariably intrigued by mysterious phenomena. Orochimaru, as a scientist in the Naruto world, displayed his astonishment and confusion openly. Ming Senki's smile widened further. Yet, he had no intention of revealing the reason, at least not at this moment. Summoning technique. Several hundred meters away, another manifestation of Orochimaru summoned forth a colossal serpent, nearly 2 meters in height. The moment the serpent emerged, it swiftly engulfed Naruto Uzumaki in a single bite. Not only that, but the serpent then charged off into the distance, rampaging with increasing velocity. Its head alone towered close to 2 meters, while its length exceeded 100 meters. A mere few hundred meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Its massive form toppled trees as it barreled through, the thunderous crashes and grinding sounds echoing like thunderclaps. At this moment, Ming Senki's triumphant smile had yet to fade. He was reveling in the growing confusion on Orochimaru's face. Upon hearing the cacophony, Ming Senki swiftly turned, just as the serpent burst forth. Thunder Fist. In a flash of lightning, Ming Senki propelled himself forward several meters, his speed nearly matching that of sound itself. With a fierce determination, he charged headlong to meet the oncoming serpent, which was now nearly 2 meters tall and accelerating rapidly. A tremendous crash resounded. The serpent came to a halt, a gory fist-sized hole gushing a mix of red and white fluids from its forehead. As for Ming Senki, he was sent crashing into a tree on the opposite bank of the stream, rebounding back to the water's edge. While it appeared disheveled, he sustained no significant injuries. Confidence is forged through repeated victories. Having dispatched a serpent of such formidable height, one that would challenge even an average Jonin, Ming Senki's spirit soared. He had often claimed to possess Jonin-level strength, yet had hesitated to fully believe it. Now he was unequivocally certain of his prowess, realizing that his offensive capabilities had even surpassed those of a standard Jonin. Rising to his feet, Ming Senki leaped back into position, taunting, "Is this all you can muster? Orochimaru, have you grown old?" His provocation bore no fruit. Orochimaru merely laughed in response. Extending his long tongue, it transformed into a sword. Grasping the hilt, he declared, "You are becoming increasingly intriguing." "Ugh, that's revolting," exclaimed Shanfeng, unable to hold back her disdain upon witnessing Orochimaru wielding the damp blade. Seiya and Ming Senki exchanged glances, both wrinkling their brows in distaste. Their attention was entirely captivated by Orochimaru's actions. In that moment, Orochimaru silently noted, "Now is the time." He suddenly lunged from Ming Senki's left side, his elongated neck extending as he aimed to sink his fangs into Ming Senki's throat. A sneak attack. Orochimaru's intention was to seize Ming Senki's body directly. His original plan was to intimidate and then ensnare him with genjutsu, followed by marking him with a cursed seal. However, recognizing Ming Senki's strength, Orochimaru opted for a direct assault instead. This ambush was executed flawlessly. As an S-rank rogue ninja and a legitimate shadow-level powerhouse, Orochimaru's speed was not to be underestimated. "Watch out." Sai's warning came just as Orochimaru's fangs were poised to pierce Ming Senki's neck. A chilling scream erupted. Chapter 46. This is my domain. Ming Senki realized too late that Orochimaru was attempting a sneak attack. He was unable to mount any offensive or evasive action and could only allow Orochimaru to bite him. Yet, surprisingly, it was not Ming Senki who cried out in pain, but rather Orochimaru himself. Although Ming Kanki had not managed to react in time, he had activated his thunder armor, concentrating it around his neck. The effect was extraordinary. As Orochimaru's fangs sank in, his mouth was filled with electric sparks. It hurts. It hurts. He howled in agony. In the realm of reality, lightning essentially comprises a powerful electric current, accompanied by the high temperatures and shockwaves resulting from heated air expansion. The damage inflicted on the human body by electric currents is both immediate and severe. A strong current can lead to high temperatures, nerve paralysis, temporary shock, or even direct death. The fatal outcomes occur when the current traverses the heart or brainstem, causing cardiac arrest or paralysis of the central nervous system. Alternatively, shock can lead to severe burns, subsequent shock, and failure of internal organs. This entire process is excruciatingly painful. Within the world of Naruto, the essence of lightning is a transformation of chakra, representing strong currents and high temperatures. Albeit without shockwaves, it can be mitigated or neutralized by chakra. Orochimaru, being a shadow-level powerhouse, possessed formidable chakra. Thus, he did not succumb immediately despite his mouth being filled with electric energy. Even so, he staggered back several steps, letting out a pained cry, and then exploded. With a thunderous bang, mud flew everywhere. The explosion had only been a clay clone of Orochimaru. The true Orochimaru remained in place, now devoid of the slimy sword he had previously wielded. Instead, it had transformed into a gray serpent. Genjutsu? As this thought flickered through Ming Kanki's mind, he promptly dismissed it. High-level Genjutsu has a distinctly noticeable flow of chakra that cannot evade the energetic perception of the Sharingan. Conversely, low-level Genjutsu would likewise fail to deceive its keen insight. Therefore, it was impossible for Orochimaru to have employed Genjutsu. If it was not Genjutsu, Ming Kanki found himself utterly perplexed. Truly, he was a shadow-level powerhouse. Even a simple trick left him bewildered. Orochimaru, how did you manage to transform the sword into a serpent? Not comprehending, he decided to seize the opportunity and boldly posed his question. With thunder armor firmly established, he felt no trepidation regarding Orochimaru's sudden approach for another bite. Orochimaru rasped, preparing to respond. Bang! The serpent's carcass suddenly swelled and exploded. Victory! I am destined to be the next Hokage. There is no way I could perish here. A multitude of Narutos erupted from within the serpent, clamoring excitedly as the number of shadow clones increased, control diminished. With Naruto's ability to create dozens, even hundreds of clones at once, they would no longer be under the control of the original, but instead inherit the most prominent traits of their progenitor, each believing themselves to be the true original. In fact, this phenomenon is precisely what enabled Naruto to deceive Kaguya in the future. In the original narrative, the serpent that Orochimaru initially summoned to confront Naruto and Sasuke was not particularly large. It was only when he sought to seal Naruto that he summoned a serpent of approximately 2 meters in height. Thus, in the original story, Naruto only needed to deploy a few dozen shadow clones to burst the serpent. While now he had unleashed several hundred. These shadow clones, after a few exclamations, dissipated into white smoke. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, creating hundreds of shadow clones at once was not something Naruto could do at will, let alone sustain them for any length of time. Hey, Brother Ming and Shanfang, what are you doing here? As the shadow clones faded, Naruto noticed the 4 individuals engaged in a standoff. Come over here, Naruto, and do not call me Brother Ming. Ming Kanki firmly reminded him, ushering Naruto toward their group. However, before Sasuke could finish his thought, Naruto pointed at Orochimaru in astonishment, exclaiming, Hey, isn't this the guy who ambushed us? How did he end up here? Shut up, leave this to me, and you just stay back and watch. Before Naruto could utter Brother Ming again, Ming Kanki swiftly interjected. The Sharingan was not mere smoke. Ming Kanki could not discern the situation involving Sasuke and the others several hundred meters away. Thus, he resolved to cease further dialogue with Orochimaru at that moment. Having silenced Naruto, Ming Kanki turned his gaze back to Orochimaru, flashing a confident smile as he declared, Furthermore, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Lord Orochimaru, the forest is my domain. Orochimaru sensed a significant shift in Ming Kanki's aura, realizing that his presence had transformed entirely, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, let alone the intentions of Ming Kanki. With a swift motion, Ming Kanki brought his palms together, forming the seal. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru felt a surge of suspicion. However, it was too late. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. Ming Kanki unleashed his technique. In an instant, the forest came alive. Trees began to stretch their branches as if they were sentient beings. Roots and limbs sprouted from the towering trunks, twisting and spiraling toward Orochimaru, dozens of trees intertwined, creating a vast ocean of foliage. How infuriating. Do you intend to engage me in a life-or-death struggle? If this continues, your bloodline conflict will reignite, Orochimaru shouted while evading the onslaught. The gray snake at his side spat out a shimmering sword, incessantly hacking at the slender branches aimed at him. The water's surface favored water-release ninjas. In places of raging fire, fire-release techniques grew stronger. Within fierce winds, wind-release techniques intensified. Acquiring earth from the ground allowed for easy earth release. And within the woods, the chakra required for wood release was minimal. This is my domain, Ming Kanki declared, his voice swelling with confidence. The forest continued its relentless assault on Orochimaru, its ferocity undiminished. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for Orochimaru, who discovered for the first time that the forest could indeed diminish the chakra required for wood release. The sea of branches and roots ensnared him, gradually forming a cage that enveloped Orochimaru. His space for maneuvering shrank rapidly. He could feel the imminent threat of being captured or killed by Ming Kanki's modified tree world birth. Orochimaru had no time to ponder further. He was even too preoccupied to concern himself with his snake clones battling Sasuke hundreds of meters away. Thus, he remained unaware of the expansive reach of Ming Kanki's tree world birth. Thanks to the dense woods surrounding Konoha, the vast network of interwoven roots and trunks allowed Ming Kanki's wood release to extend far and wide. Only after truly employing wood release did Ming Kanki fully realize that his intuition about being in his domain was undeniably accurate. For within these trees, some had indeed been cultivated by the first Hokage using wood release. It was this connection with the ancient trees that endowed Ming Kanki with a unique perception upon entering the forest. Consequently, while attacking the present Orochimaru, Ming Kanki simultaneously controlled the trees several hundred meters away to execute 3 long-range kills. Chapter 47. Dealing with Orochimaru, the long-range attack posed no challenge. The enemy was merely a low-ranking ninja, lacking the ability to perceive such threats, thus could not evade. Even Orochimaru's clone, preoccupied with its original self, lacked its usual agility. By the time it sensed the danger, it had already been struck dead on Orochimaru's side. His survival space was constricted, trapped in a manner that rendered him unable to utilize the body substitution technique. In such a precarious situation, rather than expressing anger or threats, he instead praised Ming Xianqi. That To find himself in such a perilous predicament was truly a testament to a masterful creation, the serpent's great array. Countless snakes, both large and small, were summoned or expelled. Soon, the serpentine horde grew overwhelmingly dense. With a thunderous crash, the wooden prison was shattered. Following that, the snakes began to spread, crawling over branches and roots. A writhing sea of snakes, adorned in vibrant hues, struck a sense of dread in any who dared to gaze upon them. Ming Kanki felt a chill at the sight. However, as the one confronting Orochimaru, he refused to concede in terms of momentum. This was his domain. He could not afford to be outshone by Orochimaru, neither in spirit nor in capacity. In this environment, bolstered by the advantages of his territory, Ming Kanki's current strength rivaled that of Orochimaru. With this mindset, he instinctively exclaimed, "Wow, I must admit, your thoughts align closely with mine. The concept of non-hand seal, instantaneous ninjutsu, is indeed the future. However, spewing forth a myriad of slippery snakes is utterly revolting." "Brother, what are you saying?" In the meantime, Karen had completely hidden behind Ming Kanki. Upon hearing this, she promptly slapped him. At 12 years old, she may have been a low-ranking ninja, but she was still a young girl, and her fear of snakes was perfectly normal. Quickly deal with him. Wood release. Cutting technique. Despite the seemingly casual slap, under Tsunade's guidance, Karen had instinctively employed some techniques. Fortunately, she did not use chakra. Otherwise, Ming Kanki would not merely feel a sting, but would have been interrupted in his technique. As Ming Kanki initiated the cutting technique, wooden spikes sprouted from every location where snakes were present on branches, roots, and trunks. Each snake was pierced by at least one wooden spike, according to the effects of the cutting technique. Once embedded within the enemy's body, these spikes would continue to branch out, ruthlessly penetrating from within. Exceedingly cruel. Yet, controlling such a multitude of roots, branches, and trunks to generate wooden spikes had already consumed a significant amount of chakra. He did not possess enough chakra to sustain further division of the spikes. Though the advantage of his territory reduced the chakra expenditure for wood release, the amount still represented a staggering figure. Even ordinary jonin or elite jonin could not amass such a vast chakra reserve. Only Ming Kanki, with the cells of the first Hokage and some unknown source of Uchiha cells, possessed enough chakra to last until now. Heh, an opportunity will soon present itself. Having studied the cells of the first Hokage, Orochimaru was naturally familiar with wood release. Upon witnessing the cutting technique, he deduced that Ming Kanki's chakra was running low. Snakes exhibited remarkable patience when hunting. Pythons could remain motionless, fixated on their prey for months. This was not merely a premeditated strategy, it was a sudden realization, regardless. After deducing that Ming Kanki's chakra was insufficient, Orochimaru immediately began to extract chakra once more in preparation for his next wave of serpentine assault. In truth, it was not only Ming Kanki who lacked chakra. Transforming the serpent's great array into a large-scale technique to counter wood release had drained Orochimaru's chakra as well. He required several seconds to extract chakra again before being able to cast another ninjutsu. Wow, Little Ming is truly formidable. On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki shouted in excitement. The momentous display that cleared the field was exhilarating. Even just watching filled him with yearning, prompting him to shout in thrill. A branch rose up behind Naruto, swiftly striking him and causing him to stumble. Ming Kanki's ominous voice echoed in Naruto's ear. I warned you. Do not call me Little Ming. Do you wish for me to dangle you from a tree, Naruto? I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Ming Kanki and Ming Kanki and imagining himself hanging from a tree branch. Unable to ascend or descend, caused Naruto to shudder and urgently plead for mercy. Now that's more like it that a good child should listen. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were astonished as they witnessed Orochimaru being pierced by the suddenly protruding wooden spikes, leaving him riddled with holes. The two had been on high alert, defending themselves back-to-back for quite some time. It wasn't until they heard the sound of the serpent's great array clashing with wood release from a distance that they quietly approached. Timing is often more important than being early. Sasuke happened to catch a glimpse of Ming Kanki's final words directed at Naruto, his blood-red Sharingan gleaming ominously. Instantly, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson with rage. He surged forward, charging at Ming Kanki as if he were a mortal enemy. However, midway, he was ensnared by a branch, suspended in midair, immobilized, not uttering a word. Sasuke glared fiercely at Ming Kanki with his double Tomo Sharingan. As Ming Kanki ensnared Sasuke, his breath faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. When he turned his attention back to Orochimaru, the latter's hoarse voice rang out. Heh, you still have the presence of mind to converse with the QB brat. Wasting chakra to inhibit Sasuke's movements. My technique is not so easily dismantled. Heh, I never anticipated your original self would be here, rather than with Sasuke. I am truly astonished. However, do you know what the third-generation elder has taught me? Orochimaru feels confident of victory, smiling as he converses with Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki similarly senses that the plan is nearing its conclusion and smiles back at Orochimaru. He chuckles. Got you. I will find out sooner or later. As he speaks, Orochimaru begins to form hand seals. What? Just as Orochimaru's hands are about to come together, he suddenly discovers that he is unable to move. This is Ming Kanki answers his own question, simultaneously responding to Orochimaru's. With a cold smirk, Ming Kanki declares, it is this pair of eyes. I have merely chosen one illusion technique. Within a realm of illusion, Orochimaru sees himself pinned by numerous golden, triangular, conical wedges, immobilizing his body and hands. This is the binding technique. Orochimaru finally recalls the terror of being dominated by the Sharingan. He can never forget the moment he was humiliated by Uchiha Itachi. And now, it seems that everything is about to repeat itself. Correct answer. I have truly been exhausted during this period. With ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu filling my days, I can finally test my results. Orochimaru. Wood release. Tree binding, eternal burial. Countless branches and roots entwine around Orochimaru, binding him tightly, then intertwining with one another. Soon, a great tree begins to take shape. No, I have not mastered all the ninjutsu. I cannot die. No. Orochimaru screams frantically. Yet, the tree continues to grow, swiftly becoming lush and verdant. Orochimaru is soon completely encased within the trunk of the tree, unable to make a sound. It appears that Orochimaru is doomed. Chapter 48. The Third Exam. This is indeed the power of wood release. Worthy of being called the future strength of Konoha by the Hokage. From now on, I will strive to protect you. Lord Ming Kanki. Sai's eyes glimmer, having evidently become an ardent supporter of Ming Kanki. Haha, that's fantastic. Finally got rid of that disgusting fellow. Little Ming, you are amazing, Naruto exclaims excitedly. Of course, just look at who my brother is. And Naruto, do not call my brother Little Ming. In her excitement, Ino also shouts. helping Ming Kanki vent his frustrations by punching Naruto to the ground. The force of her blow is no less than the power of Sakura's explosive strength that a large bump quickly rises on Naruto's head. And he immediately clutches it, trembling and mumbling constant apologies. It seems like the two have rehearsed this interaction. It appears that during Ming Kanki's 5 years of slumber, Naruto has frequently endured such treatment. Hee. Ming Kanki chuckles, feeling a sense of relief. The need to deceive, strategize, and perform has nearly pushed even his adept social skills to their limits. And this is the true battle of ninjas in this era. As for the straightforward and brazen confrontations of the Shippuden series, they are hardly ninja-like at all. However, speaking of it, Ming Kanki still prefers the transparent battles depicted in the original Shippuden. After all, the way real ninjas fight is exceedingly exhausting. Therefore, in future battles, I shall rely on my alternate persona. I absolutely refuse to continue in this manner. Ming Kanki laughs, secretly resolving in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerges from the ground. After prolonged use of wood release, how much chakra do you have left? A perfect body, it shall be mine. Just as everyone relaxes, Orochimaru suddenly appears beside Ming Kanki, silently opening his mouth to bite down. Though his lips make no movement, his voice still reaches Ming Kanki's ears. Startled, Ming Kanki immediately activates the lightning armor. However, only a few sparks emerge. His chakra is insufficient to form the armor. Danger, get away from me. You disgusting creature. The closest to Ming Kanki, Ino, is the first to notice Orochimaru. She promptly leaps up and delivers a punch that sends Orochimaru's head flying. The immense power of her fist not only propels Orochimaru's head away, but also yanks it from his body. It is Tsunade's incredible strength that at this moment, Orochimaru recalls the information about Ino from Kabuto's intelligence. The little girl who has been lurking beside Ming Kanki is actually Tsunade's disciple. Ignoring such vital intelligence directly leads to the complete failure of Orochimaru's plan in the Forest of Death. Would release, tree binding eternal burial. This time, perish, Orochimaru. With a brief moment to spare, Ming Kanki finally gathers enough chakra to perform a technique. A multitude of roots burst forth from the ground, ensnaring Orochimaru's arms before wrapping around him entirely. Within mere breaths, Orochimaru vanishes completely. The tree grows even sturdier and more vibrant. However, unbeknownst to Ming Kanki and the others, a small white snake swiftly burrows through the soil, slithering away. Orochimaru has indeed fallen into the hands of Ming Kanki and Ino. Yet he has not been killed. A ninja with the highest survival ability in the ninja world can always endure. Wow, well done, Ino. Ming Kanki beams with a wide smile, thoroughly pleased with Ino's assistance and rescue. Of course, I am now a capable ninja on my own. Ino proudly lifts her head high. Receiving such praise from Ming Kanki brings her immense joy, making her feel like a peacock in full display. Ming Kanki nods seriously, suddenly raising and spreading his arms. Clap. 2 scrolls fall from the sky, perfectly landing in Ming Kanki's hands. Catching the scrolls, Ming Kanki shakes them and nearly stumbles. Clearly, forcibly extracting chakra moments ago has not been without its side effects. Observing this, Ino's smile fades. Brother, are you alright? Let me check. Supporting Ming Kanki, Ino quickly employs Tsunade's secretive examination technique, a green light emanating from her palm as she presses it against Ming Kanki. This is the first medical ninjutsu she learned. In fact, this technique is a modified version of the healing technique, specifically crafted for Ming Kanki. The purpose of teaching Ino is also to ensure she can assist Ming Kanki with examinations at any time. While the third may have elements of using Ming Kanki, the assurance and support he receives are truly unparalleled. Will the Book of Heaven and Earth drop from the sky? Whatever falls from the sky must certainly be the Book of Heaven. Right? What a pity that ours is the Book of Heaven. With the Uzumaki bloodline and the Jinchuriki body, Naruto's recovery ability is extraordinary. In a short time, the bump on his head has vanished. And just like that, he begins to stir again. Idiot Naruto, do not expose our information. Also, the Book of Heaven and Earth will not fall from the sky. Naruto's simple-minded words are rather peculiar. However, it seems that due to Ino's presence, Sakura does not react as violently towards Naruto as she does in the original. She simply stands beside Sasuke, scolding Naruto a few times. Ming Kanki snaps his fingers and says, Sakura is right. These 2 scrolls were thrown over after I eliminated the teams that attempted to ambush us with would release point 1 day, 1 Earth. We just happen to represent the Book of Earth. Thus, they are for you. Ming Kanki's snap is not merely for show. He extracts a bit of chakra to lower Sasuke. Clap. The Book of Earth is not caught by Sakura but is instead batted back by Sasuke. Where did your Sharingan come from? Uchiha Sasuke directly leaped before Ming Kanki, gazing down with his double Tomo Sharingan as he confronted him. Gritting his teeth, his face was unmistakably filled with hostility. In his hand, he had already grasped Akuna at that moment, sprang to her feet, shouting angrily, "You bastard! Uchiha Sasuke! If it weren't for the purpose of aiding you, my brother would not have resorted to wood release today." By the end of her exclamation, tears of grievance were about to spill from her eyes. Clearly, Sasuke's chakra bore a striking resemblance to her brother's. How could the disparity in character be so vast? Ming Kanki could only chuckle bitterly to himself. His performance had been so convincing that no one, except for him, realized that his words were merely a ruse to attract Orochimaru's attention. Alas, he sighed internally. As he stood up to ruffle his hair and brought her to face him. Hey, I'm fine. Look, I truly am unscathed. No pain, no blood. I assure you, I am perfectly okay. The wood release within a radius of 20 to 30 meters in this forest has not affected me. As he spoke, Ming Kanki moved about, twirling effortlessly and smiling lightly. Her palms emanating a green glow, carefully examined Ming Kanki, finally confirming that he had not reignited any bloodline conflict. This was contrary to Tsunade's predictions. Looking at Ming Kanki's eyes reflected both astonishment and relief. She could not comprehend what had transpired within Ming Kanki that led to such a transformation, but she recognized it as a positive turn of events. After a brief respite, having gathered the necessary scrolls, Ming Kanki's team promptly made their way at high speed towards the central tower to prepare for the third round of the exams. As for Team 7, since they were unwilling to accept assistance, Ming Kanki chose to disregard them. He had no desire to be entangled with the Uchiha. Chapter 49. The third exam. Part 2. Ming Kanki and his companions reached the central tower in just a day, specifically a single daylight span. After completing the communications regarding the exchanges of heaven and earth, Ming Kanki instructed Enzai to rest while he proceeded to the tower's summit to consult with the exam officials. As a true powerhouse capable of instigating a root disbandment incident even during a nap, Ming Kanki was keenly aware of how to wield his authority on that day, aside from the third Hokage. No one knew what Ming Kanki had reported. Those in the know merely understood that upon his entrance to the pinnacle of the tower, an examiner immediately went to summon the third Hokage, who subsequently cleared the premises. 4 days later, the second stage of the Chunin exams concluded. Only 20 teams reached the central tower after passing the assessments. Among them, 4 teams were severely injured and evidently could not participate in the third stage of the examination. Simultaneously, the notorious moniker of Blood Shura from Sunagakure emerged from the mouths of the surviving candidates. It was said that Gaara had ruthlessly slaughtered 10 teams, amounting to nearly 40 lower ninjas, making significant contributions to the second stage of the exam. On the day following the conclusion of the second exam, within the training grounds of the central tower, the third Hokage elucidated the reasons behind the examination. The Leaf Village's Chunin, Moonlight Gale, announced the rules of the exam and took on the role of referee. Prior to the commencement of the matches, during the inquiry regarding individual forfeitures, another 4 lower ninjas opted to withdraw. Consequently, the final count for the third stage of the Chunin exam stood at 44 participants. Among them were the 12 Konoha Genin, Ming Kanki's team, and the Akatsuki's Yakushi Kabuto, totaling 17, Gaara's team from Sunagakure, consisting of 3, and the Samui and Darui teams from Kumogakure, totaling 6, the Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi teams from Iwagakure, also totaling 6, Chojuro's team from Kirigakure, comprising 3, Tsudai's team from Otogakure, totaling 3, the Kusa team, with 1 withdrawal, totaling 2, and the AIM team, with 3, while the Hoshigakure team had 2 withdrawals, leaving 1. The competition was structured in pairs, with the victors advancing and the defeated being eliminated. Once the announcement was made and the participants confirmed, the crowd began to disperse into smaller groups. Vacating the arena as Ming Kanki ascended the stairs, he immediately spotted the leading jonin of the Sound Village. That individual's vertical pupils bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's. Could that be Orochimaru himself? Aside from the eyes, he appeared nothing like him. Yet, it seemed that in the original narrative, it was indeed Orochimaru. Ming Kanki's instincts were correct. Orochimaru had fallen, his body forever entombed by Ming Kanki's tree-binding technique. To ensure the progression of another plan, he was compelled to resort to the impure world reincarnation ahead of schedule. Having been ensnared by his own experimental subject, Orochimaru had not been devoid of anger. Nevertheless, whether as the finest scientist in the world of shinobi or an elite shinobi himself, Orochimaru understood that anger resolved nothing. Suddenly, Orochimaru smiled at Ming Kanki. This gesture caused a tightness in Ming Kanki's chest. At this moment, and in this location, a jonin from the Sound Village smiling at a lower ninja from Konoha was laden with implications. Fortunately, since the root had already disbanded, Ming Kanki felt almost certain that he would not be targeted by Danzo. Even so, Ming Kanki promptly glanced towards the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy. He had yet to realize that he was concerned about their perceptions of him. The third Hokage nodded with a smile, Guy gave a thumbs up, and Kakashi offered a slight bow. Seeing no hint of suspicion in their expressions, Ming Kanki felt considerably relieved and hurriedly pulled towards the assembly of Konoha's leading jonin. The matches commenced. The first battle pitted Gaara against Tsurugi. Their fates intertwined prematurely. However, Ming Kanki's thoughts were far from the battlefield. Remembering Orochimaru and Danzo, Ming Kanki was reminded of the third Hokage in the original narrative. This Chunin exam represented a critical juncture for the third Hokage. In the original story, the third Hokage perished during this very exam. Yet now, Ming Kanki was uncertain whether Orochimaru would still launch the plan to obliterate Konoha, even if Orochimaru were to execute such a plan. Ming Kanki could not conceive what methods the Orochimaru, having undergone his would-release baptism, would employ. Ming Kanki was no mere butterfly flitting about. With the robust support of the third Hokage, he had become a slumbering dragon capable of stirring a tempest even in his dreams. Moreover, he had not yet reached that point. While awake, he had caused Orochimaru to stumble once again. Thus, it was at least certain that the plan to dismantle Konoha would not unfold in the same manner as in the original narrative. Or rather, it would not unfold entirely the same way. Considering this, Ming Kanki felt that what he had previously conveyed to the third Hokage might not only be unhelpful but could also lead to misconceptions. He hastily maneuvered through the crowd, making his way toward the third Hokage. At that moment, the electronic screen displayed two names at random once more. Moonlight Gale announced loudly, Match 5. Konoha's lower ninja Ming Kanki versus Kumogakure's lower ninja Darui. Darui from Kumogakure. That individual possessed sufficient strength to qualify as a jonin. Why was he participating in the Chunin exams? And what were the shinobi from Kumogakure thinking? A jonin leader from Iwagakure immediately directed a question toward the Kumogakure team. Of course, it's because of you. Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi have already reached jonin level, don't think we're unaware of anything. The Kumogakure jonin retorted just as fiercely. 8 years prior, after Ming Kanki's tree world descending nearly annihilated 2,000 shinobi from Kumogakure. Iwagakure had seized the opportunity to invade Kumogakure. The latter had fiercely resisted, with the fourth Raikage sustaining grave injuries to fend off Iwagakure's assault. Additionally, the third Raikage had perished during the Third Shinobi World War. Falling victim to Iwagakure's encirclement, Kumogakure had developed an almost irreconcilable animosity with Iwagakure over the past 8 years, with continuous friction between the two nations. Upon hearing the exchange of information between the two jonin from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, the lower ninjas from Konoha broke into a cold sweat. With the exception of a few exceptionally naive individuals, they silently prayed not to encounter candidates of jonin caliber from the two villages. Lightning release. Electromagnetic wave. Below, the battle had already commenced. Ultimately, Ming Kanki did not engage in another conversation with the third Hokage. There was no need to rush. When he descended into the arena, he was reminded of a crucial detail. There was still a month of preparation time following the third match. Darui truly lived up to the accolades bestowed upon him by his adversaries, being a master of the highest caliber. The moment Moonlight Gale announced the commencement of battle, he immediately unleashed a combined ninjutsu of lightning and water. A formidable wall of water, akin to crashing waves, erupted from his mouth, encircling Ming Kanki within a circular barrier. The strength and resilience of the water would adjust according to the chakra infused within it. Thus, theoretically, there was no possibility of escaping the barrier from above. Following this, he directed the flowing water with electrical currents towards the barrier, employing it to simultaneously electrify and shock his opponent. This was the lightning release, shockwave. The majority of onlookers felt a wave of anxiety for Ming Kanki. With the immense protective power of the barrier, coupled with Ming Kanki's growth, even those from the Cloud Village who had previously encountered him could hardly recognize him. Consequently, few were aware that Ming Kanki's prowess was now on par with that of a typical jonin. Only Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy remained utterly unfazed, watching Ming Kanki with keen interest. Chapter 50. Conclusion of the third match. Thunder Armor. Stage 2. Ming Kanki was not to be underestimated. The moment he was enveloped by the water barrier, he promptly activated his thunder armor. Streams of lightning coiled around him, ultimately forming a dense net of electricity. The immense energy remained contained within his body, yet was astonishingly gentle, emitting no cacophony of sounds. However, the electric net generated considerable heat, causing portions of the surrounding water to evaporate rapidly. The electricity from the shockwave collided with the lightning of the thunder armor, igniting a brief spark that quickly vanished. That technique bore a striking resemblance to the ninjutsu of the third Hokage. Having achieved nothing with his initial strike, Darui swiftly severed his ninjutsu, seizing the opportunity before the water barrier dissipated. He quickly retreated to create distance, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Boom! Ming Kanki burst forth from the thinning water barrier. In his right hand, he held a dazzling orb of white light, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thousands of birds in chaotic flight. That was the authentic Chidori, a technique he had mastered under Kakashi's tutelage. At this moment, Ming Kanki had activated his Sharingan. With the formidable insight of the three Tomo, he surged forward towards Darui. Lightning release, Black Panther. At this juncture, the disparity in battle experience became glaringly apparent. Ming Kanki charged straightforwardly, while Darui, realizing he could not evade, opted for the perilous choice of leaping into the air. Utilizing the brief moment of flight to buy time, he finally unleashed his next ninjutsu. Black Panther, developed by the third Raikage, released a bolt of black lightning in the shape of a panther, targeting a single opponent while spreading outwards, inflicting excruciating pain and rendering the enemy immobile. This was something Ming Kanki should have anticipated. However, he had not paid such close attention when watching the anime. He had only witnessed the destructive power of the lightning release, such as when it annihilated a multitude of white zetsu upon impact with water. Thus, Ming Kanki resolutely raised his hand, channeling chakra to sever the Black Panther formed by Black Panther with his Chidori. The brilliant white light collided with the Black Panther. In the next instant, the white light erupted, and the Black Panther disintegrated into countless shards of black lightning. Had he truly shattered Darui's black lightning with his own lightning release? Who was this individual, a copy ninja of Kakashi? The audience murmured among themselves, their tones laced with astonishment and disbelief. Guy exclaimed in shock, "That's Raikiri. Kakashi, you actually taught him Raikiri?" "Well, that's Chidori," Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes. He had no desire to explain the differences between Chidori and Raikiri. A mix-up was a mix-up. However, he had indeed severed the lightning, still the black lightning. Oh, I see. That technique is called Chidori because it resembles the cries of 1,000 birds. And since you've used it to sever lightning before, it's also known as Raikiri. Ha. This is youth at its finest. You're misunderstanding something. And what does this have to do with youth? Kakashi retorted with a deadpan expression. Deciding to refrain from further conversation with Guy. I never anticipated he could develop Chidori to such an extent. Truly an impressive junior, Kakashi mused, recalling how Ming Kanki had mastered Chidori in merely 3 days. Even omitting the hand seals. At that moment, he had been as astonished as the other spectators. Kakashi chose not to speak, but a nearby jonin from the Cloud Village seemed to echo Guy's sentiments. Such a level of skill should have been reserved for the final match. What a shame that this genin will be halted here. Black lightning is not merely lightning. Kakashi and Guy turned their gazes back to the arena. At that moment, Ming Kanki, arms crossed, painfully inquired, what have you done? You rascal, you have lost, Darui declared, drawing the long blade from his back and advancing towards Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki sighed dramatically. Ouch, that really hurts. That I had intended not to resort to that state. What a pity. No sooner had he spoken than his expression transformed into one of cold determination. Thunder armor, activate lightning release, cell enhancement, high-speed movement. He crouched beneath Darui's arm, springing up to grasp his arm, and, utilizing the momentum from his knee strike, spun to hurl Darui away. A series of rapid-fire attacks ensued, akin to the swift movements of an antelope's horns. Darui barely had time to make a sweeping motion with his blade before he found himself pinned against the wall. The assembled jonin, chunin, and genin were left utterly bewildered. They had scarcely grasped what had just transpired. Even Hinata and Niji, with their Byakugan, could not activate it in time to witness the battle's conclusion. Only Kakashi, with the Sharingan, had observed everything in detail. Orochimaru and the third Hokage, leveraging their experience in the fleeting remnants of the battle, could comprehend what had just occurred. However, their expressions were entirely contrasting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, adjusting his assessment of Ming Kanki's strength even higher. He began to contemplate whether he would need to bring Kimimaro next time he faced Ming Xianqi. As for the third Hokage, he beamed with joy, his wrinkles deepening. With bonds and strength, Ming Kanki had successfully lifted Konoha from its nadir. He could even foresee that in the next 3 to 5 years, as the next generation matured, Konoha would witness an explosion of talent, perhaps even a formidable assembly of over 10 elite shinobi. Stop! A jonin from the Cloud Village leaped into the arena, crossing his arms to block Ming Kanki's Chidori. Lightning flickered around him, indicating he too had harnessed lightning release to stimulate his cellular activity for timely arrival. The battle is over. Ming Kanki is victorious. At last, Moonlight Gale announced the outcome. Ming Kanki, expressionless, retracted his right hand, ceasing Chidori, and leapt onto the corridor. Upon landing and turning, his demeanor shifted to one of lively mischief as he remarked, I did say I didn't want to resort to that state. Cloud Ninja, this was entirely self-inflicted. Next up, in the 8th match, Kiba faced off against the Cloud Ninja Samui and suffered a thorough defeat. Naruto continued his streak of fortune as the prophesied child, effortlessly winning against a grass ninja in the 14th match with a replica of Sasuke's Lion's Barrage. Meanwhile, Sasuke encountered the Sound Ninja Spy, Red Copper Armor, in the 10th match, just as in the original storyline. Without the hindrance of Cursed Seals, Sasuke, with his activated Sharingan, denied Red Copper Armor the opportunity to utilize his chakra absorption ability, seizing the moment to launch a swift Lion's Barrage, achieving victory with remarkable ease. Sakura, unfortunately, could not match Sasuke's fortune, finding herself up against Ino. A draw, both eliminated. Fortunately, Shaoli did not encounter my beloved Gaara again and decisively emerged victorious. Ming Kanki, of course, had no chance to witness the blooming of the Konoha lotus. Tian, although faced with a star ninja capable of manifesting chakra, fought until utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Tian and the star ninja became the second pair of genin to be eliminated in this examination. Hinata did not meet Niji, but instead faced the Rain Man, nearly becoming a mere sieve from the barrage of Senbon. It remains Naruto's fault. In conclusion, only 20 individuals remained. From Konoha, Ming Kanki, Uzumaki Karen, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Sai, Nara Shikamu, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, and Aburame Shino. From the Sand Ninja, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. From the Cloud Ninja, Samui, Karui, Omoi, and Eagle. From the Rock Ninja, Akatsuchi, Karatsuchi, and Rei. From the Mist Ninja, Chojuro. Remarkably, aside from Eagle and Rei, all the others were well-known figures from the original work. Chapter 51. The gathering of the 5 Kages. After the conclusion of the 3rd exam, a month passed, during which all examinees remained in Konoha. Fortunately, the Umbu of Konoha no longer divided into 2 factions, the Umbu and the Root. Otherwise, security measures might not have ensured that no incidents would occur in a month. In fact, numerous incidents did transpire within that month in the original story, such as the death of Moonlight Gale. However, at present, with the near full mobilization of the Umbu, all personnel involved in the Chunin exams remained obedient. Even Gaara refrained from indiscriminate killings. It was said that when he attempted to do so, he encountered the former elite of the Root, Aburame Toryun, and nearly fell victim to the poisonous insects. The circumstances of the others were almost identical to those in the original narrative. For instance, Naruto continued to be tutored in summoning techniques by Jiraiya, while Sasuke learned Chidori from Kakashi. For Ming Kanki, Karen had been deepening her studies under Tsunade, barely returning home. Since the conclusion of the exam, Sai had returned to the Umbu, engrossed in his tasks. For Ming Kanki himself, aside from learning taijutsu from Guy, he frequently studied under the 3rd Hokage. He acquired a wealth of practical knowledge from the 3rd, mastering the Rasengan to the point of instantaneous use. However, despite mastering the Wind Nature transformation, he had yet to complete the Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. An unexpected incident occurred that evening, leaving Ming Kanki in a somewhat dispirited state during the day. Today, at the entrance of Konoha, an interminable line of people arrived. Judging by their banners, they were the feudal lords of the 5 great nations: the land of fire, the land of water, the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind. Alongside them were the Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage of the mist, cloud, rock, and sand ninja. Today marked the date of the final exam of the Chunin exams. The grandeur of the 5 great nations' feudal lords and the 5 Kages gathering in Konoha had not been seen since the era of the 1st Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, standing at the entrance of Konoha, felt an immense sense of pride at this sight. Simultaneously, he recognized that this grandeur was more a result of Ming Kanki's actions than his own. As for Naruto, In the center of the examination area, 18 candidates stood ready. Ming Kanki and Karen were among them. Upon hearing Karen's question, Ming Kanki groggily shook his head. That fellow had indeed knocked on the door to urge him to hurry. After Karen expressed her dissatisfaction, she was soon distracted by the throngs of spectators surrounding them. Ming Kanki rolled his eyes and muttered, knocking on the door at midnight. The memory of the previous night's incident made him unable to suppress his exasperation. Who would have expected that the normally sound sleeper, Uzumaki Karen, had been sleepwalking 3 times since midnight? Sleepwalking was one thing, but each time she had gone next door to pound on Naruto's door, calling out to wake him up, claiming they would be late. She had left the door ajar and shouted loudly enough that even Ming Kanki, a mere observer, was disturbed and awakened twice. Sai smiled gently and reassured. Don't worry, Karen. Uzumaki Naruto won't be late. It seemed as though Sai's words had been blessed with prophetic insight. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto, as if pursued by some unseen force, burst into the examination area. The audience was taken aback by Naruto's entrance, sparking a flurry of discussions. Within the arena, an Umbu suddenly appeared beside the referee. Nara Shikaku whispered a few words, and then vanished swiftly. The ordinary spectators scarcely noticed the Umbu's presence. Nara Shikaku, holding Senbon between his teeth, walked to the center of the arena, gestured for the candidates to line up, and then declared loudly, Now, candidates, the Hokage, the Wind Kage, the Lightning Kage, the Earth Kage, and the Water Kage are watching you from above. The feudal lords are also observing from the special audience seats. Unleash your utmost strength. There can only be one victor in the Chunin exams. He continued, Let me clarify the rules of the exam. There are no rules. However, should I deem the outcome clear, I will terminate the match. Any behavior that defies my officiating will be halted and result in an immediate loss. Nara Shikaku's tone was serious, his voice resonant. Yet his gaze towards Ming Kanki and the others was warm. After speaking, he pointed to a small platform protruding high above, stating, Now, the first match will be between Rock Lee and Gaara, while the rest will move to the waiting area. Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki's expression shifted, becoming considerably more alert. The first match was indeed the fateful battle yet to be concluded. Let us go, Karen will charge right in. He opened his mouth, intending to offer some advice to Xiao Li. However, seeing Xiao Li's resolute gaze, his words transformed into a mere exclamation. All right. Ming Kanki and Karen dashed from the arena, scaling the walls to reach the viewing platform in the waiting area. Drawing a chorus of cheers from the audience. In an instant, they were the center of attention. Meanwhile, the other contestants, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their own abilities, eliciting waves of astonishment from the crowd. The ensuing first match bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative of Gaara versus Rock Lee. Xiao Li captivated the audience with his pure taijutsu as he engaged Gaara in a fierce battle. When the weights he removed hit the ground, raising clouds of dust, the audience erupted in cheers. As the might of the 8 gates manifested, with Lee moving at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the crowd could not contain their excitement, leaping to their feet and cheering. However, the tide soon turned. Following a self-injuring yet powerful use of the 8 gates, Xiao Li momentarily lost his fighting capability. Yet Gaara, despite his injuries, remained conscious. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the sand to break Xiao Li's right leg. In that instant, the audience fell silent. As Gaara prepared to deliver the final blow to Xiao Li, Guy could no longer restrain himself and charged into the arena. When Guy declared Xiao Li's concession, the unconscious Xiao Li still valiantly rose to assume a combat-ready stance, prompting tears from countless spectators. The result of the first match, Gaara victorious. Yet this time, Xiao Li garnered even greater recognition. A diligent genius, a near-mythical figure who, relying solely on taijutsu, could surpass even the most prodigious talents. This tale began to spread throughout the shinobi world. Countless ordinary individuals, unable to utilize ninjutsu, began to yearn for Konoha. Hoping to seize the opportunity to learn taijutsu. In the second match, Uzumaki Naruto faced Hyuga Neji. Just as in the original, Neji, whose father had not perished, was indeed stronger than his original counterpart. Yet Naruto had not wasted the years spent training with Karen. He still managed to dig a tunnel from below and emerged to deliver a decisive blow to Neji. The third match featured Temari against Nara Shikamaru, closely adhering to the original plot. In the fourth match, Aburame Shino faced Kankuro. Although Shino cleverly utilized insects to obstruct the joints of Kankuro's puppets, he ultimately fell victim to poisoned in the original. During the pursuit, Shino executed his strategy with precision. leading to Kankuro's collapse. First, Zeno's victory can be described as arduous. The subsequent fifth match is rather comical and could easily be turned into a cold joke. In Chapter 52, titled Explosive Release Hunt, Lightning Release Eagle. The fifth match features Sai vs. Rock Ninja Hunter, where the explosive release showcases its might, resulting in Sai's narrow defeat. The battle unfolds as follows. Sai declares, Super Beast Pseudo Painting, Lion. Hunter responds with explosive release. Brown Thunder Fist. The ink lion is instantly obliterated into countless black dots, merging with the smoke of the explosion and vanishing without a trace. Undeterred, Sai attempts to overwhelm with sheer numbers. Super Beast Pseudo Painting, Serpent Swarm. Yet Hunter remains unfazed. Explosive release. Ground Thunder Fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The serpents from 3 directions are all annihilated. Sai is left speechless. Super Beast Pseudo Painting. Chilin. This is the strongest ink beast Sai has mastered. However, Hunter still counters with explosive release. Ground Thunder Fist. The ink-painted Chilin meets its end. Sai resolves to change his approach. Super Beast Pseudo Painting. Bird. He leaps onto the bird, soaring high before attempting to paint again. Super Beast Pseudo Painting. Chilin. The ink Chilin descends from the sky. Yet Hunter, as ever, retaliates with explosive release. Ground Thunder Fist. With a single, effective move, Hunter exhausts Sai's chakra from all angles, securing his victory. In the sixth match, Akatsuchi faces Samui, resulting in a stalemate. By this time, night has fallen, and the lights are aglow. The Chunin exam must be extended by a day, a decision readily accepted by the spectators who enjoyed the high-quality battles. The seventh match sees Karatsuchi against Karui, which also ends in a draw. The eighth match features Uchiha Sasuke versus Omoi. Ultimately, the swordsmanship of the Cloud Ninja proves inferior to the prowess of Konoha's Sharingan. Under the overwhelming speed and power of Chidori, paired with the insight and foresight provided by the Sharingan, Omoi is defeated after only a few exchanges. This battle becomes a defining moment for Uchiha Sasuke, garnering much discussion among the audience about the undeniable talent of the Uchiha clan. In the ninth match, Uzumaki Karen faces the Cloud Ninja Eagle. Eagle is a prodigy among the Cloud Ninjas, having effortlessly dispatched his opponents in the third round of the preliminary exam using merely a substitution technique and a lightning release move. His every action exudes the demeanor of a jonin. Be cautious. That Eagle possesses formidable strength. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a jonin. If you cannot secure a one-hit kill, you must engage him continuously, should you find yourself at a disadvantage. Concede immediately. Do not act recklessly. Do you understand? Reflecting on Eagle's performance in the previous round, Ming Kanki cannot help but repeatedly caution Karen before allowing her to enter the arena. He even contemplates conceding on her behalf. But the thought is swiftly extinguished upon recalling Karen's tenacious spirit. I understand, brother. I will be careful, she replies with a determined huff. What I learned from my master is not limited to merely saving others. Just watch. Karen confidently jumps down, landing gracefully in the arena after a few steps on the high wall. Immediately following, a flash of blue-white lightning erupts as the Cloud Ninja known as Eagle descends violently into the arena, creating a crater upon landing. With dirt flying everywhere as the dust settles, the unscathed Eagle elicits cheers from the audience. Ming Kanki furrows his brow. The blue-white lightning reminds him of the rogue Cloud Ninja who had pursued him and Karen, strikingly similar. In an instant, the murderous intent surges and Ming Kanki's expression turns blank. His secondary persona surfaces. Under the veil of near-complete rationality, the murderous intent is swiftly contained. Damn it. You despicable Cloud Ninja. How can someone as kind as Sister Sachiko and Brother Daisuke be harmed by scum like you? Within his mental space, the primary persona pounds the table, venting his frustration until he finally finds his composure. Both personas manifest. Their expressions align in an unusual display of emotionlessness. How swift. That Cloud Ninja's speed is incredible. My eyes can barely keep up. The primary persona's stoic demeanor lasts less than a second. Upon hearing the astonished gasps from the waiting candidates, Ming Kanki immediately focuses on the arena below. 10,000 heavenly steps. A resounding boom echoes as Karen's landing point causes the surrounding arena floor to crack irregularly, the earth buckling upward in chunks. Impressive, Karen. Go for it. Only Uzumaki Naruto cheers enthusiastically. The other candidates remain silent, intently observing the battle. In the arena, a flash of blue-white lightning bursts forth from the swirling dust. Eagle's electrified fist targets Karen's head, and although he wields no blade, His intent seems lethal. Ming Kanki's eyes narrow, and his crimson three-tomo Sharingan activates. Karen's attacks are formidable. That cloud ninja must be cheating. Hey, referee. He is cheating, Naruto exclaims, not realizing that the cloud ninja merely evaded Karen's strike with his speed. Sasuke, feeling embarrassed by Naruto's foolishness, distances himself from the commotion, while the consistently unremarkable Zeno attempts to clarify the situation. After Zeno speaks, Sasuke scoffs. This is a battle of speed and strength. Be quiet and watch closely. You slacker. Humph, conceded Sasuke. Naruto retorts, also distancing himself from Sasuke. Of course, I know the cloud ninja is fast and Karen is strong, but the one who will win is definitely Karen. Just you wait and see. As the conversation unfolds, the arena is increasingly engulfed in smoke, with numerous areas shrouded by the dust kicked up by Karen's 10,000 heavenly steps and mighty punch, altering the terrain. The thickening smoke begins to obscure the spectators' view. Yet as long as they can perceive the blue-white lightning and hear the thunderous sounds, their cheers continue unabated, rendering clarity irrelevant. It appears that Karen and Eagle are evenly matched for the moment. Yet Ming Kanki's expression grows ever more serious. His three-tomo Sharingan begins to subtly rotate. Karen's force seems to intensify, as if she aims to influence the battle with area attacks. Indeed, should she unleash even a fraction of Tsunade's monstrous strength, even a glancing blow from the debris would surely inflict harm. However, Karen's chakra reserves, even with the Uzumaki clan's physique, may soon dwindle from her relentless use of mighty punch. Just as Ming Kanki contemplates this, momentarily distracted, he suddenly hears a chorus of gasps. In an instant of clarity, he catches sight of Karen, arms crossed defensively before her forehead, being struck and sent flying by Eagle. Karen. Ming Kanki's heart tightens as he instinctively grabs the railing. Preparing to leap into the arena, there's no need. Karen won to be defeated by such an attack. Uchiha Sasuke states matter-of-factly that of course, Sister Karen is incredibly powerful. Naruto interjects, equally supportive of Karen. Ming Kanki, puzzled, glances at them. Realizing that concern can cloud judgment. It seems that Karen has lived an extraordinary life, and her classmates have unwavering confidence in her abilities, suggesting they have sparred numerous times. At this moment, Zeno adjusts his glasses, calmly analyzing the situation. Though it appears dangerous to have been struck, this is actually Karen's best opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 53. Rampage. As Eagle strikes Karen, it simultaneously provides her with the optimal moment to counterattack. Hearing Zeno's assessment, Ming Kanki quickly turns back. Just then, a loud explosion resonates. The cloud ninja Eagle is sent hurtling back by a powerful kick from Karen, crashing heavily against the wall of the arena. Ming Kanki happened to witness this remarkable scene. The precision of the defensive counterattack was nothing short of spectacular, causing an exhilarating surge of adrenaline among the spectators, whose thunderous cheers threatened to lift the entire arena off its foundations. Even Ming Kanki could not help but mentally commend Xianglin. She has finally taken the bait. With a smile, Xianglin turned to the reserve seat and exchanged a knowing glance with Ming Kanki. Her arms bore bruises, and her once pristine face was now smeared with dirt. While her fist showed signs of abrasions, Ming Kanki's gaze flickered. Though he felt a pang of sympathy, he understood that this was a necessary trial for Xianglin as a ninja. Support was imperative. Thus, he raised his thumb high and returned her smile. To speak of it, despite having endured a powerful strike from the Eagle, which was charged with lightning, Xianglin's injuries were limited to mere bruises on her arms, indicating her impeccable timing and judgment. As long as she continued to maintain this level of composure amidst chaos, her chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. Truly, a display of extraordinary strength. The Eagle, rising to his feet, rubbed his stomach and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly unscathed. In fact, his combat prowess appeared to be entirely intact. With an indifferent expression, he declared, "I will not hold back any longer. If you do not wish to perish, surrender quickly." As he spoke, the lightning that enveloped his body flared once more intense and concentrated than before, a faint blue layer of lightning chakra shimmering on his surface. The Eagle was not exaggerating that he drew forth the long blade from his back, unleashing a fierce aura that enveloped Xianglin. The other four Kage seated high in the stands exchanged worried glances. Such murderous intent and killing aura were far beyond that of a mere genin, resembling more that of a seasoned jonin who had taken countless lives. Remarkably, he had cultivated the lightning release ninjutsu to such an extent. Surely he had reached the third tier. Could it be that he was the next heir to the title of Raikage? A true genius indeed. It seems that the Cloud Ninja has a bright future ahead. Ha-ha-it is a fact that none who reach the level of Kage are to be trifled with. The wind Kage feigned admiration while concealing a hint of sarcasm, perhaps plotting how to eliminate this cloud ninja prodigy. The earth Kage, aged and frail, quickly discerned the eagle's level of mastery, while the young water Kage candidly acknowledged the eagle's potential. The third Hokage laughed heartily, offering praise that held an underlying threat. Of course, our cloud ninja's talents are on par with those of Konoha. The Hokage, appearing carefree, subtly hinted that Konoha possessed even more exceptional talents, while the five Kage appeared to engage in friendly banter. Beneath the surface, each was vying for dominance. Thankfully, this was Konoha, recently revitalized with the power of wood release, a formidable deterrent. Otherwise, the two Kage, Noki of the earth and the fourth Hokage, might have clashed by now. Above, the five Kage engaged in subtle jabs, while below, the eagle prepared to unleash his full might, and Xianglin readied herself as well in terms of murderous intent. Despite the eagle's prowess, he was only a couple of years older than Xianglin. He could never hope to rival Tsunade. Having undergone rigorous training under Tsunade, Xianglin had faced such pressure from killing intent multiple times. At least the level of aura emanating from the eagle was insufficient to shake her resolve. With a crackle and a boom, the battle between the eagle and Xianglin erupted anew. However, following a blinding flash of lightning and a resounding explosion, Xianglin Ming Kenki gasped, his Sharingan nearly merging into a singular entity. The heart. The blade's trajectory was aimed at her heart. The eagle, clutching his ears, rolled awkwardly before regaining his footing. Yet Xianglin, grasping the blade embedded in her chest, coughed up blood and collapsed backward. This was not the era of the later stages of Shippuden, where a single heartbeat of Uzumaki Naruto could leave even the legendary medical ninja Tsunade helpless. A pierced heart was almost a certain death sentence. Ming Kenki shouted desperately, the moment Xiang escaped his lips. He activated the body flicker technique, and by the time Lin left his mouth, he had already reached her side, managing to catch her just before she fell. Holding Xianglin, Ming Kenki was at a loss for what to do. The blade that had pierced her heart could neither be removed nor touched. In that moment, he wished fervently that he possessed the yin-yang release techniques of Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, he was still at a loss on how to channel the life force of wood release into a yang technique. Brother, Xianglin's breath grew faint. Ming Kenki fervently summoned vibrant green chakra in his palm, attempting to infuse it into her body, but to no avail. In his desperation, he forgot to even switch to his more composed, rational alter ego. What? The third Hokage exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. The audience fell into a hushed silence. What a pity for your genius. The battle between the two prodigies could not be preserved. The blade knows no mercy. My condolences. The Hokage, seemingly overly pleased, spoke with an uncharacteristic flair for the dramatic. You have no idea what you have done. The third Hokage sighed, his demeanor turning serious as he commanded, call Tsunade here immediately. Hokage, are you threatening me? The Hokage retorted, displeased with the third Hokage's lament but wary of Konoha unleashing the formidable wood release. After questioning the third Hokage, he reiterated, this is merely a standard examination. Life and death are irrelevant. Alas, the third Hokage sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, remaining silent. His concern for the Hokage's remarks had dissipated. His mind was already weighing the pros and cons of initiating the fourth great ninja war. Xianglin's breath grew increasingly faint. Ming Kenki continued to pour life-affirming green chakra into her, yet it seemed to have no positive effect and even appeared to trigger the woodification of her arms. Alarmed, Ming Kenki swiftly withdrew most of the chakra. Then, a rumble erupted. Roots burst forth from beneath the eagle, ensnaring him in mere moments, leaving only his head exposed, tightly bound by a flourishing tree. Scoundrel, do you intend to disrupt the match? The Hokage finally grasped the reason for the third Hokage's side at this moment. He realized that Ming Kenki was Konoha's secret weapon. Enraged, he charged onto the battlefield, enveloped in the strongest state of lightning release ninjutsu, known as the Raijin armor, making him the fastest ninja in the current world. As he spoke, the massive tree shattered into pieces. The eagle was freed from its grasp. Ming Kenki remained silent that a supple branch emerged from the ground, swiftly forming a perfectly shaped bed to catch Xianglin safely. That he then stood, facing the Hokage, and formed the necessary hand seals. In his fury, he had completely forgotten to switch to his alter ego. Initially, his target had merely been the Cloud Ninja, the Eagle. However, upon seeing the Hokage, the memories of Xianglin's family's suffering flooded back into his mind. igniting his rage to its zenith. Chapter 54. The collapse of Konoha's plan begins. Xianglin's near-fatal injuries fully ignited Minkanki's wrath against the Cloud Ninja. Consumed by anger, he recklessly began to unleash his latent power, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. To wantonly disrupt the rules. You are unworthy of being a ninja, the Hokage bellowed, decisively charging toward Minkanki. Determined to take advantage of the moment to eliminate Konoha's secret weapon. Hokage, how dare you? The third Hokage shouted furiously, preparing to intervene and halt the Hokage's advance. However, not only was the Hokage focused on the arena. As the Hokage moved, another individual had begun to set his own plan in motion. It was the Wind Kage, or rather, Orochimaru, who had taken his place at Kokosama. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. The Wind Kage suddenly appeared behind the third Hokage. Placing a kunai against his neck and commanding, "Come with me." The movements of the third Hokage suddenly froze. With a kunai pressed against his neck, he was compelled to leap onto the rooftop alongside the Wind Shadow. At this critical juncture, the ally had turned traitor, coinciding perfectly with the moment when the Leafs would release Genius was on the brink of being struck down by the Lightning Shadow. A crisis of utmost gravity that left the third Hokage seething with rage. This unexpected obstruction left him no time to assist Minkanki. However, what baffled the third Hokage even more was the fact that, through various means such as chakra, scent, and expressions, he had distinctly determined that this Wind Shadow was indeed the fourth Wind Shadow of the Sand Ninja. Yet, the words just spoken were clearly not in line with the Wind Shadow's usual demeanor. On the rooftop, the Wind Shadow's guards suddenly multiplied to 4, positioning themselves at each corner to form the 4 purple flames formation. The third Hokage found himself entirely ensnared within that he no longer had the luxury to consider whether the Umbu could rescue Minkanki, for the Wind Shadow had already commenced his assault. Simultaneously, the examination venue was filled with pristine white feathers. Had Minkanki diverted his attention, he would have realized that this was precisely the beginning of the original plan for the collapse of the leaf, Nirvana technique. The plan for the collapse of the leaf had officially begun. The Lightning Shadow's speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he traversed the distance of several dozen meters from his position as an eagle. He reached Minkanki in the blink of an eye. Minkanki barely registered the faint sound of explosions emanating from the intense lightning chakra within the Lightning Shadow's Raijin armor before he was upon him. Seal of Shadows, open, ninja art, creation rebirth. Yet, the Lightning Shadow was swift, but others were not slow either. A small door within the examination venue suddenly shattered, and Tsunade Senju, at the cost of her leg muscles tearing, unleashed a burst of speed far beyond her normal capabilities, appearing before Minkanki with a resounding crash. Boom! If you wish to harm my brother, you must first pass through me. Tsunade's furious shout echoed amidst the explosion. As the dust began to settle, the ground and the situation several meters away came into view. Before Tsunade, the ground was fractured in a spiderweb pattern, with massive clumps of earth thrust upwards. Yet, behind Tsunade, the ground where Minkanki stood showed no signs of damage at all. Such was Tsunade's precise control over her chakra. The Lightning Shadow found himself perched at the edge of the dust cloud, refraining from further assault. Upon witnessing Tsunade's intervention, even at the risk of injury, he realized that swiftly eliminating Minkanki was no longer feasible. Now, he needed to assess the surrounding circumstances and contemplate his next move. Thus, he awaited the dispersal of the dust to unveil a clearer view of the situation. First, save Xianglin. Leave the Lightning Shadow to me. Minkanki was not deaf. He heard the explosion and Tsunade's furious shout. However, at that very moment, he had ignited his first atomic reaction, successfully igniting his inner universe. Consequently, when he spoke, the dust had already begun to clear significantly. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback by Minkanki's calm and rational demeanor, for she could detect the lingering fury in his voice. She understood that Minkanki was not currently in a state of near absolute rationality, not in his secondary persona. Minkanki himself felt no surprise. His anger had caused him to forget the existence of his secondary persona. He was simply engulfed in rage, his foremost desire being to preserve the last bastion of this world. He interrupted Tsunade, stating directly, "There's no time. I promised them I would take good care of Xianglin. I absolutely cannot let her die. Never." Hearing Minkanki's voice rise in intensity, his fury gradually boiling over, Tsunade smiled. "Xianglin is my disciple. How could she possibly die so easily?" With a smile, Tsunade maneuvered around to stand behind Minkanki, commencing her treatment of Xianglin. As for the Lightning Shadow, with the might of would release at 80% of the first Hokage's level. Tsunade doubted he could prevail. Would release had never been a technique that could be countered by mere speed or strength. Would release. Advent of the tree world. As Tsunade brushed past, Ming Kanki activated the secret technique of wood release. A row of grand trees emerged from the ground like countless colossal serpents, swiftly stretching forth across the field towards the lightning shadow. You bastard. Not this again. The lightning shadow was swift and powerful. But Ming Kanki denied him any space to maneuver, filling the entire area with wood released in a state enhanced by the infinite chakra of his inner universe. Ming Kanki was audaciously relentless. The lightning shadow, left with no choice, could only curse under his breath as he hastily unleashed his speed to sever the surrounding roots and branches that he required space to move. Otherwise, the effectiveness of his lightning release techniques would be halved without speed. On the rooftop, within the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage and the wind shadow, now resembling Orochimaru, stood at opposite ends, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Behind Ming Kanki, under Tsunade's full treatment, Xianglin awoke. However, even Tsunade could not heal the penetrating wound to her heart in a short span of time. In truth, Xianglin was still alive thanks to the vitality that Ming Kanki had transmitted, awakening the powerful life force of the Uzumaki clan. Awakened, Xianglin bit down on her own arm, leveraging her physical recovery abilities to swiftly mend the damage to her heart. Withdrawing the long blade and combining her physical healing with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, Xianglin miraculously regained her combat capabilities in a short time. Brother. Xianglin's words and Tsunade's concerns conveyed the same message. They feared Ming Kanki would once more succumb to the bloodline conflict. Observing Xianglin by his side, Ming Kanki finally smiled. Do not worry. At worst, I'll just sleep for a few more years. I'm not so easily defeated. Today, you shall witness how I properly teach these damned cloud ninjas a lesson. Don't boast. The lightning shadow's voice resonated from a few meters away, yet he had already closed the distance to within a meter of Ming Xianqi that moment. The lightning shadow extended 4 fingers. His left arm straightened, as a formidable mass of lightning chakra coalesced atop his fingertips. This chakra was violently tearing apart the massive tree trunk before him, allowing for rapid advancement. This technique was none other than the 4th lightning shadow's signature move. Hellpiercer. 4 fingers thrust. With but a blink, the lightning shadow was poised to pierce through the last tree trunk and strike Ming Kanki. Tsunade clenched her fists, ready to intervene. Chapter 55, The Gradual Unraveling of the Collapse Plan would release. Shield of the Fangs. A wooden shield, shaped like a grotesque, toothy grin, manifested before Ming Kanki, completely shielding him, Xianglin, and Tsunade clang. A crisp sound was followed by the muffled grunt of the 4th lightning shadow. Evidently, what appeared to be merely a wooden shield possessed a hardness surpassing that of iron and steel. The 4th lightning shadow seemed unaware that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had once used a similar shield to block a strike from Uchiha Madara Susanoo, sustaining no damage whatsoever. In contrast to the 3rd lightning shadow's formidable physique, which had withstood a tailed beast bomb, the 4th lightning shadow was evidently not as robust. Utilizing the 4 fingers thrust was a forced move, and upon colliding with the shield, 3 of his 4 fingers snapped. New grudges and old grievances, let us settle them here. Though he had employed the shield of the fangs technique, Ming Kanki did not cease his output of chakra into the advent of the tree world. The serpentine giants continued to grow rapidly. As Ming Kanki intensified his chakra output, several branches swiftly climbed and coiled around the lightning shadow's ankles. During his moment of pause, it seemed the lightning shadow was on the verge of defeat. Earth release. Dismantling of the original realm. The figure of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, suddenly appeared in the sky, extending his palms downward towards Ming Kanki. Danger. Retreat. Dayemu intended to launch a surprise attack, utilizing the formidable power of dust release to eliminate Ming Kanki in an instant. However, Tsunade happened to catch sight of him and immediately pulled Ming Kanki and Xianglin to retreat in an instant. Just as the 3 had moved aside, a massive, square white barrier enveloped the space they had just occupied, causing the surrounding trees and the earth beneath them to vanish in an instant. It was an exceedingly perilous moment. The edges of the dust release's white cubic barrier nearly grazed the spot where the 3 had landed. In terms of offensive power, dust release rightfully earned its reputation as a bloodline limit, its might exceeding that of the long blade wielded by the Susanoo. The effectiveness of the attack was such that a mere touch could render one utterly defenseless, disintegrating them into molecules, effectively reducing them to ashes. Ming Kanki and his companions discreetly retreated another 2 steps. Once the dust release dissipated, Tsunade furiously questioned, Dayemu, Does the rock ninja wish to wage war against Konoha? Wood release must not be allowed to survive. Dyemu floated in midair, acknowledging the severity of Tsunade's words, seemingly resigned to the fact that even if a battle with Konoha ensued today, he must eliminate the heir of wood release. You fool! Tsunade cursed vehemently, turning to Ming Kanki. Take Xianglin and hide. She continued, if we perish today, you shall go to the Cloud Ninja and plant the seeds of the Rock Ninja. I want to see how many of them can survive. Without waiting for Ming Kanki's agreement, Tsunade snapped a tree branch and hurled it directly at Dyemu. With tremendous force, the branch sliced through the air with a sound akin to a cannonball piercing through the atmosphere. Following this, Tsunade dashed to the left and leaped into the air, her speed surpassing that of the branch. Instantly, she formed a pincer attack against Dyemu. Dyemu seemed poised to employ dust release once more. But time was against him. Tsunade and the branch had already reached him. Bang! Although Tsunade had outpaced the branch, it had been launched slightly earlier, and thus it struck Dyemu first. Subsequently, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch, splitting the branch, which was as thick as Dyemu himself, in two. Where do you think you're going? Tsunade pressed on, refusing to relent, raising her left fist for another mighty strike at that critical moment. Dyemu had successfully utilized the body switch technique, evading to the opposite side of the branch. With nothing but the branch in the sky, Tsunade quickly spotted Dyemu and pressed her assault without hesitation. Dust release. Outer world removal technique. Dyemu managed to execute dust release this time, encasing Tsunade within a barrier of white light. Puff! Tsunade transformed into a wooden stake, which was instantaneously disintegrated, vanishing from existence. The battle between Tsunade and Dyemu continued, albeit with significantly reduced intensity. Taking advantage of his aerial mobility, Dyemu persistently evaded or counterattacked using earth release, after employing dust release twice. The intense chakra consumption began to take its toll. Even on someone of Dyemu's caliber as a Hokage, he needed to pause and regain his strength. Meanwhile, Tsunade, despite activating her Yin seal, had just rescued Ming Kanki and Xianglin while nearly eliminating Dyemu in a surge of power. Had also expended considerable chakra and required a moment to recuperate. As the battle between Tsunade and Dyemu raged on, Ming Kanki turned to Xianglin beside him and urged, Xianglin, go to the spectator area and try to assist the injured Umbu in their healing efforts. Go. Simultaneously, Ming Kanki thought to himself, do not perish, Xianglin. You are my only concern in this world. Perhaps, with the Uchiha bloodline, I have become somewhat of a sister Khan. Yet, that doesn't seem so bad. So, please, do not die. Otherwise, I will drag the entire world down with you. Having said this, Ming Kanki gently nudged Xianglin. His expression then turned emotionless. With Xianglin unharmed, Ming Kanki's fury subsided somewhat, and his rationality returned, reminding him of his dormant secondary personality that could unleash his utmost potential. Thus, the secondary personality manifested. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, remained still in the spectator area, alternating her gaze between the third Hokage on the roof and Ming Kanki and his companions in the arena. Lost in thought, the secondary personality remained silent, forming hand seals. Suddenly, countless tree trunks, roots, branches, and lush canopies erupted from the ground, centering around him. One of the nest-like canopies gently lifted Xianglin, carrying her to the spectator area. With such a vast range of wood release and extended duration, his chakra seemed inexhaustible. Surely, a person of such capability would not be overwhelmed. He is quite handsome. Perhaps he could be a suitable partner. Terumi Mei mused to herself. Her guards behind her exchanged resigned glances, having witnessed her tendency to compare any strikingly attractive or powerful individual to her ideal Prince Charming numerous times before. Yet, why was it always so jarring? Eagle, die for me. Heavy flow blast. The Raikage was furious. What had transpired? It turned out Dyemu's intrusion had disrupted Ming Kanki's chakra output to the forest of trees, allowing the Raikage to break free from his restraints. Witnessing the Earth Shadow's assault, the Raikage had no intention of teaming up with the nemesis of the Cloud Ninja. Instead, he sought the whereabouts of the genius Eagle from the Cloud Ninja. However, when he found Eagle, the latter had already been drained of chakra by wood release and was dead. Thus, the Raikage's rage erupted, his roar echoing throughout the battlefield. Utilizing the copper rings on his arms, he transformed into a high-speed bulldozer. Of course, he did not charge blindly. Although he was barreling straight toward Ming Kanki, he leaped onto some exceptionally sturdy tree trunks, shattering smaller branches and trunks in his path. At this moment, Konoha had morphed entirely into a battleground. The collapse of Konoha's plan had spiraled out of Orochimaru's design and was on the verge of going berserk. Chapter 56. Impure World Reincarnation would release. All bag technique. Would release. Flower Tree World descends. Facing the advancing Raikage, Ming Kanki remained calm and collected as he unleashed two would-release secret techniques in rapid succession. Countless wooden giant hands emerged around the Raikage. Compared to these colossal hands, the Raikage appeared as diminutive as a Barbie doll. Upon their emergence, the giant hands began to sweep, grasp, and strike downwards. In essence, Ming Kanki's intent was to eliminate the Raikage. Following the giant hands, enormous pink flowers swiftly bloomed and a multitude of pale yellow pollen wafted from the blossoms, gradually enveloping the examination site in a haze of soft yellow. Humph. Naive. Preventing sandstorms is our specialty as sand ninja, Maki declared, slaying an Umbu operative. Though the half-white cloth on his face did not cover his nose and mouth, it effectively shielded him from the pollen. Upon closer inspection, traces of wind-release techniques could be discerned on the white cloth. Cough, cough. Do not use that technique, Ming Kanki. The pollen is indiscriminate. Kakashi Hatake coughed as he appeared in front of Ming Kanki, swiftly throwing a kunai imbued with lightning release to momentarily impede the Raikage. Following this, he executed the Thousand Birds technique, suddenly materializing behind a cloud ninja and piercing through. Ming Kanki maintained his hand seals. However, the flowers of the Flower Tree World descends began to close rapidly, and the pollen began to dissipate. Die. Raikage level. Kakashi's interference proved ineffective. The Raikage, enduring the kunai embedded in his arm, continued charging toward Ming Kanki. The Raikage's technique, Raikage level, was a direct, high-speed horizontal slash. As the Raikage's hand was poised to strike Ming Kanki's neck. Ming Kanki remained steadfast, maintaining his casting posture. Just in time, Ming Kanki, in the state of his secondary personality, did not utter a word and allowed the Raikage's palm to sever his neck, with a sharp crack. Ming Kanki's neck snapped. Immediately, he transformed entirely into a humanoid wooden figure. This was the wood clone. Humph. Is wood release really anything of significance? A wood clone? When did this happen? Oh no. Raikage exclaimed as he was about to boast, only to realize that something felt amiss. And then he witnessed the entire process of Ming Kanki turning into a wooden figure. Suddenly, the wooden figure erupted with dozens of thorns, wrapping the Raikage entirely from his arms. The Raikage, being experienced, sensed the danger and quickly switched from an offensive skill to a defensive one. The lightning blast technique, which involved lifting the enemy and slamming them down with immense weight, coupled with the explosive power of lightning release, was a remarkably destructive move intended for killing. Yet at this moment, it became the Raikage's life-saving maneuver. He forcefully hurled Ming Kanki's wood clone straight down to the ground. The intense tearing combined with the explosion of lightning release cleared the area around the Raikage. Haha. The trump card of Konoha is merely a little rascal who relies on underhanded schemes. Do not bring shame to Senju Hashirama. Fight me head-on. The entire examination area had transformed into a sea of trees. Even though the Raikage managed to create some space, he was soon forced to leap to higher ground, constantly moving and dodging. However, wisdom comes with age. Those who can attain the title of Kage are certainly not simpletons. Although the fourth Raikage was not particularly old, he quickly grasped this provocation tactic. As his words fell, the wood-release attacks surrounding him significantly intensified. The Raikage secretly noted that indeed, the young could not withstand provocation. He began shattering the surrounding wooden structures in the most energy-efficient manner while loudly taunting, adopting a posture that suggested he was simply waiting for his opponent to engage him in battle. The Raikage had not noticed that beneath the eaves of the four purple flames formation, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes were observing the entire battlefield with an unwavering calm. As long as the Raikage, the Tsuchikage, and the still uncertain Sukage delayed for a bit longer, the spores mixed with pollen would drain their chakra. The plan was still in motion. The Raikage's provocations had no effect on Ming Kanki, who remained exceedingly calm in executing his strategy. The relatively weak would-release danced around the Raikage, performing a mutual charade. Occasionally, the branches shot forth to disrupt the Tsuchikage, providing support to Tsunade at this moment. The examination battlefield had entrapped all examinees within the wooden confines. The Cloud Shinobi were reduced to merely a few low-ranking ninjas with plot relevance from the Naruto Shippuden series. As for the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, he was captured by Ming Kanki, his alternate personality, at the first opportunity, serving as a battery to AT this moment. Ming Kanki's unlimited chakra time had already run out. He needed a period of rest to reignite his little universe. Fortunately, with Gaara as a battery, he could continue sustaining the sea of trees and advance his plans. I had originally prepared more. But it seems that will not be necessary. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation, within the Four Purple Flames formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru had already exchanged several blows. Orochimaru finally found the opportunity to perform the Impure World Reincarnation. Several coffins labeled with the numbers 1, 2, 4, 4, 3, and 2 were successively summoned by Orochimaru. The Impure World Reincarnation, a forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the deceased to fight, was well known to the third Hokage. It was precisely because he understood the terror of this forbidden technique that he was momentarily taken aback, I could at least prevent one. Immediately, the third Hokage began forming seals, though he had not learned Impure World Reincarnation. He was well-versed in sealing scrolls and proficient in summoning techniques. Perhaps Orochimaru did not intend to summon all of them, or perhaps the third Hokage was indeed still sharp, that in any case. With a surge of chakra, the third Hokage managed to suppress the last coffin marked with 2 and 3 to only 4 succeeded. How will you deal with 4 Kage-level strong opponents? Boom, boom, boom. The 4 coffin lids fell to the ground. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, all appeared. Orochimaru, you dare to desecrate the dead? This time, I will surely kill you. While the Mizukage and Kazekage were somewhat manageable, the presence of the first and second Hokages truly ignited the third Hokage's deadly resolve. He was already prepared to use the Reaper Death Seal. Little monkey. You have grown so old. Is it another shinobi world war between the Raikage and Tsuchikage? The first Hokage was more concerned about the people, while the second Hokage quickly began observing and deducing, arriving at several conclusions. Teacher, first Hokage-sama. After so many years of shouldering Konoha almost single-handedly, witnessing the formidable third Hokage now standing before the first and second, he momentarily felt a lump in his throat, unsure of how to express his feelings. Now is not the time for reminiscing. With that, Orochimaru produced 4 kunai adorned with talismans. Suddenly, Rasha shouted, Maki. The enemy is Orochimaru. Following this, the usually silent Yagura also cried out, Mist Shinobi, beware of the spiral masks. Chapter 57. The situation takes a turn. Rasha and Yagura's voices were not particularly loud, but nearby figures such as Ming Kanki and Terumi could hear them reasonably well. However, before Yagura could finish, Orochimaru's talisman had already been placed. The moment the talisman kunai was embedded, it interrupted the actions of the summoned reincarnators, effectively cutting off Yagura's words. What? Orochimaru, stop this. Let Lord Yagura finish speaking. The fourth Mizukage's concern had always revolved around the Mist Shinobi. Now, with Yagura summoned through Impure World Reincarnation, it seemed he possessed some knowledge. Terumi immediately seized this opportunity. She had even begun forming seals, using her actions to threaten Orochimaru. Kill the third Hokage. Orochimaru sneered at Terumi, pointing directly at the third Hokage to issue his command. Instantly, the 4 Kage-level figures surged toward the third Hokage. Lava Release. Lava Golem Technique. The Lava Golem technique involves combining fire and earth chakra types to expel a sticky and corrosive lava from the mouth. This technique may not possess the finesse of the Mist Shinobi's techniques, but it was perfectly suited for countering the 4 Purple Flames formation. The high heat on the surface of the 4 Purple Flames formation raised the temperature of the lava, enhancing its corrosiveness. In no time, the 4 Purple Flames formation was transformed into a mesh of lava, with unevenly sized gaps. Ignored by Orochimaru, the 5th Mizukage, Terumi furiously retaliated, shattering the limited arena he had painstakingly created. The situation escalated further into chaos. This is bad. The 3rd Hokage was not incapable of breaking the 4 Purple Flames formation. He simply did not wish to expand the battlefield. If these Kage-level warriors fought without restrictions, Konoha would undoubtedly face destruction once again. Mizukage, be cautious. I am about to use ninjutsu to attack you. Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. Without needing Orochimaru's command, Yagura, already under the talisman's control, utilized ninjutsu to impede Terumi. Orochimaru's talisman could not control the consciousness and speech of the reincarnated, allowing Yagura to issue a warning before attacking. The effectiveness of the ninjutsu was greatly diminished. As the torrents of the Great Waterfall erupted, the 4 Purple Flames formation was reduced to merely a low segment, and the battlefield had undeniably expanded. Orochimaru casually gestured, and the Sound Shinobi Quartet immediately dispelled the 4 Purple Flames formation and retreated. This place had transformed into a battlefield for Kage-level combatants, and no one had the inclination to concern themselves with the movements of the four minor subordinates, the third Hokage, along with the first. Second Hokages, and Rasha, after exchanging 3 moves, found themselves struck by the second Hokage's decisive punch. You are aging, monkey. Your body has deteriorated significantly. Even against our level of impure world reincarnation, you stand no chance whatsoever. Be careful. I am going to use magnet release to control those shuriken to attack. As the battle raged on, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and RS did not relent in their assault. In fact, the first and second Hokages provided cover for RS as he prepared his hand seals. Once RS unleashed his magnetic release, the third Hokage would undoubtedly find himself unable to contend with the first and second. At that moment, either the second or the first Hokage would surely employ their jutsu, leaving the third with little hope of victory, just as the third Hokage appeared to be on the brink of utter defeat. A tile from the corner of the original 4 purple flames formation suddenly transformed with a puff into a large-nosed figure bearing 2 toads on its shoulders. Senjutsu, earthen swamp of yellow springs. Instantly, the area before the third Hokage, extending to the edges of the shattered 4 purple flames formation, morphed into a quagmire. Bolstered by the immense power of Senjutsu chakra, both the reanimated 4th Hokage and Orochimaru found themselves immobilized. Unable to move freely, they were compelled to exert all their chakra to avoid being consumed by the mire. Jiraiya? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished at Jiraiya's unexpected presence. It's quite an achievement for you to remain hidden until now. Jiraiya, engaging in Senjutsu took a bit of time. Old man, you've grown old. Haven to you. After this war, why not assume the role of Hokage? My temperament is ill-suited for it. Isn't Tsunade still around? Both the third Hokage and Jiraiya understood that they could not afford to let Orochimaru escape today. With his mastery of the reanimation jutsu, should Orochimaru flee from Konoha, he could very well become the honored guest of the Cloud, Rock, or even Mist Ninja. In the world of shinobi, there are no friends. Only interests. Even the Sand Ninja, who had lost their leader, might find themselves willing to collaborate with Orochimaru for the sake of obtaining the reanimation jutsu. Senjutsu. Quite impressive, young one, he chuckled. However, facing off against the 5 of us, I fear your chakra may prove insufficient. You must seek a swift resolution. Once the Senjutsu chakra is exhausted, we will regain our mobility. The chakra of the reanimated is limitless. The first and second Hokages cautioned the third and Jiraiya. Let us end our reminiscing here. It is time for the second round. Witness the true might of the 4 Hokages united. Finally, after remaining silent upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru sprang into action. He executed an unmarked seal, actively commanding the 4 reanimated Hokages. Beware of my jutsu, water release, water collision waves. Yagura was the first to unleash his technique, causing torrents of water to erupt, instantly transforming the entire building into a waterfall. Get out of the way. Before the second Hokage could finish his warning, he had already appeared behind the third Hokage via the instant water technique that a kunai pierced directly into the third's heart and lungs. He coughed up a spray of blood and fell to the ground in shock. Everyone, vacate the rooftop. Would release. Would domain. The first Hokage managed to utter a warning before countless trees burst forth from the earth, rapidly converting the rooftop into a forested expanse. Summoning technique. King of the monkeys, Monkey King, I knew you would be fine. Senjutsu. Big Ball Rasengan. Upon witnessing the third Hokage's reappearance, Jiraiya burst forth with a massive Rasengan, large enough to clear a space sufficient for 3 to 5 people. The tree trunks shattered under the force. The Monkey King, upon materializing from the smoke, had no time to utter a word. Yet, upon hearing the third's command, he transformed into the diamond rod. The third Hokage seized the rod and struck fiercely, connecting with the area cleared by Jiraiya. The 2 landed almost simultaneously, exploding tags, before they could stabilize. The voice of the second Hokage reached them. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The third Hokage discerned the second's position through the sound, and promptly erected a 3-meter-high earth wall to block the kunai tethered to the exploding tags. Lion's main technique. Unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya had already circled behind RS, ensnaring him with hair shaped like a lion's head. Watch out. Suddenly, Jiraiya heard simultaneous warnings from the third and second Hokages. As he turned to see the second Hokage less than a meter away. The second completed his seals. Mutual exploding tags. Escape. Countless exploding tags were summoned by the second, accumulating into the hundreds in mere moments. The destructive power of these tags rivaled that of high-level fire techniques unleashed by Janin. Hundreds of them could potentially cause a small-scale earthquake. Should they detonate, the entire examination venue would be obliterated, leaving no one to escape, not even Orochimaru himself, who was also within the blast radius. Jiraiya attempted to flee, but his feet were ensnared by the sand gold that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Kahaku and Yagura were engaged in a lively skirmish at the periphery of the forest, entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding within. Only the third Hokage was rapidly weaving intricate seals, unhindered by anyone, and discovered the dreadful situation. Hurry! Earth release! As the second Hokage's mutual exploding tags were on the verge of detonating. The third Hokage finally showcased the formidable prowess that earned him the title of the Master of Ninjutsu. Through his complex seals, he swiftly unleashed a new Earth Release technique. Earth Release, four-sided Earth Flow Castle. Thick earthen walls, 3 to 5 meters high, erupted from the ground, encasing the second Hokage and the mutual exploding tags within. Soon, the walls ascended to heights surpassing that of the forest. The scene resembled a colossal chimney rising from the earth. Just as the massive chimney was not yet fully formed, a thunderous roar erupted, and the walls became riddled with cracks. A cloud of gray dust belched forth like a steam whistle, releasing a piercing wail into the sky. Subsequently, a distinct tremor reverberated throughout Konoha. Decades-old, dilapidated buildings crumbled under the force. Even the sturdy examination venue and shelter were besieged by a shower of dust and debris. As the explosive force subsided and the tremors ceased, the third Hokage collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He found himself half submerged in water, having exhausted even the chakra required to tread water, while controlling the wood release to pierce a sound ninja attempting to ambush K-Rin. Mei-chan emerged from below the eaves. The overwhelming tremors that affected all of Konoha finally drew Mei-chan's gaze toward their source. The rooftop was not his wood release. It seemed the third required support. Before that, I hope my deductions regarding the dream world are correct as I draw upon the last vestiges of my small cosmos. Burn, my small cosmos. Regarding the dream world, the secondary persona had made numerous deductions using pure rational thought. Among them were those verified by the primary persona. Death is not an end, but rather an awakening from a dream, and unverified notions, such as the treatment of a protagonist akin to a dream, the influence of consciousness traversing and possessing on character, and so forth. The secondary persona was not a deity. He was nearly entirely rational, yet still possessed a trace of irrationality. He shared a memory connection with the primary persona, perfectly complementing each other. Dissociation and personality fragmentation were notions Mei-chan firmly rejected. What do you want? This is my battle. Leave this place. Mei-chan landed before the third Hokage, who had managed to rise, though breathless. His tone remained resolute. Wind release. Typhoon. Wood release. Wooden block wall. The high-speed airflow surged forth, shattering and hurling the crumbling earthen chimney. Fragments of earth struck the hemispherical archway, echoing with repeated thuds. After the storm subsided, the reanimated four Hokages stood at the forefront, with Orochimaru behind them. They occupied the rooftop, now resembling a wasteland, positioned directly in front of Mei-chan and the third Hokage. With a resounding crash, the wreckage descended like a cannonball amidst the intertwined tree trunks, creating a clearing right in front of Mei-chan and the third Hokage. The shadow of the wreckage ominously loomed, poised to ally with Orochimaru. In swift succession, two enchanting figures appeared, Kageme Terumi, the Mizukage, and Tsunade Senju. Following closely behind them was Inoki, the Tsuchikage, flanked to their left. Observing this formidable assembly, the third Hokage stepped forward, raising his voice in inquiry. Reikage, Tsuchikage, do you truly intend to conspire with the traitor Orochimaru to instigate war? Inoki cast a glance at the individuals below, his brow furrowing. Reluctant to collaborate with the Reikage or Orochimaru, he could not shake the fear instilled by Uchiha Madara of Ur. The sight of Ming Kanki's eyes, strikingly reminiscent of Madara's Sharingan, eclipsed all other thoughts. If it were merely Hashirama Senju, it would be inconsequential. Yet, the shinobi world could not endure another Uchiha Madara. Within Ming Kanki's psyche, upon hearing Inoki's words through the computer, his dominant persona exclaimed with excitement, Uchiha Madara. At last, I comprehend the origin of this body. It is a clone of Madara, combined with the cells of Hashirama. Does this not imply I have a 100 chance of awakening the Rinnegan? Suddenly, the exuberance in his voice plummeted. It seems I may have rejoiced too soon. I lack Madara's prowess. I cannot resolve the bloodline conflict. Moreover, It appears Madara only awakened the Rinnegan shortly before his demise. Finally, he slumped over the table, muttering, I ought to prioritize resolving the bloodline conflict first. In the external world, the Hokage, similarly unwilling to ally with the Hokage or Orochimaru, recalled the nearly 20,000 shinobi from the Cloud Village, decimated by Ming Kanki's would release, including one of the candidates for the next Hokage, the Eagle. Thus, he reached a grim conclusion. Today, that boy must perish. Otherwise, let the fourth great ninja war commence. Tsunade, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike. Ming Kanki's form erupted with a blue skeletal structure, her bony hands extending to shield the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Terumi behind him. Ming Kanki, what are you doing? The third Hokage exclaimed. Astonished, Tsunade, too, was taken aback, exclaiming without a thought for whether the Hokage and Hokage would overhear. Stop immediately. Should the bloodline conflict reignite, I may not be able to save you again. The secondary persona of Ming Kanki seldom spoke, for he was remarkably rational, believing that silence was paramount when words were unnecessary. However, he now felt compelled to utter a few words. Allow me to conclude this battle and deliver a crushing blow to the Cloud and Stone villages. This is the most logical course for Konoha's future. I implore you. Take care of Xiangling. Ming Kanki's words were succinct and devoid of embellishment. The third Hokage, however, grew anxious, having witnessed numerous heroic shinobi sacrifice themselves during critical moments across the Second and Third Ninja Wars. He recognized this familiar demeanor as a precursor to tragedy. No, you are the future of Konoha. This battle should be concluded by me. The third Hokage genuinely wished to protect Ming Kanki. He even grasped the Vajra rod, transformed from the Monkey King, attempting to shatter Susanoo. Enough of this reminiscing. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and the four reanimated figures began their jutsu. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world. Inoki unleashed his dust release. While the Hokage figure flickered, lightning appearing just before Susanoo got time-space imprisonment. Yet all of this came to a halt the moment Ming Kanki activated the ocular technique of his left eye, pressing the pause button on reality. The Hokage froze mid-leap. The dust release barrier was barely materializing, a white edge forming. With a half-erected water mirror. A thin stream of high-pressure water shot forth, mere inches from him, as branches began to sprout. Everywhere Ming Kanki's gaze fell was suspended in time, the patterns within his eyes mirroring Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Albeit with a different effect, the space was bound, yet he could still think, as time continued to flow. The name of this ocular technique was time-space imprisonment, and it could potentially grow even stronger. Perhaps this descendant truly was the future of Konoha. However, would the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan still bleed? Space was constricted, rendering speech impossible. The second Hokage's deductions could not be shared with anyone, and his unanswered questions lingered in silence. Had he been able to inquire of Ming Kanki, his dominant persona might have revealed that these eyes were merely Mangekyo, not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, Ming Kanki, oblivious to the second Hokage's thoughts, activated the next ocular technique, awakening the Mangekyo in his right eye, which had emerged in his quest to eliminate the masked man. Space collapse. The term space collapse held its literal meaning. Those ensnared within it might be fortunate enough to land nearby, or they could find themselves at the universe's edge. The unfortunate would be ground to dust by the fragments produced by the collapsing space. Before Ming Kanki, Orochimaru, and the four reanimated figures shattered into countless pieces, akin to fragments of shattered mirrors. Subsequently, they splintered into even smaller shards, disappearing entirely as space mended itself. Only a half of a water mirror remained, suspended upon the water surface, bound by the ocular technique. I shall pay a visit to the Stone and Cloud villages, the secondary persona rationally declared, refraining from divulging the truth that he had spared them due to fear of losing control over the vast destruction. He rescinded the time-space imprisonment, warning, I hope that by then, you will still maintain amicable relations with Konoha. As he spoke, the space around Ming Kanki fractured. Upon the conclusion of his words, he was engulfed in the void. The space then auto-repaired, leaving Ming Kanki entirely absent from sight. The third Hokage's eyes burned with fury. Both the Hokage and Hokage recognized the determination igniting within him, uncertain of the motivations behind their actions. They exchanged glances, stepping back in unison and declaring, let this end here. We do not wish to wage war against Konoha. Thus, the shocking collapse plan of Konoha and the impending battle of Kage concluded with the disappearance of its instigator and catalyst. Subsequently, Konoha allied with the Mist Village and restored relations with the Sand Village. The Cloud and Stone villages offered reparations to Konoha. Thereafter, The entire shinobi world seemed to forget Ming Kenki, the contemporary strongest figure. Save for a certain girl named Vortex Xianglin and her master, whose name was never mentioned again. P.S. The initial volume concludes here. The ensuing narrative will primarily revolve around the Dragon Ball universe, with other worlds appearing in the form of short skits. Chapter 59. The Unavoidable Dream. I'm back, Ming Kenki exclaimed as he sat upright in bed. After a moment of dazed reflection, he realized he might have perished in the Naruto world. This deduction sent a shiver through his core. Xianglin. He reminisced about the underdeveloped Xianglin, reflecting on the bonds he had just begun to forge with Tsunade, the third Hokage, and others. Ming Kenki suddenly felt that perhaps the situation was not as unbearable as he had imagined. The notion of being a Siscon seemed not to resonate with his current self. The memory of valuing Xianglin above his own life lingered, yet it no longer influenced him. Ming Kenki sensed he had grasped something significant. At that moment, his expression brightened. Wow, my big bed, my room, my sanctuary. Ming Kenki has returned. Haha. Only a night had passed in the real world. What a fleeting dream. I could practically achieve immortality. Oh, this is splendid. The main and secondary personas re-established their separation. The dominant persona's optimistic nature swiftly cast aside the previous sentiments. Strictly speaking, the optimistic disposition was the initial personality of the dominant persona. Point one was a carefree spirit who enjoyed life and social interaction. The other was a rational, composed secondary persona who managed affairs. This was the choice Ming Kenki made when he first split his will into two. In a dream realm, a supernova had just erupted. Intense gamma rays illuminated the entire small nebula. A starship, resembling a person with arms raised in surrender, orbits the black hole at the heart of a small nebula, within the confines of the vessel. Personnel diligently fulfill their respective duties. Suddenly, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupts throughout the ship. That we did it! How splendid! Ha! From this day forth, the black hole shall no longer remain a mystery to us. Indeed, how marvelous! However, the data concerning this black hole is not entirely conventional. No buts. Our technology shall continue to advance. It's merely a matter of time, my friend. Do not fret so much. This is but a small step for us, yet a monumental leap for humanity. Hey, this is a collective achievement for all of us? Indeed. Yes, we contributed as well. In essence, this marks a qualitative breakthrough. Rejoice, the revelation dawns upon them. They have extracted this black hole from the fabric of space-time. Although this black hole appears somewhat extraordinary and does not conform to the typical definition, it nonetheless represents a significant technological advancement, warranting their jubilant celebration. The atmosphere in the laboratory contrasts sharply with the exuberance outside. While cheers resound, the researchers are meticulously compiling various reports. After reviewing the documents, the captain turns to the individuals behind the glass wall of the isolation chamber and states, first and foremost, let us revive this ancient relic that has languished in the black hole for an indeterminate time. For now, transform the recreation room into a hospital reminiscent of a bygone era and place him there. I have heard that during the age of primitive civilizations, human nerves were exceedingly fragile. Let us do our utmost to prevent him from descending into madness. Inside the isolation chamber, a childlike figure lies with eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. The captain's first officer, a striking blonde beauty, possesses a somewhat angular face that, rather than detracting from her appeal, is enhanced by her golden locks, lending her an air of spirited elegance. Observing the child in the isolation chamber, a wave of maternal instinct washes over her. Hearing the captain's casual remarks, she promptly pinches him and retorts, "He is but a child." The captain immediately apologizes, leaning in to whisper to the beauty, Yes, Linda, I was wrong. Grant me some grace, my dear. After all, I am the captain. Of course, as you wish, Captain, she replies with a smile, her amusement unmasked. Eliciting laughter from several others in the laboratory. It is evident that the captain and the beautiful first officer's relationship is common knowledge among the crew. On the third day, reality sets in. Ming Kenki, who has been in a deep coma for an entire day, awakens and, before even registering the time on the clock, spews forth a mouthful of blood. The ability of soul evolution appears splendid and flawless, yet at this moment, it has become a harbinger of his demise. The eruption of the world of Naruto has triggered the awakening of the Uchiha and Seiya bloodlines within Ming Kenki. He has excelled, pushing both to their utmost limits through repeated utilization of his small universe. However, this has led to a certain degree of transcendence beyond their original constraints. Consequently, the bloodline conflict, previously suppressed by the Scion lineage, has reignited. Moreover, this time, it is not merely a conflict between the Senju and Uchiha. These two bloodlines from Naruto have now clashed with the Saiyan bloodline as well. The ability of soul evolution faithfully reflects this transformation upon Ming Kanki's corporeal form. In the second day of the dream world, time flows as if one is truly dreaming. Finally grasping the passage of time, Ming Kanki realizes he faces a dire choice, either death or the peril of an even more convoluted bloodline, risking the emergence of new bloodline conflicts. After eating, Ming Kanki returns to his room, where he notices something dark red at the foot of his bed, dried blood. Could it be remnants from when he killed the snake? Upon closer inspection, he rises and glances at the clock with an electronic calendar. A fleeting glance, he is taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Third day? Wait. I seem to have forgotten something. Let me think. Think carefully. After a fit of coughing and spitting blood, Ming Kanki finally remembers. He wipes his mouth, stained with blood, and exclaims in disbelief. I remember. I checked the clock. Today is indeed the third day. Yesterday, after awakening, I discovered that in the Naruto world, I had merely passed one night since the Chunin exam. Based on the time before I fell asleep, yesterday was already the second day. So, today is definitely the third day. After finishing his meal, Ming Kanki returns to bed, but suddenly, he coughs up blood and loses consciousness, his breathing barely perceptible, fortunately. Both the Saiyan bloodline and the would-release bloodline are exceptionally resilient. After enduring a full day and night, Ming Kanki manages to survive. Although he has survived, the brief cessation of his breathing has caused some damage to his brain. This impairment only begins to mend after he consumes some food. Realizing this, Ming Kanki understands he must make a choice swiftly. Otherwise, the bloodline conflict may erupt anew, and he cannot ascertain whether he would survive it again. He does not wish to die. A person capable of severing his own personality to adapt and survive within society certainly does not harbor thoughts of death. Thus, even if it means drinking poison to quench his thirst, he resolves to continue living. With no other options, he exclaims, "Dream world, here I come." In a flash, Ming Kanki collapses onto the bed. The resurgence of the bloodline conflict plunges him into a half-conscious state. Inextricably intertwined, this allows him to effortlessly drift into slumber, successfully entering the dream world. Chapter 60. Living inside a game console, the lights in the room flicker erratically. Where is this place? Ming Kanki sits up, pressing his hand against his head. The entire world seems hazy, and he experiences a throbbing headache. It appears that the aftereffects of the bloodline conflict from reality have followed him here. Right. Now he is no longer confined to the bloodline limits of the Naruto universe. The Saiyan bloodline from Dragon Ball has also woven itself into the mix. It should indeed be referred to as a bloodline conflict. Outside the window, the sky is a pristine blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds, truly splendid weather. The window is closed, and across from him stands a tall building. He cannot discern what lies within, nor can he see the street below. The building appears quite tall. However, all the visible windows on the opposite side are pitch black. Could it be that the entire building is composed of one-way glass? And does no one ever open a window? Ming Kanki feels a twinge of confusion. You're awake. You seem to be in good spirits. A nurse clad in white enters to examine him. She gently holds his face and checks his heartbeat. Ming Kanki can feel the softness of her hands, and combined with her fair, rosy complexion and pristine attire, she embodies the epitome of human perfection. Of course, it would be even better if the star pattern mark on her forehead were absent, though she attempted to conceal herself with a nurse's cap. Ming Kanki's keen perception did not go unnoticed. In fact, he subtly formulated several deductions in his mind. For instance, her hands were remarkably soft, yet they effortlessly maneuvered his head despite my lack of cooperation, indicating a considerable strength. Furthermore, a well-hidden purplish star-shaped mark on her forehead seemed to resemble a birthmark of sorts. Additionally, while most individuals have their hearts positioned slightly to the left, she measured on the right side, suggesting a high probability that their hearts were situated on the right. Moreover, it was possible that he had traversed into a realm populated by humanoid extraterrestrial beings, among various other interconnected conclusions. This was not the emergence of a secondary personality within Ming Kanki. It was entirely the primary self making these observations. After forming a series of judgments, an unusual thought arose within him. Could it be that he had become the embodiment of some deceased elementary school student? Just as Ming Kanki contemplated this, he suddenly overheard the nurse murmuring to herself about having been infused with several different bloodlines that were in conflict, exclaiming what a pitiable child it was. He chuckled and interjected, "Ah, dear angel in white, perhaps my age is quite advanced, but there remains one question. Who am I? My name? My identity? Or anything else? Any information? The soft sounds of recording ceased, and the nurse sighed. Oh, poor child. Your memories have vanished, trapped in a black hole. It must be quite distressing. Abruptly, the nurse fell silent, hastily completing her notes and swiftly exiting the room. Although she had not spoken extensively, Minkanki astutely grasped a particular term: black hole. A jolt of realization surged through him, instantly recalling his lengthy and tedious journey in the Dragon Ball world. At that time, he had transformed into a lower-class scion child, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. Sent into the cosmos, he had found himself ensnared in a black hole. Could it be that he had returned to the Dragon Ball universe once more? Minkanki hurriedly called out to her. Please wait. Could you provide me with a mirror? The nurse did not pause, opening the door and stepping outside. That a few minutes later, another stunningly beautiful angel in white entered. Her fiery long hair complemented her striking figure, making her appear more like a model than a nurse. She said nothing, merely smiled slightly, and handed Minkanki a mirrored eye. In the reflection, a young child of Asian descent stared back. His tousled hair stood upright, resembling a flame. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to Vegeta's hairstyle, albeit shorter and much softer. His cherubic face hinted that, should he slim down in the future, he would undoubtedly be quite handsome. He did not possess a crab-like head nor a tail, ruling out the possibility of being a scion. His face was plump, distinctly not the sharp chin of Conan, thus reducing the likelihood of being that deceased elementary student. Thank you. After returning the mirror to the red-haired nurse, Minkanki gracefully descended from the bed and made his way outside. He aimed to acquire more information. This was a normal reaction for an individual in an unfamiliar environment. Minkanki thought as he pushed the door open and stepped out. The nurse, still holding the mirror and smiling, remained wordless yet closely followed him. As Minkanki explored the hospital, a heated debate was unfolding within the captain's quarters of the starship. Having already persisted for some time, the two were now prepared to address the matter directly. Let us forego discussions of regulations and humanitarianism. That I simply ask, why not heal him directly? Our technology is entirely capable. The first officer, Captain Linda, displayed a hint of agitation. Linda, that necessitates his own will to decide. We cannot make that decision for him, the captain explained in a measured tone. His reasoning was sound, leaving Linda at a loss for rebuttal. Nevertheless, she had already devised a plan. Pressing a button on her wrist, data from her personal information terminal transferred to the captain's computer. She then pointed to the screen, stating, "There is no need for that. Simply injecting nanomedical robots, 10%, would suffice." The captain's terminal computer intelligently highlighted several prohibited terms, and he sighed in resignation. That is cutting-edge technology. We cannot arbitrarily apply it to a stranger. Captain, I know what you're thinking, but he is not. He merely bears a slight resemblance. The captain's voice was gentle, his words carefully chosen, avoiding a direct revelation. Yet, Linda understood. She interrupted him, asking, "Do you believe I am concerned about the child?" "Perhaps, to some extent. So what?" After a deep sigh and a moment of contemplation, the captain replied, "Testing." "Very well." Linda rose and exited without further elaboration. However, both understood they had reached a consensus. Linda would oversee the testing of Minkanki. Should he pass, she would petition for the nanomedical robots, and the captain would agree. Yet, should he fail the test, there would be no further discussion. At that moment, Minkanki wandered through the hospital, mentally critiquing its seemingly incongruous nature, appearing to embody a 21st century style while harboring elements of advanced technology. The patients appearing genuine yet evoking a sense of dissonance. He remained oblivious to the fact that several experts from the interstellar era were meticulously crafting a testing plan tailored for him. Nor did he realize that the space he occupied was merely a small chamber, less than 20 meters wide, within the starship, a game room, to be precise. Furthermore, he was entirely unaware that his every movement was being displayed on a large screen in a room adjacent to the game room, where various extraterrestrial beings, both humanoid and otherwise, observed him and engaged in animated discussions. Should he catch sight of these beings, he would undoubtedly be astonished and compelled to reconsider some of his preconceived notions. Chapter 61. Testing. Please follow me. After a brief span of time, Minkanki had nearly explored the entirety of the hospital. At this juncture, the striking red-haired nurse with a devilishly alluring figure finally spoke. Having said this, she proceeded ahead to guide him. Minkanki quickened his pace to catch up. They had barely traversed a few meters when the surroundings abruptly distorted and swiftly disassembled. A grand door appeared before them and gradually opened. The initial nurse who had let slip a word now stood beside a tall figure clad in military garb, smiling and waving. She had removed her cap, revealing long black hair adorned with a crimson cloud pattern on her forehead, elevating her beauty to a new echelon. Ming Kanki couldn't help but smile back at her. He even failed to notice that the tall military figure was also a striking beauty with golden, flowing waves, exuding an athletic charm. However, she was not to Ming Kanki's taste. "This is Arya. It seems you've made her acquaintance," the nurse introduced. "Greetings, I am Linda, the first officer of the Starship Explorer Miser." As Ming Kanki and Linda approached the entrance, the military-clad beauty extended her left hand in a friendly gesture for a handshake. "Hello, I am Ming Kanki. The rest is uncertain." Ming Kanki shook her hand, after which Linda firmly held onto it without letting go. The red-haired nurse nodded at Linda, then Arya. Before departing, Linda gestured to the path ahead. "This way, please. Do not take Natasha's silence to heart. She is a dual-blooded individual, and their nature tends to be taciturn. However, she possesses a remarkably gentle disposition." The young men aboard the starship take pride in the prospect of marrying a dual-blooded beauty. Yet, they believe that same-sex love is the truest form of affection, Arya added dreamily. "Once they fall in love and marry, one of them will utilize their singular ability to change genders, resulting in a perfect family." Ming Kanki rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Could you please let go of my hand while discussing this? I am not a child." That moment, he found himself being led by both Linda and Arya, one on each side. If it were a man and a woman, it would appear as though they were parading a family. After traversing two brightly lit corridors and rounding two corners, Ming Kanki spotted a robot approaching. The visage of the robot appeared to be the result of some kind of luminous projection. Upon encountering three individuals, it expressed astonishment, swiftly approaching with delight as a series of electronic sounds resonated. "Greetings, fortunate child. The fragmentation of the black hole marks the first occurrence since the birth of the universe 13 billion years ago, and you, remarkably, find yourself within this black hole. The quantum state is particularly extraordinary. This is our starship's chief scientist, a member of the Net tribe, Ming B33712. He bears a resemblance to our robot, yet is indeed a being of true life. They possess a high level of intelligence, with technology that may surpass ours by several centuries. However, from our perspective, they might exhibit certain peculiarities that seem somewhat out of place. Oh, by the way, just call him Ming. He is the only member of the Net tribe aboard the starship, so there is no need for excessive differentiation." Linda provided a brief introduction, whispering the final remarks into Ming Kanki's ear. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Ming, though he remained oblivious to her gesture. "Oh, I believe I should head to the bridge now. See you shortly." Ming departed with a slight bow, striding away. Is he upset? Ming Kanki pondered, feeling as though he had entered a realm akin to an interstellar world. In just a few minutes, he had encountered 3 extraterrestrial races, prompting him to resolve to make a positive impression. No, they do not comprehend humor, but they do not harbor anger either. What is a starship? Our vessel is named the Explorer Mesa, an interstellar exploration research starship. It measures 1210 meters in length, for 96 meters in width, and 312 meters in height. Equipped with warp cruising technology, it is currently en route from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy on an expedition. The entire journey will take approximately 3,123 months, or a year and a half. And you were rescued from a lush nebula at the edge of the southern galaxy. The lush nebula? The lush nebula is a type of miniature nebula, frequently found near major galaxies. Due to obstructions, it is difficult to detect with optical devices as they conversed. Linda shared her knowledge freely, while Arya interjected with additional information occasionally. Ming Kanki toured various open areas such as the dining hall and hospital, eventually receiving his own room. Giggling, "Oh, you are all here. Come with me." Giggle, "The laboratory has discovered something that it's definitely not for you to conduct experiments." Giggle. As they approached the bridge, they were halted by a creature resembling a chicken. Linda introduced, "This is a chicken head, Tokay, the only one aboard our spacecraft. Do not be deceived by his unremarkable appearance. His intelligence ranks just below Ming's, making him a rare genius. This is characteristic of their species. An extreme divide between genius and mediocrity. A mediocre individual is even less capable than a Finda." Arya added a few words, yet her explanation went unheard by Ming Kanki. She then elaborated, "A Finda is a bird from my hometown, with a memory span of only 3 seconds. What is wrong with you?" Upon hearing Linda's words, Arya noticed Ming Kanki staring blankly at the chicken head. Yes. What is the matter?" Arya and Linda's inquiries failed to rouse Ming Kanki from his stupor, for he had spotted another familiar figure approaching. The individual donned golden armor, with a silver helmet adorned with horns and a long, sharp horn protruding from the nose, though the hands beneath the armor were obscured. 3 metallic claws were visible. Ming Kanki instantly recognized the armored figure as none other than the Battle Greymon from the digital realm. The chicken head made him feel as if he were within the Dragon Ball universe. While the Battle Greymon left him thoroughly bewildered, his confusion did not stem from the possibility of a mixed world. Rather, it arose from the question of what a dream world truly entailed. He had traversed 3 dream worlds before, but each had been an independent universe. Naruto, Space Battleship Yamato, Dragon Ball, each was distinct and pure. In truth, Ming Kanki was merely constrained to a single location, having encountered too little. Every dream world is a reality. Ming Kanki was not dreaming, but rather entering a dream, his soul traversing into the dream world. Do not be afraid. This is our chief defense officer. He hails from another dimension of the digital world, an ultimate digital life form known as Battle Greymon Steel. Linda gently tousled Ming Kanki's hair, offering a soft reassurance before introducing him. I am fine, Ming Kanki sighed, forcing a smile as he continued. In any case, I cannot make sense of it all. Let us press on. The trio continued forward, brushing past Battle Greymon, where Ming Kanki could even perceive an overwhelming sense of invisible pressure emanating from him. Suddenly, Steel's expression contorted in agony, and he promptly devolved into argument. Giggling, "This is a serious matter." The chickenhead, Zack, shrieked and hurried into the laboratory, likely belonging to an ostrich species. "What has transpired?" Linda exclaimed, turning back in shock. Agumon Steel answered with distress, "My connection to the digital world has suddenly severed, rendering me unable to maintain my ultimate form. It is a dimensional blockade device." "To the bridge," Linda gasped, shouting as she seized Ming Kanki and dashed away. The 3 raced to the bridge, and upon entering, Linda shouted, "We are under attack." "This is impossible." The captain, having just denied the assertion, was taken aback upon seeing Agumon behind Ming Kanki, utterly astonished. How could there be a digital dimension blocker? Among the known civilizations in the universe, only 3 possess such devices, and they are not for sale. Chapter 62. Cosmic Pirates. The chief scientist, a member of the Net tribe who resembled a robot, continued to remind, "Captain, I must inform you that the loss of the digital race's defensive capabilities theoretically decreases the starship's defensive power by 53. Given that we are an exploratory vessel, the actual reduction may exceed 70. Despite the significant decrease in defense, the starship remained remarkably orderly. Everyone performed their duties, though the pace of operations at the terminals had increased considerably. Without needing the captain's command, the crew had already begun searching for enemies, enhancing communications, and bolstering defenses. On the main screen, sparse meteor clusters and asteroid fields were marked, not only in front of the starship but also to the top, bottom, left, right, and rear. Multiple split screens displayed a gradient of red, yellow, green, and white colors. White signified unknown, green indicated no danger, yellow represented a low threat, and red denoted hostility and high risk. Ming Kanki quickly grasped the significance of these indicators as he suddenly realized that the text on the main screen was all in Chinese. WTF? Ming Kanki abruptly comprehended that everything he heard and spoke was in Chinese. This was utterly unscientific in the Naruto world. He seemed to have had no language barriers either. Ming Kanki felt he had stumbled upon some fundamental question. Suddenly, a navigator reported, "Enemy detected." "It is a spacecraft." With the announcement, a crab-yellow circular spaceship appeared on the main screen. Wasn't that the iconic spacecraft of the Frisia army? Ming Kanki finally understood which dream world he had entered. This was the Dragon Ball universe. However, the questions that followed multiplied. Is it not a starship? The captain scoffed dismissively. First Officer Linda decisively commanded, "Infiltrate their systems. I want to see who has the audacity to attack our Arc-Light civilization's exploratory vessel with nothing but a small civilian spacecraft." Rows of code cascaded across one side of the large screen. Soon, a new window was projected from the spacecraft on the large screen, revealing its interior. The spacecraft was small, containing only a large bridge and 3 compartments. One compartment served as a dining hall, another as living quarters, and the last housed a pillar-like device. The personnel were all concentrated in the bridge: fish-headed beings, chicken-headed creatures, pig-headed individuals, those with white skin, red skin, green skin, horns, fins, wings, and so forth, a veritable menagerie of extraterrestrial life. In just a single screen, the number of beings exceeded that of the entire starship. Ming Kanki also noticed that these extraterrestrials wore devices resembling combat power detectors on their ears. There was no doubt. This was the world of Dragon Ball, Ming Kanki thought with certainty. However, the focus of the captain and others was evidently different from that of Ming Kanki. Upon seeing the hodgepodge displayed on the large screen, the captain was instantly filled with a mix of anger and amusement. He scoffed, "A mere group of cosmic pirates? What audacity emboldens such rabble?" Linda calmly interjected, "Let us not concern ourselves with their bravado. These cosmic marauders are not the sharpest tools in the shed. The critical issue lies with the dimensional disruptor." Ming's electronic voice chimed in again. "According to my calculations, the dimensional rift within 1 light-year has been sealed. Destroying the dimensional disruptor will not lift the blockade. Natural restoration will require 1,017,443 years." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the starship, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The vacuum of space does not transmit sound, indicating that the explosion originated within the starship, as expected. A communications officer promptly reported, "Captain, we are under attack. An explosion has occurred in room 3. That the enemy possesses teleportation technology. They have infiltrated. Activate teleportation interference immediately. Furthermore, destroy that spacecraft." The captain's demeanor turned serious as he issued commands. Simultaneously, the lights throughout the warship shifted from bright white to a state of red alert. "That I will assist," Agumon exclaimed, dashing after Aaliyah. However, after just a few steps, he devolved again. Even in his reduced form as a rolling beast, he exhibited no fear and continued to chase after Aaliyah with enthusiasm. "That I will help as well." Ming Kanki seized the rolling beast and, employing a momentary technique, swiftly followed Aaliyah. Unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, the crew aboard the starship were testing him. He had a keen awareness of the individuals within the vessel, and thus decided to hold nothing back. Witnessing Ming Kanki's instantaneous movement, far surpassing the visual limits of an ordinary human, the captain and Linda exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Linda inquired, "Is everything all right?" The captain nonchalantly countered, "Isn't guiding him to harness the energy within him precisely part of our plan? But this is real combat, not a high-level simulation. As captain, shouldn't you exercise a bit more caution?" "No need to worry. Aaliyah is the acting chief of defense. Trust in her capabilities. As for me, my duty is to ensure your safe return." The discussion on the bridge remained unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, who had already arrived at room 3 alongside Aaliyah. As the hatch opened, an acrid, burnt odor surged forth, accompanied by waves of intense heat, the flickering shadows of flames, the hissing of superheated gases, and the thundering sounds of secondary explosions unfolded before Ming Kanki's eyes and ears. Die! With a piercing shriek, a beam of white light struck the doorframe. The battle commenced. Aaliyah, still clad in her nurse's uniform, dashed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the extraterrestrial firing at them. The invader collided with the wall, gasping as the air escaped his lungs. Yet, Aaliyah did not pause. She continued her assault, kicking away a fragment that had fallen from who knows where, with a sickening thud. One extraterrestrial was cleaved in two. In the midst of her relentless strikes, Aaliyah did not forget to check on Ming Kanki. Aaliyah belonged to the Meizu race, whose home planet has 18 times the gravity of Earth, endowing her with tremendous strength. But fear not. While we may have a blunt demeanor, we are quite empathetic. Amid her explanations, she had already dispatched another invader. You call it empathy to dispatch an enemy with a single punch? Well, I suppose it's not my place to judge. Ming Kanki silently criticized as he became enveloped in crackling lightning. This was the thunder armor he had developed through the lightning release technique. Be careful, Chidori. Setting down the rolling beast, Ming Kanki, invigorated by the lightning, swiftly and accurately pierced an invader's neck with his palm. The entire sequence was a flash of lightning, deftly navigating through flames, stepping on debris triggered by the explosion, and dodging a beam of light. Such was the prowess of the Sharingan. Rasengan. He attempted to replicate his previous maneuver to eliminate another invader. However, this body was newly acquired and not the one he was deeply familiar with. Despite his Sharingan granting him insight and foresight, he misstepped, inadvertently directing the Rasengan towards the gun's muzzle. At that moment, the invader was poised to activate the beam weapon on his arm. Boom. The explosion propelled Ming Kanki out of room 3. Are you all right? Ming Kanki shook his head, finally registering the voice of the rolling beast. Just then, a figure emerged at the doorway. Clad in white, the individual had a hole in their shirt just below the left chest, revealing a circular black mark surrounded by a pristine white hemisphere. Goodness, the natives of a planet with 18 times Earth's gravity are truly formidable. That hemisphere appears more resilient than the materials within the starship's compartments. It withstood a beam weapon strike. Ming Kanki blinked, smiling as he looked at Aaliyah while raising the device in his hand. I recall this device is called a combat power detector, quite a fine piece of equipment. But why aren't you all wearing it? As he spoke, Ming Kanki attempted to don the detector. At that moment, Linda approached from behind and snatched the device away. This is merely a civilian version. Typically used for ordinary explorers, that we refer to it as a basic warning device. That IT lacks intelligence and can only detect energy anomalies. After fiddling with it and reviewing several data points, Linda became even more dismissive. This is a stripped-down version, capable only of detecting the energy signatures of living beings. However, it seems the communication function has been upgraded. Suddenly, Linda's eyes brightened. Perhaps we can trace the individuals behind this. Follow me, she commanded. Ming Kanki once again cradled the rolling beast and hurried after Linda. Aaliyah, seemingly oblivious to her disarray, wiped the sweat from her brow and followed along, her face flushed. I in the laboratory. The chicken-headed individual boasted, "Leave it to me, cluck. This low-end communication will take 30 seconds, cluck. Send me O2. Hasn't that nebula already been explored?" Linda questioned. Puzzled by the data the chicken-headed individual was locking onto. "Then let us explore it once more," came the captain's voice from the air. The Omega-3 planet harbors a potential dimensional resonance of 0.9575 with the homeworld of the digital tribe, indicating there may be an unsealed dimensional rift. Ming's electronic voice chimed in. It is possible this could be a trap. Following Linda's remark, communication fell into silence. After a few seconds, Linda asked, "Is there any way to remotely infiltrate using this device?" "No, the enemy possesses large-scale quantum equipment. The data transmitted by this handheld device is insufficient for a successful infiltration. That we would be alerting them. Cluck. What if Ming were to invade?" "Hey." Linda watched in astonishment as the rolling creature within Ming Kanki's embrace suddenly devolved into a shadowy orb. Should it regress further, it would be reduced to mere digital eggs. He hastily interrupted their discourse. With a sigh, Linda manipulated the terminal to project the image onto the bridge while broadcasting. "We cannot abandon our digital brethren. The Arclight civilization thrives on the harmonious coexistence of a diverse array of members aboard a starship, not through coercion or oppression, but through the spirit of inclusivity, of not forsaking or giving up on anyone. This ethos has long been woven into the very fabric of the Arclight civilization and its subordinate cultures." Linda's announcement resonated with finality. The captain promptly commanded, "Set course for Sunmao 2. Engage warp drive." Upon their return to the bridge, Ming Kanki and his companions noted that the shadowy orb had weakened considerably. Its once wide, yellow eyes now appeared lifeless and squinted. As the warp travel concluded, the starship entered the star system at a normal velocity. Shortly after, a desolate, sandy planet materialized on the main screen. Ming Kanki discerned from the alert information that this planet resonated dimensionally with the digital realm. Known as the Digital Dimensional Resonance Planet, or simply Digital Earth. Almost immediately, the enemy's position was also pinpointed. A crab-yellow circular spacecraft emerged upon the planet's surface, its landing gear resembling a ring of crab claws. A large civilian spacecraft captain muttered a few words before suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "This is a damn standard pirate ship. When did cosmic marauders dare to target our Arclight civilization? Send them a message informing them that this is the exploratory vessel of Arclight civilization, and they must vacate immediately." Not long after the message was dispatched, the communications officer reported, "The enemy ship is attempting to communicate." "Connect us," commanded the captain. As he issued the order, the screen illuminated with the image of a red-skinned, horned individual. He spoke menacingly. "This is the flagship of the Cosmic Emperor Kurd, and you would do well to depart at once. Should you provoke King Kurd, no matter your civilization, you will meet a fate worse than death." Kurd, another notorious figure. Ming Kanki was now certain they had ventured into the Dragon Ball universe. What should they do? Understanding the terrifying power of Kurd, who could obliterate stars with ease, Ming Kanki trembled slightly. "Fear not," said Alia gently. "Kurd is merely the ruler of the Ice Demon clan. His destructive capacity is only planetary. However," she added, "please refrain from striking so forcefully. Not everyone can withstand the gentle touch of 18 times Earth's gravity." Ahem. What is planetary level? Ming Kanki cleared his throat, subtly distancing himself from Alia. It refers to the classification system of cosmic civilizations within the Arclight civilization. It typically distinguishes between individual powerhouses and starships. The hierarchy is divided into 7 levels based on destructive capability: planetary, satellite, stellar, galactic, river system, and divine levels. Essentially, it denotes the ability to annihilate a planet with a single blow. Alia relished her role as a teacher, imparting knowledge. Ming Kanki felt he had learned much. Indeed, the power classification in the Dragon Ball universe was not solely based on combat power metrics. He regained his composure, shaking off his tremors, not from fear, but from a thrill that surged from within. Simultaneously, he wished to prolong his stay in this world, especially with the prospect of acquiring Dragon Balls. In fact, it dawned on Ming Kanki that perhaps the dragon could resolve his bloodline conflicts. The starship continued its approach to digital Earth. Within the bridge and various chambers, all combat functionalities, save for those of the digital beings, had been elevated to battle readiness. There's still no way to breach their defenses. Indeed, they likely possess advanced intelligent defenses that we are unable to infiltrate. During the initial communication attempt, the captain had covertly ordered the commencement of an incursion into the enemy's data center. Yet, as they neared digital Earth, an instinctual urge to turn back surged within him. His sixth sense was alerting him. Nevertheless, a sense of honor as an Arc-Light citizen kept him firmly seated. Silent. A relatively delicate hand rested upon his. The captain looked up to see Linda smiling, nodding with determination. Do what you believe is right. Her silent support struck deep within his heart. Suddenly, the captain smiled. He commanded, "Send the navigation log, documenting and transmitting today's events until the conclusion of the battle. We will not abandon a single comrade. Even if it is a trap, united we shall prevail," he declared. Now, red alert, enter combat status. Chapter 64. The experienced King Kurd. We must land on the planet to restore the energy of the digital beings. However, the likelihood of a trap is 99. 99. Ming's electronic voice echoed the captain's concerns. The trap had become almost overt. Perhaps it had been a conspiracy from the outset, but now it was a direct assault on their core spirit. The captain rose and addressed the entire ship. "But we will not abandon a single companion. This is the most glorious aspect of our Arc-Light civilization." Aboard the Miser, Linda stood up, nodding solemnly. The captain's gaze swept across the bridge, where all but Ming Kanki nodded in agreement. But on the main screen, various chambers displayed affirmations, thumbs up, and culturally unique gestures of recognition. In short, unanimous approval. Spirits were high. The captain waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Maximize all shields, and make a tentative landing on the planet's far side." "Kurd, they have reached the designated location," reported the chicken-headed man, utilizing a pitch-black device. "Excellent. Keep them here." King Kurd's flagship was positioned against the planet's far side, deep within the desert, where a colossal creature lay. A confident expression flickered across Kurd's cold visage as he mused, "At last, I can grow stronger. This opportunity cannot be missed. Just wait. When I am more powerful, you civilizations will be forced to labor for me." His laughter echoed, as if he had already achieved greatness. Suddenly, the enormous creature opened a cavity. Kurd's laughter ceased abruptly. He remained rooted, yet his entire being shot forth in an instant. A powerful disturbance erupted. The planet's gravitational force intensified hundreds of times. The starship shuddered violently. Almost simultaneously, a crimson beam shot skyward. The starship's shields flickered twice before being breached, leaving a circular gash upon its hull. The energy absorption shield failed. The energy shield was penetrated. The reactor was struck. Energy output plummeted by 35. Maintaining trajectory became impossible. The starship was dragged downward. An onslaught of unforeseen events unfolded. The captain's anger surged. A high-level civilization, an equally advanced civilization, is lurking behind the scenes, interfering with our shields. Bastards. If the energy absorption shield had not failed this level of attack. Fortunately, the captain's fury did not escalate into a frenzy. After a brief outburst, he swiftly entered a series of codes into the terminal. "It is an honor to work alongside you all. Now, a high-level civilization has allied with cosmic pirates to assault us through such despicable means that we have no retreat. It is time for a desperate fight. Activate nano-armor." Countless mercury-like liquids surged from the floor, spreading beneath each crew member's feet, enveloping them entirely. Even the black sphere beast in Ming Kanki's possession was enveloped. Once the covering was complete, the silver hue faded, or rather, became transparent. The crew members appeared unchanged. Yet, through Ming Kanki's Sharingan, a layer of white energy aura emerged around them. The backup power reactor was successfully activated. The starship began its transformation. It shifted from a horizontal to a vertical position. And astonishingly, like a human, Its hands descended and its legs spread apart. Soon, the starship morphed into a true robotic form. The left leg straightened, the right leg bent, the left arm raised in defense, and the right arm extended, poised for attack. At this moment, the shield surrounding the starship had turned crimson, a result of the high temperatures generated by friction with the atmosphere. Then, the starship executed a complete about-face. The left arm extended forward, brandishing the shield, while the right arm's main cannon flashed. A spiraling red and white beam shot forth, creating a vortex that pierced through the clouds, aimed directly at King Kurd. At this juncture, the starship seemed to truly become one entity, transformed into a colossal warrior nearly 1,000 meters tall. Ming Kanki suddenly realized that this war resembled a replay of the interstellar battles he had experienced in the MF world. Unless he exerted himself to the utmost, he would be of no assistance. Even during the starship's transformation, the violent tremors compelled him to channel an immense amount of chakra into the ground. Yet, the crew remained unaffected, steadfastly and accurately performing their duties. Death energy projectile. Block it for me. King Kurd, feeling isolated and unsupported, condensed a massive energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters, attempting to intercept the starship's main cannon. However, that immense red sphere was pierced through in an instant, in a flash. The remaining force of the main cannon was about to strike King Kurd, who had crossed his arms in preparation to withstand the impact. With a resounding hum, a yellow-hued spacecraft appeared above King Kurd. The green shield flickered and shattered, the hull punctured. Haha, excellent timing. Although King Kurd could withstand the recent attack, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries, with his subordinates protecting him from harm. He was more than willing to offer praise. He then soared into the sky, enveloped in a sphere of white energy. This technique was none other than the new star strike later employed by Frisia. As King Kurd spoke, the starship's captain also declared, "The planet-level main cannon has been weakened twice in succession, yet it only breached the hull of that spacecraft. Shield energy charging. The impact is imminent." No sooner had the captain finished speaking than a tremendous crash reverberated, violently shaking the entire warship. From the outside, the starship recoiled several hundred meters, seemingly losing its balance. Simultaneously, announcements echoed within the starship. Nanobots repair completed. Energy reactor restored. Shield energy fully activated. The starship raised its left arm, and a clear, hemispherical, honeycomb-shaped energy shield materialized before it. Planetary destruction projectile. King Kurd unleashed another strike. It appeared that he possessed substantial experience. From the initial ambush to the present, every move he made was executed with impeccable timing, each strike powerful enough to inflict catastrophic damage upon the starship. Fortunately, although the energy-absorbing shield had been targeted and rendered ineffective, other energy shields remained operational at full-powered this moment. A black energy sphere the size of a human head descended, precisely intercepted by a honeycomb shield. Instantly, the planetary destruction projectile clashed with the shield. From the outside, violent bolts of lightning erupted, while the projectile, though small, had already partially penetrated the shield, observing the data and accurate images on the main screen. Ming Kanki could see the energies of the shield and the planetary destruction projectile rapidly canceling each other out. The projectile was ensnared within the shield like a black hole in the fabric of space-time, unable to breach the shield's surface. Soon, the shield's energy plummeted to 10 AT. That moment, the planetary destruction projectile erupted. This was also a drawback of energy projectiles. A portion of the energy was required to maintain its form, otherwise, it would dissipate or even explode. Yet, King Kurd remained undeterred, instead chuckling coldly. "I've been waiting for this moment." Chapter 65. Open Conspiracy, Hidden Conspiracy, Death Beams charged and unleashed. With pinpoint accuracy, a dozen enhanced red death beams became King Kurd's trump card. The instant the planetary destruction projectile exploded was when the starship's shield energy was at its lowest. In that fleeting moment, several death beams struck the shield, further depleting its energy. Following that, a barrage of death beams rained down, piercing through the shield. The remaining 3 death beams directly created 3 small holes, merely 2 or 3 fingers wide, in the starship's left arm. King Kurd immediately raised both arms high. A massive energy sphere, resembling a molten lava fireball, began to rapidly take shape. This was an evolved version of the death energy projectile. A super attack developed to obliterate stars, known as the supernova. At this juncture, the starship's shield remained unresponsive. The starship was excessively intricate. The tiny punctures, comparable to a mere needle piercing an arm, were insignificant relative to the starship's hundreds of meters in width and nearly 1,000 meters in height. However, These 3 small holes were enough to temporarily incapacitate the shield. Inside the starship, the captain cursed vehemently once more. Damn it. How could a pirate captain possibly know the key locations of our main shield? Nanobot repairs have commenced automatically. Estimated time, 10 seconds. Main cannon has cooled down. Good. Let's show him what we've got. With a thunderous roar, the starship finally descended onto the surface of the digital Earth. At that moment, King Kurd's supernova began its descent. The starship's right arm extended, and once again, a spiraling red and white beam was unleashed from the main cannon. With a hum, Ming Kanki felt slightly dazed. He could hear the shockwave produced by the collision of the main cannon and the supernova dot on the main screen. The spiraling beam continuously rotated, attempting to penetrate the supernova. The supernova, slowly descending, aimed to land and explode. The two forces clashed, generating countless bolts of lightning and swiftly forming a cloud of dust. The sky darkened, quickly becoming pitch black. Upon the bridge, amidst the dim red light, aside from the captain and the ongoing reports, no one else dared to speak. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The main cannon fired for 5 seconds. Energy intensity dropped by 25 that the cooling system operated at an overload of 113. Energy reactor output was at 110. Nanobot repairs were 70 complete. The shield could be activated. Activate the shield. Concentrate all energy into the fist. No need. Teleport me out. Suddenly, a determined and brave voice interrupted the captain's command. Everyone turned to see that it was none other than the battle Tyrannosaurus steel reappearing beside Ming Kanki. Gaia Energy Cannon. In a flash of soft light, the battle Tyrannosaurus materialized above the starship's head. Immediately, a gold-red energy sphere exceeding 3 meters in diameter was hurled towards King Kurd's supernova, with a resounding explosion. The Gaia Energy Cannon detonated, combining with the last second of energy from the main cannon, ultimately igniting the supernova. The violent explosion instantly cleared half the planet's cloud cover. In an instant, the sky was devoid of clouds. Humph, not bad at all. King Kurd remained unfazed, instead coldly sneering as he unleashed energy blasts, continuing his assault in an attempt to overpower the starship. However, this time, he seemed to have lost that precise attacking state. The scattered attacks could not inflict decisive damage upon the starship. Furthermore, the occasional interventions by the battle Tyrannosaurus seemed to have plunged the situation into a war of attrition. I don't understand. Our size is too large, lacking agility. He has every capability to exploit this weakness. Why is he insisting on confronting our shield head-on? Ming Kanki, who had felt helpless throughout the battle, could no longer contain himself. Just as Ming Kanki had articulated, the King of Kurd appeared to navigate erratically, swaying left and right, yet in reality, all his efforts were directed at the frontal assault on the starship, with 90 of his strikes landing upon the shields. Although the shields were temporarily compromised, the main cannon had cooled down, allowing for a timely shot that bought sufficient time for the shields to regenerate. The cycle of cooling the main cannon and recharging the shields continued. The King of Kurd's seemingly fierce attacks were, in essence, a futile endeavor, merely a protracted struggle. How much energy can a single entity store? What about a starship? It is evident even to the most naive that a starship of the same class possesses a greater capacity. Thus, the actions of the King of Kurd were utterly meaningless, unless there was a hidden agenda. Upon being questioned by Ming Kanki, the crew on the bridge was immediately taken aback. The captain commanded decisively. Ignite the thrusters, activate the anti-gravity system. We must attempt to regain our trajectory. Transport me outside. We will buy you some time. A calm voice interjected into the communication. On the main screen appeared a fully armed Steel Garurumon. Hell-freezing breath. As Steel Garurumon emerged, it unleashed a blast of frigid air that instantly froze one of the King of Kurd's attacks. Subsequently, a blinding white light enveloped Steel Garurumon and the battle Tyrannomon. Merging them together, they had initiated a joint evolution. Omega-Mon materialized, thinking of fleeing. You cannot escape. Experience my stellar-level ultimate move. The King of Kurd, clutching a sphere of energy at his abdomen, exerted pressure, his towering figure bending under the strain. As he witnessed the starship attempting to ascend, he brazenly gathered energy to unleash a powerful attack. The intense gravitational force re-emerged, dramatically reducing the starship's ascent speed. You will not succeed. Garurumon Cannon. Although Omega-Mon had not evolved into Omega-Mon X, his Garurumon Cannon's power had significantly increased. The intense blue beam struck the King of Kurd, instantly encasing him in absolute zero temperatures. Despite the drastic slowdown, the starship continued its ascent. According to reports, Ming Kanki understood that they would reach digital Earth synchronous orbit in just 3 minutes. Omegamon maneuvered around the intensified gravity zone, providing cover. The colossal ice block, formed by the King of Kurd, landed on the ground without shattering, and he remained unconscious. It seemed that after Ming Kanki's reminder, everything began to shift in a favorable direction. As they drew nearer to orbit, the blue sky lay beneath their feet while the starry expanse loomed above. The oppressive atmosphere of the bridge lightened considerably. This strategy, entirely aimed at us, could not have been crafted by mere cosmic pirates. Our adversary knows us well. Though reluctant to admit it, we must acknowledge the presence of a traitor among us. Ming Kanki cast a glance at the speaker, who bore unique cloud-like patterns on his head, a member of the Mei clan. Indeed, a loose tongue. Such words were ill-timed and could undermine morale. Ming Kanki silently shook his head, finally forming a lasting impression of the Mei's indiscreet nature. The captain remained silent for a long moment before turning to say, "Thus, it is highly probable that the enemy has acquired detailed information about our internal workings. They likely understand our thought processes intimately. The only thing they do not know is you." Note: a moment equals 0. 36 seconds, while an instant equals 3 times 10 minus 24 seconds. Chapter 66. Temporal and Spatial Transition. It was precisely because Ming Kanki's thought process remained uncomprehended that he could effectively guide everyone away from conventional thinking. Thus, the strong gravitational field was hurriedly activated, yet it failed to ensnare the starship, allowing it to return to its trajectory. It was entirely logical, but I am the prime suspect, am I not? As soon as these words escaped his lips, Ming Kanki mentally chastised himself. This was tantamount to leading their suspicions directly to him. Now, regardless of whether he was a spy, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny. That no, certainly not. The captain swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting instead, "You are entirely without suspicion. Therefore, take the key and escape with the highest technology aboard this starship. If fortune favors you, we may meet again. If possible, please return the data to the Arc-Light civilization." What? This shift in tone is too abrupt. What is happening? We have already reached orbit. We only need to accelerate into warp speed and escape. Why the sudden directive for me to flee? Ming Kanki was momentarily perplexed. He stammered, "I might be able to buy you some time, perhaps if I use illusions to control the King of Kurd. Futile. To control a being of planetary class like the King of Kurd, one must at least have attained the initial stages of planetary-level power," Linda replied with a smile. The captain added, "Moreover, we cannot enter warp speed. That strong gravitational well is not meant to pull us back to the surface. It is designed to restrict warp travel. We can only fight with our backs against the wall." That we had all understood this when the gravitational well appeared. But Ming Kanki suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say. "Don't cry. Look at this key." Linda took the key from the captain and waved it before Ming Kanki's eyes. Upon hearing her words, Ming Kanki realized he had indeed shed tears. Children are so unreliable, easily swayed by emotions, he thought as he wiped his eyes, searching for a reason to justify his tears. It seems to be just an ordinary key from the 21st century. This remark elicited a wave of good-natured laughter. Ming Kanki took the key into his hands. It emitted a golden glow, shimmering as if in celebration. "Flee. Do not allow the infinity to fall into their hands," the captain concluded, and Linda patted Ming Kanki on the shoulder. The ever-unchanging robotic figure of Ming stood up and said, "Follow me," and walked directly out of the bridge. Following Ming, Ming Kanki posed numerous questions, to which Ming provided many answers. For instance, the home planet of the Arc-Light civilization is Earth from the southern galaxy, situated in the 53rd century, with dozens of planets known as Earth within the galaxy. Ming also quickly imparted some starship piloting knowledge to Ming Kanki. Knowing he had to pilot the starship to escape, Ming Kanki decided to switch to his secondary personality for better retention of knowledge. However, they soon reached the hangar. Ming Kanki had not acquired much piloting knowledge. In the corner of the hangar stood a hemispherical white structure. Ming gestured for Ming Kanki to approach his target. "Is this a starship? Are you jesting with me? This structure, less than 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, seems too small to even lie down in." Ming Kanki smirked but chose to keep his thoughts to himself. At that moment, he felt as though he had been played for a fool. Perhaps this key was merely a glowing device activated by a fingerprint sensor. Deciding to remain silent, he coldly opened the door and stepped inside. At the moment the door closed, Ming's electronic voice suddenly stuttered. After managing to utter 2 words, his projected face flickered as if disrupted by static. Shortly thereafter, Ming's visage vanished completely, and the entire mechanism collapsed with a clang. Under quantum surge pulse attack, our communication has been severed. Ming Kenki did not hear the announcement. Unbeknownst to him, Ming had been attacked. Leading to the shutdown, he also remained unaware that the last information Ming saw was faithfully transmitted to the Net Clan's quantum network. What are you lingering for? There is no time left. Hurry. As Ming Kenki entered the small structure, still reeling from shock, he heard the captain's urgent shout. Simultaneously, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, suggesting the starship was under attack. Following the sound, Ming Kenki noticed an image materializing on the console across from him. That was indeed the real-time image from the bridge. The crimson energy projectile, pulsating with a purplish hue, shattered the main screen of the bridge. Gradually tearing the starship apart, destruction arrived with a swiftness that surpassed imagination. Jump, in just a few strides, covering a distance of several meters without any apparatus. Ming Kenki forcefully thrust the jump control lever to its maximum position. What transpired next was beyond his comprehension, for at the very instant the jump was initiated, he, the architect of this calamity, was rendered unconscious by the violent fluctuations of space-time. When he regained consciousness, he found himself and the starship ensconced within a peculiar realm. This space was devoid of any starlight, yet it was shrouded in a blinding whiteness that appeared to present no barriers, yet moving forward would inevitably result in collisions with unseen walls, causing bizarre leaps or reversals at times. It was not the space that leapt, but rather the timer would spiral out of control. Thus, Ming Kenki bestowed upon this enigmatic expanse the name Temporal Corridor. Smack. Casting aside the electronic book in his grasp and listening to the chime of the bell, Ming Kenki grumbled, "All right, I understand you won't speak. You only emit simple chimes." This was not the first instance of him expressing such sentiments. As the bell chimed once more, he remarked, "Oh, I comprehend. You can alter the interval and volume of the chimes. But that holds no significance that I cannot decipher it in truth." Ming Kenki was somewhat attuned to the emotions embedded within the chimes. This was astonishing, for the starship housed no intelligence. Therefore, the chimes were entirely produced by the ship itself. It was alive. Well, indeed, if only I could comprehend the 73.22 million words of illustrations in the manual, we could escape this wretched temporal corridor. Yet, I am merely a product of humanity's nascent civilization, possessing only the most ordinary of university diplomas. My intellect cannot fathom concepts that transcend several, even dozens, of eras. Hey, be quiet. My secondary persona embodies reason, rationality, and calmness. It can indeed enhance my learning capacity and combat abilities to a certain extent. However, that enhancement has its limits. It merely allows me to utilize the capabilities I inherently possess to their fullest, but cannot surpass that threshold. Sorry, I am just an ordinary person from the 21st century, not a genius. Yes, it's time to study. The secondary persona interjected, rationally picking up the electronic book from the floor to read. This encapsulated Ming Kenki's existence during the temporal jump. Indeed, the jump had not yet concluded. In truth, it was Ming Kenki who did not know how to bring it to an end, the very least. Pulling the jump control lever back proved utterly futile. Note: the death cannon, an energy attack by King Kurd, possesses the capability to obliterate a medium-sized red dwarf star with a mass ranging from 0.075 to 0.5 solar masses. However, utilizing this technique severely drains King Kurd's energy, rendering him temporarily incapable of launching powerful attacks. Chapter 67. Bulma in the blink of an eye. 3 years had elapsed since entering the temporal corridor. Fortunately, despite the starship's unremarkable exterior, its internal technological prowess far exceeded what Ming Kenki could conceive. The material printer could fabricate any food or drink he desired. The holographic simulation gaming console could construct an almost entirely realistic world within a 10-meter radius. While engaged in gameplay, Ming Kenki often failed to perceive that he was merely traversing a confined space of 10 meters. Over these 3 years, Ming Kenki's secondary persona mastered the piloting techniques outlined in the manual. Having read it nearly 100 times, however, that was where the progress halted. It was akin to a university graduate from the 21st century, recently unemployed, attempting to grasp the scientific principles of the 53rd century. Not to mention the complexities. Even the arcane civilization had only recently developed the technology for hyperspace jumps. He could not even comprehend the most rudimentary nuclear fusion apparatus detailed in their manual. which was considered elementary education for them. But as for his primary persona, he had become exceedingly restless over the past 3 years. When not conversing with the starship, he would engage the gaming console. Although it appeared comical, with one speaking and the other chiming, it ultimately preserved Ming Kanki's invaluable linguistic skills. Naturally, the primary persona was not solely indulging in games. He was utilizing them to hone combat techniques. Yet, the starship consistently scoffed at him. This was something he could distinctly hear with each chime. It seemed the bell was mocking him. Strangely, throughout these 3 years, neither persona had contemplated leaving this realm. Even in solitude, with no visible path forward, he remained steadfast in this dreamlike world, not even allowing the notion of departure to arise. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds drifted lazily, verdant trees provided shade. And the air was alive with the sounds of birds and beasts, with the occasional dinosaur wandering amidst the layered mountains. This was a planet referred to as Earth by its indigenous inhabitants. Located in the northern galaxy, however, this Earth was not a domain for dinosaurs. On the contrary, humanity had established thriving metropolises. 5 colossal cities sprawled across the cardinal directions, with scattered villages resembling stars around them. Further afield lay the remote mountains, forests, deserts, and other terrains rarely traversed by human feet. This planet possessed an extraordinary quality. It resembled an unfurled map rather than a celestial body. On this map, the further south one ventured, the hotter it became. Conversely, the further north, the colder. The inhabitants of this world could circumnavigate it from west to east or vice versa, but traveling north to south proved impossible. This Earth was richly adorned with vegetation, countless mountain ranges, and vast expanses of desert. Here, humans coexisted with dinosaurs and numerous other highly intelligent beings, such as bat people, invisible entities, bear men, pig men, dog men, and many others who could rightfully be labeled as human. Most astonishingly, this Earth was home to deities and mystical creatures like dragons. It was said that by gathering 7 Dragon Balls, one could fulfill any wish. Legend has it that the current king of Earth became sovereign after assembling the 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish. Now, countless years later, the legend of the Dragon Balls had resurfaced, and the quest for them was about to commence anew. In a forest, a small off-road vehicle sped along a narrow path, the sound system blasting an unknown vibrant tune. A young girl with lavender hair, as per comic design, pulled out a pocket watch-like device, pressed a couple of buttons, and glanced at it. Alas, still quite a distance to go. Had I known, I would have brought an aircraft. I initially considered that the Dragon Balls might be hidden in the depths of the mountains, making a plane impractical. I completely overlooked the fact that this is a global phenomenon. Who would have thought that the genius Bulma, would make an error? Humph, I will definitely gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Hee. Should I wish for a charming prince or an endless supply of strawberries? Lost in her daydreams, Bulma failed to notice a deer crossing the path ahead. Crash. The vehicle collided with the deer. I'm sorry. The deer's pained cry startled Bulma. After all, she was still a girl. She shouted in alarm, pressing the accelerator instead of the brake. With a roar, the vehicle leapt forward, careening off the path and speeding ahead like a headless fly, only to crash into a tree after several hundred meters. Despite the presence of a seatbelt, the sheer force of inertia rendered Bulma unconscious. As she succumbed to darkness, she murmured, "I'm sorry." The 16-year-old young female driver, given her continuous apologies, might be forgiven. The deer likely thought the same, as it groggily rose to its feet and staggered away. During the time Bulma was unconscious, in the sky, by the edge of a temple square warded against Muggle intrusions, a deity with gray-green skin carefully observed a swirling spherical region above, from which incessant bolts of lightning emanated. Suddenly, the lightning within the sphere surged dramatically, transforming into a nearly 10-meter-wide lightning orb. Following that, a semi-spherical structure erupted from the tumultuous electrical storm. Continuing onward, it veered off course, drifting into the distance, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. After crashing through several large trees with a series of loud thuds, the small house finally landed safely. Its once pristine white exterior had transformed into a canvas of green, gray, and brown graffiti. The entrance was further darkened by soot. With a creak, the door swung inward, and a man, covered in dust and grime, emerged, coughing. He surveyed his surroundings, paused for 2 seconds, and then began to shout and laugh heartily, his coughing not hindering his exuberance. Cough, cough. Hello world. Haha. I have finally returned to the true world. Bonjour le monde. I'm back. Haha, cough, cough. As the bell tolled, animals within a several-mile radius cautiously glanced around. Even those in slumber were stirred awake by the sound. The more timid birds took flight in a panic. Hearing the bell, the man spread his arms in resignation, saying, "All right, I understand we need to keep a low profile. But I haven't stolen or robbed anything. You were sent to me by them." The Arclight civilization didn't even bother to investigate and laid the blame squarely on my shoulders. I refused to bear this unjust burden. He was none other than Ming Kanki, who had finally returned to the normal world from the time-space corridor. But it may sound a bit unscientific, and perhaps it truly is a case of reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. In any case, yesterday, though not in the broad sense of the term, but rather Ming Kanki's own yesterday, was when his secondary personality, after thoroughly reviewing the manual, had a sudden epiphany. He forcibly boosted the thrust of the propulsion system, executing an unprecedented leap while simultaneously shattering the super bubble. The super bubble, a fragile entity enveloping time-space capabilities akin to a soap bubble, did not burst gently. Its explosion tore a void in the time-space corridor, creating a wormhole connecting it to the normal world. Subsequently, Ming Kanki and his house starship fell through. Chapter 68. Buma 2 taking unconventional routes always exacts a toll. Ming Kanki, through a moment of inspiration and sheer audacity, broke through the time-space corridor, but at the cost of completely damaging his house starship's propulsion system. Upon returning to the normal world, when the starship received a wanted notice broadcasted throughout the universe by the Arclight civilization, Ming Kanki was left utterly aghast. Fortunately, he was in a state where his secondary personality was manifesting, allowing him to remain calm and rational as he piloted the starship safely to the ground. Upon stepping out and once again gazing at the verdant forest, his primary personality could no longer contain himself, bursting forth to vent the frustrations he had bottled up for 3 long years. The bell tolled again, causing some skittish animals to flee, while a fainted girl was similarly roused. "Yes, I understand. I certainly cannot go there directly. Doing so would surely lead to my demise. A single hyperspace leap took 3 years. But in reality, 300 years have passed. Who would believe that? The Arclight civilization certainly wouldn't." Ming Kanki rambled on, his voice unabashedly loud. For 3 years, he had spoken to the starship without any concern for eavesdroppers. He was simply accustomed to it and could not change that habit. Moreover, I need to repair the propulsion system first. For someone like me, fixing it is quite the challenge. Ming Kanki was in the midst of his monologue when he seemed to be arguing with the bell. Buma approached cautiously, armed with a pistol. She navigated around the broken trees until she finally caught sight of the disheveled Ming Sanchi. That moment, the magical law of cinematic drama took effect. With a crack, Buma inadvertently stepped on a twig, causing the bell to abruptly cease. Ming Kanki halted his speech, quickly turning his gaze to the glimpse of light purple hair peeking through the fallen branches. Instantly, Ming Kanki was filled with excitement. This was not merely a normal world. It was a world inhabited by normal humans. He eagerly stepped forward. "Halt." Bang! Buma, startled, fired a warning shot. Then, boldly stepping out from the branches, she aimed her pistol at Ming Kanki and declared, "I said stop. Don't make me shoot you." Rather than stopping, Ming Kanki used his instantaneous movement technique to appear directly in front of Buma. "Wow! A person! A live person! Ha!" Ming Kanki exclaimed, circling Buma in excitement before suddenly finding himself at a loss for words. He didn't even know where to place his hands, raising them one moment and lowering them the next, gesturing aimlessly before freezing in place. After a moment of this amusing, almost pantomime-like behavior, Buma sensed that the man before her posed no real threat. Though she did not lower her weapon, her tone softened as she inquired, "Who are you?" "Ah, good question." Ming Kanki finally felt less awkward. "I am Ming Xianqi. My starship took 3 years for a single leap." He rapidly recounted his circumstances without a single lie. Once finished, he paused and sheepishly asked, Did I speak too quickly?" After wiping his face, Ming Kanki's countenance was even darker than before. Buma chuckled softly before replying seriously, "I understand. You are an alien. Your spacecraft has crashed. That is your spacecraft." "Isn't it? Speaking of which, it looks rather ugly." With each remark about the unattractiveness of his spacecraft, Ming Kanki nodded in agreement. However, when the bell suddenly rang loudly again, he quickly shook his head, saying, "Its exterior may be plain, but it is hardly ugly. There's a saying about inner beauty that if you step inside, you will witness something truly magnificent. Indeed, many things are broken, but crashed. That is a bit of an exaggeration. Wow, it's much larger inside than outside." Have you truly managed to utilize space technology to this extent? Upon entering the starship, Bulma expressed surprise but didn't seem overly astonished. After all, she was the daughter of the founder of the Universal Capsule Company and was familiar with space technology herself. I wouldn't know. It was given to me by someone else. After a round of conversation, Ming Kenki quickly regained his normal linguistic abilities thanks to the powerful talents bestowed by his mysterious lineage. Simultaneously, he and Bulma reached an agreement. Bulma would assist him in repairing the house starship, and in return, he would help her search for the Dragon Balls. Then I will immediately call them to come retrieve the spacecraft. They can also bring the necessary capsule for the aircraft. Bulma remarked, by the way, your spacecraft looks quite ugly. Do you really not want to modify it? I assure you, its functionality is quite remarkable. Let us keep it as it is. Ming Kenki repeatedly responded to Bulma's critiques of the spherical White House-shaped starship that in truth, his innermost thought was, it is a living starship. Do not think of stripping it down. While waiting, Ming Kenki took a shower and changed his clothes inside the starship. Finally shedding his dusty appearance, he wore a fitted outfit. Though, to be honest, he had none that truly fit. During the 3 years in the time-space corridor, Ming Kenki had matured, transitioning from a youth to a young man. His physique fully developed into that of an adult, a clear testament to his Saiyan heritage. It was evident that no one could expect a man to design a well-fitted outfit, especially when that man had devoted most of his focus to studying manuals, training, and conversing with the starship. Thus, Ming Kenki had no tailored clothing, only makeshift attire. Nevertheless, whether as Son Wukong, Uchiha Madara, Shinja Hashirama, or even in his current form, he was undoubtedly handsome. In that regard, there was no conflict with his lineage. Ming Kenki's fiery short hair framed his clean visage, his skin fair yet devoid of any pallor. In summary, he has now transformed into a charming young man capable of captivating both octogenarian ladies and 3-year-old girls alike. Bulma gazed at Ming Kenki for a few seconds. Her cheeks suddenly flushed as she exclaimed, "Hey, although I am naturally beautiful, you mustn't entertain any peculiar thoughts." Ah, this fellow truly is Bulma. Her boisterous personality, previously devoid of any such notions, now seemed to have awakened, especially with her attire being so revealing. Ugh, I mustn't dwell on that. It appears my body has entered puberty, and I'm feeling rather heated. Bulma's face was flushed with embarrassment, yet she feigned a nonchalant demeanor, instantly eliciting a reaction from Ming Kenki's body. He suddenly felt a wave of dryness in his mouth and, with his face reddening, shouted, "I need to check something," and escaped back to the spaceship. It wasn't until a large aircraft arrived that he emerged from the starship. Thus, the starship was taken to the West Dublif Manor, permitted only for repairs, with strict orders against disassembly. Ming Kenki then followed Bulma as they journeyed westward and southward, flying over forests and seas, until they descended onto a flat expanse along the southeastern mountain range of the continent. Afterwards, they took a car heading northeast, towards the third Dragon Ball that was Bulma's target. Chapter 69. First encounter with Son Wukong on their enchanting journey, filled with laughter and banter. The handsome young man and beautiful woman quickly became inseparable friends. It became evident that anyone could potentially be a member of the Beauty Association, even Bulma, the daughter of the planet's wealthiest tycoon. Along the verdant forest paths, the two exchanged casual conversation, punctuated by fits of laughter. Suddenly, a fish with a crab-like head appeared in their path. A monster, Bulma shrieked, pressing the accelerator once more. Bang! The impact was substantial, sending a 1-meter-high fish tumbling to the roadside. The front of the car crumpled, and the engine sputtered to a halt. I told you I should drive. Look, you've crashed into something again, Ming Kenki remarked, his face still adorned with a smile. Since arriving on Earth, his good spirits had remained unbroken. Even after the car collided with an object, he continued to smile, as if under a spell. Bulma shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "Don't even think about it. Your driving skills are atrocious. The last time I let you drive, we almost plunged into a ditch." Ming Kenki's smile faltered. Bulma bore no ill will towards him, but that incident had resulted in the destruction of one of her last 2 spare vehicles. "Where did this monster come from? Trying to steal my fish? Just watch me take you down." A child with a red staff emerged from behind the fish. He dashed under the car and, to their astonishment, lifted it and tossed it aside. Goodness, he truly is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Son Wukong. At such a young age, he possessed the strength of 1 or 2 tons. Inside the car, Ming Kenki was too busy bickering with Bulma to notice Son Wukong. At that moment, the two within the overturned vehicle exchanged bewildered glances. Damn it, this was the last car? After a brief pause, Bulma regained her composure, rolled down the window, and drew a pistol, firing 3 shots. Bulma, no. Stop. Ming Kanki's pleas came too late. Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma crawled out of the window. Ouch! You monster! Sun Wukong suddenly scurried to a distance, standing up and pointing his Rui Bang at Bulma, his expression serious and menacing. Ming Kanki, who had been crawling out, sensed the faint aura of hostility. He immediately shouted, "Wait!" Channeling his chakra, he leaped out and landed in front of Bulma. Another monster is emerging from within this one. Let's fight. Ming Kanki's sudden appearance startled Sun Wukong, who had already regarded them as monsters. Now confirming his suspicions, Sun Wukong swung his staff to strike. Activating his Sharingan, Ming Kanki observed and anticipated the attack. Though Sun Wukong's speed was not blindingly fast, it exceeded that of the quickest sprinters. The distance of 3 to 5 meters was traversed in an instant, and within that fleeting moment, his staff was already poised above Ming Kanki's head. However, in that brief instant, Ming Kanki had activated his Sharingan, successfully detecting weaknesses and predicting Sun Wukong's movements. Without employing any special techniques, he merely crouched down, extended his hands forward, seized Sun Wukong's hands gripping the staff, and executed a shoulder throw. Crash. Thud. Sun Wukong collided with the car, flipping the overturned vehicle onto its back, while he himself bounced back to the ground. Despite appearing as though he had taken a hard hit, covered in dirt and dust, Sun Wukong effortlessly stood up, pointing his Rui Bang at Ming Kanki, declaring resolutely, "You are strong, but I won't hand over my prey to you." With that, Sun Wukong charged at Ming Kanki again, undeterred and eager for another bout. Ming Kanki chuckled, feeling a renewed sense of excitement at returning to a normal world. With precision, he executed a left-handed chop and a right-handed grab, snatching Sun Wukong's staff away. Following that, he delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Bam! Sun Wukong crashed against the car, this time denting the car door. Ming Kanki shook his hand. Although he had struck Sun Wukong, the forces were reciprocal. The punch landed on the soft abdomen, yet Ming Kanki felt as though he had struck a stone mountain. Clearly, Sun Wukong possessed formidable strength and defense, while Ming Kanki's strength was not insubstantial, and his speed was sufficient. Without utilizing ninjutsu, Ming Kanki would be unable to breach Sun Wukong's defenses. Sun Wukong's skin was as tough as armor. Wait, we aren't here to steal your things. As Sun Wukong prepared to retaliate, Bulma quickly clarified. She even added that she was a girl and he was a boy, exclaiming, "Have you never seen outsiders before?" Sun Wukong, encountering a girl for the first time, spun around, realizing they were quite similar, aside from the tail, and promptly dismissed the earlier incident, cheerfully suggesting, "Oh really? Haha, I'll treat you to a meal." With that, Sun Wukong dragged the large fish ahead, while Ming Kanki and Bulma followed behind. The trio turned a corner, traversed a small hill, and ascended a larger mountain. Finally, they reached Sun Wukong's humble abode, a small shrine nestled halfway up the mountain. "Grandpa, I've brought friends today." Upon entering, Sun Wukong approached the altar and clasped his hands in prayer. Beneath the altar's cushion lay a 4-star Dragon Ball, radiating a golden glow as Sun Wukong paid his respects. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. "It's the Dragon Ball!" Bulma exclaimed with delight, rushing over to retrieve it. "Don't touch it, Grandpa!" Sun Wukong shouted, instantly transforming into a protective creature. Reluctantly, Bulma set it down and presented her own Dragon Ball, explaining its significance in the end. She even lifted her skirt, resorting to seduction. Ming Kanki's eyes feasted upon the sight, his temper flaring. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice. Bulma's face turned crimson as she hurriedly lowered her skirt. "Oh no, will he think I'm a promiscuous woman? Should I explain myself?" In that moment, Bulma turned her back to Ming Kanki, nearly petrified. "Sun Wukong, may I ask you a question? Do you wish to become stronger?" Ming Kanki inquired after beckoning Sun Wukong over. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Of course. Excellent. I know that your grandfather's master is still alive. He is revered as the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian, and is arguably the strongest human on Earth in this era." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed even brighter. Ming Kanki even entertained the notion that upon revealing the address, Sun Wukong would bolt off immediately. "I challenge you to a formal duel that if I win, the Dragon Ball will belong to me. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall reveal to you Master Wu Tian's residence. What do you say?" Ming Kanki eagerly inquired. Seizing the moment that AS anticipated, Sun Wukong immediately took the bait. He struck a combat stance characteristic of the turtle school, declaring, "All right, let us not tarry and engage once more." They began to play rock, paper, scissors. Wood leaf, rising wind. With a kick that met his fist, leveraging his physical advantage, Ming Kenki sent Sun Wukong soaring through the air. Following this, he executed a spinning kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. In that singular exchange, Ming Kenki emerged victorious. Chapter 70. A roundabout journey, here you go. Take good care of Grandpa. Once I grow stronger, I shall defeat you and reclaim it. After entrusting the Dragon Clan to Ming Kenki, Sun Wukong departed alone after their meal. Although not particularly directionally challenged, Sun Wukong wandered aimlessly, serendipitously encountering a sea turtle. The two lost souls continued to meander until they stumbled upon a small, bald-headed boy at the edge of a sugarcane field. The trio eventually returned to the turtle hermit's abode. In a roundabout fashion, Sun Wukong found himself once again entangled in his training narrative. Meanwhile, Ming Kenki and Bulma were also on a circuitous path. By the time Sun Wukong and his companions reached the seaside, Ming Kenki and Bulma had already breached the confines of Oolong Village, vanquished the minor boss Oolong, and obtained a shape-shifting pig along with a versatile capsule vehicle. Thus, the duo became a trio, as the pig-headed creature was, indeed, a being. The three set off southwest from the village of Oolong, making a beeline towards the fiery mountain. Be cautious. As expected, another minor boss materialized. The desert bandit Uchiha, riding a new anti-gravity motorcycle, aimed a rocket launcher directly at Ming Kenki and his companions. Observing this, Ming Kenki swiftly scooped up Bulma, who was piloting the motorcycle, and vanished in an instant. With a resounding explosion, the motorcycle shattered into fragments. Remarkably, the pig-headed creature emerged merely singed and dusty. Survived? You scoundrel! You prioritize allure over friendship. Who's your friend, little pig? In the days that followed, with the ever-escaping Oolong, Ming Kenki's excitement finally stabilized somewhat. Thus, when faced with Oolong's barbs, he was able to maintain a stoic expression rather than a smile. Meeting the Crimson Sharingan eye, Oolong felt a chill and hurriedly laughed. Ha. There's nothing of the sort. I am merely a captive. Nothing more. Ha. Still have the time to chat? Hand over your versatile capsules. Otherwise, Uchiha leapt off his motorcycle, brandishing a gleaming sword, clearly indicating his intent to rob. What? You wish to rob us? Bulma promptly reached for her gun. However, as she was being held by Ming Kenki, her hand was firmly pressed against his. The motion immediately froze. It seemed that ever since Ming Kenki had glimpsed her skirt's allure, Bulma had become rather bashful. Girl, run. Upon hearing the voice and spotting Bulma, Uchiha was taken aback and swiftly sped away on his motorcycle, leaving no trace. Wow, you're impressive, Bulma. With just one sentence, you scared off the bandit. Ming Kenki praised. Bulma, blushing, quickly leaped from his embrace. What a fool. Another one who has never seen a girl, Bulma remarked, glancing at the capsule in her hand. What now? The car is wrecked, and the motorcycle is gone. We still have 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers to reach the fiery mountain, and the desert stretches on for who knows how long. It's so hot. It won't be slower than driving. Hold tight. Ming Kenki chuckled, drawing Bulma into his arms once more. He then unleashed the swift movement techniques of a ninja, channeling chakra into his legs and leaping several meters at a time. In just a few bounds, they covered hundreds of meters. The ninja arts were not mastered in vain. His speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. Oolong, keep up or you might get caught by bandits. Ming Kenki's voice echoed. And upon glancing back to see their figures fading, Oolong jumped up and shouted, transform into a rocket. 5 minutes of transformation, 1 minute of rest. Miraculously, Oolong managed to keep pace with Ming Kenki and Bulma. The fiery mountain, with its frying pan mountain and exploding bread mountain, is the fabled domain of the notorious Bull Demon King, a figure of immense strength, feared by all within 100 miles. It is said that those who provoke him have been reduced to mere bones at the mountain's base. The Dragon Balls lie within the flames. What shall we do? Bulma increasingly relied on Ming Kenki. From the ruins of a desolate village, gazing at the seemingly unquenchable flames, she directly inquired of Ming Kenki, confirming the Dragon Ball's location. Ming Kenki relished this sense of responsibility. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, allow me to give it a try. Water release, water surge wave. This water technique was one of the elemental ninjutsu he had learned from the third Hokage, though he was not a master of it. To Ming Kenki, a substantial volume of water surged forth, yet against the flames of a small mountain, it was but a drop in the bucket. The torrent capable of drowning 3 or 5 individuals evaporated before it could even reach the fire's edge. Suddenly, a massive axe, half the size of a man, cleaved through the air, serving as a mere warning. Yet, its power was formidable, and its speed astonishing. It sliced through the air, severing several strands of Bulma's hair. Strands of purple fell away, and she instantly felt a dampness beneath her skirt, sending her into a panic. Scoundrel! Ignite my little universe. Infinite chakra mode. Water release. Water surge wave. Witnessing Bulma's pitiable state, Ming Kanki closed his eyes, concentrating for 3 seconds, igniting an atomic explosion that ignited his small universe. With the enhancement of his little universe, Ming Kanki entered a temporary state of infinite chakra. Unleashing his full power, a torrent of water erupted from around him, surging toward the Bull Demon King and the fiery mountain. These waters seemed to possess consciousness, defying the natural law of flowing downward. Quickly ascending to the mountainside, the sizzling sound of evaporation echoed. 1 minute later, the water triumphed, extinguishing the flames, coinciding perfectly with the limit of Ming Kanki's infinite chakra mode. Wait for me a moment. With a crack of thunder, Ming Kanki activated the second stage of his thunder armor, braving the lingering heat as he charged in. We could wait for the temperature to drop before entering, Bulma remarked, only to see Ming Kanki reappear before her. She sighed in relief, bashfully explaining, the temperature is too high right now. I just don't want you to get hurt. If you do, who will protect me? Ming Kanki chuckled, raising his left hand to wave before Bulma. In his palm rested a glimmering golden Dragon Ball. Haha, splendid, Bulma exclaimed, taking it and planting a kiss on Ming Kanki's face. Following this, the trio seemed to forget about the Bull Demon King entirely. Oolong retrieved the long-hidden capsule vehicle, while Bulma donned the Soul Bunny Girl outfit from Oolong's vehicle, intentionally dressing in a manner meant to entice Ming Sanchi, in that moment of youthful exuberance. Ming Kanki transformed into a wolf, embracing Bulma and kissing her. Just as things were about to escalate, Ming Kanki noticed Oolong leering at them with drool dripping down his chin. He halted immediately. Even if they could retreat to the bedroom and lock the door, he had no desire to perform for Oolong all night long. The ensuing night was a blend of flirtation and awkwardness, prompting Ming Kanki to urge Oolong to drive the vehicle further northwest. The following day, they encountered the dogman Ashu and the young girl Xiao Wu. With a single illusionary technique, Ming Kanki incapacitated them, ensuring their journey continued uninterrupted. On the third day, the castle of Pilaf was finally within sight. This ultimate challenge of the original work posed no danger to them whatsoever. Ming Kanki stood at the entrance and effortlessly performed the wood release technique to dismantle the tower. In no time, Pilaf obediently presented the Dragon Ball. Thus, only one Dragon Ball remained. The trio boarded Bulma's aircraft, heading southeast to an island. To their surprise, this was the very island where Master Roshi trained his disciples. After some twists and turns, Ming Kanki and Bulma encountered Sun Wukong once more. Chapter 71 versus Sun Wukong and Krillin. As the aircraft descended, the three beheld Master Roshi and his companions, who had just concluded their afternoon rest. Bulma explained their purpose. Remarkably, Master Roshi did not find himself captivated by the beauty before him. Instead, his attention was fixated on Ming Kanki. Oh, you desire this Dragon Ball? Perfect. Wukong and Krillin have trained for half a month. Why don't you challenge them to a match? In just half a month, it could be said that Wukong and Krillin's training was merely in its infancy. However, their potential had already become evident. Indeed, Sun Wukong's rate of progress left Master Roshi secretly astonished. Yet, Ming Kanki's strength evoked a sense of enigma in Master Roshi. Thus, he proposed a duel. Come on. You two, attack together. Who knows, we might summon the eternal dragon before nightfall. Taking a couple of steps forward, distancing himself from Bulma and Oolong, Ming Kanki confidently declared his intent to fight right there. Krillin stepped forward, brimming with arrogance, and said, you probably don't know the prowess of Master Mutant. Do you? We've been training under him for half a month, and our strength is formidable. Though Krillin's thoughts were tumultuous, he remained a child at heart. Training under Master Roshi, he felt progress almost daily, which inflated his ego. Sun Wukong approached Krillin's side, cautiously adopting a ready stance, and quietly warned, be careful, Krillin. Though I hate to admit it, Big Brother Ming Kanki is incredibly strong. I have no confidence in winning. You're putting me in a tough spot, Fat Tiger. An impulse to reprimand Obita surged within Krillin, though he had no idea who Nobita was. Sun Wukong felt the pressure of uncertainty. The reality of their situation was hitting too quickly. Come on, you make the first move. Ming Kanki activated his Sharingan, casually beckoning once more, showing no sign of readiness for battle. Underestimating the Turtle School, seeing Ming Kanki's demeanor, Master Roshi felt a twinge of annoyance. With a childlike spirit, he declared, "Let us get started. Show me the fruits of your training." With a unified roar, Sun Wukong and Krillin charged at Ming Kanki from either side. Their speed was remarkable, clearly reaching the level of elite athletes. However, having fought Sun Wukong twice before, Ming Kanki was aware that this was merely Wukong working in tandem with Krillin. How amusing. Very well, I shall play along. Ming Kanki thought, deliberately reducing the chakra flowing through his legs, halting the use of his would-release fluid technique. He relinquished a portion of his advantage, channeling a vast amount of chakra into his arms. Preparing for a direct confrontation. In a swift motion, he crouched, launching both fists almost simultaneously. With two resounding thuds, his fists accurately collided with those of Sun Wukong and Krillin. "Ouch," Krillin exclaimed, feeling the pain radiate through his fist. Sent stumbling backward, Sun Wukong, experiencing a tingling sensation in his hand, executed a backflip and charged forward once more. This time, he unleashed his true strength, accelerating to a speed exceeding 7 seconds for 100 meters. This was no longer the limit of an athlete, but a speed that transcended human boundaries. In a mere 3 meters, Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing. He reached Ming Kanki in less than a blink of an eye. Nonetheless, this duration remained above the human reaction threshold, not to mention Ming Kanki had his Sharingan activated. The moment Sun Wukong threw his punch, Ming Kanki simply extended his palm and effortlessly caught it. As if Wukong had willingly placed his fist in Ming Kanki's grasp, seizing Sun Wukong's fist, Ming Kanki pivoted and flung him away. The sound echoed as Krillin, who had just risen, was sent crashing to the ground once more. "Ouch, that must hurt," Ming Kanki remarked with a hint of mockery, though he was now full of openings. Yet, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. Those eyes truly belonged to a remarkable young man. However, Master Roshi, with his vast experience, keenly discerned Ming Kanki's strengths. Yet, he was also wise enough to recognize that this was both an advantage and a vulnerability. He even formulated a countermeasure involving dazzling techniques or cunning sandstorm tricks to obscure vision. One he lacked, and the other he disdained to employ. Ultimately, Master Roshi furrowed his brow, abandoning further contemplation on this aspect. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin stood up again, charging towards Ming Kanki once more. This time, Sun Wukong took the lead, while Krillin provided support and distractions. Rock, paper, scissors, door and fist. Sun Wukong rapidly varied his attacks. Ming Kanki merely adjusted his responses to as Krillin joined the fray. Ming Kanki continued to cooperate seamlessly. Yet, even with his divided attention, every punch and kick from Sun Wukong was accurately defended by Ming Kanki. Krillin's distractions appeared utterly ineffective. "Let us try this." Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaped back to create distance. Krillin hastily retreated, but Ming Kanki did not pursue. He turned to Sun Wukong and called out, "Do you have any new techniques? Bring them on." Sun Wukong clasped his hands at his waist. "What?" Upon seeing this stance and hearing the first word, Ming Kanki was taken aback and shouted, "When did you learn this technique?" "Shell." Sun Wukong continued to gather energy. Ming Kanki brought his hands together, forming the seals. Master Roshi, filled with pride, remarked, "Yesterday, when I extinguished the flames of Fire Mountain with the Kamehameha, Wukong learned it just by watching. Energy." A sphere of red light began to coalesce between Sun Wukong's hands, poised to erupt. Impossible. The flames of Fire Mountain were extinguished by Ming Kanki days ago. Oolong declared, utterly unconvinced. However, Bulma quickly grasped the situation and stated, "Perhaps the fire reignited at that moment." Sun Wukong had already spent over 3 seconds gathering energy. Would release, would wall technique. With a rumble, a wooden shield adorned with a ghostly visage emerged from the ground. "Go." Just then, Sun Wukong pushed forward with both hands, and the red shockwave struck the forehead of the ghostly shield that a series of cracking sounds echoed as the shield fully emerged, absorbing the red shockwave. A fist-sized black that remained prominently on the ghost's forehead, yet the shield stood unbroken. Then, the shield sank back into the ground. Ming Kanki smiled and said, "This is where it ends, and I hope you take your training seriously. I look forward to competing with stronger versions of you next time." "All right," Sun Wukong responded. Undeterred, he immediately dashed to Master Roshi, requesting to commence a new training session without delay. The fervor was palpable. Although Klin was somewhat despondent, he was soon invigorated by the passionate spirit of Sun Wukong. Master Roshi initially intended to discuss the issue of the Bull Demon King with Ming Kanki. But now he too was swept up in the fervor. Without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Ball around his neck to Ming Kenki and, along with his two disciples, began to run beneath the setting sun. Chasing after the fleeting essence of youth. Chapter 72. The Dragon, the Wish at last. The 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered. The long-awaited wish is finally within reach, and Bulma is ecstatic, bouncing with joy. Yet, Ming Kenki, holding the final Dragon Ball, feels a twinge of conflict within. The dragon, renowned for its ability to grant any wish, looms large in his mind. Even though Earth may seem somewhat diminished, perhaps, just perhaps, it could resolve the issue of bloodline conflict. Thus, he grapples with the decision of whether to grant Bulma her wish. After a few moments of contemplation, Ming Kenki resolves to hand the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Ultimately, the root of his bloodline conflict stems from the capability of soul evolution. If this issue remains unresolved, even if he were to heal this time, another crisis would inevitably arise that asks for the dragon. Ming Kenki possesses a starship, allowing him to journey to Namek. There, the 3 wishes granted are, in terms of individual power, considerably superior to those of the Earth Dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls were arranged in a hexagon upon the ground. And Bulma turned to glance back. Go ahead. Summon the dragon and make your wish. Ming Kenki gently nudged Bulma towards the Dragon Balls, while he pulled Oolong back, threatening, if you dare to speak out of turn, I shall ensure you never utter another word. Yes, yes, I absolutely won't steal it. I promise. Oolong, aware that Ming Kenki had once vanquished nearly 10,000 ninjas, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, fearing he might soon find himself as the roast pig on the table. What wish should be made? As Bulma prepared to summon the dragon, she hesitated. The Dragon Balls began to glow, resonating in unison. Before the incantation was spoken, they emitted only a faint golden shimmer, with no further transformation. Bulma turned to Ming Kenki once more, who smiled and nodded. Perhaps I should help him make a wish, Bulma mused, recalling their conversations throughout the journey. Yet, she felt a pang of regret. She had shared her wishes with him, but he had never confided his own. What should she do? In her mind, she even envisioned a confession to the dragon. The scenario played out like this. Bulma professing, "You are my Prince Charming. Shall we date?" Ming Kenki would gently shake his head, replying, "But I am an alien." Bulma would persist, "I am not afraid that my sister ran off with an alien. That alien had eyes like eggs." Ming Kenki would continue to shake his head. "You must see my true form." He would then produce a magic wand, transforming into an octopus monster with a resounding pop. Bulma was jolted awake. Not all daydreams are sweet. Some can be nightmares. After several minutes of no movement from Bulma, Ming Kenki approached her and softly inquired, "What are you thinking? Hurry and make your wish." Bulma closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Her alluring figure became even more captivating. Choosing between a Prince Charming and endless strawberries, was it truly difficult? No. Suddenly emboldened, she turned to stare into Ming Kenki's eyes and declared, "I have found my Prince Charming. Endless strawberries can simply be cultivated in a greenhouse. Therefore, I have made my decision. The wish is yours." Under the gaze of her sparkling, long eyelashes and large eyes, Ming Kenki instinctively wanted to shy away. "Thank you." Ultimately, he did not decline, although he felt a hint of confusion regarding Bulma's finding of her Prince Charming. He chose not to inquire further. This was no longer the time of his 3-year seclusion, where he was overwhelmed with excitement upon encountering the first human. Ming Kenki returned to a state of normalcy. Feeling a thorn in his heart, the realities of the corporeal world and the dream realm were irrevocably distinct, and he must eventually part from the dreamscape. Thus, even though his relationship with Bulma teetered between friendship and something more, ready to advance at any moment, he still resisted. Perhaps a woman's intuition sensed this predicament, leading Bulma to feel that her confession might falter. She stepped back, while Ming Kenki moved forward. "Come forth, dragon, arise and grant my wish." As the incantation was uttered, the golden light of the 7 Dragon Balls intensified. Suddenly, dark clouds materialized on the horizon, enveloping the earth within seconds. A golden lightning bolt shot into the sky, giving birth to a blue dragon that spiraled and coiled into a figure resembling the infinity symbol. A representation of boundless wonder. As the thunder subsided, the azure dragon descended, its colossal head lowering as a resounding voice echoed, "Speak, caller of my essence. Articulate your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one. Eradicate my bloodline conflict." Ming Kenki proclaimed without hesitation, voicing his most pressing wish to that all. The dragon was about to declare it simple when a bead of sweat suddenly formed on its forehead. The dragon thought, after so many years, is it so easy for me to appear and face such a hellish task? I am the dragon, after all. Regrettably, this wish I cannot grant, though 100 expletives swirled in its mind. The dragon remained composed. Unwilling to disgrace its lineage, it felt it necessary to provide an explanation. The root of your bloodline conflict stems from your soul, derived from a high-level rule that I cannot eliminate it without causing you harm. This was one of the anticipated outcomes. Yet, Ming Kanki rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his disdain for the dragon. So, the claim that the dragon can fulfill any wish is merely a farce? Bulma unwittingly provided assistance. The dragon broke into another bead of sweat, realizing its dignity was at stake, and quickly engaged its divine will, employing a modicum of power to scour the universe for a solution. The dragon had a new answer and was about to speak when Ming Kanki interjected with a new wish. Then, if only during the eruption of the bloodline conflict, allow me to regain my health in an instant. Is there any way? The dragon's eyes brightened as it promptly replied, Arcadia Civilization's atomic-level nanomedical robots, with 800 per cell, using your own energy as power, automatically reconstructing damaged cells with your own material. They will adjust automatically during your bloodline conflict. Even if the conflict causes genetic collapse, it can be perfectly healed. Having spoken swiftly, the dragon hurriedly added, Your wish is complete. Farewell. Thank you, dragon. In the moment the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, it suddenly realized a peculiar truth. How strange, I completely forgot to play the fool today. Could it be that I have been away for too long? The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions. 7 golden lines slicing through the sky. As the dark clouds dissipated, they vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared. The divine dragon, caught off guard, succumbed once more to slumber without pondering the reasons behind it. Chapter 73, Confrontation. Silently. Bulma's inaugural quest for the Dragon Balls reached a gratifying conclusion. The trio bid farewell to Master Roshi and the others, and within half a day, Bulma piloted the aircraft back to West City. After a brief respite, upon learning that the Infinite-class starship had been repaired, Ming Kanki eagerly ventured inside to inspect it, his joy resembling that of a child. Just after emerging from the starship, he spotted Bulma at the entrance of the repair lab, where she gently inquired, Are you leaving? The simplicity of her words carried a tenderness. Ming Kanki sensed her reluctance, an emotion he found difficult to confront. His forward momentum halted, and his exuberance swiftly waned. Yet, a smile lingered on his face. He chuckled and feigned a buoyant demeanor, saying, The Infinite has been restored. It is time for me to fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by my friends. However, I promise to return during the next Dragon Ball expedition. By then, think carefully about your wish. Do not falter again. I will surely conceive a splendid wish. Just wait and see. Her playful provocation alleviated the atmosphere of farewell. Ming Kanki was prepared to take his leave. Yet, before he could utter his intent, 8 fully armed individuals materialized out of thin air, encircling him. The cold weapons appeared to be mere firearms, but the chilling aura they exuded sent prickles of alarm coursing through Ming Kanki. Danger! 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 It felt as though every cell within him was reporting the threat. Wanted fugitive Ming Kanki, you are under arrest. Accompany us. Please be advised. Any resistance will provoke our severe response. It was as if one spoke. Yet the 8 echoed in unison. What do you want? Ming Kanki remained motionless, but Bulma, sensing the urgency, rushed forward to confront one of the assailants. Ming Kanki's lips moved, but before he could speak, a series of clicks echoed ominously. Suddenly, red dots appeared at his forehead, heart, and shoulders. Lowly woman of an inferior civilization, do you intend to obstruct the enforcement of Arclight Civilization's law? As one spoke, a red manifested on Bulma's forehead. I surrender. I will go with you. Please do not harm her. Ming Kanki raised his hands and shouted. She is merely a young girl who has never left her home planet and poses no threat to you. The red dots vanished. One of the assailants approached and cuffed Ming Kanki. The material of the handcuffs was unknown, but once activated, Ming Kanki felt himself entirely loose.